Chapter 1 Let's Break Up. Ningmeng, let's break up. You're too cold and I'm tired.
As soon as he sent the message, a system notification sound rang in Yang Chen's mind.
Congratulations to the host for finally completing the task perfectly. Please claim your reward. My task has also been completed. Goodbye, host. We will see each other later.
Looking at the reward he finally got, Yang Chen put down his phone and finally a smile appeared on his sad face as he spoke while cursing.
Why are you running away, damn dog system? If I get stabbed by those ex-girlfriends, it's all because of you.
He was originally a junior college student, but 2.5 years ago when he was just a freshman, this damn system suddenly fell from the sky. They also issued a particularly disgusting task, in which the system selected a girl and asked Yang Chen to pursue her. When the girl fell in love with him, he would say he wanted to break up with her and the task would be completed.
If it's just one, it's okay. At worst, I can get the reward and give it to the girl I broke up with as compensation. But the dog system is not like a human being in that it wants to pursue 10 people and each of them is extremely challenging, either the school belle, the CEO, the queen, or the tsundere female teacher. Yang Chen took on this task since his freshman year and worked diligently to do everything he could to complete it.
Although he completed the task perfectly in the end, these 3 years also ruined his reputation in Shanghai University and earned him the nickname Pickup Machine. It's just because he wants to try every possible means to pick up girls, but once he gets the one he breaks up with without hesitation and never wastes another day on an ex. Fortunately, he has a good-looking appearance, a handsome face, a height of 1.8 meters, and a humorous, interesting, and considerate personality.
Even though his reputation was ruined, he was able to complete the task in just 2.5 years. Goodbye, sisters. The demon city is too dangerous. I will leave first. Pulling the suitcase, Yang Chen stood at the gate of Mata University and took a deep look.
Then he got into a taxi and ran away without hesitation. He had just broken up with his last girlfriend, a freshman campus beauty, on the phone, and before he even waited for her to reply, he quickly blocked her, packed his bags and ran away. He was afraid that he would be blocked by the other party in the next second, which would make it difficult for him to leave. He also felt guilty and did not dare to face it. As for studying, Yang Chen had already told his instructor on the phone that he had something urgent to attend to and needed to take a leave of absence. As for whether to approve it or not, that is none of his business. After all, studying is not as good as cultivating immortals. Sitting in the taxi, Yang Chen happily checked the rewards issued by the system. It turned out that the reward for completing the task was a storage ring, which contained a cultivation method, a small bottle that could give birth to all things, and many unfamiliar seeds in bottles and jars.
Next stop is the seaside. As for why he wanted to run away instead of practicing in the Magic City.
Because the first demon had many exes, he was also afraid of being stabbed on the road that day.
The second reason is that the air pollution in the Magic City is too serious.
He had long ago chosen his target and planned to live on an island and slowly cultivate himself. After all, compared with land, the sea is relatively wider and more mysterious, and it is rich in resources.
The destination of this trip is Taohua Island in Haibei.
After a day of traveling by plane, car, and ferry, Yang Chen finally arrived at the island he had searched for on the internet for a long time.
Woohoo, I will be the island owner from now on. As he stepped onto the island and felt the fishy smell brought by the breeze, Yang Chen felt very happy.
Peach Blossom Island, as its name suggests, is covered with peach trees with beautiful pink flowers. Because it is the season when peach blossoms are in full bloom on the island, the pier is bustling with many tourists who come here to visit and local fishermen who are selling the fish they caught today.
Hello, boss. I'm Yang Chen, the person who contacted you online to rent a house. I'm already here at the pier.
When there was only one task left, Yang Chen had already booked a house on Peach Blossom Island, so he contacted them immediately after landing on the island. Not long after, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s came to Yang Chen on a tricycle and asked, "Are you the Yang Chen who contacted me on the phone?"
"Hello uncle, it's me."
After confirming that it was the young man in front of him, the uncle got out of the car and enthusiastically helped Yang Chen carry his suitcase, saying, "Young man, I see how you, at such a young age, came up with the idea of living on the island.
Don't you want to study?" Yang Chen made up an excuse and answered, the pressure of studying is too great.
Isn't it the season when peach blossoms are in full bloom on Peach Blossom Island, so I came here to relax. Indeed, my daughter calls me all the time and says that she is going crazy from studying so much and wants to go back to the island to rest for a while." The uncle was very enthusiastic and chatted with Yang Chen all the way, and soon the two became familiar with each other. Xiaoyang, this house may look a bit shabby, but it's pretty much what you want. There are very few tourists here and it's very quiet. Looking at the house that the uncle introduced, what came into view was a small bungalow with 2 floors and a small courtyard. Although the exterior walls of the house were a little dilapidated due to erosion by sea breeze and seawater, it was pretty much what I wanted. The most important thing is that not only are the furniture, water, electricity and internet available here, but the rent is only 1,000 yuan a month, which is very cost-effective for him who is currently short of money. Yang Chen, who decided to rent the place, unloaded his things from the car and said, "It's okay, Uncle Li. I plan to rent it for a year. Can I transfer the rent directly to you?" Seeing that Yang Chen and his daughter were studying in the same university, Li Jun said proudly, "Oh, it's no big deal, you and my daughter are classmates. Stay here first and I'll bring the contract tomorrow and we'll talk. I'll give you the keys and I'll go back to the store. Call me if you need anything." On the way here just now, the two of them talked about where Yang Chen was studying, and it turned out that he was studying in the same university as his daughter. When he heard Uncle Li praising his daughter to the skies how beautiful she was, his heart skipped a beat, wondering if he had run into the hometown of one of his exes. Then, he thought about it again in his mind and realized that none of his ex-boyfriends who were still studying had the surname Li, so he felt relieved. "Well, Uncle Li, you go ahead and do your work. I'll clean up first." Watching Li Jun driving away in a hurry on his tricycle, Yang Chen hurriedly moved his things into his house. The house, which had not been lived in for a long time, had a musty smell, but fortunately Yang Chen was used to living alone and was used to these things, so he could handle them easily. Open all the windows for ventilation, then find a rag and an aluminum basin, fill it with water and detergent, and give the house a quick clean. Finally done. After working for 3 hours and looking at the brand new house, Yang Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Unfortunately, the sense of pride could not satisfy the hunger in his stomach, and the hunger in his stomach forced him to stop looking at his own achievements. Yang Chen, who had just arrived at Taohua Island and was unfamiliar with everything on the island, did not plan to go out for dinner. He simply took out the prepared instant noodles from his suitcase, ate a simple meal, locked the gate, returned to the house and began to study the system rewards he had received for his misbehavior. Chaos Controlling Women Technique. What a crappy name. It seems a bit improper. Yang Chen complained as he looked at the name of the technique in his hand. When he opened the first page, it was just as he thought, this martial arts book was indeed serious. According to the description in the book, although this technique can be practiced alone, the effect will be better if practiced together. Sure enough, this is a shit system that treats people like humans. Yang Chen couldn't help but curse again. No wonder the system asked him to find so many girlfriends. It turned out that they were waiting for him here. Chapter 2 New Life, Peach Blossom Island. However, he has no plans to go back to his exes. After all, it is not his character to beg for reconciliation after breaking up. Moreover, when he thought of the eccentric personalities of his predecessors, Yang Chen couldn't help but shudder. If he hadn't endured the humiliation and hardship in order to complete the mission, he would have wanted to quit and run away many times. Breaking up should be decent and no one needs to say sorry. Fortunately, one can practice without dual cultivation. Yang Chen didn't care about it and hummed a song, obviously in a very good mood. Then he picked up the small bottle and checked it. It was about the same size as the bottle of essential oil and there was a little white liquid inside. Looking at the bottle in his hand, Yang Chen murmured, "Could this be the little green bottle that someone can use to make spiritual medicine grow quickly? I couldn't wait to go outside the yard and drop a drop on a weed." Just as he thought, the weeds that were touched by the white liquid began to grow wildly until they were almost 2 meters high and then stopped. Nice. Seeing the obvious effect, Yang Chen happily took the small bottle and kissed it, making some guesses in his heart. The remaining seeds in bottles should be elixir and elixir seeds. The spiritual herb seeds cannot be planted now, so Yang Chen started checking the bottles and jars instead. Although the dog system is a dog, it is still very considerate to label the name of the pill and its efficacy on each bottle. After a careful inspection, he found that he had no use for most of them at the moment, so he only took out the Qi refining pill from the ring. Qi training pill, taking it can speed up the absorption of surrounding spiritual energy. After returning to the inner room and locking the door, Yang Chen poured out a milky white Qi training pill from the jade bottle and swallowed it. Then, she closed her eyes and sat cross-legged to practice according to the description in the Chaos Controlling Girl art. Is this aura? Not long after, Yang Chen murmured in his heart as he felt the tiny dots of light around his body slowly flowing into his body. There is no day or night in cultivation, and a night is over in the blink of an eye.
Yang Chen was immersed in cultivation and could not feel the passage of time.
Suddenly, he felt a warmth in his dantian. As this warm current began to spread to his internal organs and meridians, the feeling he had at the beginning turned into a tingling pain. When the pain disappeared, Yang Chen opened his eyes and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. It turned out that he had successfully cultivated to the first level of the physical training stage. Before he could be happy for long, Yang Chen felt his whole body filled with a particularly strong fishy smell. When I looked down, I found that my body was covered with a layer of black liquid like oil. He was so scared that he quickly endured the nausea and rushed to the bathroom and started showering. I used half a bottle of shower gel and washed my body for a long time before I finally cleaned it. Wiping one end of the skin with a bath towel, I looked in the mirror and saw my skin going through this baptism of cleansing the meridians and changing the marrow. The chest and abdominal muscles, which were not very obvious before, are now more obvious and full of power, and the skin has also become better and whiter. So handsome, it's a pity that my good sisters can't see it. After showing off narcissistically for a while, Yang Chen dried his hair and returned to the yard to test his skills without stopping. The effect brought by the first level of qi refining stage is not big nor small, but it is indeed quite small. My speed, strength, vision, memory and other aspects have been greatly improved. In today's words, I can beat 10 people by myself without any effort.
Xiao Yang is great. He started exercising early in the morning.
When I was doing push-ups to see how many push-ups I could reach, I heard Li Jun's praise. Seeing the visitor coming, Yang Chen quickly stood up and greeted him. "Good morning, Uncle Li."
"It's late.
I got up at 5 o'clock to buy fish at the dock. I came to see you right after I finished my work."
"You haven't had breakfast yet, right?"
"I brought you some special dishes from our store." After saying that, Li Jun picked up the bag in his hand and shook it. Yang Chen's stomach happened to rumble at this time, so he scratched his head a little embarrassedly and thanked him. "Thank you, Uncle Li.
I just finished exercising and I'm hungry."
"Hey, it's not a big deal. Go wash your hands and have breakfast.
After breakfast, we'll deal with the contract.
I have to go back to the store to help later." As he said that, he handed over the takeaway box in his hand. After picking up a bit of fish and tasting it, Yang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up and he quickly praised, "Not bad, Uncle Li, these dishes smell so good." Then he picked up the bowl and started eating.
"Hey, eat slowly, no one is going to snatch it from you."
As a chef, Li Jun couldn't stop smiling when he saw others wolfing down his dishes.
Uncle Li smokes.
After having a full meal, Yang Chen took out a hard-shell Likun cigarette from his pocket and passed it over.
"Hee, it just so happens that your aunt wouldn't let me smoke at home, and I forgot to bring it when I went out."
Seeing the cigarettes, Uncle Li's eyes lit up and he took them, happily and leisurely puffing away the smoke with Yang Chen. After smoking and signing the contract, Yang Chen added Li Jun as his WeChat friend and transferred 10,000 yuan to him for the lease for 1 year. Originally it was 1,000 a month, which means 12,000 for 12 months a year, but Li Jun said that since Yang Chen was still studying, he reduced his salary by 2,000. Yang Chen was very grateful for this and said, "Thank you, Uncle Li. After all, as an orphan, it costs a lot for him to go to college. The money he earns from working part-time is not only used to pay tuition, but also requires him to lose his conscience and harm his other sisters for the damn mission." Although he maintained his bottom line and never touched his exes, at most holding hands or hugging them, he still felt a little guilty about playing with other people's feelings.
"Oh, why are you talking about this? I'm going to go back to the store and do some work. You can come over and play when you're free." Uncle Li was a straightforward person and couldn't stand this, so he got on his tricycle, waved goodbye, and left in a cool manner. Watching Uncle Li's departing back, Yang Chen, who had experienced the ups and downs of life, secretly decided in his heart that he would repay him well if he had the chance. Li Jun, who left, had no idea how much of a surprise the 2,000 yuan in rent he saved because of his kindness would bring him in the future. After paying the rent, he saw that there was only more than 10,000 yuan left in his card, so he had to start budgeting carefully. Fortunately, Uncle Li's old house was fully equipped with farm tools. Yang Chen looked at the backyard lawn that had been abandoned for a long time, then picked up a hoe and sickle and started doing farm work. With the help of cultivation, farm work can be done quickly. In a short while, all the weeds and vines were cleared away. Seeing that it was still early, Yang Chen planned to repair the fish pond that was leaking everywhere and raise some chickens, ducks, fish, and the like. He found the drain outlet of the fish pond and started draining water to clear the weeds. Then, Yang Chen found a dustpan filled with soil from the warehouse and started cleaning the silt in the fish pond.
After working for a long time and clearing out most of the thick silt in the fish pond, he began to dig out a lot of soil from the vegetable field on the side and started repairing the leaking places in the fish pond. After that, he took the axe and saw to the bamboo forest nearby to cut a lot of bamboo and started building a cage beside the fish pond. After being busy for the whole morning, looking at the clean, weed-free backyard and a row of exquisite bamboo cages, Yang Chen clapped his hands with satisfaction and put all the tools back to their original places. After taking a shower to wash off the mud on his body and changing into clean clothes, he planned to go to the island to buy some vegetable seeds, chickens, ducks, and the like.
Chapter 3: Buying an electric car. Yang Chen lives a bit far from the island's central business district.
As he had no car and could only walk, he walked leisurely and looked at the scenery on the island. Fortunately, this Peach Blossom Island is a nationally famous tourist island with a full range of hardware facilities. Even though Yang Chen lives in such a remote location, there is an asphalt road for tourists to travel around the island.
After walking and strolling for more than an hour, we finally arrived at the commercial and residential street.
The shops on both sides are full of sales of Tawa Island specialties, such as peach blossom cakes, shell jewelry, various dried seafood, special clothing, etc. Seeing many tourists buying their favorite things with great interest, Yang Chen also came to the beverage shop and ordered a watermelon smoothie for himself. I have to say that the prices on the island are really expensive.
A cup of watermelon smoothie costs $40. But who can resist a cold and delicious smoothie on such a hot summer day?
So he could accept the price.
After all the supplies for the island had to be brought in by ferry.
If the price of a large shrimp is 80 yuan, he can only say goodbye.
Boss, what are the prices for these chickens, ducks and geese?
There are not only tourists on the island, but also many local islanders, so there are shops selling things like chicken, duck, goose seedlings, and seeds. Looking at a group of cute chicken, duck, and goose seedlings in the fence, Yang Chen squatted down and picked them up one by one to inspect and select. Seeing Yang Chen's fair skin, he didn't look like a local.
The boss asked curiously, "Handsome boy, aren't you here for tourism? Why are you buying these seedlings? Don't buy them. They are troublesome to carry."
I didn't expect the residents on the island to be so kind-hearted. They didn't even do business with me, but just advised me not to buy because I look like a tourist. Knowing that the other party was kind, Yang Chen also replied with a smile, "I rented Uncle Li Jun's old house.
From now on, I will also be an islander, boss."
"Oh, so you're the tenant of Lao Li.
Young man, you are so young and you want to live on the island to retire. Since you are Lao Li's tenant, I will give you less." "Thank you, boss."
Yang Chen didn't expect that Uncle Li had such good connections on the island that he could get a discount by mentioning his name. He selected 15 chicks, 10 ducks, 5 goose chicks, and bought some feed.
Yang Chen took out his phone and prepared to pay. He said, "Boss, how much is it?"
The boss took out his computer and typed away quickly, saying, "Chicken 7, duck 10, goose 15, feed 148, a total of 427, handsome boy, you have to give me 400.
Looking at the boss's quotation, Yang Chen nodded secretly.
The price was quite suitable. After all, it was different from the inland transportation. So he paid the money and said, "The money has been paid.
Thank you for the discount, boss."
Looking at the chickens and ducklings in cages, a 50-kilogram bag of feed and a bunch of other things, he, who originally didn't want to buy a car, is now considering whether he should buy an electric car. He decided to buy a car and asked the boss, "Boss, where is the store that sells electric cars?"
"Young man, if you want to buy a tram, just go down this road and then turn left and you will see it." "Okay, boss, I'll leave the stuff to you for now. I'll buy a tram and come back."
After saying that, Yang Chen followed the boss's instructions and soon arrived at the place where electric cars were sold.
"Handsome guy, should I rent or buy a car?"
As soon as I entered the store, a beautiful young woman with a charming demeanor came up to me wearing a tight skirt and walking on high heels with a clacking sound, smiling.
Unexpectedly, there is such a charming young woman on the island. Yang Chen couldn't help but take a few more glances, then said with a smile, "Madam Boss, do you have any recommendations?"
"I want to buy a car with longer battery life and larger battery capacity."
"How about this Super Core AE4?
"Handsome guy, it has good looks, battery life, and other aspects."
"As for the price, since you are so handsome, I think we can give you a discount, handsome guy."
Listening to the beautiful young woman's introduction and teasing himself, Yang Chen touched his nose and said shyly, "Then how much discount can this one get?"
"If it can be cheaper, I will buy it directly. The national unified price for this product is 5,888, and I'll give you a discount to 5,500. Isn't that sincere enough, handsome boy?" Yang Chen was a little tempted after hearing the price, but he still wanted to try bargaining. The boss lady is so beautiful, can you go a little lower? Oh my, young man, you are so sweet. But this price is already the lowest. If you offer any less, I will be out of money. As she said this, the proprietress threw him a coquettish glance. TSK, 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 this witch. No wonder everyone says that young people don't know the good of young women and mistakenly treat young girls as treasures. Seeing that he could no longer bargain, he still had his chicks and ducklings waiting to be taken home. So Yang Chen, who didn't want to waste time, took out his phone to pay and said, "Okay, boss lady, I bought this car, please help me install the rearview mirror in the battery. Don't forget to give me anything as a gift. Don't worry, handsome guy. I will arrange all the deliveries that can be made for you," the boss lady said as she called the employees over to start the installation. With the clerk's skilled installation, the battery, rearview mirror and other items were installed in just a few minutes. After trying the bike for a while and feeling pretty good, Yang Chen took some small gadgets given by the boss lady and put them in the box. He waved and said, "Goodbye, beautiful boss lady." Watching the handsome guy waving goodbye, the lady boss leaned against the pillar of the storefront and said jokingly, "Handsome guy, don't leave. We are just talking about 50 cents. Unfortunately, Yang Chen was already quite far away and only heard the last words the proprietress said, something like 50 cents. Yang Chen returned to the livestock shop with doubts. He put the feed in cages on the pedal, said hello to the boss, and planned to go home first to settle these small pets. After returning home, Yang Chen quickly poured all the chickens, ducks, and geese out of the cardboard boxes. Looking at the chirping of chickens, ducks and geese in the yard, the originally deserted yard now had more life. Perhaps it was because Yang Chen was a cultivator with an invisible aura, so these little animals liked to crowd around him. "Don't push, I'll feed you something good." Pushing the group of little cuties away with his hands, Yang Chen stood up and brought a plate. Then he took out a small bottle from the storage ring, carefully poured half a drop of the liquid in the bottle, stirred it, and placed it on the ground. Although he knew that the white liquid had a huge effect on plants, he was not sure whether it was useful for animals, so he could only pour out a little and try. As soon as the plate was put down, the chickens, ducks and goose chicks seemed to smell something delicious and quickly swarmed to the plate, drinking the water in it in big gulps. In a short while, a whole plate of water was drunk up, and some people were even still searching for food in the plate. It really works. Yang Chen was happy that another function of the small green bottle had been developed. Others might not be able to see it, but he has already cultivated himself and his eyes are sharp enough to notice some details. Originally, these chicken, duck and goose seedlings were so weak that they had just been weaned off and were stumbling when walking, but after drinking the water, they became full of energy and ran very fast. Chapter 4: Uncle Lee's Food Stall. Looking at the little guys running and pooping all over the yard, Yang Chen got so angry that he quickly caught them all and put them in the cage in the backyard. "It looks like we don't need a light bulb to keep you warm at night. I had originally thought that the young seedlings were still so weak that they would need to be kept warm at night, but after drinking the liquid in the small bottle, they all became full of energy, so I gave up this plan." According to the boss, the newly arrived seedlings should be stopped from being fed for a day to allow them to get familiar with the environment. Yang Chen only added a little water and then returned to the yard to start practicing while he had free time. At the same time, in the girls' dormitory of Magic City University, Sun Ningming's face was pale and her brows were somewhat sad as she sat at her desk, staring blankly at her phone. The chat window displayed on the screen was the breakup message sent by Yang Chen. "Hey, I told you when that scumbag was chasing you, his reputation in school is ruined. Believe it or not, you always think you are the one and only. It's all good now, the campus network is in an uproar, with all the news saying that Yang Chen has run away. Don't be sad, sister. It's hard to find a three-legged frog, but there are plenty of two-legged men on campus." Zhou, Sun Ningming's best friend and roommate, kept persuading her, because she felt a little distressed because she had been sitting there without eating, drinking, or sleeping for a whole day and night. "Ying, do you feel cold too?" Sun Ningming finally responded, her eyes filled with sadness and her voice a little hoarse. "How could that be, Ning Meng? Don't overthink it. It's all that scumbag's fault. You know the rumors about him. Every time he pursues someone, he immediately finds all kinds of excuses to break up within 3 days. Wow, Ying, I regret this so much. If I had held her hand after the date that night, would we have not broken up, and would he not have run away?" Sun Ningming finally couldn't hold it back anymore and cried like a pear blossom in the rain, which was so pitiful and heartbreaking. Zhou was so distressed by the cry that she quickly went up to hug him and gently patted his back, gritting her teeth and saying, "Damn Yang Chen, do you think he is a pervert?
I heard from seniors that he never takes advantage of girls, but he likes to chase people and then break up. I suspect he is a pervert, a super pervert. Hearing her bestie saying bad things about Yang Chen, Sun Ningming recalled every bit of good things he had done to her when she was with him, wiped the tears from her eyes and said, "You are not allowed to say bad things about Brother Chen, he is not a bad person."
Okay, it's my fault.
Seeing that her best friend was hopeless, Zhou rolled her eyes.
Ying, lend me your phone. He blocked my number in WeChat. I want to call him and ask where he is. I want to go find him.
Zhou refused decisively. No, he doesn't even want to study and is just thinking about running away.
It's useless for you to find him.
However, seeing that Sun Ningming was looking at her stubbornly without saying a word, she compromised and took out her phone, sighing and saying, "Well, go ahead and call."
Thank you. Sun Ningming took the phone and dialed Yang Chen's number with trepidation. The user you are calling is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later.
The same voice prompt was heard several times in a row.
Before Sun Ningming could say anything, Zhou beside her immediately exploded.
Fuck, you beast, you played it beautifully, you even got my phone number and blocked it. In fact, this was a misunderstanding of Yang Chen. He didn't know Zhou Ying's phone number at all, but he set it to only receive numbers on his whitelist. Seeing that the call still didn't go through, Sun Ningming stood up and said to Zhou Ying with a firm look in her eyes, "Ying, can you help me find the senior schoolmate Yang Chen dated? I want to ask them where Yang Chen lives.
I want to go find her."
Zhou Ying was also startled and quickly stood up to stop him.
"Don't go.
I heard that those seniors will get angry if anyone dares to mention Yang Chen's name in front of them."
"Hey, don't look at me like that. I'm really defeated by you. You are really my good sister. Can't I go?"
Sun Ningming used this pitiful trick to look at Zhou Ying again, and this trick really worked. She rolled her eyes helplessly and took back her phone to contact other people to find the senior's contact information.
Yang Chen, who was practicing on the other side, was also a little restless and couldn't concentrate on practicing at all.
He could only exit the practice state and said helplessly, "I told you, love debts are always a cause of worry. I guess it's that good sister who is teasing me behind my back again." Since today was not a good day for cultivation, Yang Chen could only get up, pick up his keys and plan to go around Peach Blossom Island and have his dinner.
"Uncle Li, I'm here."
When Yang Chen arrived at the location of Li Jun's store, he saw him stir-frying in an iron pan as soon as he entered. Hearing the voice, Li Jun turned around and greeted with a smile, "Xiaochen is here, please sit down first, I will finish these dishes first." Li Jun's food stall is not big, with only 3 tables inside.
Outside are rows of tables that belong to him.
It was not even time for dinner yet, but there were already many tourists eating seafood, drinking beer, and chatting, making it very lively. At this time, a middle-aged woman who was dressed simply and estimated to be in her 40s came over with a pot of tea and said with a smile, "You must be Xiaochen, right? I heard from my husband, Mr. Li, that you are indeed a handsome young man." Knowing that the person in front of him was Li Jun's wife, Yang Chen quickly stood up politely, took the teapot, and replied somewhat embarrassedly, "Hello, Auntie, it's not like what Uncle Li said."
"What do you want to eat?" "Auntie will treat you." Both husband and wife are warm-hearted, honest, and generous people.
Li Jun treated himself to a meal when they met for the first time, and now his wife is the one who wants to treat. However, Yang Chen couldn't just eat at every restaurant no matter how thick-skinned he was, so he quickly said, No, let's settle the bill the same way.
"Auntie, just give me 2 of your signature dishes." Sun Xian pretended to have a stern face and said, "Why are you being so polite to us? You are not only our tenant, but also our daughter's classmate. What's wrong with treating you to a meal? Don't refuse or your aunt will get angry."
Unable to refuse, Yang Chen could only smile bitterly, "Thank you very much, Auntie." The meal was ready in a short while. Sun Chen sat aside and watched Yang Chen eat with gusto.
She smiled and asked, "Is the meal okay, Xiaochen?"
Putting down his chopsticks politely, Yang Chen gave Uncle Li a thumbs up and said, "Aunt, Uncle Li's cooking must be good." Sun Jin was delighted to be praised for the delicious food he cooked. Looking at Yang Chen, who was alone, she thought about how her daughter was doing in Shanghai, so she said, "I don't know how my daughter is doing now.
She hasn't called me for a long time. Maybe you're busy with studies. If you really want to, just video chat. Communication is so advanced now." Yang Chen responded while eating the food in the bowl. Call my girl tonight and ask her." "Xiaochen, you eat first. Auntie will be busy for a while." "Well, Auntie, you go ahead and do your work.
In a short while, Yang Chen had finished all the seafood dishes that Uncle Lee was good at. After wiping his mouth, he stood up and secretly scanned the QR code in front of the counter and transferred 200 yuan. Then Yang Chen rode the tram and shouted to the store, "Uncle Lee, Auntie, I'm full. I'm leaving first." "Hey, Xiaochen, why did you transfer the money here? Come back soon and I'll return it to you. I promised to treat you." Hearing the sound of the money transfer, Sun Chen hurriedly chased out and tried to stop Yang Chen to return the money to him. Unfortunately, Yang Chen was quick-witted and turned the accelerator to drive away, smiling and politely saying, "Let's talk about it next time. I'm going to go shopping first." Chapter 5, Chance. Choosing Taohua Island to settle down is indeed the right choice. Not only did we meet the enthusiastic Li Jun couple, but the facilities on the island were no different from those on land and were very convenient. After shopping around and buying a lot of daily necessities and some grilled snacks, Yang Chen decided to go to the pier to watch people fishing to relieve his boredom. Life on the island is indeed slow-paced. At only 4 or 5 o'clock, many tourists have come to the abandoned pier with their families to fish. There were also many local fishermen sitting side by side in 2s and 3s, smoking and bragging, waiting for the bait to bite. If you want to watch people fishing, you definitely can't choose to watch the tourists. If you want to watch, you must look for the locals with tanned and glowing skin. After driving his electric car around the dock, Yang Chen indeed spotted a young man in a remote location. I saw him with dark skin, wearing beach shorts and a vest, a cigarette in his mouth, holding a lure rod in his hand, pumping and pulling like a master. So Yang Chen approached and handed over a hard-shell laccoon that he brought from Shanghai, and asked, "What kind of fish are you fishing for, buddy?" "Squid fishing." Li Jie took the cigarette, glanced at the fair-skinned Yang Chen and asked, "Handsome guy, are you here to travel?" "No, I just rented a house here and plan to live here for a year." "It belongs to Uncle Li Jun, you know." "Of course I know. He's my uncle." Unexpectedly, I met Li Jun's nephew. Because of this relationship and the fact that both of us are young, we started chatting enthusiastically in no time. It was only then that Yang Chen learned that the other person's name was Li Jie, and his family was engaged in fishing and supplied goods to his uncle Li Jun. It has to be said that Yang Chen still has some social skills. The two people who were originally strangers were now chatting about everything under the sun like brothers who had known each other for a long time. Seeing that Yang Chen was very interested in watching him fishing, Li Jie said directly, "Brother Yang, do you want to try it?" Looking at the fishing rod handed over, Yang Chen was tempted, but he still shook his head and refused, saying, "Forget it, I'll watch you fish first, and I'll buy a set tomorrow and you can teach me then." "Okay, I'll come here every day to fish for several hours. If you don't see me, just contact me on WeChat." Seeing Li Jie pull up 4 or 5 cuttlefish weighing between half a pound and 1 pound in a short while, Yang Chen felt itchy to try his luck. There is no boy who doesn't like hunting. Fishing is also a kind of hunting. Especially the anticipation of not knowing what kind of fish you will catch from the water after casting the rod makes people addicted to it. "Hey, got it, uncle, don't rush me, I'll be there soon." Li Jun put down the phone, took out a fat cuttlefish from the fish basket and handed it to Yang Chen enthusiastically, saying, "Brother Yang, take this squid back to eat. I have to give the rest to my uncle. The phone is urging me." Yang Chen quickly waved his hand and refused, saying, "Well, you should give it to Uncle Li. He is in a hurry." "Oh, it's just one fish. It doesn't matter if you use this one. Let me tell you, this fish tastes great as sashimi." After saying that, Li Jie stuffed the fish into Yang Chen's hands, put on the fish basket, and made an appointment with Yang Chen to go fishing together tomorrow, and then hurried to deliver the fish to Li Jun. My goodness! Looking at the cuttlefish in his hand, Yang Chen smiled helplessly. Are the whole family so welcoming? Anyway, it seems that all the islanders I met after arriving on the island are very welcoming. After hearing Li Jie say that he didn't want to make sashimi, Yang Chen didn't plan to continue shopping in case the fish became stale. So I turned around and bought some mustard, soy sauce, and other things and took them home to try how they tasted. When I got home, I took out a knife, quickly cut the cuttlefish, removed the hard bone in the middle, then sliced it and arranged it on a plate. Looking at the crystal clear cuttlefish meat, Yang Chen dipped it in mustard soy sauce and took a bite. It tasted sweet with a hint of spiciness and was very refreshing. It was really good. Sitting leisurely in the yard, savoring cuttlefish sashimi and feeling the coolness brought by the sea breeze, the branches of the bamboo forest nearby are gently swaying in the breeze, making a rustling sound that makes people feel inexplicably peaceful. In a short while, Yang Chen finished the plate of cuttlefish sashimi. Still not satisfied, he planned to buy a fishing rod tomorrow.
When the time comes, I will get more for myself to eat. If I can't finish it, I can sell it to subsidize myself. After all, I only have a few $1,000s left after buying the tram. After simply tidying up the yard and locking the door, Yang Chen returned to the room, sat cross-legged on the bed, took a pill and continued his cultivation. On the other side, Sun Chen wanted to call his daughter after seeing Yang Chen in the afternoon, but considering that the other party had classes during the day and was also very busy at the time, he did not call. Now the food stalls are full and there are no seats left, so the staff can be asked to serve other people. So he, who was sitting at the counter, picked up his phone, opened WeChat and made a video call to his daughter. Soon the call was picked up, and a pretty girl with fair skin appeared in the video. "Oh, my little girl, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so ugly? Are you not feeling well?" Seeing that his daughter's face was a little pale, Sun Jin felt distressed and hurriedly asked loudly to show his concern. Sun Ning dreamed that her mother was concerned about her and looked nervous. She tried to force a smile and said, "No, Mom, I just didn't sleep well last night." "You need to rest well. Don't study too hard. It's okay if you can't concentrate. Don't put pressure on yourself. At worst, we can support you when you return to the island." There is no parent who doesn't love his or her daughter, except for some beasts. At this moment, Sun Jin was admonishing his daughter with great concern. Not wanting to think about her parents worrying, Sun Ningmeng quickly changed the subject and said, "Mom, I know. Isn't this the busiest time in the store? How come you have time to call me? There are other people in the store who don't seem to be very busy." Today, a young man from Shanghai University came to the island to rent our house. He said he was under too much pressure from studying and wanted to relax. When I saw him, I thought of my baby girl, so I gave you a video call to see if you were doing well. Listening to what her mother Sun Xian said, unfortunately Sun Ningmeng was not in the right state of mind at the moment. Her mind was full of thoughts about Yang Chen. She did not have the leisure to ask other people. She just chatted perfunctorily with her mother about family matters. If she had asked her classmate's name out of curiosity, she might have found out that Yang Chen, the man she had been thinking about, was living in her hometown. Unfortunately, sometimes fate is like this. After the mother and daughter chatted for a long time, the people who had eaten and drunk enough had left the store, and the store began to turn over the tables and busy cleaning up. At this time, Sun Qian repeatedly reminded his daughter, "Girl, don't work too hard, play when you should and sleep when you should. If you don't behave like this, your father and I will come to find you." Sun Ningmeng talked a lot with her mother, and her mood improved a little. She said coquettishly, "I know, Mom. I will have a holiday next month. When I go home, you can make me a lot of delicious food to make up for it." "Okay, Mom is busy now, you should take a rest too." After chatting for a few more words, Sun Jin hung up the phone and went to take care of the things in the store. Chapter 6, Fishing for Cuttlefish at the Pier. After practicing for a whole night, the effect is quite good. Yang Chen, full of energy, stood up and checked his cultivation level, which had improved a lot. Unfortunately, the first level of qi refining stage only makes the body much stronger, but the spiritual power is not enough to cast even the smallest fireball. Otherwise, he planned to create a small formation that could block the vision of mortals and animals to plant the spiritual medicine seeds given by the system. After washing up, I had some instant noodles. Li Jia and I had agreed yesterday to go fishing together today. Yang Chen rode his electric bike to the fishing tackle store to buy a set of equipment. Having gone fishing before, he knew what equipment to choose, and he went straight into the store and picked out a set of straight-handled rods and a spinning reel. Then he bought a roll of PE line and some lures. After seeing Li Jie use wooden shrimps to catch cuttlefish yesterday, he bought a few more. He felt a little distressed for having spent nearly 1,000 yuan. After all, his available funds had been reduced to just over 2,000 yuan. It seems that I have to make money, otherwise all my efforts in cultivating immortals will be in vain. After leaving the fishing tackle shop, Yang Chen thought secretly that he had been spending money without any income, and this was really not going to work. Fasting requires a cultivation level above the foundation establishment stage, and now he still has to eat, drink, defecate and urinate. When I arrived at the place where I met Li Jie yesterday, I found that he had not arrived yet. I guess he was still fishing outside and had not returned yet. Seeing that there were not many people around, Yang Chen decided to test the waters himself first. After all, he had learned a little bit about the other party's operations after watching them yesterday. After winding the line and tying the wooden shrimp, hold the fishing rod tightly, open the spool, lightly hook a little fishing line with your fingers, and then make a handsome cast towards a location with structure.
When the wooden shrimp slowly floated down and sank to the bottom, Yang Chen began to pull the rod in small amounts and then paused, repeating this process over and over again. Suddenly he felt that the wooden shrimp was hooked on something, and then the hand holding the fishing rod felt a slight vibration. Yang Chen hurriedly picked up the fishing rod and shook the spinning wheel to retrieve the line. I guess not. Feeling the force from the fishing rod in his hand, Yang Chen was guessing in his heart. After a few moments, the thing in the water was slowly dragged to the surface, and Yang Chen could see clearly that it was his target fish, the cuttlefish. Slowly pulling the line to the position that was most suitable for lifting the rod, Yang Chen then held the rod tightly with one hand and steadied the rod with the other hand to directly lift the cuttlefish up from the 7 or 8 meter high dock. Snap! The cuttlefish that was thrown onto the shore sprayed ink so violently that it almost sprayed onto Yang Chen's white clothes. If he hadn't dodged quickly, his white casual clothes would have been stained with ink spots. When the cuttlefish stopped spraying, Yang Chen stepped forward and held it down, then imitated Li Jie and used his hand knife to chop the cuttlefish's head hard. I saw the chopped cuttlefish quickly turn white and lost its vitality, then I threw it into the newly bought fish bucket and continued to cast the rod to fish for the next one. He kept fishing until afternoon. The sun was very hot in the sky, but Yang Chen didn't feel the heat at all and didn't even sweat a bit. Looking at the 4 or 5 cuttlefish in his fish bucket, he planned to deal with them first, otherwise the cuttlefish would become stale if left for a while. There happened to be a few tourists nearby with their families. When they saw the cuttlefish he had caught, they came up to him and asked if he wanted to sell it. Sell it. 40 per pound. Yang Chen hurriedly quoted his price, which was the price he got when he asked Li Jie yesterday. Yes, but do you know how to weigh it, young man? After listening to what the tourists said, Yang Chen scratched his head helplessly. After all, who would bring a scale when going out fishing? However, looking at the 5 cuttlefish in the bucket, the big one weighed a little over 1 pound, and the small one weighed about 7 or 8 ounces, so he roughly estimated the weight and said, "It's about 4 pounds here. If you want it, just pay for it. After all, I don't have a scale." The tourists also looked at the cuttlefish in the bucket and knew that the weight difference was not much, not to mention that they saw with their own eyes that they were very fresh after being caught. So he took out his phone and said, "Young man, give me the payment code and I will transfer the money to you." Okay. Yang Chen didn't expect to get back $200 in one go. He happily took out his mobile phone and displayed the payment code. It has been transferred. After transferring the money, the tourist showed Yang Chen the successful transaction interface. Seeing that the transaction was successful and his phone indicated that the money had been deposited, he quickly found a bag and put the cuttlefish in it for the other party, saying, "Here you go." After fishing for a few hours and earning 200 yuan, Yang Chen, who had originally wanted to take a break, was now fully recovered and picked up the fishing rod again, intending to make a little more and earn 1,000 yuan a day. Unfortunately, after casting for a long time, the fish would either get caught on the reef or an abandoned fishing net, or occasionally a cuttlefish would take the bait and it would fall off. In just a short while, only one of the wooden shrimp he had just bought was left, and he was so angry that he stood on the dock and started cursing. A wooden shrimp costs 10 yuan, and the 200 yuan he just earned was immediately reduced by 40, which made him a little unhappy. Looking at the only wooden shrimp left in his hand, Yang Chen suddenly thought of a good idea and decided to give it a try. Just as I took out the small bottle and was about to try it, I heard Li Jie's voice behind me. "Brother Yang came so early, did you get it?" "Xiao Jia, oh. I got 5 and sold them to tourists, then I kept hanging around and suffered heavy losses." Listening to what Yang Chen said, Li Jie smiled in a normal manner and said, "This is just the beginning. There are still not many hooks here. If you go over there, there will be more hooks there. The bottom of the water is probably full of hooks and the like." Since there were outsiders around, Yang Chen put away the small bottle and decided not to test it anymore. After all, some secrets cannot be known to others. So he leaned the pole against the guardrail, took out a lacoon and passed it to him, saying, "You go ahead and fish first. I'll take a break and have a cigarette. Hey, Brother Yang, just watch my performance." He took the cigarette and lit it for himself, then Li Jie deftly threaded the fishing line, hung a wooden shrimp on it, threw it into the water, and slowly jumped the wooden shrimp to attract the cuttlefish. Yang Chen, who didn't believe that Li Jie could catch fish, said disdainfully, "I didn't get any fish when I fished, so how can you catch one? If you can catch one, I'll eat it raw." After saying that, he sat down in a shady place and smoked. "Fishing, I think you are planning to cheat and eat, Brother Yang." Not long after casting, Li Jie quickly picked up the fishing rod. The vibrating little bend of the fishing rod didn't seem to be stuck on the bottom. Then he smiled and said, "I caught a fish, Brother Yang."
I think you were trying to trick me into eating it raw. Damn, does this fish recognize people? I've been fishing for so long and only got a bite this morning. I don't believe it. Seeing that Li Jie caught a fish as soon as he arrived, Yang Chen excitedly threw the lacoon in his mouth to the ground, and angrily picked up the fishing rod and started casting. Ha ha ha, it's a matter of experience, brother Yang. Seeing that Yang Chen was very angry, Li Jie grinned and hurried to impart his experience to him. After hearing this, Yang Chen finally understood that it was not because of his bad luck, but because he kept casting to the same place. Some of the cuttlefish were caught by him were scared away and were no longer in the original position. After catching a few, he had to change positions and continue casting to find fish. Following what Li Jie said, Yang Chen began to walk around, cast his rod and look for fish. As expected, moving a tree can bring life. After changing position, Yang Chen also started to catch fish, but each one weighed only about 70 or 80 grams. The two of them took turns fishing and caught 7 or 8 fish in a short while. This also attracted many anglers to come and grab a spot. With too many people, things became chaotic. Yang Chen was very unhappy and frowned when fishing because of the frequent line breaks. Seeing that there were no more fish bites, Li Jie didn't like to crowd with others, so he said to Yang Chen, "Come on, brother Yang, get rid of these cuttlefish, and then I'll take you to a good place." "Okay, let's go. There are too many people here." Some vegetable garden ghosts were still willing to squeeze in with them, so Yang Chen packed up his equipment and drove away with Li Jie in the tram. Chapter 7 Reef Fishing. Arriving at Li Jun's food stall, Sun Chen looked at the two people chatting and laughing and asked curiously, "Do you two know each other?" Li Jie got off the car with a fish basket and wiped his sweat and replied, "Yes, Auntie, I met brother Yang yesterday when I went fishing. I came back to deal with these cuttlefish and then go fishing somewhere else." After hearing what his nephew Li Jie said, Sun Qian laughed and scolded, "If I go fishing with you, I'll end up with a handsome guy who used to be fair-skinned and tan like you." Yang Chen, who was standing by, listened to Aunt Li's description. He looked at Li Jie, who was grinning with his black skin showing his white teeth, and immediately laughed and agreed, "Ha ha ha, it does look like him." After not seeing Li Jun for a while, Yang Chen asked again, "Aunt, where is Uncle Li? Why can't I see him?" "He went to the dock to collect fish. There's not enough food for several tables booked by tourists tonight." The three of them were chatting, and Li Jie weighed Yang Chen's catch and sold it to his aunt. The two gained a total of about 12 kilograms, of which Li Jie gained more than 7 kilograms and Yang Chen gained only more than 4 kilograms. After Sun Chen transferred the money to Li Jie transferred more than 200 yuan to Yang Chen. Looking at the fact that I had earned more than 400 yuan in half a day, I couldn't help but admire my decision to live on the island. After processing the fish, the two drove their electric scooter to Li Jie's secret vegetable garden. On the way, Yang Chen specially bought some iced drinks and some food. After all, Li Jie took him to his vegetable garden, so he had to show some appreciation. Following the other person in the tram, Yang Chen thought, "Isn't this the road to where I live?" Sure enough, they drove to the small yard they rented in a short while. After parking the car, Li Jie looked at the confused Yang Chen and said with a chuckle, "You didn't expect that, brother Yang? My vegetable garden is in the rocky area not far below the yard where you live. I didn't expect that I was in the dark." If Li Jie hadn't brought him here, Yang Chen probably wouldn't have been able to go downstairs in a short time. After walking along an overgrown path for about 4 or 5 minutes, we arrived at the reef area. It really is a great place. There was no one on the beach except for some garbage washed ashore by the waves. Moreover, there are many reefs suitable for big fish to hide in ambush passing small fish, and the large bay is obviously a good place for fishing. How is this place? Most people don't know about this location. Apart from coming here by boat, there are so many reefs that few locals come here. Listening to Li Jie's boasting, Yang Chen nodded and said, "It's really good. I didn't expect that there would be such beautiful punctuation marks where I live." "That's right. I seldom bring ordinary people here. I am willing to bring you here only because you, brother Yang, and I get along well. Let's go. There are a lot of big fish here." As he said that, Li Jie picked up his fishing gear and climbed up to a large reef. No more wood shrimp fishing? Seeing that Li Jie did not use wooden shrimp bait but took out the iron plate this time, Yang Chen was a little curious. Li Jie patiently explained while tying the leader, "There are very few cuttlefish here, so we only fish for grouper, sea wolf, sea bass, and the like." After hearing this, Yang Chen nodded and thought to himself, fortunately he also bought some iron plates when he bought the goods, otherwise he would probably fail in trying to catch wooden shrimps here. Then he followed closely and took out the iron plates and started casting. Caught a fish.
Hearing Li Jie shout, Yang Chen hurried over and saw that the other party's fishing rod had formed a bow and the wheel was making a crackling sound when breaking. As expected of a veteran fisherman with dark skin, there were no fancy moves but only skills. In just a few moves, Li Jie easily caught a sea bass weighing 7 or 8 kilograms and brought it ashore. I got it, too. Yang Chen, who was originally jealous of Li Jie for catching a big fish, suddenly felt a huge tug on the fishing rod in his hand, so he quickly lifted the rod and shouted excitedly. The continuous sound of de from the spinning reel proves that this fish is definitely not small. Li Jie, who was standing nearby, had just taken off the hook and thrown the fish into the bucket. He quickly ran over to direct Yang Chen and said, "Brother Yang, please control the line and tighten the grip a little bit. Don't let the fish get into the structure or touch the reef. It will be easy for the fish to escape." Following Li Jie's instructions, Yang Chen quickly twisted it to tighten it a little, then raised the fishing rod high and tried his best to control the fish and prevent it from getting into the structural area. With a master's guidance, and Yang Chen's great strength, as long as the line is not broken, the fish is almost certain to be caught. Unfortunately, even the most skilled hunters will always encounter cunning prey. The big fish that was originally fleeing towards the reef area suddenly braked and turned to swim towards the reef where the two were standing. Yang Chen only felt the line in his hand loosen, causing him to hurriedly tighten the dotted line and plan to continue lifting the rod to reel in the fish. Unfortunately, due to his lack of experience, he was still a step too slow. At this time, the big fish had already drilled into the structure and cut the PE line. He was so angry that he slapped his thigh and said, "Fuck, this one weighs at least 50 kilograms. Li Jie at the side also showed a regretful expression and said, "This is probably a large grouper. Other fish will just charge around. Only ambush fish like groupers will hide in the structure." When he heard that it was a very expensive grouper, Yang Chen was so annoyed that he wanted to take off his clothes and go into the water to catch the escaped big fish. I quickly retied the leader, hung the iron plate on it and threw it into the water, hoping that the big fish would continue to bite the hook. Unfortunately, just like René Louis-Son later, I finally learned how to love, but unfortunately it had already disappeared in the crowd. However, after fishing for 2 or 3 hours, we caught a lot of fish except for the big fish. Seeing that the bucket was about to burst and it was getting dark, Yang Chen said, "Let's fish another day. I have something else to do tonight." Compared to fishing, Yang Chen still prefers to immerse himself in practice at home. If he hadn't been short of money recently, he would have planned to stay at home to practice. "Okay, we've caught enough fish for today, let's give the fish to Uncle before daybreak." After saying that, the two of them began to pack up and carried the heavy fish bucket towards where Yang Chen lived. "Brother Yang, I'm leaving now. I'll transfer the money to you via WeChat after I sell the fish." "It's okay, drive slowly and be careful." Yang Chen waved his hand indifferently and handed his catch to Li Jie to deal with. After all, it would be a waste of time if he went out. After bidding farewell to Li Jie, he took a 2 or 3 pound sea bass that he had left behind his dinner and went back to the kitchen. He simply steamed it and added it to rice and a few bites to finish his dinner. Then Yang Chen returned to the backyard and fed the chickens, ducks and geese and added some diluted spiritual water. After finishing all the work, I went back to the shower room, took a shower, felt refreshed, lay down in the yard, enjoyed the peace and quiet, and started playing with my mobile phone. 1. Chapter 8: Picking up a puppy at the door. Just at this moment, a message from Li Jie popped up on WeChat. "Li Jie, transfer, 278 yuan. Brother Yang, you sold so many fish. Yang Chen, sorry to bother you today, Xiaojie. Come over to my house some other day and we'll have a nice drink. Li Jie, sure, remember to call me in advance so I can get some good stuff. Yang Chen, okay, no problem." After chatting with the other party for a while, Yang Chen began to check other messages. I saw many messages from classmates asking me where I am now, especially those who are my roommates' bootlickers. There are also video and voice bombardments. It goes without saying that they are asking about his whereabouts on behalf of his ex-girlfriends. Yang Chen broke up with his roommates because he had dated several of their goddesses one by one and then hurt them, and several of his roommates were all bootlickers of the same goddess. This also resulted in him having bad relationships in the dormitory, and sometimes he was even ostracized by other people. The wild beasts always stay alone, but Yang Chen doesn't care about it at all, as there will be no contact with them in the future anyway. Without replying to anyone, he closed the chat interface, smoked a cigarette, and leisurely scrolled through Douyin to watch videos of Odibio or repairing cow hooves to relieve his boredom. To be honest, he felt a little lonely being alone in the yard with no one to talk to, and sometimes he even wanted to pull out one of his exes to chat. But he couldn't help but shudder when he thought about the attitudes of his exes towards him. After all, he had to be so servile in order to pursue those people and complete the tasks, and his face was basically thrown on the ground and stepped on. Now that he has finally gotten rid of it, he just wants to live a good rural life and slowly improve his cultivation before considering matters of love. Woo woo woo. While watching a short video, Yang Chen suddenly heard the faint cries of a small animal coming from outside the yard. So, with his skill and courage, he stood up, took his mobile phone, turned on the light, and walked directly out of the yard towards the source of the sound. "Where are you from, little guy?" Looking at the little puppy shivering in the bushes and not even opening its eyes, Yang Chen couldn't help but feel a little curious. After all, except for himself, almost everyone else around had already moved to the center of the island. Aha! Seeing the puppy was very pitiful, and just as he was in need of a helper to guard the house, Yang Chen patted its head, picked up the puppy and said softly, "Come on, come home with me." I went back to the yard and found some rotten clothes in the house, then used wooden boards to build a small nest for the puppy against the wall of the yard. Looking at the puppy lying in the pile of rotten clothes, still shivering and even a little weak, Yang Chen probably understood that this puppy was a weakling abandoned by a stray female dog. After all, in the animal world, unless it is a season with abundant food, the weakest children will always be abandoned to ensure that the strongest cubs have an adequate food supply. So Yang Chen quickly took out a small bottle, poured out half a drop of liquid, mixed it with water and diluted it, put it next to the puppy's mouth and said, "Drink it, it will be fine after you drink it." Perhaps sensing Yang Chen's kindness, the little puppy, who had not yet opened his eyes, made an ah-woo-ah-woo sound, then crawled over and licked the spiritual liquid in the plate. Seeing the puppy lick up all the water in the dish and no longer shivering, Yang Chen smiled and touched the other's head with his finger and said, "I'll call you Egg Yolk from now on." The little puppy Egg Yolk was also very smart when he heard the voice. He tried hard to open his eyes and planned to remember the man who would be his master in the future. Seeing that after drinking the spiritual liquid, Egg Yolk not only recovered and stopped shaking, but also opened his eyes, he stood up and said with relief, "Okay, you rest first, I'll see you tomorrow." I didn't expect that I would get a puppy. Although it looks like an ordinary pastoral dog, Yang Chen believes that it will definitely surprise people after being fed with his spiritual fluid. He returned to the room and locked the door to prevent anyone from accidentally breaking in and disturbing him while he was practicing. Then Yang Chen took out the pill, swallowed it, and sat cross-legged to practice his skills. "Egg Yolk, you stole my dried fish again, so I'm going to use you as a dish tonight." Yang Chen walked out of the kitchen angrily with a knife in his hand, planning to eat dog meat hot pot tonight. When Egg Yolk heard Yang Chen calling him, he knew he had made a mistake and cleverly slipped away to play. In a month, Egg Yolk, a little puppy that was picked up at the beginning, grew into a mighty and domineering country dog under the feeding of spiritual liquid. Yang Chen lived a very comfortable life during this month. He went out fishing for a few hours every day to earn some money for food. The rest of the time, apart from practicing, he did farm work, fed the chickens and ducks, and walked the dog. He lived a very comfortable life. His cultivation level quickly advanced from the first level to the third level of chi refining. At this time, his spiritual power could support him to release some small spells, such as fireball. After a month, the chickens, ducks and geese in the backyard were all fat and strong after being fed with the spiritual liquid, so Yang Chen originally planned to slaughter the chickens and ducks today and invite Li Jun and his wife, as well as Li Jia and other familiar people to come for dinner. So as soon as I entered the kitchen, I saw that some of the dried fish I had hung had been eaten by the Egg Yolk, and so the scene at the beginning happened. Looking at the Egg Yolk running away, Yang Chen could only shake his head and curse in his heart, "This bastard is becoming more and more human and even knows how to run away." I went back to the kitchen to continue cooking when Li Jun's voice rang out from outside, "Xiao Chun, we're here." Hearing that the guests had arrived, Yang Chen wiped his apron with his hands and hurried out to greet them. Seeing that they were actually carrying something, he smiled bitterly and said, "Hey, Uncle Li, Aunt Li, and Xiao Jia, what are you doing? Aren't you treating me like an outsider?" "Oh, I only brought some of my treasured wine with me. Let's drink it together later." As he said this, he winked at Yang Chen. Yang Chen understood immediately and looked at Aunt Li beside Li Jun with guilt. After a month of getting along, Yang Chen basically knew that Li Jun was very afraid of his wife. Not only did he not allow her to smoke in the store, but he also didn't allow her to drink much alcohol. Sometimes Li Jun would find excuses to say that he cared about how Yang Chen was doing and come to his place to get cigarettes and drinks. Aunt Li had been caught many times. Seeing Yang Chen's reaction, Sun Chen was very happy and said generously, "I allow you to drink tonight, but you can't drink too much. My wife is so nice. Give me a kiss." Before Yang Chen could say anything, Li Jun hugged his wife and kissed her. It was hard for him and Li Jie standing by to swallow the bowl of stale dog food.
Hey, Brother Yang, these are 4 top quality blue crabs I got. My uncle wanted them but I didn't give them to him. We'll have an extra meal tonight.
Li Jie shook the blue crabs, each weighing 2 or 3 pounds.
Then I'm in for a treat tonight, haha. You guys sit down first and I'll go cook the food. It'll be ready soon.
After taking the big blue crab, Yang Chen hurried back to the kitchen to start cooking.
Oldly, I didn't expect Xiaochen's craftsmanship is so good.
Sun Jin took a walk around the old house where he used to live and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration at the rows of exquisite cages in the backyard.
That's right.
I've already told you that Xiaochen's place is better than yours, but you still don't believe me.
Look at these juicy vegetables.
You can tell they're absolutely delicious just by looking at them.
And those chickens, ducks, and geese, which ones aren't colorful and plump?
If I sell them in a store, I'd feel like I'm losing out if I don't sell them for 888 a plate. Listening to her husband's praise, Sun Chen rarely talked back, but nodded affirmatively and said, I wonder if Xiaochen has a girlfriend.
Our daughter will be back soon, so we can introduce them to each other then. She saw all of Yang Chen's performance.
He was not only hardworking but also very polite to others.
The most important thing was that he was handsome.
It's a pity that Sun Chen didn't know that it was Yang Chen who was the culprit who made his daughter look pale last time when he opened the video.
Otherwise, he would have picked up a knife and chopped him instead of praising him. Chapter 9: Selling Spirit Chickens.
Yang Chen didn't know that he had just dumped his junior high school girl and then went to her hometown and lived in her old house.
If he had known, he would have run away without hesitation.
At this moment, he was happily bringing the prepared food to the dining table in the yard and inviting the 3 people in the backyard to come and sit down.
Xiaochen, your cooking skills are pretty good.
Looking at the table full of delicacies, Li Jun, as a chef, knew that the dishes must be good just by smelling them.
Being praised, Yang Chen scratched his head a little embarrassedly and said, these are just small fights. I can't compare with you, Uncle Li.
After everyone sat down, Li Jun picked up a piece of chicken and tasted it.
His eyes lit up instantly, and then he quickly picked up the vegetables on the side and tasted them.
As Li Jun's bedmate, Sun Chen was very clear about her husband's behavior, which he would only do when he encountered very good ingredients. So she hurriedly tasted each one, and then found that all the ingredients raised or grown by Yang Chen were extremely delicious. The 2 people who ran the restaurant immediately knew that this delicacy could not be made by a chef, and only top-quality ingredients could produce this taste.
Sun Chen, who discovered a business opportunity, quickly put down his chopsticks and said to Yang Chen excitedly, Xiaochen, did you make all these by yourself?
Yes, Auntie, these are the chickens I raise and the vegetables I grow when I have free time.
After receiving the affirmation, Li Jun on the side stood up and said excitedly, Xiaochen, your Uncle Li treats you well, right?
Seeing Li Jun's excitement, Yang Chen quickly said, Uncle Li, Aunt Li, and Xiajia, you've all been very kind to me.
I can feel it.
Seeing that Yang Chen had not forgotten his kindness, Li Jun was a little embarrassed and rubbed his hands and said, Well, Xiaochen, in this case, Uncle Li, I'm going to ask you shamelessly, can I buy all the chickens, ducks, geese and vegetables in your backyard?
After hearing what Uncle Li said, Yang Chen was a little dumbfounded. He thought it was some big deal.
So he said nonchalantly, Uncle Li, if you want to eat it, just take some back.
It's not something valuable anyway.
Seeing Yang Chen was so indifferent, Li Jun immediately said seriously, Xiaochen, I don't know how you raise them, but I want to tell you that to be honest, I have never come across these ingredients in all my years of traveling around the country.
You should understand the price, right?
So I plan to buy all the ingredients from you and make them into signature dishes for the restaurant.
Don't worry, Uncle Li will never cheat you on the price. Of course he understood.
These chickens, ducks, and geese were all raised by himself using spiritual fluid, and the same was true for the vegetables. Not only is it delicious, but even a simple meal can make men scream with delight.
Women can also benefit from it by eating it to improve their yin and beauty.
If they eat too much, it can also strengthen their body and keep them safe from all diseases. Originally, he thought they were just exclaiming that the food was delicious and wanted to take some to eat, but since he was selling it, Yang Chen had to remind them of its importance. Uncle Li and Aunt Li, I raised and grew these chickens, ducks, geese, and vegetables using my ancestral recipes.
If you just want to eat them, I won't say anything. After all, I've seen how good you are to me. But if you sell it, I have to remind you of its importance.
After all, the herbs needed for the recipe are very expensive. However, the chickens, ducks, geese, and vegetables raised from it all have special effects. If you only eat it once, men can benefit from it to strengthen their yang, while women can benefit from it to nourish their yin and improve their beauty, and solve the problem of dysmenorrhea. If you eat more, your body will get better and better, and it is not an exaggeration to say that you will be immune to all diseases. I know you may not believe me and think that I, Yang Chen, am asking for a higher price, but let's not talk about the price tonight. Let's taste it first and talk about it later. Is that okay with you? Seeing Yang Chen talking so earnestly, Li Jun and Sun Chen didn't believe it at first and thought they had misjudged him. I felt that Yang Chen was the type of person who would brag and raise the price just because the ingredients were special, but when I heard the last sentence, I couldn't help but wonder, could this really be the effect? So, in a somewhat strange atmosphere, several people finished eating all the dishes on the table, and after eating and drinking for a while, they said goodbye to Yang Chen and went home. Seeing Li Jun, Sun Chen and Li Jie's attitude towards him, Yang Chen smiled helplessly. After all, this incredible thing was really hard to understand. However, Yang Chen didn't want to sell the chickens, ducks and geese he raised using the spiritual liquid at a cheap price, so he could only tell the truth. Alas! Tomorrow you will know what I said. Standing at the gate of the yard and watching the three people riding away on their bicycles, Yang Chen could only sigh and return to the house. He would not bother to care about anyone else, but Li Jun and his wife and Li Jie were the three who helped him the most when he arrived on the island. His motto is to repay kindness, but some of his predecessors are clearly not among them. Because too many or too few exes always did things to hurt Yang Chen when he was pursuing them or dating them. I was tidying up the yard when I suddenly felt something approaching from behind. I turned around and saw that it was Egg Yolk, wagging its tail wildly and sticking out its tongue to please me. Patting the yolk dog's head, Yang Chen scolded with a smile, "You dog, you still remember to come back. Where have you been hanging out all day?" After being patted on the head, Egg Yolk did not get angry but rushed towards Yang Chen and licked his hand even more enthusiastically, because he knew that Yang Chen was no longer angry about him stealing the fish. Seeing that Egg Yolk was so humane, Yang Chen touched his head and said with a smile, "I can't stand you, I'll save the food for you and go to the kitchen to eat it yourself." With a whoosh, the Egg Yolk turned around and rushed straight to the kitchen to devour the food. Seeing Egg Yolk in the kitchen enjoying chicken soup and rice, Yang Chen reminded him, "Remember not to spill it everywhere, or I'll have to clean it up later." The Egg Yolk was also very smart. It looked up at Yang Chen and shouted twice, "Wang, Wang," to show that it understood. Then it licked the food in the bowl carefully for fear of dropping it on the ground. There were only Yang Chen and Wang Kai in the yard, so he didn't plan to hide his abilities. He stood in place and used his spiritual power to move the remaining dishes and food into the kitchen sink and trash can. He then cast a water control spell to summon clean water from the well nearby to wash the table and the floor. Looking at the clean yard, Yang Chen was satisfied and reminded Egg Yolk not to run around in the middle of the night and to remember to go to the backyard to look after the chickens and ducks before returning upstairs to practice. Because he found that the chickens, ducks, geese, and other animals he raised with spiritual liquid had been spied on by carnivorous animals such as weasels and wild cats. Many times, if it were not for the Egg Yolk, the chickens, ducks, and geese would have been killed. Chapter 10 Misunderstanding Resolved. No words were spoken that night. Early the next morning, Yang Chen vigilantly exited his cultivation state. It was just because he heard Egg Yolk's cry, because he had told Egg Yolk that if he encountered a bad person during his practice, he should drive him away, and if he met an acquaintance, he should shout a few times to remind himself. "Uncle Li and Aunt Li, what are you doing so early?" Standing on the second-floor balcony, Yang Chen saw Li Jun and Sun Chen coming into the yard carrying gifts. "Come down quickly, Xiao Chen. Lao Li and I are here to apologize for what happened last night." Yang Chen guessed it, because he saw Aunt Li's rosy face. It was obvious that she was moisturized by Uncle Li last night. As soon as he walked downstairs and into the yard, Li Jun hurriedly stepped forward and said apologetically, "Xiao Chen, it was Uncle Li who was wrong last night. I shouldn't have doubted you. I didn't expect that there is such a magical formula in the world that can raise such awesome ingredients. I just woke up early this morning and I immediately brought your aunt over to apologize to you. I hope you don't mind." Sun Chen at the side also echoed, "Yes, Xiao Chen, it's all your Uncle Li and I's fault for being blind and thinking you were bragging. I didn't expect that after I went back, not only did it have the effect you said, but it was even beyond my imagination. I, your aunt, had some old ailments, but I didn't expect that they were much less after eating the chicken." Seeing that Li Jun Sunjin was so sincere, and because he had never been angry in the first place, he quickly said with a smile, "I understand, Uncle Li and Aunt Li. After all, this kind of thing sounds a bit like a fairy tale, doesn't it? If I didn't know about it, I wouldn't believe that there is such a magical effect.
Seeing that Yang Chen did not blame them, the couple breathed a sigh of relief and handed the gifts they brought to each other, saying eagerly, "Xiao Chun, are you still willing to sell these chickens, ducks, geese, and vegetables to me, Uncle Li?" "No problem, Uncle Li, as long as you can sell it at a good price and don't waste my hard work." Seeing that Yang Chen agreed, Sun Chen quickly stepped forward to guarantee, "Originally, I thought the ingredients tasted good and was thinking of selling it for 888 per plate, but after experiencing the effects last night, I think no matter how much it costs, it's not expensive. What do you think, Xiaochen? Aunt and Uncle Li, you guys can decide the price. You have to understand that things are valuable because they are rare. The chickens, ducks, geese and vegetables here are not available in unlimited quantities. Although making money is important, Yang Chen does not intend to waste all his energy on raising these. It is better for him to work hard to improve his cultivation so that he will have everything he wants by then. As for agreeing to sell it, it was also to repay Uncle Li and Aunt Li for their kindness to me and to kill two birds with one stone by not having to waste several hours fishing for 3 meals a day. Don't worry, Xiaochen. Your Uncle Li and I just want to use this as a signature dish to attract customers, and the price will definitely not be low. Also, we won't take all the money we earn from selling the chickens, ducks, geese, and vegetables. Give it all to me. How do you make money, Auntie?" Yang Chen was a little confused after hearing what Aunt Li said. Seeing that Yang Chen actually asked such a stupid question, Uncle Li on the side laughed and said, "My silly boy, you don't know how much influence my store will have if those rich people know the effects of these ingredients. By then, I will be able to just make money from them. Your Uncle Li and I are not greedy people." After listening to what Li Jun said, Yang Chen suddenly realized that this is how business is done. It is conceivable that once the reputation of these chickens, ducks and geese spreads, it will create a booming scene after those rich people taste them and feel the efficacy of them. "Uncle Li, Auntie, I can only supply 5 chickens, ducks and geese each month. As for vegetables, I can supply more, but it also depends on the time. What do you think?" This was the number Yang Chen reported after considering for a long time. After all, the cage was only so big and he was too lazy to raise more. Supply a little bit every month and keep the rest for yourself. As for vegetables, they are even easier. Sow them today and sprinkle them with well water diluted with spiritual liquid, and they will be ripe tomorrow. However, things are valuable because they are scarce, and if the supply is unlimited, the small size of the backyard vegetable garden will easily arouse suspicion from others. Sun Chen made the decision and said, "No problem, this number is reliable. Let's keep up with the times and try hunger marketing." After finalizing everything, Li Jun on the side rubbed his hands in embarrassment and said, "Well, Xiaochen, you haven't had breakfast yet. Uncle will go to the backyard to get a chicken and show you my cooking skills. What do you think? If you want to eat, just say so. You don't have to show off your cooking skills." However, Yang Chen was also very happy because the misunderstanding was resolved. So he said generously, "Sure, Uncle Li, go ahead and catch it. Wife, go boil some water. I'll go catch the chickens." After getting her consent, Li Jun immediately and happily asked Sun Chen to prepare some water, while he rolled up his sleeves and ran to the chicken coop in the backyard to catch the chickens. A chef is a chef. He didn't have to work for long before the meal was ready. A plate of boiled chicken with a dish of scallion oil and chicken broth was placed on the table, filling the air with fragrance. After Sun Chen put the porridge into the bowl, Li Jun said to Yang Chen, "Top quality ingredients only require the simplest method. Xiaochen, try it and see how it tastes." After taking a bite, Yang Chen quickly praised, "Well, I have always believed in Uncle Li's cooking skills. It tastes better than mine." "Ah, that's right. Boiled chicken is not as simple as boiling it. You have to learn how to control the heat." After receiving the compliment, Li Jun also shared his cooking experience. Sun Chen on the side rolled her eyes at her husband and said, "Eat yours quickly. If it weren't for the top quality chickens raised by Xiaochen using a recipe, how could you have made such a delicious meal?" Seeing his wife sabotaging him, Li Jun didn't get angry but just laughed foolishly. Yang Chen only ate some of the chicken, which weighed about 5 or 6 kilograms, and drank a bowl of porridge before he was full. Most of the food went into the mouths of Li Jun and Sun Chen. After all, he had already felt the extraordinary quality of this chicken last night, so Yang Chen couldn't help but laugh when he saw Aunt Li blushing as she kept picking up chicken for Uncle Li. After breakfast, Uncle Li, who was about to leave, said to Yang Chen, "Xiaochen, let's go back and discuss how to advertise. After all, you know the traffic on the island. The most important thing is to rely on tourists from outside. So we have to study this carefully and figure out how to advertise it so that those rich people will believe it and come to the island to eat it." After hearing what Li Jun said, Yang Chen was too lazy to think about it. He would rather practice more with this time. However, in order to prevent others from bothering him after knowing that the goods were taken from him, he still gave instructions. Uncle Li and Aunt Li, just take care of it. I'm only responsible for the supply of ingredients. Also, don't let others know that they took it from me. I'm afraid it will be too noisy here. Li Jun patted his chest and assured, don't worry about this. The confidentiality level is absolutely the highest. Chapter 11, Social Death. Ex-girlfriend came to the door. Alas! The effect is still a little lacking. It's a pity that we don't have the materials. Watching the shielding formation he had set up appear and disappear from time to time, Yang Chen knew that this was due to the lack of materials. The formation he could make now was made by adding his own spiritual power to ordinary tree branches, which resulted in the formation not being very complete. There are only two ways now. The first is to improve your cultivation. Once your cultivation reaches a high level, you can easily set up some simple formations. The second is to find some objects that can store spiritual power or jade stones that carry spiritual energy. No matter which one Yang Chen is incapable of dealing with at the moment, he simply removes the formation that appears and disappears from time to time so that others won't think he is trapped in a maze. Mom and Dad, I'm back. Over at the food stall, a beautiful young girl wearing a JK outfit and a pair of ponytails was standing at the door of the store, pulling a trolley case and shouting loudly inside. When Sun Chen heard this familiar voice, he rushed out of the store, muttering, "My little girl, you're finally back. I missed you so much." Li Jun also ran out from the kitchen, wiped his apron with his hands, and looked at his daughter happily. "My dear daughter, are you doing well in school? Are you being bullied by others?" While helping Sun Ningmeng carry the suitcase, Sun Jin was also concerned about his precious daughter. "I'm doing well at school. My classmates are all very nice." After answering her mother's question, Sun Ningmeng skipped to Li Jun's side, hugged his arm and said coquettishly, "Dad, I'm so hungry. When I was in school, I always wanted to eat oyster omelette." Okay, Dad will make it for you right now, just wait a moment." Li Jun, who was a daughter slave, looked at his daughter who was acting coquettishly towards him, smiled from ear to ear, and hurried back to the kitchen to cook. Sun Qian on the side said naggingly, "You deserve it. I asked you to apply to a university closer to home, but you refused and insisted on going to such a faraway city. It takes a long time to transfer back home." Hearing her mother complaining about her, Sun Ningmeng stepped forward, hugged her arm and said with a smile, "Hee, Shanghai is better. Besides, the major I studied is not available here. Woo, this is the taste. Dad's cooking is still the best. I went to Shanghai specially to eat other people's cooking, but it was not as good as yours." As soon as a plate of oyster omelette was served, Sun Ningming couldn't wait to pick up the chopsticks and start eating. Sun Chen looked at his daughter who was wolfing down her food, and lovingly took a glass of ice water and handed it to her, saying with concern, "My dear daughter, eat slowly, don't choke." "Mom, what is this? 88,000? 128,000? How can a chicken be so expensive? And you have to spend so much money to invite TV stations and those internet celebrities to promote it. Are you too stupid?" Looking at the written and drawn plan on the table, Sun Ningming asked with some confusion. Sun Chen listened to what his daughter said, patted her head lightly and said in annoyance, "You are stupid, this is the publicity we plan to do, you will soon be able to become a rich second generation." Sun Ningming listened to the big promises her mother made for her, and she was stunned and said, it's over. What has stimulated you two in the past few months when I was away? You actually thought of selling a chicken for more than 100,000 yuan. Is it a magic chicken? Or have you two been deceived? Xiao Qin didn't lie to us, and we've eaten it and felt its effects. It's not an exaggeration to say it's a magical chicken." Listening to her mother's words, Sun Ningming felt that these words were so similar to those on Douyin where health products are sold to the elderly, and the elderly kept mentioning those sales scammers. Sun Ningming, who was worried that her parents were being deceived, stood up angrily and asked, "Who is that Xiao Qin? Where is he? I want to see in person what kind of drug you two were given to make you trust him so much." Li Jun, who was standing by, saw that his daughter still didn't believe him, so he stepped forward to explain, "Xiao Qin is the one who rented our old house. Didn't I tell you at the beginning that he is also from Shanghai University and seems to be your senior?" "What a bullshit senior, I think you met a liar, let me expose him." Seeing that her father was also bewitched, Sun Ningmeng became even more angry and quickly picked up her cell phone to call her cousin Li Jia and planned to raid the scammer's lair. "Hey, sister, how come you have time to call me?
Seeing that Li Jie answered the phone, Sun Ningming said directly, "I'm in the store now, Xiao Jie, call a few more friends to come with me to fight the scammers." Seeing that his daughter was serious and actually called Xiao Jie, Li Jun didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and hurriedly said loudly to the phone, "Xiao Jie, don't believe Ningmeng's words. There is no liar. She said Xiao Chen is a liar." Hearing his uncle's voice, Li Jie was a little confused, but he hurriedly explained, "Brother Yang is not a liar, sister, are you mistaken?" After hearing Xiao Jie's explanation on the phone, Sun Ningming's heart skipped a beat. Brother Yang? Xiao Chen? From Shanghai University? These combinations made her feel like she had grasped something, so she was so excited that she asked loudly with a trembling voice, "What Brother Yang? What's that person's full name? Xiao Jie, tell me quickly." Listening to his cousin's excited voice on the phone, Li Jie patiently explained, "It's Brother Yang Chen." "Sister, let me tell you, Brother Yang is really not a liar." Before she finished, Sun Ningmeng hung up the phone, and then with moist eyes, she hurriedly asked her father, "Dad, that Yang Chen, is it Mui Yang, the Chen in the morning? He is about 1.8 meters tall." "Yeah, how come you know each other?" Li Jun said with some confusion. After hearing this, Sun Ningmeng was very sure that the person she thought was a liar was Yang Chen, whom she had been thinking about all along. So she said with some excitement and panic, "Dad, where are the car keys? I want to go to the old house." Li Jun still didn't understand why his daughter reacted so abnormally when she heard Yang Chen's name, but he hurriedly told her where the tram key was. "Oh, it's at the counter." "Are you okay, daughter?" Ignoring her father, Sun Ningming rushed to the counter, took out the electric bike keys from the small basket, then rushed directly to the store, got on the electric bike and drove towards the old house. "Oldly, please drive the tricycle over here and let's follow. Let's go and check on our daughter." Seeing her daughter's unusual behavior, she became very nervous and hurriedly urged her husband. At this time, Yang Chen was sitting in a rocking chair, swinging leisurely, playing with his mobile phone, browsing TikTok and watching the hot beauties dancing happily. Bang! The door was pushed open forcefully. "Who are you? Can you be gentler? You have to pay for breaking this door." Although he knew someone was approaching, he didn't expect the other party to be so rude. Yang Chen was very unhappy. After all, this was not his house. Who am I? Where am I? Am I dreaming? Seeing that the culprit was none other than his junior high school classmate whom he had just broken up with last month, standing right in front of him, Yang Chen began to wonder if he had become stupid from practicing Falun Gong and was having hallucinations. Seeing that Yang Chen didn't show any excitement when he saw her but was staring at her with curiosity, Sun Ningmeng, with red eyes, said with a sobbing tone, "Yang Chen, shouldn't you explain it to me? Fuck, how did you find this place?" Chapter 12 Chapter 14 Guilty Feeling. Seeing that Yang Chen was so shocked by her voice that he jumped far away, she couldn't help laughing and said in an annoyed tone, "You walked into a trap yourself and asked me why I found this place. Don't you know that this is the old house where I grew up? I fucking knew it, Laoli didn't lie to me, but why the hell doesn't this person have the same surname as Laoli? One is surnamed Sun and the other is surnamed Li, they can't be connected together at all." Yang Chen was somewhat desperate and screaming madly, saying that not only had he fallen into a trap, but he also had a very good relationship with Lao Li. Seeing that Yang Chen didn't answer her but just stood there pretending to be stupid, Sun Ningmeng walked up to him angrily and said loudly, "Tell me quickly, why did you break up with me in the first place? Is it because I didn't let you hold hands that you want to break up with me?" Looking at the delicate and beautiful face so close that even the fine hairs on the face could be seen clearly, Yang Chen stepped back slightly and planned to fool around and get away with it first. So he raised his head at a 45-degree angle to the sky, sighed and said, "Alas, whose girlfriend wouldn't even let you hold her hand, right? Plus, I had something urgent to do, so in order to avoid delaying you, I had no choice but to break up. I'm sorry, Ningmeng." Looking at Yang Chen's annoying expression and extremely perfunctory explanation, Sun Ningmeng was so angry that she raised her foot and stepped hard on the other's foot with her small leather shoes. Then he gritted his teeth and said, "Didn't I tell you I wouldn't hold your hand? You confessed to me that night and I agreed. I was a little shy at the time, and I was thinking that I would take the initiative to hold your hand on the next date. What happened? You ignored me the next day, and on the third day you sent me a message saying I was too cold? Then you deleted me as a friend, dropped out of school, and disappeared. Are you sick? You just like to bully others, right? When I first came to Shanghai University, I heard others say that you just like to chase girls and then break up with them. I didn't believe it at the time.
But I didn't expect you to be such a person. If you didn't like me, why did you provoke me? After provoking me, you ran away and left me alone there.
The more she spoke, the more excited she became.
Finally, Sun Ningming could not help but squat down and burst into tears. Yang Chen felt very guilty after hearing this.
After all, he had to complete the task given by the system. He was reluctant to part with such a beautiful girl, but there was nothing he could do. In addition, he had to leave the university to get the reward, so he had to break up. Li Jun, who came hurriedly, saw his daughter crying, and was immediately furious. He rolled up his sleeves and shouted, "Yang Chen, you actually bullied my daughter, I will kill you, you little bastard." Then he rushed forward. Seeing her father was serious, Sun Ningmeng was also shocked. She quickly stood up and wiped her tears to stop him and said, "Dad, what are you doing?
Yang Chen didn't bully me.
Why are you two here?"
I know him. Sun Chen also hurried forward to stop her husband and said, "The matter has not been clarified yet, why are you so excited? Don't you know who Xiaochen is and why he came up with this in the past month?"
The yoke was also very excited when he saw this scene. He turned around in circles and called out happily, "Woof woof woof. I'm awesome, I'm really good at choosing places, and you damn system deserves to die." Yang Chen, with a look of despair on his face, looked at the mess in the yard. He felt powerless and even thought, may the world be destroyed quickly.
I'm tired.
After persuading for a long time, the few people who had calmed down sat in the yard.
Li Jun looked at Yang Chen with a bad face and said,
"You mean, Yang Chen is your boyfriend, and then he came to our place without saying goodbye, and what a coincidence that he even rented our old house?" Sun Ning dreamed that her father was staring at Yang Chen with that kind of eyes, and she hurriedly defended her and said, "Yes, Dad, don't look at Yang Chen like that, he is not wrong."
Li Jun wondered if he had tinnitus. He actually heard his daughter defending the other party.
He stood up and pointed at Yang Chen with trembling fingers and shouted incredulously, "He is not wrong.
He dumped you and ran away. You said he is not wrong."
Sun Shan, who was standing by, understood the whole story and knew that the two young men had to solve this problem themselves, so he stood up and grabbed Li Jun's arm and said,
"Come on, Lao Li, why are you so excited?
Let's go back and give them some space to solve it themselves."
"Hey, honey, don't pull me. This kid is bullying our daughter.
I want to chop him to pieces." Yang Chen sat obediently on the stool and listened to Lao Li scolding him without saying a word. He did not dare to resist. After all, this was indeed a wrong thing for him to do. After finally finding Yang Chen, Sun Ningmeng, who had many questions to ask him, hurriedly said, "Dad, can you go back with Mom first?
This is a matter between Yang Chen and me, so please don't get involved, okay?"
"Okay, dear daughter, if this little bastard bullies you, call me, and I'll come over and chop him up." Li Jun still listened to what his daughter said, so after making some vicious remarks, he followed his wife out of the old house, looking back every 3 steps. Seeing that there was no one around, Sun Ningmeng moved closer to Yang Chen, stared at him and said, "Yang Chen, there are only 2 of us left now, do you have anything to say to me?"
How to say it? How to say it?
Where to start? Looking at the junior high school girl who was staring at him lovingly, Yang Chen was filled with guilt. If it were any other ex, he might not have felt this kind of guilt. After all, other exes had either treated him like a clown or trampled on his dignity, but this junior sister had never done anything to hurt him. Seeing the sadness in the other person's eyes, Yang Chen opened his mouth to say something, but found that it was useless to say anything. He could only condense thousands of words into one sentence and whispered, "I'm sorry Ning Meng, I was wrong."
Hearing Yang Chen's answer, Sun Ningmeng was very dissatisfied and pressed herself against him, almost touching his nose, and said, "I don't want to hear you say sorry. You know this is not what I want." The sexy almond-shaped mouth, long eyelashes, beautiful watery eyes, delicate and pretty little face and the hint of fragrance brought by her breath so close to his nose almost made him unable to control himself and wanted to kiss her. So he quickly turned his head and said tentatively with a weak tone, "Ning Meng, after all, we didn't even hold hands at that time, right? I didn't take advantage of you and you didn't lose anything. Do you want to just let it go?" Sun Ningmeng didn't want to let it go like this. She took advantage of the situation and turned Yang Chen's head straight with both hands and said angrily, "Let it go? Look into my eyes and say it again?" Chapter 13 Chapter 15 We're back together. A passionate kiss can result in a roll on the sheets. But the woman disagreed, and Yang Chen could only satisfy his desire. It should be said that although Sun Ningmeng did not look big on the outside, she was actually a woman that he could not control with one hand. "Brother Chen, I'm going to go home first. My parents will be worried. I'll come and bring you breakfast tomorrow.
After tidying up her messy clothes and hairstyle, Sun Ningmeng hurriedly left this place of trouble as if escaping. She was afraid that if she stayed any longer, she would really fall into it.
Let me take you back. It's not safe at night. How could he let the other person drive back alone in the dark?
Yang Chen got up and got on his own electric scooter, driving slowly towards the food stall side by side with Sun Ningmeng.
See you tomorrow, Chen. I love you.
When they arrived not far from the food stall, Sun Ningmeng stood on tiptoe and kissed Yang Chen, then shyly rode her electric scooter home. After watching the other party arrive at the store and seeing Uncle Li and Aunt Li come out to greet Yang Chen, he turned around and drove his electric scooter away to return home with peace of mind. When they got home, they used the cold well water to suppress the lust aroused by Sun Ningmeng. Yang Chen wiped his hair with a towel, reminded Dan Huang not to run around and to remember to guard the house, then went upstairs. Too many things happened today and he didn't have much time to practice, so he took the pill and sat cross-legged to start practicing while he had nothing to do.
A night of silent immersion in practice.
Early the next morning, Yang Chen, who was still meditating, had no choice but to quit his practice. It was only because Sun Ningmeng shouted downstairs in the yard, "Brother Chen, get up and come down for breakfast." As for why he didn't go upstairs to call, it was because Yang Chen had already locked the wooden door of the house from the inside.
After going downstairs to take the breakfast, Yang Chen said curiously, "Menger, why did you get up so early? Aren't you sleepy?" Sun Ningmeng did not reply to his words. She came forward, stared at Yang Chen with wide eyes and said suspiciously, "Brother Chen, did you do something bad and didn't sleep all night?" Because it takes a certain amount of time for normal people to get up and get dressed, and they will definitely look a little sleepy when they just get up. However, it took Yang Chen less than 2 minutes from the time he was called to the time he went downstairs, and his whole mental appearance did not look like that of someone who had just woken up. Yang Chen tapped Sun Ningmeng's head lightly and said unhappily, "What are you thinking about all day long, little brain? Hey, stop hitting my head. It's making me stupid."
Sun Ningmeng quickly covered her head with her hands and said with a pouty mouth, looking very cute. Sitting in the yard with Sun Ningmeng, eating the breakfast she brought, Yang Chen put down his chopsticks and looked at her as if he was hesitant to speak.
He said, "Tell me, what's on your mind? Is it true that you and my parents worked together to make the high-priced chicken?" "It's not that I don't believe you, little brother Chen, but when I went home last night, I saw that the two of them took out all their savings and planned to invest them all in the advertisement. I'm just a little worried." Sun Ningmeng hurriedly expressed her concerns. After all, she only knew a little bit about it on the surface. Seeing her parents taking out all their savings to advertise just to sell a chicken, duck or goose at a sky-high price, she always felt that it was a fantasy or even crazy. Knowing Sun Ningmeng's concerns, in order to dispel her worries, Yang Chen stood up and said with a smile, Come on, I'll take you to see it." Then he pulled the other party to the backyard. "Brother Chen, are these the poultry you plan to sell for 88,000 or even 128,000 yuan each?" Looking at the chickens, ducks and geese in the chicken coops beside the fish pond, Sun Ningmeng widened her eyes and observed hard, trying to find anything unusual. Unfortunately, apart from the fact that it looked a little different from other free-range chickens, she couldn't see any magical effects. "Don't look at it, or your eyeballs will fall out. Take one home and ask Uncle Li to make it for you. You've been so skinny at school that you don't even feel fleshy when you touch it." Looking at Sun Ningmeng, who was staring with eyes wide open looking for something different, Yang Chen opened the chicken coop, took out a fat hen from it, tied it up with a rope, and planned to let her taste it herself. Am I very thin?" Such straightforward words made Sun Ningmeng give Yang Chen a cold look and her face instantly turned red. "It's okay. Let's go. Take it back and let Uncle Li make it for you. Then you'll know if it's worth the price." Returning to the yard, Sun Ningmeng rode on her motorcycle, waved to Yang Chen and said, "When I'm done, I'll bring it over and we'll eat together, brother Chen." After that, she hurried back to the food stall to try it out to see if the effect was really as extraordinary as they boasted. It's not that she didn't believe Yang Chen, but this matter was simply a fantasy to her, and she was also quite curious. "Oh, isn't this my precious daughter? How could she bear to come back so soon?" Just after returning to the food stall, Li Jun was sitting in a rocking chair outside, enjoying his tea, when he saw his daughter who had just left come back, so he spoke with a slightly sour tone. Seeing that her father was jealous of Yang Chen, Sun Ningmeng covered her mouth and laughed, then ran behind him in a coquettish manner, pinching his shoulders and legs and talking. Dad, why are you jealous?" "Really, I just brought back an old hen from Brother Chen to try it and see if it's really as magical as you say."
Seeing that his daughter actually brought an old hen, which he could call a magic chicken, Li Jun stood up immediately, hugged the old hen, stroked it gently, and said with some reluctance, "Oh, my spendthrift daughter, don't you know that if you eat one of these, there will be one less? We want to keep them and promote them after the advertisement is released." "Humph, you said she was your precious daughter, but you didn't even give me a chicken to try.
You really don't love me anymore."
Seeing his daughter's heartbroken look, Li Jun gritted his teeth and said, "Eat it.
It was raised by that loser Xiao Chen anyway. What's wrong with giving it to my daughter? Wait for daddy to help you deal with it right away. What are you two doing so early in the morning?"
Sun Chen, who was in the store, heard the father and daughter quarreling, so he came out curiously. Well, Xiao Chen heard our Meng Meng say she was curious about the effects of this chicken, so she just took out one and let her try it.
Li Jun said, showing the old hen in his arms. You, Xiao Chen is willing to give it to our daughter, shouldn't you be happy?
It means he cares about our daughter.
Go kill some chicken and make some chicken soup, I want to eat it too.
Anyway, it was a gift from his future son-in-law. After eating it last time, Sun Jin found that his skin had improved a lot, but considering that such a magical chicken was too precious, he did not mention it again. But now Xiao Chen is giving it to his daughter to try, so he can also get some benefit to satisfy his craving and do some beauty treatment. Seeing the mother and daughter both craving for the old hen in his arms, Li Jun sighed and said, okay, let's do it right away. It's not that he was reluctant to give it to the two of them, but he had planned it out. The last time he went to the chicken coop, he saw only 13 chickens left, and there really weren't many of them. He thought of saving one or two for the promotion day so that others could try the dish. After a while, the fresh chicken soup cooked with well water came out of the oven. Sun Ningming couldn't wait to open the lid, and immediately a rich aroma hit her nose. She was so hungry that she didn't forget to serve a bowl of food to her father, who had worked hard to cook for her, and her mother, who was also very greedy, and then served herself.
Chapter 14, Chapter 16, Daily Life. Wow, this tastes amazing. I don't know how to describe its deliciousness. Dad, are you sure you didn't add any seasoning and just simply added salt?
After taking a bite, Sun Ningming's eyes suddenly lit up, and she shouted in disbelief as she ate the yellow chicken soup.
Of course. Good ingredients only require simple cooking. Besides, that's nothing.
You'll know the effect after you finish eating it. Li Jun looked at his daughter's exaggerated expression, keeping her in suspense and saying with a smile. Seeing that his precious daughter had the same expression as he did when he first ate the chicken soup, Sun Chen said as he drank the chicken soup, "My dear daughter, do you also think that the taste is particularly delicious? And there is an indescribable fragrance that makes people's lips and teeth linger."
Drinking big gulps of chicken soup, Sun Ningming said admiringly, "Yeah, that's true. Brother Chen is awesome.
No wonder he dropped out of school to come to our Peach Blossom Island to raise chickens. It turns out he has this technology." Seeing his daughter eating so happily, Sun Chen scooped a lot of chicken from the casserole and put it into Sun Ningming's bowl and said, "Don't just drink the soup, eat more meat as well. After eating the meat, you will know whether a chicken is worth the starting price of 88,000 yuan. The three of them finished the whole magical chicken in a short time. Sun Ningming was so full that she was lying on the chair and touching her belly comfortably.
Sun Chen also looked at his daughter lovingly and said, "My dear daughter, do you feel any divine changes in you?" Change? How should I put it?
I feel like my whole body is warm now, especially my stomach.
It feels like I have a heat pack attached to it. It's warm and comfortable.
Seeing his daughter's face flushed like she was drunk, Sun Chen knew that this was the effect of the nourishing spirit chicken, so he explained, "This is the magic of this chicken.
For example, if we have some hidden diseases or pain in our body, it will slowly heal after eating it. Daughter, do you feel pain during your period?"
Seeing her mother exaggerating, she would definitely not believe it if she hadn't eaten it before, but now her body is indeed slowly undergoing some changes, so she nodded and said, "Yes, every time I have my period, it hurts like hell. After eating this chicken and chicken soup, you won't feel so much pain next time.
When you have time, ask Xiaochen to raise some more for you to eat as a supplement."
Every mother hopes that her children are well, and Sun Jin is no exception.
Ah!
Suddenly, Sun Chen shouted and stood up, which startled Sun Chen, who was standing beside him.
He asked nervously, "What's wrong, daughter? Are you feeling uncomfortable?"
Sun Ningmeng looked at the completely eaten chicken bones on the table and said, "No, I said I would cook the dish and bring it back to eat with Brother Chen, but this was so delicious that I ate it all and forgot about it." Listening to what his daughter said, the old father on the side twitched his lips. He had just enjoyed the delicious food and was in a very happy mood, but now he seemed to have eaten shit. He silently picked up his teacup, stood up and went to cry somewhere else.
Sun Chen looked at his daughter speechlessly. He thought it was a big deal, but it ended up like this?
Knowing that her reaction was indeed a bit exaggerated, Sun Ningming stuck out her tongue and fled the scene embarrassedly, saying, "Hee, I'm going to go play with Brother Chen.
Goodbye, Mom and Dad."
When he returned to the old house, Yang Chen had just finished feeding the chickens, ducks, geese and egg yolks and was nailing chicken coops in the yard, planning to expand the scale. If it were before, he would not bother to tinker with all this, but since he knew Uncle Li would become his cheap father-in-law in the future, he had to raise more, not only to feed his junior sister but also to provide more for Li Jun. "Brother, the chickens you raised are so delicious that I ate them all.
You won't blame me, will you? I know you are the best, so you will definitely not blame me for forgetting to bring them back for you, right, brother?"
As soon as Sun Ningming came up, she hugged Yang Chen and started chatting with him, which made him laugh and cry.
Then I saw him fiddling with the cage and cutting bamboo, so I asked curiously, "Brother Chen, what are you doing?"
Yang Chen took off his gloves, pinched the other person's slippery little face and said, "Aren't you going to get some cages and raise more chickens and ducks to satisfy the cravings of that little greedy cat?" Being called a greedy cat, Sun Ningming felt embarrassed when she thought about how she promised to bring chicken soup back but drank it all by herself. She stuck out her tongue and laughed like a silver bell, saying, "Ha, love you, Brother Chen.
I'm going to go play with the egg yolk."
Looking at the young and beautiful Sun Ningmeng in the yard and the egg yolk who was squeezed to the ground with despair, Yang Chen was in a very good mood and smiled.
"Brother, what kind of dog is egg yolk?
Look how big it is and how sharp its claws are." Sun Ningmeng asked Yang Chen behind her curiously while picking at the egg yolk with her claws.
"It's a pastoral dog, I don't know what breed it is, I picked it up from the grass outside the house."
Seeing egg yolk staring at him wanting him to rescue it, Yang Chen warned it with his eyes not to move around and be careful of the dog meat hot pot. Then he fiddled with the cage while chatting with Sun Ningmeng.
After a while, the clever Yang Chen made another big cage.
Seeing Sun Ningmeng still needing the egg yolk, he asked, "Menger, are you going with me to buy chicks or playing with the egg yolk in the yard?"
"I'll go with you. I don't want to play with egg yolk." Sun Ningming abandoned egg yolk decisively. She didn't want to be separated from Yang Chen.
The egg yolk that escaped from the clutches of the devil quickly ran away and disappeared from sight in a flash.
Ha 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 ha.
Seeing egg yolk running for his life, Yang Chen couldn't stop laughing, while Sun Ningmeng stomped her feet in anger and cursed weakly, "Stinky egg yolk, I combed your hair, but you ran away so fast."
"Boss, why are there only chicks left this time?"
Arriving at the livestock store and seeing only chicks left in the cage, Yang Chen asked in confusion.
"It's you again, pretty boy. We're out of ducklings and gooselings lately. We only have chicken seedlings now."
When the boss came out and saw Yang Chen, he immediately recognized this handsome young man as the person who bought feed and chicks from him last time.
"Hello, Uncle Li."
At this time, Sun Ningmeng on the side greeted politely.
"Hey, isn't this Ning Meng? You're back from vacation. I haven't seen you for a long time. You've grown up like a big girl. I almost didn't recognize you."
The owner of the livestock store, Li Kongsheng, only then recognized that the little girl next to her was his niece.
"Hee, Uncle Li, this is my boyfriend Yang Chen. We are family, so you have to give him a discount."
Sun Ningmeng took Yang Chen's hand and generously introduced him to her relatives, and then she bargained very considerately. Li Kongsheng laughed heartily upon seeing this scene and said, "Ha, fine, no problem."
"But young man, you are not honest. Last time you said you were Lao Li's tenant, but I didn't expect you to be his son-in-law." He.
At that time, no one knew that Li Jun was actually Sun Ningmeng's father.
Yang Chen had no way to explain it and could only smile awkwardly. Chapter 15 Chapter 17 Fishing Competition with Sun Ningmeng.
I also bought more than 20 chicks and a bag of chicken feed, spending several hundred yuan. On the way home, Yang Chen curiously asked Sun Ningmeng and found out that most of the shop owners on Taohua Island were indigenous people, and all of them were relatives of the Li clan.
"Ah, they are so cute. Brother Chen, look how cute they are when they drink water."
In the yard, Sun Ningmeng was squatting and observing the chicks drinking water diluted with spiritual liquid. She happily called Yang Chen to come and watch together. "You play by yourself first. I'll move the cage to the backyard," Yang Chen said as he easily carried the huge chicken coop and walked towards the back of the yard.
"Yoke, you silly dog."
Just after fixing the chicken coop, Yang Chen heard Sun Ningmeng scolding egg yolk, so he returned to the front yard to check out of curiosity. Sun Ningming was seen standing at the gate with her hands on her hips, shouting angrily at the egg yolk who had already run away. Seeing Yang Chen, she seemed to have found her backbone and said aggrievedly, "Brother Chen, the egg yolk bullied me."
"How did the egg yolk bully you?" Yang Chen was also a little curious. So Sun Ningming quickly told the story of how she encountered the egg yolk in the front yard just now. After understanding what happened, Yang Chen tried hard not to laugh out loud. It turned out that egg yolk heard the noise of the chickens in the yard and curiously stuck his head out of the door to check. It found that Sun Ningmeng was also looking at it, so it let out an awu and shrank its head and ran away quickly as if it had seen a ghost. Feeling insulted, Sun Ningmeng chased after him and planned to capture egg yolk alive, but she found that she couldn't catch up, so she stood angrily at the door. Don't be angry. When egg yolk comes back later, I'll hold it down and let you beat it. Yeah, Brother Chen is the best. Watch how I knead the egg yolk tonight. At this time, the egg yolk had no idea how miserable its fate would be when it returned home at night. It only saw it wandering around with a group of younger brothers, looking for something to eat. "Menger, let me take you fishing." Yang Chen hadn't gone fishing for several days and was feeling a little itchy. Since he had nothing to do, he took Sun Ningmeng with him to go fishing for some fish as a dinner snack. When we arrived at the Cuttlefish fishing pier, we saw many locals and anchors who came here for fishing tours, having been fishing here for a long time. Seeing that there were indeed too many people, Yang Chen, who didn't like squeezing together, had no choice but to drive Sun Ningmeng to find another seat. As for why he didn't go to the restaurant that Li Jia told him was not only close but also had lots of fish, it was because of Sun Ningmeng. Today she was wearing a white dress and a pair of white sneakers, and the place was full of weeds and she could often find some spicy strips. In order to avoid the pair of slender legs without a trace of fat from being scratched by the grass, Yang Chen could only choose some clean, open and easy-to-access fishing spots. "Oh, Brother Chen, let me take you there." As a local, Sun Ningmeng saw Yang Chen taking her around aimlessly without finding a suitable stop, so she offered to drive. The two of them changed positions, and Yang Chen's hand moved dishonestly from the waist without a trace of fat to the long legs. This made Sun Ningmeng feel a little shy, so she quickly stopped the car and repeatedly warned Yang Chen, "Hey, keep your hands away, don't move around, or we will both fall off the car." Then she put his dishonest hands on her waist before continuing to drive. After driving for more than half an hour, we arrived at the other side of the island. The scenery in front of us was very beautiful, with reef structures all around and the water was calm. Yang Chen asked curiously, "Hey, Menger, how did you find this place?" Seeing Yang Chen actually asking such a stupid question, Sun Ningmeng looked at him with an expression of "you are a fool" and smiled with her hands covering her mouth. "Ha, Brother Chen, are you stupid? I grew up on the island. How do you think I found out? And I am no worse than you at fishing. Do you want to compete?" Okay, he was stupid, but he was actually laughed at by Xiao Menger. Unwilling to accept the result, Yang Chen also agreed to have a competition. Fortunately, he bought a set of water drop reels some time ago, which was just enough for the two of them to use for the competition. "Brother Chen, it's time to start," Sun Ningmeng said before throwing out the first shot handsomely, and Yang Chen followed closely behind, quickly hanging up the iron plate and throwing it out with force. The competition between the two was not based on the size of the fish caught, but on quantity. Yang Chen, who was afraid of losing to the girl, did not plan to use wooden shrimp to catch cuttlefish, so he used the iron plate, a universal bait. "Menger, how about we add some spice?" Yang Chen was chatting with Sun Ningmeng while reeling in the string. Okay, but if you lose, Brother Chen, you have to buy me milk tea later." Looking at Sun Ningmeng's confident look, Yang Chen said disdainfully, "Are you so confident that you will win? But if you lose, he. As he said that, he leaned close to the other's ear and whispered a few words. After hearing the whisper, Sun Ningmeng blushed and said coquettishly, "Oh, Brother Chen, you were so bad." Yang Chen looked at the other party with a smirk and used provocation to say, "Hey, just tell me whether you agree or not. Are you afraid of losing to me?" Sure enough, the provocation method worked. Sun Ningmeng hesitated and then said, "Humph, I'm not afraid of losing to you. I don't believe that I, who grew up by the sea, will lose to you." With the bet at stake, Yang Chen became motivated to fish. He was having a great time teasing Sun Ningmeng and hitting the iron plate at the same time. At this time, Sun Ningmeng exclaimed, "Oh, Brother Chen, look, I caught a big fish." Yang Chen quickly turned his head to look over, and saw Sun Ningmeng excitedly holding the fishing rod in her hands, which formed a big bow, and exclaiming with joy. Seeing how hard she was trying to control the fish, Yang Chen was a little worried that she would be dragged into the water, so he quickly stepped forward and asked with concern, "Do you want me to help you control the fish?" "No, I haven't caught a big fish in a long time. I want to catch this fish myself. All right. Seeing Sun Ningmeng struggling to control the big fish and sweating on her nose and forehead, Yang Chen was very considerate and took out a tissue to wipe her sweat and kept an eye on whether she was exhausted. Because both of them were standing on the reef, there was not much space and they were not wearing felt-soled shoes, so he had to be a little worried. Fortunately, Sun Ningmeng did not lie. She was indeed a girl who grew up by the sea. After a while, the big fish was exhausted and was pulled to the shore. Yang Chen also quickly used his spiritual power to control his steps so as not to slip, walked to the edge of the reef, took the anchor hook, waited for the right opportunity to hook the fish and then pulled it up. Yeah. I won the first game, and Brother Chen helped me take pictures. Seeing the big fish coming up, Sun Ningmeng jumped up happily, then quickly put down the rod, ran over with the fish in her hand, and asked Yang Chen to take a few more photos for her as a souvenir. Fortunately, Yang Chen had practiced photography skills when he was a dog pursuing girls, so when faced with this request, he simply found a good position and took some beautiful pictures. So the style of the picture changed. It was originally a tense competition between the two, but after Sun Ningmeng caught a big fish and saw that Yang Chen had good photography skills, she turned into a model and photographer. After taking more than a dozen beautiful photos, Yang Chen finally remembered that there was a competition and rewards, so he looked at Sun Ningmeng suspiciously and said, Hey, girl, are you planning to let me take pictures and waste time so that you can win the competition? Hee hee, stop fishing, Brother Chen. Just consider me as a loser. It's your photography skills that make you so good. Let's take pictures first. Anyway, it wasn't someone else. Although Sun Ningmeng was a little shy about the bet just now, after all, it was Yang Chen who liked her, so she didn't intend to give up from the beginning. Chapter 16 Chapter 18 The Bet of Victory. With these words, Yang Chen became excited. Fishing? What kind of fish? Is fishing as good as gambling? So he immediately became energetic, squatted down, took out his mobile phone, started taking pictures, and personally taught the poses. Lower your head and stretch your legs out a little bit, that's right, don't move, and stick your chest out a little bit so that the photo will look better, that's right, that's it. In the whole afternoon, the two of them changed many poses and locations. Don't think of it wrongly, they are just photo poses, and took many beautiful photos in group photos. Satisfied, Sun Ningmeng then took the phone and checked all the photos, while Yang Chen hurriedly packed up the fishing rod and the grouper that he had just caught, which weighed about 8 or 9 pounds, and prepared to go home. When they got off the car not far from the food stall, Sun Ningmeng said to Yang Chen, Brother Chen, I'm going home first. I'll come find you later. Don't forget the bet this afternoon. Yang Chen reminded with a sly smile, which made Sun Ningmeng shy, and she quickly ran towards her own store. After returning home, Yang Chen threw the fish into the kitchen and then fed the chickens and ducks. He looked at the time and found that it was almost time for dinner at around 5 o'clock. So she picked some vegetables from the backyard and returned to the kitchen to prepare dinner and wait for Sun Ningmeng to come over and eat together. The giant grouper had already been bled at the beach, so Yang Chen planned to have 2 meals a day, making sashimi and pickled fish at the same time. He also simply cleaned the big blue crab that Xiajie sent and planned to steam it. Then he paired it with seasonal vegetables he grew himself, and a simple and hearty dinner was ready. After finishing cooking and taking off her apron, she was about to call Sun Ningmeng to come over for dinner when she heard the other person's voice coming from the yard. Brother Chen, I'm here. Since everyone had arrived, Yang Chen put away his phone and took the dishes to the yard. Looking at the graceful girl in the yard, his eyes suddenly lit up. The combination of a pink and white JK outfit, black stockings, leather shoes, and a pair of ponytails made him put down the food in his hands and hug the other person in his arms like a princess. Seeing Yang Chen's expression as if he was going to eat her, Sun Ningmeng, who was hugged, was too shy and hurriedly said, Brother Xiaochen, let's eat first. Eat? What food? Where is the food? I'll eat you first. After saying that, he kissed her domineeringly. For a moment, the spring scenery in the garden could not be contained. Fortunately, the old house was located in a remote area and few people passed by and no one saw it. After kissing for a long time, Sun Ningmeng, with a ruddy face, tidied her messy clothes and said with some resentment, Xiaochen brother, really, look at my clothes are all messed up. Looking at his masterpiece, Yang Chen scratched his head happily without saying anything. The bet of the fishing competition just now was to wear black stockings and a JK suit. After all, Sun Ningmeng rarely wore black stockings, so Yang Chen used this as the bet. But I have to say that the feeling of wearing his is different. At this moment, Yang Chen is still savoring the sweet kiss just now and still feels a little unsatisfied. I don't want it, Brother Chen. I'll go get some rice.
Seeing Yang Chen getting ready to make another move, Sun Ningming was so scared that she quickly ran to the kitchen to get dishes and chopsticks.
Well, he was indeed a little too excited.
Looking at Sun Ningming, who was running away, he touched his nose sheepishly to hide his embarrassment. In the yard, Yang Chen held Sun Ningming in his arms and they took turns picking up food for each other like a couple in love. Especially the way Sun Ningming was dressed tonight made Yang Chen feel so beautiful that he ate even more happily. A simple and warm dinner was finally finished after the two of them hesitated. After Sun Ningming cleaned the table and washed the dishes, she returned to sit next to Yang Chen. Seeing that the two of them had nothing to do, she suggested, "Brother Chen, let's play King of Glory. We haven't played it for a long time."
"Okay, I'll pull you."
Since he had nothing to do anyway, Yang Chen simply agreed to this request. In fact, he hadn't played games for a long time. With a voice of Timmy, Yang Chen entered the game and invited Sun Ningming to join the team and started the qualifying match. Entering the hero selection interface, Sun Ningming saw that she was the first one, so she wanted to grab the hero for Yang Chen and asked, "Brother Chen, what path are you playing? Pick me a Li Bai and I'll play jungle." Only by being a jungler can you ganker and carry girls throughout the game, so he chose to be a jungler without hesitation. "Okay, I'll play Yao and ride on your head and follow you later." Listening to what Sun Ningming said, Yang Chen remembered a joke, which said that the King of Glory cannot be matched with couples, otherwise the other party will not care about the life and death of teammates. At this time, the teammate who chose the bottom lane kept showing off his achievements, completely unaware that he would be the only one against two opponents. Entering the battle, Yang Chen controlled Li Bai to go out and buy a pair of cloth shoes to increase speed, and then quickly went to the jungle area to sell them and exchange them for a jungle knife. Normally, players who play Li Bai will go to the opponent's jungle to harass or steal blue and red, but he hasn't played for a long time and his hands are a little rusty, so he still chooses a steady style of play. When the teammates in the bottom lane saw Yao actually run out to follow Li Bai, they kept clicking on Sun Ningming to warn her, and even typed a question mark on the public screen. Sun Ningming ignored this and continued to follow Yang Chen in the jungle to develop. The bottom laner had no choice but to bear all the sadness. The time lasted until 6 minutes, at which time both sides had developed to a similar level and started to show off their skills by jumping over the tower and killing each other. Renjia in the bottom lane was killed several times and was so frustrated that he started typing on the public screen.
Renjia, Yao, can you follow me? Don't follow that loser Li Bai. Look how many minutes he has been here. He hasn't killed anyone and just wanders around in the jungle. Seeing someone scolding Yang Chen, Sun Ningming didn't stand for it and typed back, "Yao, is there something wrong with you that I am with my boyfriend? You blame others when you can't beat him." Renjie. The teammates couldn't stand it anymore, and Angela in the middle lane also typed and taunted.
"Angela, alas, if I had known there were couples here, I shouldn't have matched with them.
Just surrender. Playing with couples is worse than playing with dogs." She immediately surrendered.
When Yang Chen saw that his teammates had complaints, he stopped trying to develop his skills. After a brief period of familiarization, his playing style improved. Moreover, after practicing Taoism, his physical speed and reaction abilities were greatly improved, so he started to move around directly. It just so happened that Renjia was blocked by the enemy under the tower in the bottom lane and was taunting him, so he controlled Li Bai and Yao to come to the river crab and start using his ultimate skill. After slashing twice, he directly reminded Renjia that he was going to attack, and then he released his skills and cooperated with Yao to rush into the battlefield and start to retain people.
Renjie was also trapped under the tower for a few minutes and felt very frustrated.
When he saw his teammates coming to support him, he rushed up to deal damage.
In a flash, the battle ended instantly with Li Bai's ultimate move.
Seeing that he got 2 kills easily, Yang Chen was very happy and started a counterattack with Yao directly. After a game, Yang Chen ended with 15 kills and 0 deaths. Looking at the settlement interface, his teammates gave him thumbs up and even Angela, who had just played a trick on him, sent him a request to add him as a friend.
"Brother Chen, when did you become so powerful?"
Sun Ningming was a little surprised when she saw herself playing a game with Yang Chen, playing Yao, and getting 4 or 5 kills, because they had played together before but the other party was not very good at that time.
Isn't it amazing?
A genius can easily master it with just a simple start.
Seeing Yang Chen's arrogant look, Sun Ningming rolled her eyes and said, yes, my brother Chen is the best."
After saying that, she immediately started the next game. The two of them played from around 8 o'clock until around 10 o'clock. Seeing herself being taken from Platinum to Star Glory, Sun Ningming kissed Yang Chen happily and said, "Thank you, Brother Chen, for taking me flying."
"Hey, why don't you just sleep here tonight?"
I'll take you to the king's rank tonight."
Listening to Yang Chen's words, Sun Ningming couldn't help rolling her eyes at him.
If she stayed here the whole night, she probably wouldn't be able to reach the king level, but she would definitely reach the others.
Chapter 17 Chapter 19 Visiting as a Boyfriend.
Seeing Yang Chen looking at her expectantly, Sun Ningmeng felt a little embarrassed. After all, she had promised her parents to go back at 10 o'clock, otherwise they would come over. So he could only kiss the other person as compensation and said, "No, Brother Chen, my parents won't let me live in the old house.
If I go there later, they will definitely come over."
"Oh, okay, then I'll take you back first." Although it was a bit regrettable that his hopes were dashed, he was not unhappy. After all, he couldn't make things difficult for Sun Ningmeng. When they got to the food stall, Sun Ningmeng moved her car closer to Yang Chen and kissed him in the ear, whispering, "I'm going back first, Brother Chen.
Don't be angry. I'll change the color tomorrow."
"Hey, I'll remember this. If there's no tomorrow, I'll spank you."
Yang Chen said this very excitedly.
As for what to wear, it's definitely all kinds of silk. After watching the other party enter the store, Yang Chen hummed a song happily and drove slowly towards home.
"Didn't Xiaochen send you back?"
As soon as Sun Ningming entered the store, her mother Sun Jin came out, looked around outside, looking for something, and then asked her.
"Ah.
Brother Chen was too embarrassed to come over, he only took me to the fork in the road."
"Oh, this kid is really something. What is there to be embarrassed about?"
Sun Chen sighed when she heard what her daughter said. She could understand that Yang Chen felt a little embarrassed, but it was not a good idea to keep hiding like this.
So Sun Chen told Sun Ningming, "Ask Xiaochen to come to your house for dinner tomorrow." Why is he hiding like this all the time?
After hearing what her mother said, Sun Ningming couldn't help but glance at her father Li Jun. Seeing that he had acquiesced, she happily agreed, "Yes, I'll ask Brother Chen to come tomorrow." Li Jun was also somewhat helpless. He had no choice but to accept his fate. Apart from having to return home at a specified time in the evening, his daughter would get up early every morning, take breakfast and go out, and would not return home until 10 o'clock in the evening. At first he was a little jealous. His daughter had finally come back from vacation and now she was hanging out with Yang Chen all day long.
He couldn't find anyone to talk to his daughter.
However, after a few days, he became numb and accepted his fate. It was his daughter's whole body and heart that were stolen. If he didn't accept his fate, he would probably have to move to the old house one day.
Wouldn't that be like walking into a tiger's mouth? At least now my daughter is very obedient and knows to go home at 10 o'clock every night.
As soon as Yang Chen got home, his phone rang with a WeChat notification tone. You don't have to think about it to know that it was sent by Sun Ningmeng. It's not enough to be together during the day, they must chat for a while every night when they go back home. I opened WeChat to see what the other party had sent me, and only saw the message from Sun Ningmeng.
Sun Ningmeng, Brother Chen, my parents asked you to come to our house for dinner tomorrow. Happy.
Looking at this message and thinking of the resentful look in Uncle Li's eyes every time, Yang Chen hesitated a little, but in order not to disappoint Sun Ningming, he finally agreed and wrote a reply.
Yang Chen, okay, I'll definitely come tomorrow. Sun Ningming, love you.
Picture. Hiss. Looking at the photo sent by the other party, Yang Chen took a breath of cold air. In the photo, he saw a person wearing extremely cool clothes sitting on the bed and taking a photo of himself from top to bottom. Looking at the sexy photos sent by Sun Ningmeng, who seduced him, Yang Chen quickly typed a reply.
Yang Chen, girl, you are playing with fire, do you know that? Be careful or I will come back and climb your window. Sun Ningmeng, seduce. Yang Chen, don't be so arrogant, I will eat you one day.
The two were chatting about explicit topics, which made Yang Chen a little irritated, so after a few sentences he quickly ended the conversation and took a shower with cold water to cool down. Ever since he practiced the chaos-controlling women technique, he always felt that his desire in that aspect was growing stronger and stronger and he could hardly control it. However, there are not hundreds or thousands of alley chickens or air-transported chickens on this small island, so you can only solve the problem yourself except to keep it to yourself. However, as a powerful cultivator, if I still need to solve the problem myself, he would look down on me, so I could only bear it in. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of the boss lady who bought the electric car. When he thought of her plump and charming appearance, his heart was inevitably burning with anger again. So he quickly cleared the thoughts in his mind, went back upstairs, swallowed the Qi training pill and started practicing.
Early the next morning.
After quitting his practice, Yang Chen changed into a more formal outfit instead of the previous combination of shorts, a small vest and flip-flops. After all, today was the first time he visited Sun Ningming as her boyfriend. Although he knew her and was very familiar with her, he was still not very familiar with the ways of the world. Then he took a chicken, a duck and a goose from the backyard and rode his trolley to the banquet.
Hello, Uncle Lee and Auntie.
When they arrived at the store, Sun Ningming's family of 3 were sitting in the store.
Yang Chen greeted Uncle Lee with a guilty conscience.
Sun Chen, who was standing by, saw that Yang Chen was a little nervous, so he quickly stood up and greeted him, saying, "Xiao Chen, you came just like that, why did you bring these things with you?"
He. Facing the parents for the first time, Yang Chen didn't know what to say.
He could only stand there and scratched his head with a silly smile.
Sun Ningming couldn't help but burst out laughing when she saw her boyfriend in such an embarrassed state.
Yang Chen, who was already embarrassed, couldn't help but glare at her, his eyes hinting at her, "You dare to laugh at me, wait and see how I deal with you."
Facing Yang Chen's threat, Sun Ningming raised her eyebrows provocatively as if to say, "Come and hit me, are you going to do that?" "Hey, Xiao Chen, please sit down."
The head of the family, Li Jun, looked at his daughter making eyes at the other party and said helplessly, "Xiao Chen, please sit down instead of standing."
"Oh, okay, Uncle Lee."
Looking at Yang Chen who was sitting upright, Sun Chen couldn't help wanting to laugh, so he said in order to break the deadlock, "Xiao Chen, don't be nervous, Lao Li and I have no objection to you dating Meng Meng.
After all, we know you well, but it's just that old Li can't accept that his beloved little cotton-padded jacket was stolen by you. You can understand that, right?"
Yang Chen looked at Sun Ningming affectionately, nodded, and said seriously, "Well, I know, Auntie, I will treat Meng Meng well, you can rest assured about this." Seeing that Yang Chen's attitude was pretty good, Li Jun was somewhat relieved. After all, he really couldn't find any shortcomings in Yang Chen. Not only is he handsome, but he also has a good character and personality, and he works very hard.
Didn't you see that he has cleaned the old house so cleanly?
He also has the ability to make money. With the method of raising magical chickens, he has no worries about having money to support his daughter, and he is very good to his daughter. So Li Jun said, "Xiao Chen, I have no objection to you two dating, but you are not allowed to bully Meng Meng in the future. If you hear Meng Meng come back and cry to us, even though I am not young anymore, I still have a lot of strength." Yang Chen heard Uncle Li's threats and knew that he was doing it for Meng Meng's own good. He didn't get angry but stood up and looked at Li Jun seriously and said, "Uncle Li, don't worry.
I, Yang Chen, will never let Menger down in this life." Hearing Yang Chen's solemn and serious assurance, Li Jun nodded with satisfaction and said in a much more relaxed manner, "I asked you to come to dinner today. First, I heard from your mother that you were embarrassed to come to the store recently, so I asked you to come so that you wouldn't be embarrassed. That day, my uncle was a little irritable. But now that I see you like this, I won't say anything. Come over next time. Don't always stay away from me when I send Meng Meng back. I've seen it happen several times. Secondly, we have already contacted the TV station, and some big internet celebrities are going to officially promote our magical chicken and vegetables in 2 days, so we asked you to come over to discuss it." Chapter 18 Chapter 20 Heart to Heart, Future Son-in-Law. Seeing that Uncle Li had agreed to his and Sun Ningming's relationship, Yang Chen replied happily, "It's okay, Uncle Li and Aunt Li. You guys can handle the details. I'll just be in charge of the supply. Yesterday, I went with Menger to buy some more chicks and plan to raise more. This way, not only can I feed Menger to nourish her body, but I can also provide more supplies." Li Jun and Sun Chen were very pleased after hearing this, and their eyes towards Yang Chen became softer, especially Sun Chen, who liked her son-in-law more and more. The mother-in-law looked at him. After all, Yang Chen was planning to raise more of these precious spiritual chickens for his daughter to eat. After all, when they discussed it in the yard last time, Yang Chen said that he didn't want to cause any trouble and could only raise so many. The ice in the relationship was broken and both sides returned to the way they were before. Yang Chen accompanied Li Jun to drink, while the mother and daughter chatted outside in the cool air after dinner. At this time, Li Jun, who was a little drunk, patted Yang Chen on the shoulder and said, "Xiao Chen, although I don't know how far you and Meng Meng have come, as a person who has experienced it, I have to remind you that young people should know how to be moderate. Besides, Meng Meng is still young and still studying. You know what I mean, right? After all, his daughter goes to play with Yang Chen all day long. Some things don't have to happen at night, they can also happen during the day," so Li Jun reminded her. "Uncle Li, don't worry. I understand all of this. I won't do anything that's harmful to Meng Meng's body." Yang Chen was also very happy and nodded in agreement. After 3 rounds of drinking, Li Jun, who had been trying to get Yang Chen drunk to vent his anger, was ultimately defeated by Yang Chen, who was a hanger-on.
Li Jun was seen holding the wine glass in his hand for a long time without drinking it. Instead, he kept saying how wonderful his baby daughter was. After he finished speaking, he fell asleep on the table.
Yang Chen was just a little drunk.
Looking at the drunk Uncle Li, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. Then he and his future mother-in-law Sun Jin carried him to the room upstairs to rest.
Don't drink and don't drive after drinking. Sun Ningming drove Yang Chen back to the old house in an electric scooter.
On the way back, Yang Chen felt a little dizzy due to the wind and lay down on the bed to rest for a while.
Sun Ningming, who was massaging Yang Chen's head, asked curiously, "Brother Chen, what did you say to my dad in there just now?"
Resting his head on Sun Ningming's long white silk legs and enjoying her massage, Yang Chen said comfortably, "Hey, your dad said we have to be careful about that. He said you can't have a baby while you're still studying. After all, they can still work now, and they want to earn more dowry for you." Hearing this, Sun Ningming shyly punched Yang Chen's chest and said, "You're going to die, my dad would never say such a thing, you must be lying to me." Pretending to be injured, Yang Chen said exaggeratedly, "Oh, you are going to murder your husband."
"Ah, did it hurt you?"
"I'm sorry, Brother Chen, let me rub it." Watching Yang Chen's performance, Sun Ningmeng, who didn't understand why and thought she had really hurt him, nervously stretched out her soft little hand to caress him.
"Menger, you are so beautiful."
Feeling the soft and boneless little hands caressing his chest, and the faint fragrance coming from the other person as he rested his head on the long white silk legs, Yang Chen couldn't help but hug the other person and kiss her.
At first, Sun Ningming was startled by the sudden attack and made some sounds in resistance.
Later, she gradually became emotional and began to actively respond to the other party's request for a kiss.
The passionate kiss will definitely result in rolling on the bed sheets.
Looking at Sun Ningmeng under him with a blush on her face, looking so charming and like a flower waiting to be plucked, Yang Chen said very excitedly,
"Can you leave Menger to me?"
Knowing what was going to happen next, Sun Ningmeng lowered her eyes shyly and simply said, As if he had obtained the key to pass, Yang Chen waved his hand and controlled the spiritual power to close and lock the door, then pulled the curtains in and kissed her directly. For a moment, the room was filled with passion and excitement. With the river crab god guarding the door, we have no idea what the two people in the room did and can only rely on our imagination. Afterwards, Yang Chen leaned against the head of the bed, hugging Sun Ningmeng, who was sweating and had a rosy face, and felt very satisfied.
"Brother Xiaochun, I will be yours from now on. You can't abandon me." Sun Ningmeng was lying on her chest, drawing circles on her chest, feeling a little uneasy. After all, it was the first time she gave it to the other party, and she was still a little nervous. Yang Chen noticed the other party's strangeness and immediately hugged her shoulders tightly and said, "What are you thinking about? How can I bear to give up such a beautiful Menger? Then can I post the photo we took at the beach on WeChat Moments?" Sun Ningmeng looked up and said happily that she now wanted to tell the whole world that she was the happiest woman. Forehead? Hearing this, Yang Chen quickly shook his head and refused, saying, "Menger, let's not post it. After all, you know that everyone in school knows me, and I'm afraid those people will gossip about me. And you also know that I have several exes in school, and I'm afraid they won't be able to find me and will take it out on you. Humph, I let you flirt with other girls at that time. I don't know what you were thinking. I was so angry." The more she spoke, the angrier she became. Sun Ningmeng clenched her hands and gently hit Yang Chen's chest a few times to show that she was very angry. After all, Yang Chen's weird things in school made everyone incomprehensible. "You say he is a bootlicker." But he got it again, and then broke up without taking any advantage and continued to lick the next one. "This is incredible. Dear Menger, don't be angry. You won't be pretty if you are angry. Come and let your brother kiss you. There is nothing that can't be solved in bed, and if it doesn't work, do it again." "Ah, I don't want to. I'm really tired. Let me rest for a while. I'm not angry anymore, Brother Xiaochun." Seeing Sun Ningmeng hiding in the air-conditioned quilt like an ostrich, Yang Chen knew that he couldn't continue. He was just teasing her to change the subject. So he smiled, gently patted the other's smooth back and said, "I'm just teasing you. Little idiot, go to rest. Well, Brother Xiaochun, remember to wake me up later, so that my parents won't notice anything strange." Snuggling together happily, Sun Ningming was also tired, so she slowly closed her eyes with a smile and fell into a deep sleep. The two of them maintained the same posture for 4 or 5 hours. Fortunately, Yang Chen was a cultivator and his body could withstand it, otherwise his entire arm and body would have been numb. "Menger, hurry up and get up. It's already past 5 o'clock.
The sun was setting and it was already past 5 o'clock.
Yang Chen gently shook the other person.
Brother Xiaochen, I'm so tired, let me sleep for a while. Sun Ningming said this lazily without even lifting her eyelids. She moved her position more closely into Yang Chen's arms and then fell into a deep sleep. Seeing that the other party was indeed tired, Yang Chen shook his head with a wry smile.
He was indeed too excited and exerted too much effort just now.
No matter how strong she was or how powerful her martial arts were, the battle lasted for almost an hour and a half. This was indeed a challenge for the inexperienced Sun Ningmeng. It's strange to say, although I didn't practice the chaos controlling girl technique for dual cultivation when I was exercising, I found that the technique was automatically running in my body.
And no wonder it was named Chaos Controlling Women Art.
Originally, after more than a month of hard practice, he had only reached the 3rd level of Qi refining stage. However, after the dual practice just now, his cultivation level skyrocketed and he directly reached the critical point of the 5th level of Qi refining stage, almost breaking through to the 6th level. Seeing a trace of pain on Sun Ningming's pretty face from time to time while she was sleeping, Yang Chen used his skills with great pain to control a trace of spiritual power and injected it into her body to start repairing her. As he is at the 5th level of Qi refining, he has already stepped halfway into the cultivator stage. He can perform various small spells and even control swords and objects with ease, and he is extremely skilled in the use of spiritual power. With the restoration of her own spiritual power, Sun Ningmeng, who had been frowning, slowly relaxed, and Yang Chen stopped supplying spiritual power. Then he moved carefully, trying not to disturb the other person. He planned to go downstairs to kill a chicken and make dinner for Sun Ningmeng to replenish her body.
Brother Xiaochen, why didn't you call me after you got up? Look how late it is now.
While cooking chicken soup in the kitchen, Yang Chen sensed that Sun Ningmeng had woken up and come downstairs. Hearing her anxious voice, he turned around, hugged her and comforted her softly. It's not late at all. I saw that you were too tired, so I planned to let you sleep more. It's just that you woke up, and the chicken soup is almost ready.
You can wait outside and prepare for dinner.
Great, there's chicken soup. I'll go prepare the dishes in chopsticks.
Little foodie Sun Ningmeng couldn't forget the spiritual chicken after she had eaten it once.
Now that she could eat it again, she forgot about being in a hurry to go home and diligently picked up her bowl and chopsticks and waited outside for dinner. In the yard, the two people who had prepared the meal sat side by side. Looking at Sun Ningmeng, who was eating chicken legs and drinking chicken soup, Yang Chen looked at her with doting eyes, stretched out his hand to hold the black hair in front of her forehead and said with a smile, "Drink slowly, be careful of the heat, no one is going to snatch it from you." Hee, Brother Xiaochen, you should eat too and stop looking at me.
Sun Ningmeng did not forget about Yang Chen while saying this.
Seeing that the other's bowl was empty, she quickly served him another bowl of chicken soup and chicken. Chapter 19 Chapter 21 Testing Power. The two of them snuggled together after eating and drinking.
Yang Chen held Sun Ningmeng's soft little hand and said with concern, "Menger, are you okay?" Sun Ningmeng hugged Yang Chen affectionately and rubbed his cheek and replied, "It's okay. It's so strange.
I woke up from a good sleep and felt full of strength. In addition, I drank chicken soup just now and my whole body is warm and comfortable. It's just that it still hurts a little down there." Yang Chen felt a little guilty and hugged her in his arms. He looked at her affectionately and said, "I was too rough and didn't know how to be gentle with women.
I won't do that again next time. Brother Xiaochen, I love you so much." Looking at Yang Chan's handsome face and somewhat self-blaming words, Sun Ningmeng murmured and couldn't help but give him a kiss. Faced with the sweet kiss from the beautiful woman, how could the old cadre resist such temptation, let alone Yang Chen, who had just started eating meat? Unfortunately, the other party had just lost her virginity and could not continue to explore the next step. After the two of them separated after a brief taste, Yang Chen felt a little unsatisfied, while Sun Ningmeng was blushing as she tidied up her messy clothes. Yang Chen stayed there until after 10 o'clock, and then he safely sent Sun Ningmeng to the food stall. After saying hello to Uncle Li and Aunt Li, he ran away in a hurry with a guilty conscience. Seeing that his daughter was a little strange and Yang Chen had a guilty expression, Sun Chen, who had experienced it, immediately understood that the two had eaten the forbidden fruit. Especially since Sun Ningmeng was wearing white silk stockings during the day, but when she came back at night, the silk stockings were gone and she walked a little awkwardly as if she had sprained her ankle. This further confirmed the matter. However, she knew that Yang Chen was already her son-in-law, so she didn't say much. Instead, she poured a cup of hot water for her daughter and reminded her indirectly. "My daughter, you are an adult now and there are some things we can't control, but you have to understand that you are still studying, and we don't want to have grandchildren so soon, so you have to take precautions yourself." Ah.
Sun Ningming looked up at her mother, who was looking at her with a smile on her face. Knowing that the matter was exposed, her face turned red and she stammered, I know, Mom. I'll go upstairs first. After that, she ran upstairs to her room. Li Jun had just finished his work when he saw his daughter running upstairs with a red face. He curiously asked his wife, what happened to our good daughter? Why did she rush upstairs after she came back? Seeing that her husband knew nothing, Sun Chen rolled her eyes at him and said, what do you know? Then she left to settle the accounts. After returning home, Yang Chen stood in the yard and observed that no one was passing by. Then he began to practice his skills and mobilize his spiritual power to start testing. He was staring at the red bricks piled up in the corner of the wall. Suddenly, the red bricks rose into the air and floated in the air. Then, a voice of go was heard. The red bricks suddenly smashed towards the wall at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Only a deafening sound was heard, followed by dust. When the dust settled, Yang Chen was dumbfounded when he saw the big hole in the wall made by the red bricks he manipulated. He then secretly cursed himself for being an idiot. Why use anything else to test? Why use your own yard wall to test it? Now you have to go and fix it yourself tomorrow or pay a craftsman to do it. But the power was indeed great, just like a cannonball. Then he thought about trying his own magic, but looking at the clean courtyard, he finally chose to give up. Since the yard isn't available, let's go to the beach. It's not far away anyway. So Yang Chen jumped lightly like performing martial arts in the movies. His body was as light as a feather. He flew a distance and landed steadily on the asphalt road outside the yard. I didn't expect that the improvement of the 5th level of Qi refining would be so great. Although he could easily jump 5 or 6 meters high before, he was not as light and graceful as he is now. So Yang Chen, who was having a lot of fun, quickly moved through the branches of trees in the woods like a ghost, looking for a place where there were few people. When we arrived at the beach, we saw that it was pitch black all around us and there was no one except the sounds of insects chirping and waves hitting the rocks. Then Yang Chen's mind moved, and several fireballs the size of footballs emitting blue flames immediately appeared around him. Then he waved his hand gently, and saw several fireballs smashing towards the beach ahead at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Boom boom! A powerful explosion echoed throughout Taohua Island, and the shockwave generated by the explosion even directly uprooted and blew down the coconut groves not far away. Pa, pa, pa. Yang Chen was blown away by the airwave and rolled 365 degrees in the air. He finally controlled his body to stand and hurriedly spat out the sand in his mouth. It was because he didn't expect that his fireball would be so powerful that he was knocked over without paying attention. The explosion sound produced by the fireball not only caused some tinnitus in his ears, but was also heard clearly by everyone living on Peach Blossom Island. Knowing that he was in trouble, Yang Chen quickly used the water control technique to control the seawater to create huge waves that rushed towards the pit that was 7 or 8 meters wide and 2 or 3 meters deep created by the fireball, intending to fill it with sand. After doing all this quickly, he looked at the Coast Guard ship with flashing lights coming towards him in the distance, and the police cars with flashing lights coming towards him on the road above the beach. Yang Chen, fearing that he would be discovered, quickly mobilized his spiritual power and leaped into the woods, disappearing. After returning home, Yang Chen couldn't help laughing when he looked at himself in the mirror with tattered clothes and a dirty face. He was indeed a little too exaggerated just now. Fortunately, the waves came to cover up the traces of the scene. Captain Zhang, the explosion just now came from here, but there was no smell of gunpowder at the scene, and no explosion points were found. At the beach explosion site, a young policeman was seen telling his captain about the situation on the scene, and many policemen and coast guards were dispatched around. After all, the explosion that resounded through the sky was not as powerful as fireworks, so when the explosion sounded, the coast guard who happened to be patrolling in the nearby waters immediately noticed something was wrong, rushed over and informed the police stationed on the island of the specific location. Unfortunately, after searching for a long time, no explosives or explosion points were found. There were only bushes, weeds, coconut trees, and the like that were blown down by the shockwave. Yang Chen, who didn't know how much confusion he had brought to others, finished washing up and went back upstairs humming a song in a very good mood. I saw that the bedsheet had been replaced with a new one, and the old one with the battle record of the 2 people was hidden somewhere by Sun Ningmeng. When Yang Chen thought of Sun Ningmeng, his heart skipped a beat and he cursed inwardly, oh no. He quickly took out his cell phone to check, and sure enough, there were many messages and video and voice calls. Looking at the dozens of red messages displayed on the anime girl's avatar, Yang Chen felt that the situation was a bit serious. After all, he just took the opponent's first blood, and then disappeared at night without replying to messages.
Anyone would be angry.
Then Yang Chen quickly opened the profile picture and started browsing from the first message. From the first one who went home to ask if Yang Chen had returned, to the middle one asking if he was busy, and then there was an explosion and the other party was worried about whether he was safe.
Then, Sun Ningming started to get upset when she didn't see Yang Chen's reply.
She sent many anxious sentences and bombarded him with video calls.
The last message even said that she wanted to come over to the old house. After reading it, Yang Chen quickly lied and replied, "Menger, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to reply to your message when I got home, but suddenly there was an explosion.
You know the chickens and ducks in the backyard exploded. I was watching them in the backyard and forgot to take my phone." As soon as I sent it, Sun Ningming replied instantly. "Sun Ningmeng, brother Xiaochen, you have been ignoring me. I thought you would disappear again like you did in college. I cried in my room for a long time. How are you going to compensate me? Get angry, knock head, knock head, knock head."
Then Sun Ningmeng sent a photo of herself crying in the rain.
Yang Chen felt distressed and a little guilty, so he hurried to comfort her. "Yang Chen, hug hug, don't cry anymore, you're not pretty anymore.
I was negligent tonight, sorry Menger, let us go out of the island tomorrow and I'll take you shopping to make it up to you, heart heart." It took a lot of effort to appease Sun Ningming's urge to come over to the old house right away. After repeatedly assuring her that there wouldn't be a next time, Yang Chen put down his phone and breathed a sigh of relief.
Coaxing a girlfriend is a much more difficult technical job than fighting with someone.
If he had a choice, Yang Chen would rather have a good fight with someone.
Chapter 20, Chapter 22, Going out to play on the island. After practicing all night, Yang Chen was full of energy the next day.
He fed the chickens and ducks, left some food for the egg yolk that had not been seen all day, and rode his electric bike to the food stall. I promised last night that I would take Sun Ningmeng out of the island and go shopping in the city center to make it up to her, and I must do what I said. When he arrived at the food stall, Sun Ningmeng, who had been waiting for a long time, still caught his eye. She is 1.65 meters tall and wears a light yellow pleated skirt. She has fair skin, delicate features, and exudes a sense of intelligence and cleverness.
"Menger, have you had breakfast?"
Coming in front of her, Yang Chen pinched her little face and spoke with a smile.
"Yes, I have eaten." "Brother Xiaochen, you haven't eaten yet, right?"
"I prepared soy milk and fried dough sticks for you," Sun Ningming said as she took out a fried dough stick and soy milk from behind her like a magic trick.
Menger still understands me.
Yang Chen then greeted Uncle Li and Aunt Li in the house and said that he and Sun Ningming were going to the amusement park today, then drove the tram towards the pier. Seeing Yang Chen wearing a small vest, beach pants, and a pair of flip-flops, he reminded him, "Brother Xiaochen, why don't you change your shoes?"
"What's wrong? Are you embarrassed to take your brother out dressed like this?"
Yang Chen said jokingly while driving the tram with one hand and eating a fried dough stick. Sun Ningming also hurriedly explained nervously, "No, I mean don't your feet hurt when you go shopping in flip-flops?" "I'm not disgusted, Brother Xiaochen is the most handsome no matter what." "Ha, this kind of clothing is not only comfortable, but also makes people think you look like a local. If you don't believe me, just look at the tourists and see if they dress differently from the locals." After listening to this, Sun Ningmeng turned her head and looked, and found that it was indeed true. The locals basically wore flip-flops and vests, while the tourists basically wore sneakers or other shoes, as well as t-shirts and trousers. Unable to convince the other party, Sun Ningming rolled her eyes at Yang Chen, poked his sturdy back with her finger and said, "You are the only one who has a lot of crooked ideas." After the two of them arrived at the pier and found a place to park the tram, Yang Chen went to buy 2 ferry tickets and boarded the ferry to Haishi City. After spending half an hour on the ferry and arriving at the dock, the two called a Didi to go to the amusement park for fun. As for why Yang Chen changed his mind about going shopping as planned last night, it was because Sun Ningming was very understanding and knew that Yang Chen didn't have much money in his pocket, so he decided to just go to the amusement park. It was indeed just as Sun Ning dreamed. Although Yang Chen often went fishing to sell fish last month, he also ate a lot of them himself, so his savings, including the money from selling fish, were only over 5,000 yuan. He is the first cultivator to live such a miserable life, but this situation will not last long. Once the spiritual chickens start selling, he will become rich and can compensate for it. Arriving at Disneyland and buying tickets to enter, Sun Ningming said excitedly, "Brother Xiaochen, let's go ride the roller coaster."
"I've always wanted to, but no one wants to go with me."
"Okay, I'll accompany you today anyway." Yang Chen shrugged and said indifferently. Anyway, any exciting project was no pressure for him. After waiting in line for a long time and finally getting a seat, Sun Ningming was so scared that she tightly held Yang Chen's hand. Her face turned pale before the roller coaster started.
Don't be afraid, I'm here with you.
Yang Chen gently patted the other person's back and transferred some spiritual power into him, which made Sun Ningmeng feel better. As the roller coaster started moving slowly and climbed the hill, Sun Ningmeng, who was both novice and fun-loving, closed her eyes tightly and dared not watch anymore. Yang Chen had a blank expression on his face throughout the whole ride, and even had time to take care of Sun Ningming on the fast roller coaster. This made the staff who were taking photos and collecting fees not far away give him a thumbs up and express their admiration.
Xiao Chen, how come you are okay? After riding the roller coaster, Sun Ningming's legs couldn't stop shaking.
If Yang Chen hadn't been supporting her, she probably wouldn't have been able to walk.
Looking at Sun Ningming's pale face, Yang Chen said doubtfully, "What's the big deal?
But are you sure you can still play the next project?"
It's okay, brother Xiaochen, just carry me on your back and find a place to rest so I can relax.
All right. Helplessly, he could only squat down, carry Sun Ningmeng on his back and start looking for a place to rest. After walking around for a long time, they finally found an empty rest chair.
Yang Chen put Sun Ningmeng down and said, "You sit here and rest. I'll go buy some drinks and food."
Before coming here, I knew that this stupid amusement park did not allow bringing in food, so Yang Chen had no choice but to buy food in the park at double the price. After ordering 2 hot drinks and buying some snacks, Yang Chen saw from a distance a few little yellow-haired boys surrounding his girlfriend on the way back. Seeing this, Yang Chen frowned unhappily and quickly walked forward to ask, "Menger, what's going on with these idiots?"
He would not tolerate strangers asking questions in a nice way.
It was good enough that he was not an ancestor if he had abilities that transcended the mundane world.
"Brother Xiaochen, I don't know them. They kept pestering me to add my contact information and said they would take me out to play.
I told them I have a boyfriend, but they still refused to leave and stayed here." Sun Ningmeng also hated these people very much. When she saw her savior coming, she immediately started to speak out in grievance.
"You are this beautiful lady's boyfriend, right?"
Before Yang Chen could speak, a spirited young man who seemed to be the leader among the group stood up and spoke. Yang Chen didn't want to waste time talking and was about to make a move, but he didn't expect the other party to change his attitude and said with a smile, "Sorry, buddy, I thought this beauty was lying to us."
"Since you have a boyfriend, I'm not a rogue. Let's go." Looking at the spirited young men who did not follow the routine, Yang Chen was a little confused and muttered in his heart, "Are all the spirited young men nowadays so concerned about quality?"
However, as the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. Since the other party admitted his mistake and Yang Chen also asked Sun Ningmeng and the others if they had said anything excessive, he found out that they were just staying nearby and talking to themselves and did not harass him.
Yang Chen did not pursue the matter. After all, the most important thing was to have fun.
If they fought, it would cause unnecessary trouble, so he chose to let the other party leave. The little incident of chatting up did not affect the two people's mood for playing. After sitting in the rest area and having some drinks and snacks, Sun Ningmeng, who was fully recovered, continued to pull Yang Chen to the next check-in and entertainment site. Disneyland is huge. After two people played there for a whole day, there were still many projects left to try. Looking at Sun Ningmeng, who was still unsatisfied, Yang Chen drew a huge pie and said,
"Don't be reluctant, silly Menger.
When I make enough money, I'll book the whole place for you so you can have fun as much as you want."
"Hee, you said it, I look forward to this day." Sun Ningming enjoyed this big pie very much. After all, she believed that with Yang Chen's ability, he could achieve this goal soon. So he jumped happily, holding Yang Chen's hand and slowly walked towards the night market area. Chapter 21 Chapter 23 Promoting Spiritual Meals. The next day, the two woke up early in the hotel and began to pack up to go home. After all, today was an important day for the store's promotion, so they woke up early. As for why he stayed in the hotel, it was all because of Yang Chen's little trick. After coming out of the amusement park yesterday, the two went to the night market and not only tried various hot pots, but also played catch dolls and watched movies together. They played until after 10 o'clock. Seeing that the ferry had already stopped working, Yang Chen pretended to remind them that they had been having too much fun and missed the ferry back home. How could Sun Ningming not know that Yang Chen did this on purpose? But she was also very sensible and called her parents to tell them that she had been having so much fun that she forgot the time. Next, the couple, who were in love, went straight to a hotel and booked a room to study the origin of life. It was already past 10 o'clock when the two of them rushed back to Peach Blossom Island.
At this time, there were already many people gathered at the door of the food stall to watch, including TV stations and various anchors who had started broadcasting live. Lee Jun and Sunjin and his wife were already dressed up and standing at the door and began to introduce themselves.
Hello everyone, my name is Lee Jun, and this is my wife Sunjin.
We are using resources to promote it today, just to prevent this special and magical food treasure from being covered in dust. This is the poultry raised in vegetables grown by hermits that I stumbled upon while traveling around the country to learn cooking as a chef. When they heard that it was just poultry, the crowd who were watching curiously suddenly burst into an uproar, and even the live broadcast room started to curse.
Wait, everyone, don't leave in a hurry.
Listen to me first about the effects of these ingredients, and then you can leave. Afraid of messing up everything, Lee Jun hurriedly talked about the magical things about these seemingly ordinary things.
Don't underestimate these ordinary poultry and vegetables. I'm not exaggerating. They have effects you wouldn't even dream of.
At first, I didn't believe it like you guys, but after eating it, I not only felt refreshed, but also my previous illness from overwork showed some signs of recovery. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's really a gas station for men and a beauty salon for women.
So this is the effect that ordinary poultry and vegetables can bring?
I would like to call it spiritual chicken, and it is not an exaggeration to call it spiritual vegetable. I know that no matter how much I say, it won't be as effective as what you taste for yourself, so I specially prepared some chicken soup and vegetables for you to taste.
However, because the spiritual chickens and spiritual vegetables are too precious, I didn't prepare a lot. I hope everyone can understand.
After saying that, Lee Jun quickly asked his employees to carry a pot of chicken soup and several plates of fried vegetables to the table and began to pack them in disposable plastic bowls and distribute them to everyone. There are too many people gathered now, and one chicken is definitely not enough to share, so Lee Jun hinted that the anchors and TV station staff should taste it first, and if there is any left, they can share it with passers-by. The crowd watching the fun, as well as the anchors and TV stations who were paid to promote the show, all thought that the boss was too boastful and were skeptical.
But after collecting the money, the job must be done.
Everyone thinks that even if it doesn't have that kind of effect, they still have to brag about it. So the anchors and TV station staff took a bowl of chicken soup, a piece of chicken and some vegetables and started to taste it. At this time, a fat food blogger was the first to taste it and exclaimed, "Wow, the boss didn't lie, this chicken soup tastes amazing. Not only does it leave a lingering fragrance in your mouth, but it also warms your body." Then he tasted the chicken and continued to be shocked, commenting, "The chicken is even more delicious."
Please forgive my lack of education, I really can't find any adjectives to describe the taste of this chicken. I can only say that this chicken is from heaven.
Then he couldn't wait to taste the vegetables again. His expression was not as shocked as before, but he spoke seriously to the live broadcast room. "Family members, you may not believe this, but I tasted the chicken soup, and this vegetable. All the food was the most delicious I have ever tasted in my life. If this is false, I would like to swear that my whole family will be hit by a car when we go out."
After saying that, the fat anchor turned around and held the bowl and asked Lee Jun, "Boss, do you have any more? Can you give me some? This little bit is really not enough."
Seeing that his publicity had achieved its effect, Lee Jun was very happy in his heart, but on the surface he pretended to be regretful and said, "Sorry, brother, this thing is too precious. If it weren't for the publicity today, I wouldn't be willing to give it out for free tasting."
Hearing this, the fat anchor showed a regretful expression and said, "What a pity."
When others saw the fat hostess' exaggerated performance, they secretly laughed at him in their hearts and told him that they should not do the same thing in the future. But the slap in the face soon came. All the hosts who were given chicken soup showed exaggerated and shocked expressions after tasting them. Some anchors even offered hundreds of dollars on the spot to buy chicken soup that others had not yet eaten, just to taste a few more bites of such delicious chicken soup and chicken.
Anchor A, my dear friends, the boss is not lying. It really works.
You know, I played games all night last night, and I was still drowsy when I came to the live broadcast today. But after eating this bowl of chicken soup and chicken, I am not only full of energy, but also feel my blood boiling.
Host B, fuck, you know what, before I ate it, I thought to myself that since I've been paid, if it doesn't taste good or has no effect, I would still praise it against my conscience. But now I can tell you responsibly that this thing is just as the boss said. The total number of people in the live broadcast room at this time was about 200,000 to 300,000.
From the initial disdain to the shocked expressions of the anchors later, they began to type on the public screen what it tasted like and how much it cost. Lee Jun was also paying close attention to the live broadcast. After seeing the comments from the people at the scene and the netizens in the live broadcast room, he knew that he had succeeded.
So he struck while the iron was hot and quickly took out the final trump card. Everyone please be quiet and listen to me. Just now everyone has tasted the chicken soup, vegetables, etc. I believe you have also understood the specific effects. I have good news for you all. In order to make sure this delicacy does not remain unknown, after my unremitting efforts, I have visited you 3 times. That hermit finally agreed to let me sell it, but the price will definitely exceed everyone's imagination. Please don't be shocked or abuse me for being a profiteer. There is nothing I can do about it. I learned from an expert that the herbs needed to raise this kind of magical chicken and vegetables are also very expensive, so I can't reduce the price any further. In order to make everyone completely believe what I said, what I just showed you are all finished products. Now I will ask my employees to take out the fresh and alive spirit chickens, and everyone will know whether what I said is false or not. After saying that, Li Jun waved his hand, and then the employees who had been preparing in the store for a long time began to bring out the chickens, ducks, geese, and vegetables raised by Yang Chen and place them on the table in front of the store for people to see. Fuck, boss, are you sure this is a chicken and not an eagle? Yeah, look at that big goose, I think it can knock me over. Boss, you're awesome. Although I didn't get to drink the chicken soup, seeing these living creatures has convinced me that they do have magical effects. Listening to everyone talking at the scene, Li Jun was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. The chickens, ducks and geese placed on the exhibition table all looked aggressive, especially the big rooster, which stared at everyone with sharp eyes without any fear. The scales and sharp claws on its body emitted a metallic color under the sunlight. Looking at the old man who was bragging at the door of the store, Sun Ningming smiled at Yang Chen and teased, "Hee, brother Xiaochen, when did you become a hermit?" Listening to Li Jun's exaggerated bragging, Yang Chen, who was hiding and watching, was embarrassed. Seeing Menger dare to tease him, Yang Chen patted her hips in a playful way and whispered in her ear teasingly, "Didn't you know whether I was a master last night?" Sun Ningmeng didn't expect Yang Chen to be so bold that he dared to pinch her but in public, so she blushed and looked around quickly. She was relieved when she found that no one was looking at her and didn't dare to tease him anymore. Chapter 22 Chapter 24 starts to explode. The atmosphere on the scene was completely aroused. Li Jun also took out the promotional poster he had printed and said, "I think everyone believes what I said. Now I will announce the price to everyone. Damn, it's so expensive, I can't afford it. Ah, my gluttony has been aroused, but unfortunately the price is beyond my budget, woo. Me too. I can only afford a plate of vegetables with my monthly salary." Looking at the prices marked on the promotional posters, most people at the scene showed expressions of regret. The prices marked on the poster are as follows. Magic chicken, 128,800 each, magic duck, 180,800 each, magic goose, 220,000 each, magic vegetable, 6,660 per plate. Boss, where do I pay? I want to buy a spirit chicken to take away. The first person to buy it turned out to be the fat anchor who first tasted it. He took out another cell phone and walked forward, eager to pay for a living chicken to take home. With a business mind, he knows the value of the chicken very well. Whether he eats it or uses it as a gimmick for live broadcasts, he can make a fortune. Some other big anchors also came forward with the same mentality and planned to buy one to take away. Everyone, please be patient. Looking at the hosts crowding over, Li Jun shouted loudly. Then he hurriedly said, "I understand your desire to buy, but one of the conditions given to me by the master is that I am not allowed to sell live animals. After all, this kind of spiritual chicken is too ferocious and can easily cause accidents. Therefore, it is limited to tasting in our store." I am very sorry. Li Jun is not stupid. Those anchors obviously want to buy the lucky chickens and take them home to broadcast live to share their traffic, so he found an excuse to refuse. After all, the chicken is the only one in the store, so the traffic will stay here. If you want to take advantage of the traffic? Sorry, you can take advantage of it if you consume in the store. Seeing that their boss does not allow the purchase of live chickens, many anchors backed out and withdrew from the purchasing process. After all, it is too extravagant to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to eat a chicken, no matter how effective the magic chicken is. But it's different if you can buy it back. It's not only a live broadcast gimmick, but also later when the Lingji becomes really popular, you can resell it and you won't lose money anyway. Seeing that everyone who had been scrambling to buy just now had now turned away, Li Jun shook his head and continued to drop the breaking news. Another important thing is that we only have a quota of 5 chickens, ducks and geese of each species sold in our store each month. Customers who are interested in eating them please call us in advance to inquire,
so as not to come with high expectations and leave disappointed. Finally, I would like to thank all the TV stations and anchor friends present for coming to promote our store. After the filming is over, please come to the store and have a simple meal. After saying that, Lee Jun began to ask the employees to clean up the site. As for the magical chickens and the like, they continued to be placed on the display table for people to see. 2 employees were also posted nearby to guard against others getting too close.
Come on, Meng Meng. Will you come back to the old house with me or go to the store to help your parents?
There was no more fun to watch, so Yang Chen planned to go home. Although he also had a part in selling the magical chickens, he said from the beginning that he would not take care of those things and would only be responsible for breeding. Sun Ningmeng looked at her own food stall, which was very busy at the moment, so she shook her head and said, "Brother Xiaochen, you go home first. I'll help my parents with some work.
There are too many people here today, so I'll come find you later."
"Okay, then you go ahead and call me if you have anything. I'll go home and feed the chickens first." After returning home, Yang Chen saw egg yolk guarding the house obediently, so he played with it in the yard for a while. Then he went back to the backyard and added feed to the chicks, and poured half a drop of the spiritual liquid from the small bottle into the drinking basin.
Then Yang Chen created a decoy for the chicken coop.
After all, the spiritual chickens were beginning to appear in the public eye. Although Li Jun had given him repeated assurances, he still created one just to be on the safe side.
After the formation was completed, Yang Chen stepped back a few steps to check the effect.
1 meter away from the chicken coop, the entire coop instantly became extremely ordinary, no different from others, and the poultry were sparsely populated with only 2 or 3 birds. However, when you get within 1 meter of the chicken coop, you will see its original appearance, and the poultry raised inside are all fatter and stronger than those raised in other farms. Seeing that all the vegetables were ripe, Yang Chen hurriedly collected them all and put them into his storage ring for safekeeping. Then he turned the soil again, sowed new seeds, and poured some well water diluted with spiritual liquid on it. Originally, Yang Chen thought that after last night's unremitting efforts in farming with Sun Ningming, his cultivation had reached the 6th level of qi refining stage, so he could open up a new place to make a spiritual field and plant spiritual herbs. But now Yang Chen realized that he was a little too naive. "I thought I just had to plant them like vegetables, but I didn't expect that spiritual herbs also required spiritual power, and more than I did. It seems that I can only wait until I reach the foundation building stage to set up a spirit gathering array and obtain spirit stones." Since it is not possible to grow spiritual herbs now, Yang Chen has no regrets and will wait until he has built his foundation. After all, the gift package the system gave him contains many medicinal pills that are enough for his use.
"Let's go, egg yolk. I'll take you fishing."
After finishing all the work, Yang Chen took the fishing rod and called Egg Yolk to go to the dock to get some cuttlefish for a snack. We went to the fishing tackle shop and bought some wooden shrimps, iron plates, and other lures. Along the way, everyone was talking about the sky-high prices of poultry. Yang Chen didn't feel anything about this, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. The same thing happened when we arrived at the dock. Many anglers and fishermen were chatting while fishing, and the most discussed topic was the sky-high price of poultry.
"Yang Chen, Xiao Jia, where are you? Come to the pier to fish."
It had been a long time since I went fishing with Li Jia.
Yang Chen took out his cell phone and sent him a message. Ding dong. "Li Jia, brother Yang, I'm busy. I'm helping out in my uncle's store." "Well, everyone is busy, and I am the only one who has nothing to do."
Looking at the message Li Jia replied to him, Yang Chen didn't say anything. He came to the old fishing spot and started tying the line to prepare for fishing. After tying the leader and hanging the wooden shrimp, I cast the first cast of hope. After waiting for 7 or 8 seconds for the wooden shrimp to sink to the bottom, I began to control the fishing rod to pull it back. Not every cast can catch a fish, but every cast is filled with hope.
I comforted myself by casting dozens of casts in this way.
I caught 3 wooden shrimps but still didn't catch a single cuttlefish. Damn it, wait until I reach the foundation building stage and have spiritual consciousness, and then you'll see how I'll deal with you. Having just lost a wooden shrimp when it got stuck on the bottom, Yang Chen felt very unhappy and changed the bait to a new one, planning to fight this broken place today. Fortunately, I bought 10 wooden shrimps to play with this time, otherwise there would not be enough for me to use. Some people may ask why not use spiritual liquid to soak the fake bait.
Yang Chen has also tried this method.
Directly drop the spiritual liquid into the water to dilute and soak the live bait or make nesting materials. The effect is simply amazing. However, this is not the case for plastic and iron lures. After all, iron and plastic cannot absorb spiritual liquid, so they are not very attractive. There were too many small fish at the dock and big fish were scarce. Yang Chen didn't want to waste the spiritual liquid, so he didn't choose to use it to bait the water to catch other fish. Chapter 23, Chapter 25, Pier Fishing Conflict. It's finally here for me. The dragging feeling from the rod finally made Yang Chen, who was in a bad mood because his fish had been stuck on the bottom and lost its bait, smile. I pierced the fish gently to ensure that it would not get off the hook, then shook the spinning wheel at a constant speed to start reeling in the line. Without much effort, the first 1-pound cuttlefish was pulled ashore. After putting the fish into the live fish bucket, Yang Chen immediately cast out the next rod. Perhaps the school of cuttlefish finally arrived here, because not long after he threw it down, another cuttlefish came and hugged the wooden shrimp. He used the same trick again and quickly stabbed the fish and reeled in another cuttlefish. In the following time, Yang Chen basically caught a fish every 2 or 3 times, and each fish weighed more than half a pound. Some of the people who were playing lure fishing nearby saw him catching fish crazily, and some of them shamelessly squeezed over. Although Yang Chen frowned in displeasure, he didn't say anything. After all, the wharf was not contracted by him. But what happened next made him yell at a weirdo, "Why don't you try to cast a club sideways?" It turned out that the location chosen by Yang Chen was too small. Others who wanted to throw to his spot could only throw from the side, but in this way the lines would easily get tangled. The first and second times Yang Chen didn't say anything and just patiently untied the line, but the other party seemed to not care at all and kept throwing it to him without any shame. The last time the wires got together again, Yang Chen couldn't stand it anymore and tore off the other party's PE wire with his hands and warned them. "The pier is yours, right? What's your business about how I cast the line? Why did you break my line?" Hearing the other party's shameless words, Yang Chen was also amused and raised his middle finger to the other party and cursed, "Untie? Have you ever untied it once? It's been tangled 5 times, and I untied it every time. What did you do? Every time the line gets tangled, you take out a cigarette and wait for me to untie it? So what? You're the one who always picks on me. If you don't understand, do you want me to? You're really crazy. There is nothing wrong with what you said. Just continue fishing." Yang Chen shrugged and put down the fishing rod in his hand, intending to kill the other person. Seeing Yang Chen put down his fishing rod and admit defeat, the strange young man said disdainfully while tying the line group, "What a psychopath. The pier is not your home, shouldn't you wait when you see me cast?" After tying the line and putting on the bait, he looked at Yang Chen provocatively, exhaled a puff of smoke, and continued to throw towards the previous point. Of course, Yang Chen did not tolerate the other party's arrogance. He simply flicked his finger and a hidden force was sent out, which hit the other party's pole directly like a magical finger snapping skill. Crack! The pole broke with a sound, and then Yang Chen controlled the force and sent out a hidden force to hit the opponent's knee. Ah! The strange young man was seen kneeling on the ground, covering his knees in pain. Of course, this is not the end. Yang Chen then used his spiritual power like an invisible big hand to grab the other person's hair and drag him down from the 7 or 8 meter high dock. With a loud bang, the shameless young man fell directly from the 7 or 8 meter high dock into the water, splashing huge amounts of water. "Help, come quickly, someone has fallen into the water." A fishing friend nearby heard the sound of someone falling into the water and hurriedly called for help to come and rescue. Hearing someone fall into the water, others quickly put down their fishing rods and rushed over. Some people shouted, "Quick, the lifebuoy is on the guardrail, quickly untie it and throw it in." The young man who fell into the water endured the pain in his knees and struggled in the water, shouting, "Help, I can't swim, I'm dying." Looking at his masterpiece, Yang Chen cursed inwardly with a cheerful mood, "You are such a cheapskate," and then packed up his things. Everything was fine at first, and after the disturbance caused by that weird young man, the cuttlefish would probably run away. I finally managed to have a combo, but I didn't expect to encounter such a shameless thing. However, the catch today was pretty good. I caught 5 cuttlefish. I will blanch half of them and make the other half into sashimi. But it was getting late, so I went home directly. On the way home, Yang Chen stopped by the market to buy some braised pig ears as a side dish, as eating seafood alone was not enough. After I got home and cooked, I was just about to take out my phone to send a message to Sun Ningming asking if she wanted to come for dinner when I saw the message from her. "Sun Ningming, brother Xiaochen, I want to go over tonight. There are too many people in the store today. I want to help here cry. Yang Chen, thank you for your hard work hug, but don't forget to eat dinner even if you are busy. Sun Ningming, I know, I love you hard heart." After chatting with Sun Ningming for a while, Yang Chen realized that the food stall was so busy today, and there were still many customers until the evening.
This is just the beginning. After the live broadcast and TV station broadcasts it, business will surely be booming as time goes by. No wonder Uncle Lee and Aunt Lee said they didn't want a penny from their poultry. Now they can make a fortune just from the traffic brought by the magic chickens. The fact was just as Yang Chen thought. Li Jun was busy in the kitchen, weighing the wok in his but was smoking. Although he was very tired, the smile on his face never diminished. The same was true for Sun Jin at the front desk. Seeing that the seats in the store were full and there were still many people lining up to eat, he smiled so hard that a few more wrinkles appeared on his face. I'm already thinking about whether I should expand the store and renovate it to develop in the direction of high-end private cuisine. After all, those who can afford Lingji will definitely feel uncomfortable seeing the environment of a food stall. At this time, all the customers in the store could not afford the price of the magic chicken, but that did not stop them from coming in to eat out of curiosity. After all, this was a place with such magical ingredients as the magic chicken. Then it must be that the other dishes that he could afford were not too bad in taste, and most of the customers in the restaurant held the same idea. The fact was just as Yang Chen thought. As the spirit chicken has become popular on the internet in recent days, Taohua Island has also attracted much attention and attracted many people to check in and travel. The residents on the island were all grinning from ear to ear and thanked and praised Li Jun and his wife for their business acumen. After all, with more people coming to travel, various consumptions have occurred, and local shops and fishermen are making a lot of money. Some even think that Taohua Island has pleasant scenery and a warm climate. Some tourists even plan to stay for a long time and rent local houses everywhere, causing the prices of hotels, BBS, and private houses to skyrocket. An old house like the one Yang Chen lives in used to rent for only 1,000 yuan a month, but now the price has risen to more than 2,000 or even 3,000 yuan. Sun Ningmeng brought breakfast early in the morning and excitedly took out her phone and said to Yang Chen, "Brother Xiaochen, did you know that our spirit chicken is very popular? Douyin is full of news about our store." "Really? Let me see." He took the phone and checked it. It was indeed extremely popular. 8 out of 10 Douyin videos were about the spirit chicken. Are these people so low quality? Yang Chen asked with a frown as he looked at some malicious comments on Douyin. "Hey, don't worry about those keyboard warriors, Brother Chen. They always have a negative attitude towards everything." Sun Ningmeng didn't care at all. After all, the mouth was on someone else's body, and there were so many people with foul mouths that she couldn't control them all. At least now her parents' store could become more popular because of these people. There were pros and cons. While hanging out with Yang Chen, Sun Ningmeng said something good. "Brother Xiaochen, do you know that with the popularity of the spirit chicken, leaders of relevant departments have also come to our store to ask if we have encountered any troubles or if there is anything they can help with?" Yang Chen was not surprised by this. As long as those leaders hadn't been kicked in the brain by a donkey, they would definitely find a way to support it. After all, Peach Blossom Island was everywhere, but Lingji was the only one. If it were a tourist island or something like that, it would still become popular. If Yang Chen wasn't too lazy and came up with some new products that were beneficial to the human body, it would even be more popular than it is now. However, Yang Chen, who was very sober, still reminded Sun Ningmeng in his arms, "It's good to be popular, but this kind of popularity won't last long. In the end, we still have to control those rich people, so don't expand blindly. You have to find ways to improve the quality of service and even the environment of the store." Chapter 24 Chapter 26 Fun at the Sea. "Okay, Brother Xiaochen. I'll go back to the store to help out first. I'll come back to see you later." Sitting in Yang Chen's arms, Sun Ningmeng found that something was wrong with him, so she spoke hesitantly. "Hee, we've been busy for 2 or 3 days. There's no need to rush." After saying this with a smirk, Yang Chen picked her up and walked upstairs. It has been so many days. Ever since he started practicing this technique, he found that his resistance to beauty was getting lower and lower. 2.5 hours later, Sun Ningmeng got up and put on her clothes, her face still flushed. She looked at Yang Chen smoking a cigarette on the bed and rolled her eyes at him, scolding him coquettishly, "You big pervert, I'm going back to the store first." He. "Who made you so beautiful, Manger?" Shamelessly, Yang Chen smiled smugly, smoking a cigarette while watching the slim Sun Ningmeng getting dressed and tidying up her appearance. After Sun Ningmeng left, Yang Chen, who was half full, got up, dressed, went downstairs to get the tongs and bucket to go fishing. At this time, we are at Taohua Island Pier. A beautiful woman with a cool temperament, delicate facial features, a high-nose bridge, deep eyes, and a hint of red lips, all of which exuded a charming aura, pushed an old man off the cruise ship.
Behind her were several bodyguards and nannies carrying luggage.
It was obvious that she was some wealthy family going on a trip.
This is further evidenced by the fact that the Rolls-Royce used by the island's most luxurious hotel to pick up distinguished guests, as well as a row of other luxury cars, had long been parked at the pier exit waiting.
Ms. Liu, welcome to our Xingqian hotel.
Well, thank you for the trouble.
Lu Ruyan said with a blank expression and a very cold voice, then pushed the wheelchair to Rolls-Royce alone.
When the old man saw that his granddaughter was still as cold as ever, he just smiled and shook his head, not knowing what he was thinking. Back in the presidential suite of the hotel, Lu Ruyan stood by the floor-to-ceiling window with her arms folded, leaning against the window, looking at the scene outside without saying a word. No one knew what she was thinking about, and the coldness emanating from her body became even more severe. Even the sunshine, the beach, and the beautiful scenery of endless blue sea and sky outside that made people happy could not bring a smile to her face. Alas, Ruyan, some things are missed once they are missed, we have to look forward. Looking at his granddaughter's current condition, the grandfather spoke out to comfort her, although he had said this countless times.
Grandpa, what are you talking about? I'm just thinking about the company's business.
When Lu Ruyan faced her grandfather, her voice finally warmed up a little, but it was still a little cold. Just figure it out for yourself, but I don't know if this magical chicken has the effect it claims to have. Seeing that his granddaughter was still very stubborn, Lu Xiaodi shook his head and stopped talking about this topic but turned to the spirit chicken. Although Lu Xiaodi is old, he is not confused. His granddaughter suddenly brought him to Peach Blossom Island because of that handsome young man. After all, he had also heard from his subordinates that his young lady had secretly investigated where the other party had gone, but the clues were cut off when it reached Haidong province. So when the news spread everywhere about how effective the magic chicken on Peach Blossom Island was, Lu Ruyan immediately brought herself here. First, she wanted to continue looking for someone, and second, she wanted to try whether this magic chicken was as magical as advertised. If it's fake, I'll tear down their store and I won't be called Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan had an expressionless face and a voice as cold as if it could freeze everything. Grandpa Lu Xiaodi had no doubt that she would do such a thing. If Yang Chen could hear it, he would definitely nod his head in belief. After all, he had suffered greatly from it at the time. Unfortunately, he was happily picking up various seafood forgotten on the beach with a pair of tongs at low tide.
Wow, little brother, you are awesome. We have been looking for it for a long time but couldn't find it. How did you dig out the big shell from the sand so easily?
Ha, practice makes perfect. Just like I've been working as an electrician for more than 20 years, I can tell if there is electricity just by touching it with my hand. Yang Chen listened to the admiring praises of the young lady who was also catching seafood nearby, and he also enjoyed the cocky jokes very much.
Hee, little brother, you are so humorous. Hee, is it just humor? Don't you realize that I am also very handsome? Yang Chen said jokingly in a good mood.
The young lady was also a social savvy person. She immediately cooperated and pretended to be a fangirl and said, "Wow, he is really handsome."
Does the handsome guy have a girlfriend?
No, you're too handsome and others dare not approach you.
I'm so distressed. Miss, do you have a boyfriend? Yang Chen pretended to have a headache and posed in a very funny and handsome manner.
The two's funny actions made their girlfriends standing by unable to bear the sight of them picking their feet in embarrassment, and they felt like they could build a castle on the beach.
What a coincidence. I don't have a boyfriend either. Handsome brother, would you like to add my contact information?
The young lady said as she shook the phone in her hand.
No problem. I just like making friends with beauties like you.
Seeing that the other person's appearance was 8.5 points, Yang Chen did not refuse. After all, he was also a person who loved making friends. Scan the QR code to add her, and the girl also introduced herself. "Handsome guy, my name is Shin Manny, what's your name?"
My name is Yang Chen. Are you here for tourism? Yang Chen asked curiously after making the note.
Yes, Yang Chen, are you here for tourism too?
No, I'm a local.
After hearing Yang Chen say that he was from the local area, Shin Manny looked at him suspiciously and said, "You don't think I'm easy to fool, do you?" The girlfriends beside him also didn't believe it and said collectively, "Yeah, handsome guy, it's not fun to lie to others." Seeing that everyone didn't believe him, Yang Chen shrugged his shoulders and looked at them with an expression that said, "You are really smart," and said, "Well, I came here to rent a house to live in for a long time."
That's what I said. Most of the people here are dark-skinned. Not like you, Yang Chen, who has fair and clean skin.
And your skin feels better than ours. Shin Manny walked forward without any shyness and looked at him carefully. Although I know I'm handsome, please don't stare at me like that. I'll be shy. It was very funny to see Yang Chen pretending to be shy and turning his head away. This made Shen Mani laugh so hard that she couldn't close her mouth and said, "Haha, you are still shy? You can fool a ghost. The narcissistic and shy person just now can't do that. Hee hee, there's nothing I can do." After all, anyone would be shy if they were stared at by a beautiful woman, especially someone I fell in love with at first sight. Yang Chen came up with flirtatious words easily, which made Shen Mani roll her eyes and reply, "Tisk, love at first sight, I think you are just attracted by your beauty." "Ha, if you say so, then it is. Do you want to come to my house as a guest? My dog can do backflips. If a handsome guy hits you on, it's called romance. If an ugly guy hits you on, it's called harassment." Although Shen Mani was somewhat tempted by Yang Chen's invitation, she was not the only one there, so she could only shake her head and refuse. "Maybe next time. There are quite a lot of us here this time, and there are a few boys at the BB. We won't bother you." "What? There are men too? Never mind. My dog broke his leg while doing a backflip a few days ago and can't perform. Let's make an appointment next time. I'm going to go fishing first. I wish you guys a big harvest. It's a rare date with a man, and it's just a flirtation on a whim. If you really bring her home as a guest, Sun Ningmun, the little girl, will definitely be jealous." Seeing Yang Chen change his mind so quickly, Shen Mani was also angry at his lame excuse and laughed at his back and said, "Wow, Yang Chen, you are so realistic. You can't be the legendary scumbag, right? Why do we have to know each other when we meet? We are just passers-by to each other. Goodbye, the beautiful woman who once fell in love at first sight in my heart for a few minutes." Without looking back, Yang Chen waved his hand with his back to them, and without leaving a cloud behind, he moved to another place and continued his plan of fishing in the sea. Chapter 25 Chapter 27 The 100-Year-Old Pearl. Chatting with the young ladies was just a small interlude, the real business was still to go fishing. After leaving the previous position, Yang Chen's sensitive hearing could easily sense the movements of various shellfish, seaworms, crabs, etc. lying on the sand within 5 meters. This also saved him from having to scrape here and there to search like others did, and he could easily get a lot of seafood. It's a pity that I haven't reached the foundation building stage yet and can't release my spiritual awareness. Otherwise, it would be as easy and accurate to find it as if I had turned on a perspective hack. Hey, there is actually a fluctuation of spiritual energy. Seeing a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy coming from the beach not far away, Yang Chen hurried forward to check. When I arrived at the location where the spiritual energy was discovered, I looked around and saw that there was nothing on the beach, but I could sense a trace of spiritual energy coming from under the sand. Yang Chen immediately took out his shovel and started digging. Fortunately, the thing was not buried very deep. After digging about 1 meter, he saw a pearl the size of an egg. I thought you could find good stuff while treasure hunting on the beach. Fortunately, this thing was hidden deep, otherwise I would have missed it. This thing must be quite old. Looking at the silvery white egg-sized pearl in his palm emitting pure spiritual energy, Yang Chen played with it with great joy. Then, out of curiosity, he took out his mobile phone and looked up how much an egg-sized pearl without a trace of impurities could be sold for. As a result, I searched through all the information but couldn't find the specific price. However, I learned from the news of an auction at an auction house that a diamond that was smaller than mine and not as round and delicate as mine was sold for tens of millions. However, Yang Chen didn't want to sell it no matter how much money he was offered. After all, money was easy to make, and rich people would scramble to buy any item he threw out, let alone such an extremely rare pearl. Moreover, items with spiritual energy can not only be used to set up formations, but can also be used for cultivation, etc. After just a little processing, they can be given to ordinary people to wear, allowing them to slowly absorb the spiritual energy and achieve the effects of prolonging life and strengthening the body. This is why many people pursue jade, because good jade will have some spiritual energy. Although it is not as good for ordinary people to wear as the ones processed by themselves, it is better than nothing, and long-term wearing will also be beneficial to the body. Although we know that jade carries spiritual energy, the average jade can cost thousands or tens of thousands of dollars, and even the best quality ones can cost hundreds of millions or even tens of millions. There was nothing he could do before because of his low cultivation level, but now that his cultivation level has improved, making money is as easy for him as drinking water. As long as he showed off his skills to those people, they would worship him like a god, but he was just too lazy to bother with all that. After all, the cultivator only had more than 2,000 yuan in savings. He originally had more than 5,000 yuan, but he spent a lot of money after going out to play with Sun Ningming for a day.
However, poverty is only temporary. Now the magic chicken is known to everyone. When the rich people truly experience its effects, they will definitely flock to it. After all, no amount of money can compare to a good body, for the rich. I didn't expect that I could pick up good things when I came to the beach on a whim today. Yang Chen felt like he was a child of destiny and he could pick up treasures just by going out for a walk. So he stopped picking up seafood with great hope, put everything into the storage ring, and then wandered around hoping to sense some place emitting spiritual energy. Unfortunately, there was still no trace of it when the tide came in. Seeing that the seawater was slowly rising, Yang Chen, feeling discouraged, had to give up his search. It was already 5 o'clock when I returned home. I took out my catch from fishing today from my storage ring and prepared dinner. I poured all the things on the ground and sorted them out, then I realized how much I had picked up today. There were only mantis shrimps, swimming crabs, stranded fish, cat's eye snails, small squids, and various strange snails and crabs that I couldn't recognize the names of. Seeing that there was too much food and he couldn't finish it, Yang Chen took out his cell phone and sent a message to Li Jie. Yang Chen, is Xia Jie here? As soon as I sent the message, the other party replied immediately. Li Jie, what's wrong, brother Yan? Yang Chen, picture, come to my house and get some. I found too much today and can't finish it. The relationship can only continue through reciprocity. Yang Chen couldn't finish the food anyway, so he just gave some away. However, he didn't know many people on the island, so he could only give it to Li Jie. After a while, Li Jie came in a hurry on an electric bike. He entered the yard, looked at the pile of seafood on the ground, gave Yang Chen a thumbs up and said, "Brother Yang, you are awesome. Where did you go to catch so much seafood?" Fortunately, these things were picked up on the beach not far from here. After hearing what Yang Chen said, Li Jie was even more impressed and said, "You are awesome. Locals don't like to go to that beach to catch fish because there are too many tourists and there is nothing good to catch. I didn't expect you to catch so much. Okay, stop praising me. I'm going to blush if you keep praising me. I'll just pick out the ones I like and eat them all. You can take the rest. I can't finish them anyway." Yang Chen was squatting on the ground and talking while choosing what he liked to eat, and Li Jie saw him and came forward to help. When Li Jie put the rest into his own bucket, there was still a full bucket left, so he sat on the tram and said gratefully, "Thank you, brother Yang, I'll go back first, I have to go to my uncle's store to help later." "It's okay. I've finished eating anyway." After Li Jie left, Yang Chen took the selected seafood and began to clean and process it in preparation for cooking. In a short while, the spicy stir-fried crab, squid, and mantis shrimp stew, shell soup, and a plate of vegetables were easily prepared. After bringing all the dishes out of the yard, Yang Chen took out his cell phone and asked Sun Ningming if she wanted to come for dinner. After learning that the store was still very busy and he couldn't come, Yang Chen could only eat alone and watch Odbo carrying bananas while eating on Douyin. At this time, Lu Ruyan was sitting at a table outside Li's food stall with her grandfather, patiently waiting for the magic chicken she had ordered in advance. Looking at the messy environment around her and the endless sounds of people drinking and chatting and guessing numbers, she, who had never eaten at an open-air stall, felt very uncomfortable. The customers around also looked over when they saw such a beautiful woman. If there weren't a few burly bodyguards standing next to Lu Ruyan, some people would probably have come over to chat with her. "Ha, Ruyan, don't frown all the time. Grandpa, I think this environment is very good. I haven't felt such a lively atmosphere for a long time." Seeing his granddaughter with a frown on her face that never relaxed, Lu Xiaode actually enjoyed the feeling of being in this worldly atmosphere. Lu Ruyan said calmly, "I understand, Grandpa." Her voice was still as cold as ever. She suppressed her discomfort and tried to get used to this kind of occasion. Chapter 26 Chapter 28 Domineering Lu Ruyan. "Sorry to have kept you waiting. Your boiled chicken and other dishes are now ready." Sun Jin also stepped forward and said with an apologetic smile, it was the first time he felt that his shop was so shabby. After all, it does seem a bit awkward to see Lu Ruyan, who is either rich or noble, and her grandfather Lu Xiaode, who have the aura of a wealthy man, sitting at an open-air table in a food stall. "Ha, it's alright, Madam Boss, we came here to taste your special magical chicken." Lu Ruyan didn't respond and just stared at the boiled chicken on the table, while Lu Xiaode was chatting with Sun Chen in a very kind and smiling manner. Looking at the two extreme existences, one extremely cold and the other amiable, Sun Jin was a little confused about these rich people. But since everyone is a guest, she also said enthusiastically, "The old man will not let you down, you can try it first, and call me if you need anything, I won't disturb you to eat first." Seeing the proprietress's confident look,
Lu Xiaode picked up a piece of chicken and started tasting it without any condiments. Good ingredients do not need any seasoning, you can only taste their flavor by eating them in their original flavor. When Lu Xiaode took the chicken in his mouth, his eyes lit up. He chewed it carefully and tasted it quickly. Then he praised his granddaughter and said, "Ruyan, you should try it too. It tastes exactly like what is described in the video." Seeing that her grandfather also praised it so highly, Lu Ruyan curiously picked up a piece and tasted it, and then quickly picked up another spiritual vegetable and tasted it. Then he smiled, which was rare, and said, "Yes, that's true. But whether it works or not, we'll know after we finish eating it." Lu Ruyan's smiling face stunned the diners who were peeking at her from all around. In a short while, all the dishes on the table except the magic chicken and the magic vegetables were eaten up, and only a few bites of the other seafood were taken. Lu Xiaode, whose face was glowing with joy after eating, praised the food and said, "Ruyan, this is really effective. I feel my blood is surging all over my body, and my legs are warm. I think if I eat more, I might feel better." After listening to what her grandfather said, Lu Ruyan nodded. She also felt that after eating the magical chicken and magical vegetables, her whole body felt warm. She was originally a little tired from traveling all the way, but now she felt that she had endless energy, and some of her old illnesses were also alleviated a lot. It turns out that the effect is indeed as advertised and there is no fraud. So Lu Ruyan, who had always been decisive, nodded to the bodyguard beside her, indicating that he should call out the boss's wife. "Hello, is there anything that doesn't suit your taste?" Sun Chen asked with some trepidation. After all, he was counting the bills in the store, and suddenly a burly man came and said to him expressionlessly that he was the boss. Anyone else would be so panicked. Lu Ruyan came up and got straight to the point without any nonsense. "No, I want to ask how many spiritual vegetables you have in your store." "I want them all." "Ah? Sorry, we only have so many quotas each month. If you buy them all, others won't be able to taste them. So each person can only have one per month." Hearing the boss lady reject her, Lu Ruyan said with a frosty face, "Can I increase the price? I'll give you an extra 50,000 for each variety, and 10,000 for the spiritual vegetables." "I'm sorry, beautiful, it really can't be done." Sun Chen shook her head unmoved and refused. Compared to selling all to one person and killing the goose that lays the golden eggs, she still wanted to let everyone taste it, and then she would talk about it when word of mouth improves. After all, the popularity of the magical chicken is very high right now. If all the people who come here to eat it fail to get to eat it, it will definitely cause unimaginable losses. Lu Ruyan looked cold and indifferent, with no expression on her face, watching the other party raise the price without questioning. 100,000, add another 100,000 to the original price of each variety, and 20,000 to the spiritual vegetables. "Okay, Ruyan, the boss lady also has her own difficulties, let's not force it." "Thank you, boss lady, the dishes are very much to our liking." Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Lu Xiaode hurriedly stopped his granddaughter from continuing. "I'm sorry, old man. I know you need spiritual chickens, but there's really nothing I can do. There are only so many quotas each month." Seeing that the old man was so easy to talk to, Sun Jin was a little annoyed by Lu Ruyan's condescending tone, but for the old man's sake he smiled and turned away. "Grandpa, why, you know these ingredients are good for your legs, why don't you buy them all so you can stand up later?" Seeing her grandfather stopping her, Lu Ruyan asked in confusion. "Ha, silly girl, you are the CEO, but you don't understand such a simple thing? Go back to the hotel and don't delay the boss's business." After the old man finished speaking, he smiled and then asked the nanny to push his wheelchair into the nanny car. "I understand." After being enlightened by her grandfather, Lu Ruyan immediately understood why her grandfather was unwilling to sell all of them to her, even if the price was increased. As the helmsman of a business empire, she also understood the importance of a brand, and now was still an important stage of promotion. She was too impatient just now and did not consider these things. So he stopped forcing himself, asked his female secretary to pay the bill, and followed his grandfather to the hotel where he was staying. "I spent 140,000 yuan on a meal without blinking an eye, and there were still many dishes on the table that had not been touched. The waiter who came to clean the table also adhered to the principle of not wasting food, and picked out the moved parts, intending to take the remaining good ones home. Hubby, let's discuss this." When Sun Jin was busy with proofing and cleaning until midnight, he called Li Jun, who was resting on a recliner. "What are you discussing?" "I was thinking, after this busy period, should we upgrade the store and turn it into a high-end private restaurant? After all, ingredients like spirit chicken don't seem to fit in with a food stall." Then Sun Jin explained why she had such an idea. It was when she met a wealthy person like Lu Ruyan who came to eat tonight and sat at an open-air table with a frown on her face that she realized that she had to renovate her store and change its style. It's a bit difficult to decorate. You know, our store is so small, it's useless to change it. But I think we can move to another place if we want to cook private dishes. Didn't Lee Erman open a pretty nice BB? But it's a bit far from the center of the island, so the business has been tepid. I heard he was planning to sell it. You mean Erman? I know, but isn't the price a bit expensive? Sun Chen said hesitantly that Lee Erman and they were related by the same ancestral hall, and she had also heard that the other party wanted to sell the BB, but the price was a bit expensive at more than 3 million. But the place is really good. Not only is it exquisitely decorated, but it is also far from the center of the island and very quiet. The environment is also very beautiful, with a garden, fish pond, etc. It also faces the sea and has a clean beach for people to play. Li Jun also nodded in affirmation. It is a bit expensive, but we now have the spiritual chicken as our trump card. I believe it won't take long to make back our investment. Sun Shin said sadly, alas, most of our money has been used for promotion, and now we don't have enough money on hand. There is a way, but I'm afraid you won't agree. Li Junki said a little embarrassedly. What method? It's Xiaochun's money. I calculated that just from selling spiritual chickens and spiritual vegetables, he makes about 3 million a month. Li Jun scratched his head very embarrassedly and said, after all, he was thinking about his future son-in-law's money. No matter how thick-skinned he would still feel embarrassed. Old Li, let me tell you, don't try to get Xiaochun's money. Even though he is dating our daughter, we can't do that. Sun Chen refused without even thinking, and angrily hit her husband a few times to vent her anger. Hee, that's just what I said. Li Jun was not angry even after being beaten. Mom and Dad, what are you two arguing about? Sun Ningmeng heard her parents arguing in the house, and vaguely heard the word Xiaochun, so she walked out to ask out of curiosity. It's your dad. Sun Chen pinched Li Jun angrily, and then told his daughter that he wanted to decorate the store and Li Jun's idea just now. Dad, why are you like this? Brother Xiaochun has no money. Sun Ningming also looked at her father angrily. Li Jun was stared at by the mother and daughter, and said in a weak voice, No, your mother said she wanted to change the style of the decoration. I thought it would be better to buy your Uncle Erman's homestay instead of renovating it. Besides, I'm just borrowing it, not returning it. I can't even borrow it. How will Brother Xiaochun look at me later? That's right. Xiaochun gave us the spiritual chicken to sell. You can see how much our business has increased after the promotion. The turnover in the past few days alone is equivalent to 2 months' income. I can't ask Xiaochun for money. Seeing that both mother and daughter were on Yang Chen's side, Li Jun gave a wry smile and quickly surrendered, saying, Okay, I'll think of other ways to raise money. Chapter 27 Chapter 29 Regretful Lu Ruyan. The next morning, Sun Ningmeng brought breakfast as usual. Yang Chen saw that she was wearing yoga pants today, showing off her sexy figure, so he carried her upstairs without saying a word to have another breakfast first. Afterwards, Sun Ningmeng, with her face still flushed, pounded Yang Chen's chest and said, You big pervert, you can't let me have peace so early in the morning. Hey, who told you to dress so beautifully today? Yang Chen held a cigarette in his mouth and happily put his arm around Sun Ningmeng's shoulders, letting her act coquettishly. It must be said that dual cultivation is the correct way out. After just one close contact, Yang Chen felt that his cultivation had improved a lot. One dual cultivation was equivalent to half a month of hard practice. Moreover, the chaos technique of controlling women is not the kind of martial art that uses girls as a cauldron, but a true combination of yin and yang that is also beneficial to girls. Ever since Sun Ningmeng started practicing dual cultivation with Yang Chen, she has felt changes in her body. Not only has her skin improved, but her physical fitness and other aspects have also improved a lot. For this reason, she even curiously asked Yang Chen whether doing that kind of thing not only made her happy, but also strengthened her body. Yang Chen, who didn't know how to explain it, just laughed it off and said that there was no such thing as a land that could be plowed to death by an overworked ox, and the more the land was plowed, the more fertile it became. The two of them were snuggling in bed and talking sweet nothings. At this time, Sun Ningmeng said a little embarrassedly, Brother Xiaochun, my dad made me so angry last night. What's wrong with your dad? Yang Chen was also a little curious. Aren't the father loving and the daughter filial usually? Why would they be quarreling? It's like this, Brother Xiaochun. Sun Mingmeng hurriedly talked about how her father tried to take Yang Chenling's chicken money last night, and then was scolded by her and her mother. After hearing this, Yang Chen also smiled dumbly. He was deeply moved and hugged the silly girl tightly to comfort her. Don't be so fond of your dad. He is also doing this for your own good.
Think about it. You are the only one in your family. In the future, all theirs will be yours.
That's what I said, but Xiaochen, you don't have any money either. When they went out to the island to play that day, Sun Ningmeng saw the text message notification from the bank when Yang Chen made the payment, which showed that the balance was only over 2,000. Yang Chen didn't expect Sun Ningmeng to be so observant, but he still comforted her and said, "It's okay, I can easily get the money, I'm just too lazy."
Really?
Sun Ningmeng looked at him suspiciously.
Of course, you don't have to worry about it. If Uncle Li wants to use it, just let him use it first. Yang Chen didn't care about it. He didn't need the money now anyway.
Sun Ningmeng didn't want her relationship with Yang Chen to be mixed with money, so she shook her head and said firmly, "That won't work either.
After the spirit chickens are sold out, I'll ask my dad to transfer the money to you."
Yang Chen was so moved at this moment that he didn't know what words to use to describe it, so he came up with an idea. He planned to buy the homestay himself when the money arrived and then give it to her. After getting up and returning to the yard, the hot breakfast they had brought had now become cold, but the two of them still ate it with gusto, almost feeding each other mouth to mouth. After breakfast, Sun Ningmeng had to rush back to the store to start live streaming. Now she has made live streaming a side job. With the hot topic of Lingji, the number of people in the live streaming room always starts at least 20,000 plus.
Yang Chen had no opinion on this.
Since the other party liked it, he would broadcast it. He was not worried at all that his beautiful girlfriend would be seduced by the top guy on the list. If the corner of the wall can be pried open, it means that the other person doesn't love you enough, so there is no loss at all. I went back to the backyard and fed all the chickens, ducks and geese. I saw that the chicks I bought last time in the chicken coop had grown a lot bigger, but there were not many left from the ones I had raised before and sold to the store. Li Jun originally planned to come to the yard to pick up the chicken once someone made a reservation, but was rejected by Yang Chen, as he was afraid that Li Jun would be followed and would know that the chicken was taken from him, which would cause trouble.
So Yang Chen thought of a better way, which was to have Sun Ningmeng come and get it. This way, no one would be able to guess it.
After all, they were a couple, and it was normal for them to get things from their homes together.
"Miss, the person has not been found yet."
In the hotel room's living room, Lu Ruyan listened to her subordinate's report without even raising her eyelids. She looked at the only photo of herself and Yang Chen on her phone and said in a cold voice, "Keep looking."
Yang Chen didn't know that one of his most feared ex-girlfriends had already arrived on the island.
At this time, he was riding an electric bike around the island and enjoying the life of beautiful women. At this moment, Lu Ruyan was standing by the French window, looking down at the people playing on the beach. Suddenly, she shouted excitedly, "Someone, hurry up and send me someone."
"What's wrong, young lady?"
The bodyguard thought something had happened to his young lady and ran in hurriedly. "Get down and block the man on the motorcycle, get down quickly." Lu Ruyan shouted hysterically, her eyes fixed on Yang Chen, who was driving an electric bike leisurely on the road, enjoying the sea breeze.
Yes, we'll go right away."
The bodyguards responded and ran to the elevator at the speed of a 100-meter sprint.
When old man Lu Xiota heard the noise, the nanny pushed the wheelchair to her side and said, "Ruyan, what's wrong? I heard you yelling in the house." "Grandpa, I found him.
It turns out he is also on the island.
I'm going to go down and find him now."
A rare smile appeared on Lu Ruyan's face. She then hurriedly put on her coat and went out.
"What are you doing?
If you don't get out of the way, I'll do it." Looking at the several men in suits who were panting and trying to stop him from leaving, Yang Chen spoke with a bad look on his face.
"Sir, please, wait a moment. The lady asks you to wait a moment. She will be down now."
The leading bodyguard spoke breathlessly and cautiously, fearing that a conflict would arise in the next second.
"Miss? Who is she? Do I know her?"
Yang Chen was also curious. The woman who stopped him for no apparent reason and addressed him respectfully as Miss was coming to see him. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly heard a familiar voice behind him, "Yang Chen."
"Forehead?"
Hearing this voice, Yang Chen felt very uneasy. After all, he was very familiar with this voice. With bodyguards blocking the road in front and his ex in the back, he could only turn his head with a stiff neck, trying to force a smile on his face, and timidly shouted, "Sister Ru, Sister Ruyan, long time no see." The words "long time no see" directly broke Lu Ruyan's strong heart. She rushed over and hugged Yang Chen with all her strength as if she wanted to merge him into her body.
That. Sister Ruyan, I can't breathe.
Although Lu Ruyan doesn't look sexy, Yang Chen, who was hugged by her, felt deeply what big and soft meant.
Why did you break up with me and delete my contact information? And why did you leave Modu without saying goodbye?
When you broke up with me, my company was being attacked by competitors, so I didn't have time to come to you to explain.
But I knew everything about your troubles in school.
I wanted to wait until things were resolved before looking for you.
But why did you suddenly drop out of school and disappear? Do you know how long I have been looking for you?
After venting her emotions, Lu Ruyan looked at Yang Chen fiercely and shouted loudly, as if she was going to eat him if the other party didn't give a satisfactory explanation.
Chapter 28 Chapter 30 Causes and Consequences.
After listening to Lu Ruyan's hysterical words, Yang Chen finally understood why he was still worried for a while after he deleted and blocked the other party's contact information after breaking up. But after I found that he didn't cause me any more trouble, I felt relieved and continued to take on other tasks. I didn't encounter him again until I finished the last task, received the reward, and dropped out of school. I didn't expect that I would still meet him after running so far.
No wonder I felt a little uneasy today.
However, seeing that the aloof and domineering Lu Ruyan was crying so hard, Yang Chen couldn't bear it and raised his hand to wipe away the tears on her face and said, Sister Ruyan, I'm sorry.
Lu Ruyan slapped Yang Chen's hand away, and said in a cold tone with a hostile look on her face, You want to get rid of me with just a word of apology? Do you know how long I have been looking for you?
Since you left Magic City University, I sent people to look for you for more than a month. It was this look and the tone of voice that made Yang Chen very uncomfortable. Thinking of the past, he looked at her impatiently without any emotion and said, Lu Ruyan, that's enough.
We have broken up. We have nothing to do with each other. Why do you care where I go?
The bodyguards nearby watched the two people quarreling, and hurriedly left to drive away other tourists from getting close. After all, it was easy to choke if the lady's melon was eaten. Looking at Lu Ruyan, who was intimidated by him, Yang Chen continued to say self-deprecatingly, Isn't it enough that I served you like a lapdog for so long? I didn't take any advantage of you, and I didn't do anything to let you down. I have already returned all the money you gave me, and I almost died when I blocked that knife for you.
Isn't that enough?
When thinking about that period of time, Yang Chen became extremely irritable and in a very bad mood. Although Lu Ruyan is beautiful and rich, she has a very strange temper and a very cold personality. At first, Yang Chen went to Lu Ruyan's company to work and study, and then was assigned by the dog system to pursue her.
So Yang Chen began his long pursuit.
You can imagine how difficult it is for a low-level employee to pursue the president.
It is simply hell-level difficulty.
At that time, Yang Chen put aside all his face and dignity and tried every possible way to get close to the other party.
As a result, he was ridiculed by many people and insulted by senior executives in Lu Ruyan's company.
But he didn't care at all and was still shameless enough to ignore other people's strange looks and ridicule and continued to pursue her madly. But what he got in return was a scene that Yang Chen would never forget in his life. I remember that time when Yang Chen was standing in the lobby on the first floor of the company with his favorite breakfast, waiting with a thick face. Even though colleagues and leaders passing by mocked him, he still did not run away. After finally waiting for Lu Ruyan to come to work, Yang Chen hurriedly walked up to her and offered her his loving breakfast, but what he got in return was Lu Ruyan's trampling on his dignity. He still remembered the situation at that time. He saw Lu Ruyan standing in the hall with an expressionless face as she took the breakfast and checked it. Then she handed it to the secretary beside her and said, Give it to me, Lu, later. Yes, Mile is a dog raised by Lu Ruyan, but this is not the most hurtful thing. The most hurtful thing was that within a few seconds after she finished speaking, Lu Ruyan regretted it again. Without even looking at Yang Chen, she ordered the secretary, Forget it, throw it in the trash can, or me Lu will get a stomachache. At that moment, all the people watching the show in the lobby on the first floor of the building burst into laughter, making Yang Chen feel so embarrassed that the nails of his clenched fists dug into his flesh. But he never hated it, because he knew that he was indeed a bit shameless and sticking to him all day would make anyone feel bad, but for the sake of the mission he had no choice but to stick to him like a dogskin plaster. Perhaps it was because Yang Chen was handsome but shameless, and Lu Ruyan was bored and wanted to make fun of him, so she kept pestering him for more than a month. Lu Ruyan also gradually got used to Yang Chen's presence, but it was not the kind of friend, but the existence of a bootlicker who would come when summoned and leave when dismissed. Sometimes she would even beat and scold Yang Chen for no reason, but after beating or scolding him, Lu Ruyan would still throw a stack of money at him and mock him for throwing away his dignity for money. From that time on, he realized that in Lu Ruyan's heart, he was just a vain man who wanted to be supported by someone. However, he did not explain this, but continued to confess his feelings unremittingly. As long as Lu Ruyan said that she agreed to the mission, he would immediately disappear from her world. Unfortunately, Yang Chen waited for that sentence for half a year, until one day Lu Ruyan was in a bad mood for some reason and went to the bar alone and asked Yang Chen to accompany her. At first, Yang Chen was overjoyed, thinking that his confession might be successful after drinking. But who would have thought that a bar, where all kinds of people mixed together, would be so chaotic? In addition, Lu Ruyan's beautiful appearance attracted many people to come and chat with her. Although many people are repelled by the other party's cold eyes and noble temperament, there are always some bold people who are not afraid of these. The result is predictable. With Lu Ruyan's temper, how could she possibly give the other party a good face? She even slapped the other party. The man who was slapped was the local boss of the bar. Feeling insulted by being slapped by a woman, he immediately started fighting. Seeing this, Yang Chen protected Lu Ruyan and fought back. But 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, so he had no choice but to run away with Lu Ruyan. However, he did not expect that the other party would directly pull out a knife and intend to disfigure Lu Ruyan. Then Yang Chen blocked the knife with his back and held the opponent back so that Lu Ruyan could escape. He was beaten half to death. Fortunately, the police arrived quickly, otherwise he would have been killed at least with his hands and feet broken. In this way, Yang Chen stayed in the hospital for more than half a month. When he had almost recovered, he confessed his love again. Perhaps Lu Ruyan was moved by his last act of blocking the knife, and he didn't expect that it would be successful this time, but it was only a successful confession. Because Lu Ruyan set many rules for him, such as no intimate contact during the relationship unless the woman agreed, and breaking up immediately if he asked the woman for money, and other rules that made people lose their dignity. However, Yang Chen didn't mind it at all and agreed readily. After completing the mission, he was ready to disappear anyway. So the next day, Yang Chen was discharged from the hospital and stood at the hospital gate and directly returned all the money the other party had given him. He also proposed a breakup, blocked the other party and deleted the money with a series of smooth moves. After being depressed for 2 months, he now felt that the air was so clear and the sun was so bright, as if everything in the world was going well. After hearing this, Lu Ruyan's face turned pale, her beautiful eyes were dull, and she spoke without any emotion. "So this is your revenge on me? You chased me and then said you wanted to break up. I'm sorry, Miss Lu, I never thought of revenge on you. Everything I experienced during my pursuit of you was what I deserved. I don't blame anyone." Yang Chen also saw that the other party was not in a good state, but he really didn't want to continue to be entangled with Lu Ruyan. After all, there was not a single happy memory of that time before. Although I used the other party to complete the task, I have already paid back the ridicule, loss of dignity, and the incident of taking the blame during the pursuit, as well as the tip that I had to return after the breakup. Chapter 29 Chapter 31 Two women fighting for a man. Looking at Lu Ruyan who was standing in front of him without saying a word, Yang Chen said irritably, "Miss Lu, do you have anything else to say? If not, please let me go." "Thank you." Seeing that the other party still didn't move away, Yang Chen didn't care and took a few steps back, intending to leave. At this time, Lu Ruyan rushed up and grabbed the front of the car, and said with pleading eyes, "Don't go. Excuse me, Miss Lu, my rooster has laid an egg and I need to go back to deliver the baby. If you really like this tram, I'll give it to you." Having said that, Yang Chen put down the pedal of the tram, and then ignored Lu Ruyan's pleading eyes and walked away from the scene as usual. "Can you please stop following me? I'm a Phoenix man. I don't want to waste my time on you if I can't get a gigolo. Okay?" Looking at Lu Ruyan who was walking several kilometers behind him in high heels, Yang Chen roared impatiently. Sorry. Lu Ruyan didn't expect that her reckless suspicion would cause Yang Chen such great harm. Unfortunately, some things were not understood until afterwards, but it was too late. She always thought that the other party approached her for money, so she dared to use money to trample on Yang Chen's dignity unscrupulously. But until the moment of their breakup when he returned all the money she had given him, she still felt that he was playing hard to get. Even though Lu Ruyan sent people to keep an eye on Yang Chen's affairs in school, she still felt angry with herself when she knew that he had left her and found someone else. It was not until Yang Chen suddenly dropped out of school and disappeared that she began to panic. It turned out that everything was just what she imagined. "You don't have to say sorry to me anymore. Just go back. There really was no possibility for us to be together from the beginning to the end. It was my fault for pursuing you in the first place.
Is it okay for me to say sorry to you?
Yang Chen was very troubled. He couldn't hit him, and scolding him was useless. So he ignored the other party and walked towards home. Lu Ruyan followed without saying a word for a distance of more than 10 kilometers. Even though her feet were rubbed raw by her high heels, she endured the pain and gritted her teeth to keep up. The bodyguards not far behind him didn't dare to step forward and could only push Yang Chen's electric bike and follow from a distance.
Standing in front of his own front door, Yang Chen rubbed his temples and said with a headache, "I'm home, you go back, please Miss Lu, I have a girlfriend now, and I'm very happy, please don't bother me, okay? Is this where you live now?"
Ignoring Yang Chen, Lu Ruyan walked sideways into the yard like a stubborn little girl and looked around curiously.
Seeing Lu Ruyan ignoring him, Yang Chen lost his temper and said weakly, "Do you understand what I'm saying? I told you to go back and stop wasting your time here. So you suddenly disappeared from the magic city and settled here, Yang Chen?"
Ignoring him, Lu Ruyan continued talking to herself. Looking at Lu Ruyan's current appearance, Yang Chen thought of the time when he had shamelessly pursued her, so he looked up to the sky and howled, "Heaven is good at reincarnation, this is all retribution."
"Yang Chen, what's wrong with you?"
Lu Ruyan seemed like a different person, very different from her royal sister image. She stared at Yang Chen with her beautiful eyes and tilted her head like a little girl who was howling towards the sky. Seeing that the other person was pretending to be cute but actually had a very sinister heart, Yang Chen gritted his teeth and stared at Lu Ruyan and said, "Lu Ruyan, I know I was shameless in pursuing you before, but you don't have to treat me the same way.
I won't fall for it. This well water is so sweet." No answer. Lu Ruyan scooped a ladle of well water and gulped it down.
After all, she was extremely thirsty after walking more than 10 kilometers in such a hot day. What a beautiful picture of a beauty drinking water.
The sweet well water flows down Lu Ruyan's white jade neck, wetting her clothes and sticking them tightly to her body. The vague feeling makes people think a lot. "Okay, do whatever you want, just don't bother me."
Unable to bear being ignored, Yang Chen sat down on the rocking chair, took out his cell phone and started calling people. Since he couldn't win, he would use magic to fight magic, so he quickly took out his cell phone and called Sun Ningming to come over for help.
"Yang Chen, Menger, help me, my ex is here to kill me." Sun Ningming also immediately replied with a few question marks. "Sun Ningming? Yang Chen, stop asking questions and come and save me." "Sun Ningming, I really want to kill you, Xiaochen."
"You are so awesome that you let your current boyfriend face his ex. Wait, I will kill him right away." Seeing Sun Ningming say that she would be there soon, Yang Chen glanced at Lu Ruyan who was curiously walking around the yard and smiled. He was not afraid of any Shura scene, he was only afraid of Lu Ruyan.
"Brother Xiaochen, where is the person?"
The voice came before the person arrived.
Sun Ningming was seen hurriedly driving her electric car into the yard.
It only took her 5 minutes from sending the message to arriving at the yard.
After all, it has to be quick.
The ex-boyfriend is here to kill him, and if he doesn't come, he's afraid that Yang Chen will be snatched away.
"Hello, you are Sun Ningming, right? My name is Lu Ruyan." Before Yang Chen could speak, Lu Ruyan stretched out her slender little hand and spoke lightly to Sun Ningming.
In front of Yang Chen, Lu Ruyan would show her girlish side, but when there were outsiders around, she turned into the queen with a strong aura.
Hello.
Looking at Lu Ruyan's eyes with a strong aura in front of her, Sun Ningming stretched out her hand and shook it with a little timidity.
Watching the reinforcements he brought shaking hands with the enemy, Yang Chen held his forehead and looked on speechlessly. "I heard that you are with Yang Chen now.
You tell me how much money I want to give you as long as you are willing to leave him."
After hearing what Lu Ruyan said, Sun Ningming also reacted and pulled back her hand.
Then she stood in front of Yang Chen like a protective child and said with a bad look in her eyes, "I don't care who you are, but the relationship between me and brother Xiaochen cannot be bought with your money."
This is the right attitude. Listening to what Sun Ningming said, Yang Chen was moved and hugged her and looked at Lu Ruyan provocatively. 10 million? Lu Ruyan did not answer, but quoted a price. Seeing that the other party ignored him, he raised the stakes. 20 million? 30 million? Still unmoved by the 30 million, Lu Ruyan returned to her self-righteous state, thinking that the other party was too greedy and the chips she gave were not enough, so she said with a sneer, "You seem to have a big appetite. 50 million. I will transfer the money immediately as long as you leave Yang Chen. This is my bottom line. Don't be greedy, little sister. You may end up with nothing."
Seeing the other party using money to humiliate her, Sun Ningmeng was also very angry and yelled, "Take your money and get out of my house.
It's only 50 million. Brother Xiaochen and I can earn it if we work hard."
Yang Chen also saw that Lu Ruyan still believed that money could make anything possible, and said with an unhappy face, "Miss Lu, not everyone can be bought with money.
You thought I chased you for your money, but what was the result?"
Sun Ningmeng might not care about Lu Ruyan, but what Yang Chen said made her face turn pale again and she instantly thought of the past. "Yes, in the beginning I thought the other party approached me because I was rich, but I didn't expect that I was wrong and now I regret it." So Lu Ruyan bent down for the first time in her life and said sincerely, "I'm sorry, I'm narrow-minded. My worldview is full of intrigues and everyone fights for money, so I also think everyone likes money."
After listening to Lu Ruyan's apology, Sun Ningming's attitude softened a lot, but she still wouldn't back down on Yang Chen's matter and said, "It doesn't matter. The relationship between me and Brother Xiaochen cannot be shaken no matter how much money is used, unless he doesn't want me, so can you leave now?" Lu Ruyan didn't say anything but shook her head and stood there looking at Yang Chen affectionately. Chapter 32 tells Sun Ningming the truth.
Seeing the way Lu Ruyan looked at Yang Chen, Sun Ningmeng gritted her teeth and pinched him, saying, "Brother Xiaochen, get into the house."
"Oh well."
Yang Chen was eager to escape from the scene, so he nodded in agreement and hurried back into the house.
Ms. Lu, right?
"I don't know what you and Brother Xiaochen have been through in the past, but he is my boyfriend now, I hope you can understand." Although Sun Ningming felt a little timid in front of the businesswoman Lu Ruyan, she still looked at her firmly and defended her love.
"I know, but you haven't gotten married yet, right? I missed it before and I'm sorry for Yang Chen. Now, no matter what I do, I won't give up again."
Lu Ruyan also did not give in and confronted back sharply.
"Humph, please leave my house. This is my old house. I don't welcome you. Please get out." Looking at the furious Sun Ningming, Lu Ruyan smiled and said with disdain, "Is this your counterattack, Sister Ningming? Is this just a childish trick like chasing people away?"
Seeing that she couldn't win the argument with Lu Ruyan, Sun Ningmeng was so angry that she wanted to beat her up, but when she saw the bodyguards outside the door, she gave up the idea. She could only stamp her feet angrily and said, "Then you stay in the yard by yourself. I'm going back to the house to kiss Brother Xiaochen." As he said that, he quickly ran into the house and quickly locked the door, fearing that Lu Ruyan would catch up with him.
"Ha ha."
Seeing Sun Ningming's childlike movements, Lu Ruyan looked at her with disdain, and then said to the bodyguard at the door indifferently, "Go tell my grandfather that I'm not going back, and move my things here."
"Yes, miss."
4 of the 6 bodyguards had left, and the remaining 2 stood guard on both sides of the gate, dutifully protecting their young lady. Seeing that there was no movement in the room, Lu Ruyan looked at it expressionlessly, not knowing what she was thinking. Then she sat on the rocking chair, took off her high heels, exposed her jade feet, and began to knead them. After all, she had just walked for more than 10 kilometers in high heels, which was really a bit unbearable for her who seldom exercised.
I'm so angry, Brother Xiaochen, this is just a good thing for you.
How did you provoke her?" Back in the house, Sun Ningming angrily hit Yang Chen to vent her anger while asking what she wanted to know most.
In this regard, Yang Chen could only silently accept Sun Ningming's massage-like beating, and then told her everything about himself and Lu Ruyan. This damn woman actually bullied Brother Xiaochen so much before.
"I'll beat her to death when I get out." After hearing this, Sun Ningming was so angry that she rolled up her sleeves and walked towards the door.
"Stop, hitting people is not nice. I don't want to see my lovely Menger turn into a female Tyrannosaurus Rex." Yang Chen hurriedly tried to stop them, fearing that the two would really fight.
After all, it was okay to curse at each other, but if they started a fight because of him, he himself felt that it would be a bit too much. Sun Ningmeng also stopped when Yang Chen hugged her. She was still thinking about what Yang Chen had experienced and said with great distress, "I am just angry, but I really feel sorry for Brother Xiaochen." But then she changed the subject, and Sun Ningming pinched the soft flesh on Yang Chen's waist and said angrily, "But Brother Xiaochen, sometimes I wonder if you were sick before? You're always flirting with other girls. You can flirt with them all you want. But you've never held their hands, kissed them, or even slept with them.
Do you really have some mental illness?" Hearing Sun Ningming's fierce words, Yang Chen smiled bitterly and didn't know what to say.
Should I tell the other party that I just accepted a system task and can only complete the task by chasing girls to get the incredible reward? But this is the biggest secret in his heart. He doesn't intend to reveal it no matter how close the person is, but maybe now is the time to tell him about his cultivation. However, seeing that Sun Ningmeng was looking at him strangely, and not wanting her to misunderstand that he really had a mental illness, Yang Chen could only reveal the fact that he had cultivation. I had originally thought of talking about it when I reached the foundation establishment stage and would be able to fly and hide in the ground and have the ability to protect myself, but it seems like I have no choice but to talk about it now. So he could only make up a story and put his hands on Sun Ningmeng's shoulders and said seriously, "Menger, I'm going to tell you my biggest secret now.
You can't tell anyone else after you know it, okay?" Seeing Yang Chen so serious for the first time, Sun Ningmeng nodded seriously and said, "I won't.
Since Xiaoqin is willing to share it with me, it is a secret between the two of us.
I won't tell anyone, including my parents."
After getting the affirmation, Yang Chen made up a story and said, "The reason why I pursued so many people is because there was a mission given to me by a hermit master.
It was a sunny day.
I was a freshman at the time and was wandering around the lake. Suddenly, an old man dropped from the sky and told me that I was a genius sent from heaven.
Aura was gushing out from my head.
He said that if I could woo 10 beauties and break up with them, he would give me a peerless martial arts technique. I didn't believe it at the time, but after the old man performed flying and various magic tricks in front of me, I realized that I had encountered a divine encounter. Then it was a long process of completing the task. I felt guilty when I was chasing after my exes. After all, I was taking advantage of them, so I would not take advantage if I could. I would just break up with them once I got them. That's why I became the wolf warrior that everyone mocked in college." After saying that, Yang Chen looked at Sun Ningmeng with an expression that said, "Do you think I'm an idiot trying to coax me?" He smiled helplessly and continued, "I know you don't believe it, but look." As he spoke, Yang Chen stretched out his hand, and suddenly a ball of blue fire appeared in his hand. Then, like magic, he took something out of the storage ring and put it back in. Sun Ningmeng also clapped her hands in cooperation and said, "Wow, Brother Xiaoqin, your magic is so amazing.
It almost fooled me."
Seeing that the other party still didn't believe it, Yang Chen took Sun Ningmeng's hand and walked towards the back door to remind her, "Don't shout later, I don't want Lu Ruyan to know." Arriving at the backyard, Yang Chen hugged Sun Ningmeng and jumped up directly, instantly coming to more than 10 meters away. Then he quickly shuttled through the dense forest like Tarzan. It's just that Yang Chen used his feet to step on various tree branches and moved back and forth in the dense forest as lightly as if he were a martial artist. After returning to the house and putting Sun Ningmeng down, Yang Chen said helplessly, "Believe it this time."
Sun Ningmeng nodded frantically.
When she was picked up and flown through the dense forest just now, she felt like she was flying.
"Wow, Brother Xiaoqin, what is your current level of cultivation? Why can't you fly? Can you control the sword? Can you summon thunder?"
Seeing Sun Ningmeng curiously touching her body and mumbling something, Yang Chen couldn't help but knock her on the head and said with a smile, "What are you thinking about? I have only been practicing for a short time."
"Then how can we quickly improve our cultivation? Brother Xiaoqin, go and practice. I will bring you food from now on.
You just need to practice and don't run around. Wow, the thought of you holding me and flying in the sky with a sword is so romantic."
My fastest way to practice is this." Yang Chen leaned close to Sun Ningmeng's ear and whispered about dual cultivation. "Is that so? No wonder my health has been getting better and better since we had that. Come on, let's practice dual cultivation."
After hearing this, Sun Ningmeng's eyes were full of stars, and she couldn't wait to pull Yang Chen to go upstairs.
"Are you crazy? Lu Ruyan is still outside.
This stinky woman is affecting our practice."
Sun Ningmeng looked towards Lu Ruyan's position viciously, as if she had the ability to see through the wall.
However, the next words made Yang Chen dumbfounded. Sun Ningmeng held her chin and thought, "I alone cannot withstand your fierce dual cultivation, Brother Xiaoqin.
If you find a few more women to practice dual cultivation with you, Brother Xiaoqin, won't our cultivation level increase rapidly? Then we can fly?"
Chapter 31 Chapter 33 Two Women Talk.
Yang Chen was also frightened by Sun Ningmeng's words, and said in amazement, "Are you sure?"
"Humph, if you weren't a cultivator, I might be jealous, but after knowing your secret, you will only get better and better in the future. And I suspect that the bad old man made you pursue so many women, for the purpose of dual cultivation. So, it's better to clear it myself than to block it. But I want Brother Xiaoqin to promise me that no matter how many I find, I will always be the biggest one." Seeing Sun Ningmeng being so considerate, Yang Chen hugged her tightly and said, "You will always be the cutest Menger in my heart.
No one can replace you."
Listening to Yang Chen's affectionate confession, Sun Ningming couldn't help but feel happy, but she still pretended to be angry and pouted and stomped her feet and said, "Humph, I'm jealous, you can do whatever you want." "Oh, even when you're jealous you're so cute." Looking at such a cute Sun Ningming, Yang Chen reached out and pinched her little face. The two were talking sweet nothings and chatting in the room, while Lu Ruyan, who had been waiting outside for a long time, felt that something was wrong, so she got up angrily and went to the door to try to open it. After discovering that the door was locked and could not be opened, coupled with the faint sounds coming from inside the house, she became upset and raised her jade feet to kick the door. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of kicking the door was heard. Yang Chen and Sun Ningming in the room stopped when they heard the kicking. Sun Ningming came to the balcony angrily and said to Lu Ruyan downstairs sarcastically, "Stinky woman, what do you want to do?" Seeing that Sun Ningming was about to quarrel with Lu Ruyan again, Yang Chen was furious and quickly pulled her into the house and said, "Pay attention to your image and don't argue with her." "Yeah, for brother Xiaochen's sake, I won't argue with her." Hearing that the kicking sound had not stopped, Yang Chen was also a little angry, so he took Sun Ningming downstairs, opened the door and said to Lu Ruyan, "Miss Lu, what on earth are you doing?" Lu Ruyan didn't reply, but walked into the house expressionlessly and locked the door. Then her face slowly turned red and she said in an extremely cold tone, "What are you two doing?" When she saw the lip marks on Yang Chen's face, she became jealous and rushed up to hug and kiss him. Yang Chen was also confused by this operation, and then hurriedly stopped it and shouted, "Are you crazy?" Sun Ningming was also shocked by Lu Ruyan's bold behavior, and couldn't help but feel admiration for her. After all, there are very few women who can do this for love, and as a woman herself, she understands this too. But she didn't understand, if Lu Ruyan liked her brother Xiaochen so much, why did she trample on his dignity in the past? Looking at Lu Ruyan, who stood there stubbornly with her beautiful eyes full of mist and her red lips bitten by her pearly teeth, without saying a word, Yang Chen also had a headache. At this time, Sun Ningming said, "Brother Xiaochen, please go to the yard first. I want to talk to sister Lu Ruyan." "Are you okay?" Yang Chen said with some concern. After all, Lu Ruyan's condition was not right. Sun Ningming pushed Yang Chen out and said, "It's okay, go out now and don't eavesdrop." After Yang Chen left the room, Sun Ningming locked the door and said to Lu Ruyan, "Sit down, let's have a good chat." Looking at Lu Ruyan, who was still unmoved and looking at Yang Chen's position just like himself just now, as if her eyes could see through the wall. Sun Ningming's next words finally made Lu Ruyan turn around and look at him and listen to him obediently. She sat on the chair and said slowly, "If you want brother Xiaochen to forgive you, sit down and have a good chat with me." Seeing Lu Ruyan sitting obediently beside her but still not saying a word and just staring at her, Sun Ningming felt an unstoppable excitement in her heart. After all, the other party is the female president of a Fortune 500 company, and she is just a freshman. Yang Chen sat in the yard with his ears perked up, paying close attention to any unusual movement inside the physics laboratory. As long as he heard any abnormal movement, he would rush in immediately. After a long time, the door of the house slowly opened, and Sun Ningming was seen walking in front with a smile, while Lu Ruyan behind her still had a blank expression, showing no joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness. "What did you talk about in there?" Yang Chen asked curiously. No, how can a boy ask about girls' topics? Come on, brother Xiaochen, let's go to the store to play and ignore her." Sun Ningming stood up with a smile and took Yang Chen's arm and walked out the door. Yang Chen, who was dragged away, was a little confused, so he turned to look at Lu Ruyan, and found that she was just looking at him lovingly with her beautiful eyes without stopping him, which made him even more curious about what they talked about in there. So on the way to the food stall, Yang Chen drove his electric car and asked Sun Ningming, who was hugging his waist from behind, "What are you two talking about?" "I really want to eat melons." You big-headed ghost, just drive carefully. You are so curious." Sun Ningming patted Yang Chen's strong back, as if he was a horse pulling the cart. He was very curious about what the two talked about, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get anything out of them and had to give up. "Xiaochen is here, please sit down first, the store is a bit busy." As soon as I arrived at the store, my future mother-in-law, Sunjin, greeted me warmly while calculating the bill. Yang Chen responded very politely, "Be busy, I want to be busy but can't." "Aunt Li, you go first." Seeing Li Jun cooking in the kitchen, Yang Chen came over and greeted him, "Hello, Uncle Li." Li Jun turned his head and responded while he was stir-frying the dishes, "Xiaochen is here, please find a place to sit first, I'm very busy." "It's okay, Uncle Li. I just came here to hang out with Menger." The business of the store spread rapidly with the rapid spread of the internet. In addition, Taohua Island is a tourist attraction, so more people come and the business is especially good. At first, Yang Chen thought that the popularity would only last for a few days, but it became more and more intense unexpectedly, and many bloggers and anchors came to check in and get traffic. Although most people cannot afford to eat magical chicken and the like, it does not stop them from promoting the restaurant by saying that since there is such a wonderful delicacy as magical chicken, the dishes in the restaurant must taste good too. This also makes Li Ji Food Stall a business card in Taohua Island. If you come to Taohua Island and don't eat and check in at Li Ji, it's as if you have never been there. Seeing Sun Ningmeng holding a mobile phone and live streaming to promote her store, Yang Chen also curiously went over to check and said, "Menger, how many people are in your live streaming room?" Sun Ningmeng said with some distress, "There are 20 to 30,000 people now, brother Xiaochen. They all asked me to take my phone to show them around the scenery of Taohua Island, but it's not convenient for me to go alone." Chapter 32 Chapter 34 Thank you for the hotel money sent by the big brother on the list. Suddenly a male voice sounded in the live broadcast room. The entire live broadcast room exploded instantly, especially the intimate way the two addressed each other, which made some of the top names on the list heartbroken, and they typed questions on the public screen. Love songs become a song of longing. Anchor, who is the man next to you? Fragmented, hearing a man's voice, especially one so intimate, my heart is the same as my online name. Out of touch with worldly affairs, the guys on the list must be collectively dumbfounded. I'm leaving, come on, big brother on the list, there are no walls that cannot be dug down, only big brothers who don't work hard, I'm counting on you. At this moment, an animation of a carnival gift suddenly appeared on the public screen, and the entire live broadcast room exploded again. Everyone urged the big brother to stop, saying things like the anchor had already been taken. I saw a level 75 guy named God finish giving gifts, and then typed on the public screen, "Who was that male voice just now?" Seeing that the fans in the live broadcast room were curious, Sun Ningmeng did not hide it and said to the camera with a happy face, "That's my boyfriend. I told you that I have a boyfriend, but you didn't believe it. God, let your boyfriend come out and have a look. I will show you 10 carnivals. Love songs become a song of longing. Host, please ask your boyfriend to come out. Netizen A, +1. Netizen B, +1. Netizen C, +10086. Looking at the words on the public screen, Sun Ningmeng did not make any decisions on her own, but said to the camera, "Forget about the carnival. Let me ask my boyfriend if he is willing to go abroad first." Yang Chen, who was standing aside, also understood what was going on. It turned out that one of the top guys on the list was jealous and curious about him, so he even held 10 carnivals. So he stopped her smirk and said, "Don't forget it, Menger. 10 carnivals will give us enough money for our date tonight." The voice of talking could also be heard in the live broadcast room. For a moment, the entire live broadcast room was in an uproar. People complained and scolded Yang Chen for being a gigolo and asking the woman to pay for the date. Some even advised the host to break up. The top brother on the list, God, directly created another carnival and typed it on the public screen to taunt. God, anchor, your boyfriend is not that good. I gave him this carnival as a gift. Let him go out and watch me brush 10. Seeing that everyone on the public screen was cursing Yang Chen, Sun Ningmeng was very angry and cursed in the live broadcast room, "If you don't want to watch, just get out. It's not your turn to comment on me and my boyfriend. Besides, he is 10,000 times more handsome than you." After saying that, he wanted to end the live broadcast angrily. At this time, Yang Chen quickly took the phone and said, "Why are you angry? They want to watch it, so let them watch it." Yang Chen, who was extremely confident in his appearance, pointed his phone at himself, and said with a devilish smile as he ruffled his short hair, "Hello everyone, I'm the boyfriend of the anchor you all envy and hate." For a moment, the entire live broadcast room seemed to have stood still for more than 10 seconds, and then a large wave of comments came in. Some praised Yang Chen for his handsomeness, others attacked him for being a gigolo, and some female fans went crazy and gave him gifts. Okay, everyone, stop buying gifts. Let Big Brother on the list buy them. What about the 10 carnivals I just mentioned? I need to use this money to go on a date with my Menger later. Seeing the handsome man in the video circling himself, the man who was the number one on the list and couldn't afford to lose the rolling knife directly brushed 10 carnivals and mocked. God, what's the use of being handsome? Being poor is being poor. You can only be a gigolo. The female fans, seeing Yang Chen's handsome looks, fought back and cursed him, saying things like, "What's the use of having money? I have money too, and you're not even qualified to be capped." Then she typed to Yang Chen, "Handsome boy, come to me, I will support you," and then she also started the carnival. Seeing the chaotic scene where both sides were attacking and giving gifts at random, Yang Chen quickly pulled Sun Ningmeng over, hugged her and said to the camera, "Menger, let's thank that big brother on the god list together. After all, there are 10 carnivals. I'll use this money to treat you to a delicious meal later. Hee hee, thank you for the date fund for Xiaochen. We will thank you when we go on a date later." Sun Ningming's finishing blow was so ruthless that it directly angered the top brother on the list and made him quit the live broadcast room, while the female fans asked Yang Chen to continue broadcasting for a while. Faced with everyone's requests to stay, Yang Chen was too lazy to continue the live broadcast, so he waved his hand and said, "I'm off the air, everyone." "Menger, is it okay for me to mess up your live studio like this?" After the live broadcast, Yang Chen was still a little worried. After all, this was Sun Ningming's live broadcast room. "Oh, it's okay, Brother Chen. I'll just do a live broadcast now. I won't have time to do it when I'm studying. I'll leave the live broadcast room to my mom." The two of them stayed in the store for a long time. Yang Chen was too lazy to go back to the old house and just helped in the store until the evening. After finishing his dinner casually in the store, he stood up and said to his future father-in-law and mother-in-law at the table, "I'm full, I'm going home first, Uncle Li and Aunt Li, you guys take your time." Sun Ningmeng stood up and followed him to the store entrance and said to Yang Chen with a smile, "Brother Chen, I won't take you home. Be careful on your way back." "Okay, see you tomorrow," Yang Chen said and rode his electric bike back home. "Hey, who are you? What are you doing in my house? Where the hell have you been, egg yolk?" Looking at the workers coming and going at the door carrying things, Yang Chen was a little confused and hurriedly shouted angrily. Then, he saw Egg Yolk rushing out from the yard, wagging its tail to please him. Being suddenly scolded, everyone stopped and stared at each other. At this time, Lu Ruyan also came out, holding Yang Chen's arm with a smile and said, "Yang Chen, you're back. I asked them to help me move my things." Yang Chen quickly broke free and said with a bad face, "If it wasn't Miss Lu, who agreed to let you move in?" Lu Ruyan signaled with her eyes to clear the area, and then the bodyguards began to drive away all the workers on the scene, seeing that there were outsiders behind. Lu Ruyan walked forward stiffly, held his hand and said coquettishly, "I'm sorry, Yang Chen, I misunderstood you before. Now it's my turn to pursue you shamelessly, okay? No, Miss Lu. I have made it very clear to you today. There is no possibility between us." Seeing a side of Lu Ruyan that she had never shown before, she was actually acting like a coquettish person. Although it was a little stiff, Yang Chen remained unmoved and broke free from her hand and refused without hesitation. After telling Lu Ruyan that there was no reason for her to stand there, Yang Chen drove directly into the yard and parked the car. He couldn't help but frowning as he looked at the things all over the yard. Lu Ruyan also noticed Yang Chen's uncomfortable expression, and hurriedly stepped forward to explain, "Yang Chen, I bought these for you because I thought they were beautiful. I thought I could give them to you when I meet you one day." Looking at the huge pile of luxury items, Yang Chen didn't recognize them at all, but that didn't stop him from thinking they were expensive, because nothing was cheap when Lu Ruyan was around, and he knew that when he was pursuing her. Chapter 33 Chapter 35 It's all a misunderstanding. These are very expensive, right? You should ask someone to take them back. Yang Chen's attitude also softened a bit. After all, there was no right or wrong. One just wanted to use the other to complete the task, and the other thought that the other was a phoenix man who lived off her. "Please put these things in your room." Ignoring Yang Chen's refusal, Lu Ruyan continued talking to herself, then walked into the house with various valuable packaging bags containing luxury goods, carrying them with great effort. Yang Chen did not go to help, but reached out and grabbed the egg yolk dog head beside him and warned, "Next time I see you let a stranger into the house, I will eat dog meat hot pot directly, do you understand?" Wang Wang Wang. Egg Yolk also nodded repeatedly and rubbed Yang Chen's legs to show his goodwill, fearing that he would really be made into a hot pot. Seeing Lu Ruyan carrying things over and over again until she was sweating profusely and even her delicate hair was messed up, Yang Chen stretched out his hand to stop her and said, "Why bother, Miss Lu? Why do you have to degrade yourself? You feel sorry for me, right? I know you feel sorry for me." Lu Ruyan grabbed Yang Chen's hand and rubbed it on her face, looking very happy. "I have to say, the touch is really good." The silky and delicate little face that seems as fragile as a baby's makes Yang Chen reluctant to pull away. Seeing Lu Ruyan's current humble appearance, he felt a little dazed, as if she was not the same person as the resolute President Lu before. However, Yang Chen still smiled bitterly and said, "You know that's not what I meant. I really don't understand why you like me. I don't have any money, but I saved you that time at the bar. I guess that shouldn't have made you like this, right?" Seeing that Yang Chen finally spoke to her properly, Lu Ruyan hugged him with tears in her eyes and began to explain.
Yang Chen, do you know? You are the first person to enter my heart. When you were chasing me at first, I really disliked you and thought you were a Phoenix man, but do you know why I didn't fire you? Originally, I was planning to fire you, but because I checked your information and knew that you grew up in an orphanage, and I also knew that it would be difficult for you to find a job, I didn't do that. And the time when I hurt your self-esteem in the hall, I did go too far, but it can't all be blamed on me. After all, no one can accept someone harassing you endlessly, so I planned to make you lose face and give up before I could do that. It was not until you truly disappeared from my world that I realized I had fallen hopelessly in love with you. I am very sorry for my previous misunderstanding of you. Yang Chen, will you forgive me? After listening to what Lu Ruyan said, Yang Chen touched his nose awkwardly. He was indeed a bit shameless at that time, but it was not his fault. After all, only by taking an unconventional approach can one win. After all, if she is inexperienced, take her to see the world. If she has experienced many things, take her to ride the carousel. According to the situation at that time, a rich girl like Lu Ruyan had met all kinds of high-quality boys, so if she wanted to pursue success, she had to find another way. After all, those who claim to be upper class are all people who care about their reputation and would not do something as shameless as myself. The fact is just as he thought, isn't it? If Yang Chen pretends to be elegant and pretends to meet him by chance, he probably won't have any impression of him. But if he acts shameless, the other party will definitely remember it. So Yang Chen succeeded. Although his dignity was crushed to the ground in the process of success, it was also his own fault. After all, no matter who looked at him, those actions were regarded as those of a Phoenix man who would do anything to get to the top. So looking at the pitiful Lu Ruyan, Yang Chen sighed and said, "To be honest, I have never blamed you. You don't have to say sorry to me. After all, I just had some unspeakable reasons when I was pursuing you." A secret? Do you really have some mental illness? After all, when I looked into your profile, I saw that you broke up with all the girls you dated. Or are you incompetent? You only enjoy the process of pursuing girls, and break up with them immediately after you catch them, for fear that they will discover your unspeakable secrets? After saying that, Lu Ruyan looked at Yang Chen's lower body with a complicated expression. Yang Chen was so upset that he quickly explained, "What are you thinking about? Didn't you hear the noise coming from the room in the afternoon?" When talking about what happened in the afternoon, Lu Ruyan felt even more aggrieved. She hugged Yang Chen even harder and said, "Yang Chen, please forgive me. I was wrong before. I misunderstood you. Can I pester you from now on?" Looking at Lu Ruyan now, it would be a lie to say that he was not moved, but the past was like a lump in his throat. Yang Chen could only helplessly perfunctorily say to her, "Let's talk about the future later." Can you let me go? I still have things to do. He really didn't lie. He had been avoiding Lu Ruyan for most of the day and hadn't even fed the chickens and ducks in the backyard. I really don't know what kind of perfume Lu Ruyan uses, it smells quite nice. After leaving Lu Ruyan's round and smooth embrace, Yang Chen was still thinking with some regrets. After coming to the backyard and feeding the chickens and ducks, Lu Ruyan followed Yang Chen like a tail, going wherever he went. So he looked at him helplessly and said, "Can you go back? It's so late. I live across from you. This is what Sister Ningming promised me." Listening to what Lu Ruyan said, Yang Chen was a little confused as to when the relationship between the two of them became so close, they had almost become sisters. He planned to ask Sun Ningmeng on the phone what this girl was thinking later. Seeing Lu Ruyan unable to get rid of him, Yang Chen could only warn her, "This house belongs to Menger. Since she agrees, you can live here. But I warn you, don't enter my room without my consent, or I will really get angry. Do you understand?" "Okay, I understand. I'll be good." Lu Ruyan was very happy. After all, being able to stay here meant that their relationship had progressed a step. As for the future, she just had to work harder. Yang Chen felt a little uncomfortable looking at Lu Ruyan's obedient appearance. After all, the once extremely cold and majestic sister now behaved like a little girl in front of him. This transformation was indeed a little hard to describe. "You can do whatever you want. I'm going upstairs now. Remember, don't enter my room and disturb me without my permission." After repeatedly warning the other party, Yang Chen reminded Dan Huang to remember to guard the house and then go back to his room. "Egg yolk, I'm going to ask someone to come in and clean up the room for me. Don't shout. If you disturb Yang Chen, I'll make you suffer."
Watching Yang Chen's leaving back, Lu Ruyan clenched her fists and threatened Dan Huang, then took out her cell phone and asked the people waiting not far outside the yard to help her clean up the room and move her things. Seeing that there were many strangers in the yard, Dan Huang thought of the warning from his master Yang Chen, and then looked at Lu Ruyan, who always looked like she didn't want anyone to approach her in front of others, and could only helplessly make a wailing sound. Whether it was Yang Chen or the beautiful woman in front of him, Dan Huang knew that he could not offend either of them, so the whining sound was also a hint to himself. I called out, "But you, master, didn't hear it, so you can't blame me." After everyone had packed up the yard and the room where Lu Ruyan lived and left, she and the egg yolk were the only ones left in the yard. Seeing that the well-behaved egg yolk didn't cry out, Lu Ruyan was very satisfied and took out the can of dog food that she had asked the bodyguard to buy, opened it and said, "Egg yolk gives you this as a reward." Seeing Egg Yolk happily performing a backflip, Lu Ruyan said with a smile, "Egg Yolk is amazing, I didn't expect you to be able to do this." It's a pity that Yang Chen didn't see this scene. If he had seen it, he would probably have broken Egg Yolk's legs. After all, when he was bored and asked Egg Yolk to perform, that dog ran faster than anyone else. Chapter 34 Chapter 36 Send ABB to Sun Ningmeng. Just like this, a month passed, and during this period Yang Chen lived a very fulfilling life every day. When he wakes up every day, he either has a sumptuous breakfast prepared by a 5-star chef hired by Lu Ruyan, or a loving breakfast brought by Sun Ningmeng from her own food stall. The rest of the time he either fed the chickens and ducks, went fishing, or practiced dual cultivation with Sun Ningmeng, although most of the time he was disturbed by Lu Ruyan's jealousy. However, the relationship with Lu Ruyan has also eased a lot. After all, he has seen everything the other party has done in the past month, including giving up her status and job to accompany him. I have to say that rich women are really attractive. No wonder everyone wants to be a gigolo. They find ways to give themselves little surprises all day long. The entire yard is almost brand new because of Lu Ruyan's lavish spending, and even all the furniture has been replaced. Looking at the exquisite small courtyard that looks like a small villa now, I can't bear to compare it with the photos of the previous modeled and dilapidated 2-story villa. During this period, Yang Chen worked tirelessly in cultivation and dual cultivation, and his cultivation level rose from the 6th level to the 10th level of qi refining, and he was very close to the foundation establishment stage. As for the more than 3 million yuan from the sale of the magic chicken, Sun Ningmeng used some tricks and gave it to herself immediately after it was received. Seeing that there were only 1 or 2 days left before school started, Yang Chen planned to give Sun Ningmeng a huge surprise. He had already negotiated this matter secretly before, and all he had to do was wait for the funds to arrive and make the payment. So Yang Chen brought Lu Ruyan to Li Erman's homestay and took out his cell phone to call Sun Ningmeng. The call was connected in a few seconds, and then Sun Ningmeng's cute and sweet voice came from the other end. "Hey, brother Xiaochen, what's wrong?" Since it was a surprise, Yang Chen would definitely not explain it, but kept it a secret and said anxiously, Ask Uncle Li, Aunt Li, and you to come to the location I sent you. Hurry up, it's urgent. Has something happened, brother Xiaochen? Don't worry, I'll call my parents to come over right away. Hearing Yang Chen's urgent words, Sun Ningmeng also became anxious. She quickly hung up the phone and took her parents out. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Yang Chen saw from a distance Li Jun driving a tricycle and towing Sun Chen and Sun Ningmeng in a hurry. Sun Ningmeng, who had just parked the car and got out, looked at Yang Chen anxiously and asked, "What's wrong with brother Xiaochen? Did something happen?" Uncle Li and Aunt Li at the side also said with concern, "Yeah, what's wrong with Xiaochen? Is there something that you are calling us over so urgently?" Looking at the family of 3 who cared about him, Yang Chen was deeply moved, so he hugged Sun Ningmeng and pointed at the homestay behind him and said with a smile, "This is a gift I gave to Menger. I've already bought it and am waiting to go in and have Menger sign the contract. Do you think it's urgent?" "Wow, brother Xiaochen, you are so good to me." When Sun Ningmeng heard that he was going to give her a homestay worth 3 million yuan, she was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes and she hugged him tightly, but then quickly shook her head to refuse. "Brother Xiaochen, I feel like I am the happiest woman in the world if you have this intention, but I can't accept it." Mr. and Mrs. Li Jun were also stunned. They didn't expect that someone called them in a hurry. They thought something happened, but they didn't expect that it was such a big gift for their daughter. But they also hurriedly persuaded and said, "Yes, Xiaochen, the gift you gave is too expensive," which makes Meng feel pressured. "It's okay, Uncle Li and Aunt Li. Last time, when I heard Menger say that you wanted to move to a new place and borrow money from me, I thought that when the money arrived, I would buy this BB and give it to Menger, and then you can move to a new place and run it better." Listening to what Yang Chen said, Sun Ningmeng didn't expect that the other party had always remembered it. She was so moved that she ignored the presence of her parents. She closed her eyes, stood on tiptoe and said passionately, "Brother Xiaochen, kiss me."
Cough, cough, cough. Li Jun was choked by the cigarette and couldn't stop coughing because of his daughter's bold behavior.
Sun Chen looked at his daughter with admiration, then pulled Li Jun towards the BB and said, "Come on, Lao, I haven't been to Erman's BB yet, take me to have a look." Lu Ruyan, who was left like a light bulb, looked at the two people kissing with complicated eyes, and was very conflicted about whether she should step forward to stop them. However, when she thought about how she once misunderstood that Yang Chen was close to her for money and trampled on his self-esteem, but now he has earned 3 million and immediately bought a homestay for Sun Ningmeng without hesitation, she felt extremely guilty.
Brother Xiaochen, I'm not dreaming, am I? Let me pinch you and see.
Sun Ningmeng, who was coaxed into the house by Yang Chen's eloquent speech and signed the contract, was a little dazed and felt that all this was a dream. Seeing Sun Ningmeng pinching herself in a daze, Yang Chen said with a smile, "Why are you pinching me? You should pinch yourself to know whether it is a dream or not." Congratulations, Li Jun, on finding a good son-in-law. Li Erman looked at Li Jun with envy, wondering why he didn't have such a good son-in-law.
It's okay, it's all young people who are capable.
Li Jun was the happiest day today, not only because his daughter's happiness was settled, but also because the news that Yang Chen had spent a huge amount of money to give her a homestay would surely spread among the clan, and he would also be proud of it. After all the formalities were completed, the owner of this BB changed to Sun Ningmeng. Seeing that the other party had not yet recovered, Yang Chen smiled and said, "Menger, as the owner of the BB, why don't you take us to visit your home?"
"Oh, okay."
Seeing the three big words Sun Ningmeng signed in black and white on the transfer agreement, she confirmed that she was not dreaming. She quickly got up and started to walk around with Yang Chen and the others in a daze. After a tour, Yang Chen sighed that the 3 million was well spent. Not only was the land sold together, but also the homestay was exquisitely decorated with pleasant scenery, and there was also an internal beach for tourists to enjoy. If Li Erman hadn't been working on other projects and urgently needed cash, it wouldn't have been Yang Chen's turn to take advantage of this opportunity. They stayed in the BB until the evening. At Li Jun's suggestion, he asked his wife to take their daughter and Lu Ruyan to buy some groceries and celebrate at the BB tonight. As for the food stall, it was closed for the night. After all, there was nothing more important than celebrating tonight.
If there was anything, it would be the wedding of his daughter and Yang Chen.
After a month, Li Jun and his wife also got to know Lu Ruyan. At first, they were worried and a little resistant that such a rich and beautiful girl would snatch Yang Chen away. But after seeing that her daughter looked fine and introduced her as her friend, she slowly put her worries to rest. The three women went to buy groceries, leaving Yang Chen and Li Jun in the homestay. He took the special cigarette that Lu Ruyan gave him and handed it to others and said,
"Uncle Li, Menger still has books to study.
I'll trouble you two to take care of her when the time comes." How could Li Jun not know that Yang Chen was giving him and his wife a way out? After all, if the other party didn't ask, it would be inappropriate for him to move in, even though this homestay now belonged to his daughter. Looking at the cigarette handed over by Yang Chen, he patted Yang Chen's shoulder heavily with mixed feelings and said in a deep voice, "Hey, kid, your uncle and your aunt will definitely help you manage this place." Soon, with Li Min's exquisite cooking skills, a table of sumptuous meals was ready. After everyone was seated, Yang Chen looked at Sun Ningmeng with a doting look and said softly, "Menger, today is such a nice day.
Have you thought of a name for your homestay?"
"Hee, I thought of it on the way to buy groceries.
Let's call it Chunming Pavilion. What do you think, Brother Chen?"
After saying that, Sun Ningmeng looked at Yang Chen expectantly. Yang Chen smiled and praised, "Not bad, it has my Chen character and your Meng character.
How can this little brain be so smart? Chunming Pavilion? When I buy a villa for Yang Chen, I will also name it Chenyan Pavilion."
Seeing the two people showing their affection, Lu Ruyan was a little jealous, but she still ate the food with a blank expression and didn't show anything unusual, but she had already made a secret decision in her heart.
Chapter 35 Chapter 37 Sun Ningming returns to school. Time flies like an arrow. Time soon arrived and the day came for Sun Ningming to leave Peach Blossom Island and go to the Magic City to study. At the dock that day, Yang Chen and Lu Ruyan saw Sun Ningmeng off. "Brother Xiaochen, can you accompany me to the Magic City?" In Yang Chen's arms, Sun Ningmeng hugged him tightly and was reluctant to let go.
Yang Chen knew that she was reluctant to leave him, so he whispered in her ear, "Silly girl, have you forgotten my secret?
When I can fly again, I will secretly go to the Magic City to find you."
"Oh, yes, I almost forgot. But without me here, your cultivation level would have fallen behind, Brother Xiaochen. Why don't you find another woman to cultivate with, and try to fly to me as soon as possible.
Ahem.
Yang Chen was also frightened by Sun Ningming's bold words, and hurriedly pretended to cough and covered the other person's mouth with his hands to prevent others from hearing. Seeing the two of them being so intimate, Lu Ruyan, feeling jealous, crossed her arms and said coldly, "Sister Ningming, the boat is about to leave."
Hee, I understand, Sister Ruyan.
I'll trouble you to take care of Brother Xiaochen. Remember, don't try to usurp the throne when I'm not around.
He stuck out his tongue at Lu Ruyan as a warning, then got on the ferry with his luggage and waved goodbye to the two of them. Although she was very reluctant, her sadness about the parting was much lessened after Yang Chen's comfort.
Especially when she knew that Yang Chen was a cultivator and could fly to find her in the future, she was full of anticipation. Seeing her competitor going to study, Lu Ruyan was very happy in her heart, but with the stranger around her, she still remained aloof and just walked up to Yang Chen, put her arm around him and spoke lightly.
"Let's go, Yang Chen, your sister Ningmeng has gone far away."
The tourists who had just arrived on Peach Blossom Island and witnessed the whole process saw that the handsome young man in front of them had just hugged and said goodbye to a young and beautiful girl. The ferry hadn't gone far when another charming, mature and elegant lady came up to him and put her arm around him. All the tourists, both men and women, who witnessed the whole process, couldn't help rolling their eyes and complaining that the handsome guy in front of them turned out to be a scumbag. After returning home, Yang Chen helplessly looked at Lu Ruyan, who had been hugging him from the dock until he got home, and sighed and said, "What about you?
When are you leaving? Do you no longer want the company?"
"I don't know, maybe in the next few days." Lu Ruyan shook her head and said that actually there were a lot of things waiting for her to deal with in the company, but she was unwilling to leave without winning over Yang Chen. While the other party was in a daze, Yang Chen quickly pulled out his arm and sat on the rocking chair and asked curiously, "You've been here for a month, aren't you bored yet?"
Lu Ruyan smiled and fell into Yang Chen's arms, hugging his neck with both hands.
Her beautiful eyes were full of coldness as she said, "So you are disgusted with me and want to drive me away?" Being stared at, Yang Chen felt a little guilty and turned his head to look away, and hurriedly explained, No, I'm just afraid that you're busy." However, it must be said that when Lu Ruyan was here, she found that her quality of life had improved dramatically.
Every day, 5-star chefs cooked various Chinese and Western delicacies in different ways.
There are also several young and beautiful maids taking care of daily life. They are almost living a life of having food and clothes provided for them.
No wonder so many people want to live off them. At this time, Lu Ruyan straightened Yang Chen's head, stared at him with their noses almost touching, and asked seriously, "Yang Chen, have you ever loved me even for a second?"
Forehead?
This sudden question really stumped Yang Chen.
Although their relationship had improved a lot after a month of thinking it over, he felt that it had not yet reached the level of love.
"At most, I would just like her a little."
After all, any man would like such a beautiful and charming lady.
"Okay, I get it.
What Sun Ningming can give you, I can also give you."
Lu Ruyan broke free from the embrace, stood up, took Yang Chen's arm and walked towards the house.
Seeing him being dragged into Lu Ruyan's room, Yang Chen hurriedly stopped him with a wry smile and said, Hey, Ruyan, you must have misunderstood.
It's really not because of this."
But the paranoid Lu Ruyan didn't care about all this at this time. She pushed Yang Chen to the ground, sat on him, leaned over and kissed him clumsily. Yang Chen broke free from holding the other person's shoulders, looked at Lu Ruyan with a complicated expression and sighed, "You don't have to be like this, really, Ruyan." Rejected, Lu Ruyan's eyes were slightly red, and she pursed her lips and said aggrievedly, "Do you think I'm stupid?
I can't even kiss as well as Sun Ningmeng."
Seeing the other person's pitiful look, Yang Chen also softened his heart and quickly explained, "Alas, it's really not like that.
I'm just afraid that you will regret it. I've already missed it once, and I don't want to miss it again. Yang Chen, I love you."
Listening to Lu Ruyan's emotional confession, Yang Chen felt touched and his mind became hot, so he turned over and pressed forward. Lu Ruyan was also startled when she turned over after being hugged. Then she saw Yang Chen staring at her intently. She felt a little shy when being stared at, so she said, "Take me. I will be with you for the rest of my life."
Yang Chen, who was panting, couldn't hold back any longer after hearing this and kissed her directly.
For a moment, the sound of stripping was heard in the room.
2 hours later,
Yang Chen hugged Lu Ruyan, who fell into a deep sleep in his arms exhausted, and felt a little amused. "I didn't expect that the girl in my arms looked so cold, but she was even crazier than me in bed." Looking at the light red scratches on his back and arms, Yang Chen wondered if he would not be able to withstand the scratches and bleed if he had not practiced before. Looking at Lu Ruyan in his arms, he had to say that she had a great figure. Not only was her skin fair and tender, but her body was also well managed, with all the right curves. It was not Yang Chen's character to leave after finishing his work, so he stayed in bed with Lu Ruyan until evening. At this moment, he felt Lu Ruyan in his arms move a little, so Yang Chen lowered his head and asked in a concerned voice, "Awake?" When she just woke up, Lu Ruyan panicked when she found herself being hugged by someone and even heard a man's voice. After she found out it was Yang Chen, she thought about the madness at noon and became so shy that her fair skin turned pink. Then she quickly pretended to be calm and responded, "Yes, I'm awake." Then she fumbled for the clothes beside her and started to put on them. Seeing Lu Ruyan wearing torn clothes in a panic, Yang Chen suppressed his laughter and reminded her, "Don't wear it, it's all torn." Lu Ruyan was stunned for a moment, then quickly looked at her shirt and found it was torn everywhere. Unable to keep calm any longer, she simply lay down without saying a word and hid under the quilt, not daring to show her head, and screamed madly in her heart. "Ah, I'm going crazy. This is so embarrassing." Looking at Lu Ruyan's actions, Yang Chen was also a little confused, so he hugged her and said, "Do you regret it?" Being hugged, Lu Ruyan felt her flustered heart calm down instantly. She lay on Yang Chen's chest infatuatedly and said, I don't regret it." For a moment, the room was silent except for the breathing of the two people. They kept hugging each other like this for a long time. At this time, Yang Chen said hesitantly, Well, are you okay? Do you want to put on your clothes and go downstairs to eat?" "I'm fine. Let me lie like this for a while before you go down." Lu Ruyan's soft and boneless little hands stroked Yang Chen's massive chest muscles and abdominal muscles, and she couldn't let go. Yang Chen looked at Lu Ruyan, who had a dazed look in her eyes and was caressing him with her slender jade fingers as if she were stroking a rare treasure, and replied helplessly, Okay." Chapter 36 Chapter 38 Excessive Consciousness Loss. "Yang Chen, I'm going back in 2 days." At the dining table in the yard, Lu Ruyan was eating the food prepared by the 5-star chef she brought with her, speaking with a somewhat depressed and reluctant tone. "Didn't you decide at noon? Why did you suddenly decide to go back 2 days later?" Yang Chen also put down his bowl and chopsticks and asked curiously. "Well, Grandpa's leg injury is almost healed, and the company does have a lot of things waiting for me to deal with," Lu Ruyan said with her head down, not knowing what she was thinking. During the 1 month here, although only 2 spiritual chickens were purchased due to purchase restrictions, there were still plenty of spiritual vegetables. That's why Lu Ruyan's grandfather recovered so quickly by eating the spiritual vegetables every day. Suddenly she raised her head, lifted her black hair in front of her forehead, forced a smile and said, "Will you go back to the Magic City with me?" Upon hearing this, Yang Chen shook his head in embarrassment and refused, saying, "I have something important to do here." After a pause, he found that there was some loss in Lu Ruyan's eyes. So he quickly added, "But if you want to see me, I can come over any time. You can trust me on this." Just now, after Yang Chen took the first blood of Lu Ruyan, he, who was already close to breaking through the foundation building stage, naturally reached the early stage of the foundation building stage. Moreover, many magical powers suddenly appeared in his memory. Although he didn't know where the sudden memory came from, he felt as if he had known them originally. The supernatural powers including flying can now be used, so Yang Chen vowed that he could see himself at any time. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan's originally disappointed look flashed with a hint of surprise, and a smile began to appear on her face as she said, "Well, I believe you." Most of the sumptuous and warm dinner went into Yang Chen's mouth, while Lu Ruyan only ate some of it slowly. In her words, it was enough to just taste it. After all, she still had to maintain her figure. "Ruyan, wait for me at home. I have something to go out for." After getting to know each other more deeply at noon, Yang Chen no longer called the other party by her full name, but called her Ruyan more affectionately. He planned to go out and find a deserted place to try out the many magical powers that suddenly appeared in his mind when he broke through the foundation building stage in the afternoon. "Okay, I'll wait for you." Lu Ruyan was very well behaved and didn't stick to him. After a month of being together all day, she also knew that the man in front of her had some unknown secrets. Although she doesn't know what it is now, she doesn't plan to ask or find out, but wait for the other party to tell her on his own initiative one day in the future. After going out, Yang Chen found an empty spot, took off into the air, and quickly flew to the other side of Peach Blossom Island. It was nighttime, so no one noticed a black figure passing quickly in the sky. Coming to the other side of the island, Yang Chen, suspended in the air hundreds of meters above, looked down at the steep cliffs and strange rocks below. It was difficult for ordinary people to reach this place. However, he was still worried and used his spiritual sense to scan the area to make sure he didn't miss any people who went to the back mountain to hunt and seek excitement. The places that the spiritual consciousness passed through were as if seen with one's own eyes. In just a few seconds, all the surrounding information was reflected in the mind as if seen with one's own eyes. No human beings were found, but Yang Chen discovered that there were so many species of animals here. There are not only goats that are probably domesticated and have escaped and become wild, but also various wildcats, mice, rabbits, and other various animals and insects. Seeing that spiritual sense was so useful, Yang Chen, out of curiosity, landed on a huge rock and began to expand the range of his spiritual sense to watch. 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers, 15 kilometers, 20 kilometers. As the range got larger and larger, Yang Chen suddenly felt a pain in his head as if it was pricked by needles. Then he felt dizzy and pale, and he staggered and quickly stopped consciousness, sitting on the ground with cold sweat on his forehead. It seems that the limit of the range of divine consciousness is about 20 kilometers. After resting for a long time, Yang Chen murmured as his pale face finally regained some vitality. Just now, when he exceeded 20 kilometers, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, and then he felt dizzy and weak. He knew that this was the result of excessive consumption of his spiritual consciousness. I had been planning to try out some magic, but I didn't expect that I would be forced to stop because I overused my spiritual power. Yang Chen could only endure the discomfort and fly back to a place not far from home to land, and then staggered back home as if he was drunk. Lu Ruyan, who had been handling company matters on the computer in the yard, saw how weak he looked and quickly put down her work, rushed forward to support him and spoke anxiously with concern.
Yang Chen, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so pale and weak after going out?
Seeing Lu Ruyan's worried look, Yang Chen didn't want to make her worry, so he could only force himself to smile and said, "I'm fine, I just encountered a small problem.
I'll go back to my room and rest for a while."
Lu Ruyan looked at him suspiciously, and said with some concern, "Are you really okay?
If there is something wrong, don't force yourself."
"It's really okay, don't worry, I'll go upstairs and lie down for a while." After coaxing Lu Ruyan, Yang Chen quickly returned to the room. He didn't even bother to lock the door and just lay down on the bed and fell asleep in a second. The damage caused by excessive use of spiritual consciousness cannot be repaired by elixirs and can only be slowly made up through meditation, practice, sleep, etc. Lu Ruyan in the yard was staring at the video conference on her laptop in a daze, a little absent-minded, until she heard the secretary's voice calling her. She came to her senses and spoke anxiously.
"That's all for today. Go and have them do the things I mentioned earlier.
I'll tell them to do the rest when I come back in 2 days." After saying that, he quickly hung up the video, closed his laptop, asked the maid to clean up, and then quickly ran upstairs.
Boom boom boom. "Yang Chen, can I come in?"
Standing outside the door, Lu Ruyan knocked on it and asked. This was what Yang Chen had told her before, that she should not enter his room without his permission, otherwise he would be angry.
Lu Ruyan always remembered this incident, so she did not rush in but asked first.
But after waiting for a long time, no sound came from the room. Worried, she reached out and gently pushed the door. Unexpectedly, the door was slowly pushed open, so she walked in without caring about Yang Chen's situation. Seeing Yang Chen lying motionless on the bed, Lu Ruyan was startled and rushed forward to check on him. After checking, she found that Yang Chen was just asleep. Lu Ruyan patted her magnificent chest, and finally let go of her worries. She said coquettishly, "You scared me to death." Then her eyes rolled as she thought of something and she happily hurried out of the room.
After a while, Lu Ruyan returned to Yang Chen's room wearing a black hollow silk pajamas.
It was obvious that she had just gone to wash up. Looking at Yang Chen sleeping sideways on the bed, Lu Ruyan spent a lot of effort to turn him over. Then she turned off the light, hugged Yang Chen contentedly, rubbed her face against his forehead, and murmured, "I really hope I can always hold you like this while sleeping." When the two of them were snuggling together in the room, she wished that time would stop forever so that they could be together forever without being separated. But suddenly, I heard my stomach growling in protest in the quiet room. I had no choice but to accept the reality and go to the yard to eat. Chapter 37 Chapter 39 The dog system is back, and it's back with rewards. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Yang Chen, who had recovered some energy, found with sleepy eyes that he was holding a soft body in his arms. This scared him and he quickly opened his eyes to check. He found that it was Lu Ruyan who was tightly pressed against him and he breathed a sigh of relief. After all, I was in a bad mood last night, and I was afraid that I had broken into someone else's bedroom by mistake. Looking at Lu Ruyan sleeping soundly in his arms, and smiling from time to time, he had no idea what she was dreaming about. It was the first time that Yang Chen looked at the other person at such a close distance. He propped up his head and looked at him carefully. She had shiny black hair, a delicate face, long eyelashes, and long rosy lips that looked like two dewy petals. Yang Chen couldn't help but kiss her. Perhaps it was because his movements were too big. Lu Ruyan woke up and opened her eyes hazily, looking at the handsome face staring at her so close. Lu Ruyan stretched lazily, showing off her sexy figure with a slim waist and a perky butt. Then she opened her red lips and happily lay on Yang Chen's chest and said, "Good morning." Looking at Lu Ruyan, whose fair and slender legs were exposed, the young man was already angry after getting up early, and now he couldn't help but press on her and said with a smirk, "It's late, it's time to have breakfast." As for what to eat for breakfast, no one knew. All I knew was that the wooden bed in the room made a creaking sound due to age and disrepair. In the next 2 days, Yang Chen did nothing but accompany Lu Ruyan to visit the entire Peach Blossom Island and even went out to sea on her yacht, leaving many beautiful memories for the two of them. The day of departure finally arrived, just like the last time I sent Sun Ningmeng off, but the only difference was that the rich woman Lu Ruyan actually came on her own luxury yacht. Standing on the deck of the yacht, Yang Chen and Lu Ruyan embraced each other affectionately, reluctant to separate, while Lu Xiaode had been pushed to the flying bridge by the nanny to make room for the young man. Looking at Lu Ruyan, who was holding him tightly and refused to let go, Yang Chen patted her beautiful back and waist in comfort and said, "Okay, you should go back. You'll come find me, right?" The 1.7-meter tall Lu Ruyan looked up at Yang Chen with her beautiful watery eyes, as if she would burst into tears the next second if he didn't agree. Seeing Lu Ruyan, who was so clingy and didn't look like a domineering CEO, Yang Chen smiled knowingly, scratched her nose, nodded and responded affirmatively, "Well, as long as you send me a message, I will definitely come." Parting is always hard to bear, and it took a long time to coax Lu Ruyan into leaving reluctantly. Yang Chen returned to the dock and watched her gradually disappear on the yacht before turning around and going home. Sitting in the yard and watching the house return to its deserted appearance, Yang Chen felt a little uncomfortable for a moment. When Lu Ruyan left, she said she would leave a few servants here to take care of his daily life, but he refused. "It's not that I don't like being served, but I have too many secrets, and it's a bit inconvenient when strangers are here." Bite. Congratulations to the host for reaching the foundation building stage. The system is late in issuing rewards, so I will compensate you with 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, a top-grade spiritual weapon, the Azure Sword, and a set of top-grade spiritual weapon, the Cicada Wing Armor. The sudden noise in his mind startled Yang Chen, and then he quickly stood up and said in surprise, "Fuck, didn't you leave? Why are you back again?" The system replied in a playful and humane way, "Host, have you forgotten what I said? I said see you later." Before Yang Chen could say anything, it added, "Okay, my dear host, you don't have to worry about these details, because I have to leave again. See you later. Come on and improve your cultivation." Hearing that the system was about to leave again, Yang Chen was also anxious and hurriedly stopped it and said, "Hey, dog system, don't leave yet." After waiting for a long time without seeing a response from the system, it seemed that it had really left. Yang Chen cursed and said, "The dog system left as soon as it said it would. I still have a lot to ask you." Yang Chen had 100,000 questions in his mind, but the dog system only appeared when giving out rewards and was usually nowhere to be seen. He finally saw it but didn't expect it to run so fast. However, since he would definitely come back and ask again after running away, Yang Chen no longer worried about it, but instead collected the rewards and compensation he had received. The Cicada Wing Armor is just as its name suggests. Looking at the cicada wing armor in his hand that is as thin as a cicada wing and as light as a feather, Yang Chen pulled it hard but found that it did not move at all. He quickly dripped blood to recognize the armor as his master, and watched the cicada wing armor absorb the blood he dripped on it with the naked eye. Then Yang Chen felt that there was an inexplicable connection between himself and the armor. As soon as he thought about it, the cicada wing armor in his hand suddenly disappeared, and then he felt a very comfortable cool feeling on his body. Yang Chen quickly took off his t-shirt to check, and saw that the cicada wing armor was so fitting and tightly attached to the skin that it was completely invisible. If he hadn't sensed the cicada wing armor on his body, he would have thought he had never worn it. Then he took out the Azure Spirit Sword and examined it. The sword was 2 feet 1 inch long, with a thin blade that emitted a cold blue glow. The hilt was carved with a golden dragon, making it look extremely majestic. The blade was so sharp that it was like autumn frost, making people feel frightened. Gently waving the Azure Spirit Sword in his hand, he saw extremely sharp sword energy penetrate into the concrete floor, leaving even gaps as if they were cut by a cutting machine. A drop of blood recognized the master, just like a cicada wing armor. After the Azure Blue Spirit Sword absorbed the blood, Yang Chen felt that the Azure Blue in his hand seemed to be one with the sword. With a thought, the Azure Spirit Sword in his hand disappeared out of thin air. Yang Chen hurriedly sensed it and found that the spirit sword was already in his dantian. Then he summoned the magic sword and held it in his hand, and Yang Chen began to dance with the sword in the yard. He waved the sword in his hand and a blue-silver light suddenly appeared, as if he was born with those moves. He used various sword moves with ease. The sharp sword body stirred up the surrounding air, causing bursts of breaking and exploding sounds. After using a few sword moves, Yang Chen stopped. He had to stop, after all, the damage caused by the last test of Fireball was still vivid in his mind. What a good sword! Yang Chen couldn't let go of the azure sword in his hand, and he was extremely satisfied. Now that I have the equipment and spiritual stones, I had planned to explore the deep sea to see if there are any materials to make weapons for myself and get some spiritual things. I didn't expect that the system would come to my rescue and immediately reward me with so many things. Now I don't have to worry anymore and can continue to lie down with peace of mind. Now that we have the spirit stones, the crude formation previously set up in the backyard can be removed and replaced with a new one, and the spirit field spirit gathering formation can also be set up. Back in the backyard, Yang Chen removed the simple formation from the chicken coop, then took out 2 top-grade spirit stones and rearranged the Bagua maze formation. This formation is not comparable to the simple illusion formation. If a stranger accidentally enters it, he will be sent out by an unknown force. However, if you approach or even attack the chicken coop with bad intentions, the Bagua formation and the Maihan formation will actively release mental power to attack the opponent, causing serious injuries at the very least, and turning the opponent into a vegetable at the worst. After finishing the arrangement, Yang Chen folded his arms and admired his masterpiece, muttering, "I hope no one dares to break in." Chapter 38 Chapter 40 Opening up a cave and planting spiritual fields. Then Yang Chen mobilized his spiritual power and used the invisibility skill to fly directly into the air, heading towards the steep cliff where he had tested the excessive concentration of his thoughts 2 days ago. Originally, Yang Chen planned to build a spiritual field in the backyard, but it was inconvenient with people coming and going, and now that he could fly, he planned to find a dangerous place to open up a cave. Invisibly floating on the edge of a cliff, Yang Chen summoned the azure spirit sword and began to cut at the hidden spot he had found. The azure blue water was used to cut huge rocks as if they were tofu. In order to avoid the noise caused by the rocks falling from a high altitude being too loud and noticeable, Yang Chen also paid special attention to the fact that every time he cut out a huge stone, he would put it into the storage ring and store it there, and then move it to another place before throwing it away after he was done. In a short while, he had dug a 2-meter-high and 1-meter-wide hole on the steep cliff, leading directly to an interior space of several hundred square meters inside the mountain. Then Yang Chenjie used magic to make the cave look brand new. Although there was no light in the cave and it seemed extremely dark, he was obviously not affected at all as he was at the foundation establishment stage. Everything is ready, except for the spiritual soil for planting, but for Yang Chen who has a small bottle, this is obviously not a big problem. When they arrived at the bottom of the sea, Yang Chen threw out all the stones that were hollowed out from the mountain from his storage ring to build structures for the fish, and then he began to fly quickly towards the deep sea. Ever since he reached the foundation establishment stage, he found that he was like a fish in water and had no discomfort, but his physical strength was not enough to support him to dive very deep. I watched the surrounding environment gradually change until it was pitch black, and I stopped only when I felt that my body could no longer bear the pressure. Yang Chen stood on the seabed, looking at the many deep-sea fish all around him that were emitting colorful lights, which was really beautiful. The biodiversity is amazing. It's a pity that I can't take a photo, otherwise I could send it to Menger and Ruyan. After sighing, Yang Chen began to dig deep-sea mud. As for why not just get some on land? It is because the soil on the seabed must be extremely rich in nutrients after countless years of death and sedimentation of organisms. As for the question of whether the salinity of the soil will turn into saline alkali land, Yang Chen cannot use science to explain it. Anyway, the small bottle is enough. After pushing aside the top layer of sand until he saw the dark mud, Yang Chen quickly used his storage ring to collect it all, and only stopped when he felt it was enough. He returned to the cave and took out all the soil from the storage ring and put it into a pool-like trough he had prepared. Then Yang Chen used the water control technique to extract all the seawater from the soil. He stopped only when he saw that the water was no longer so thin. He sowed the seeds of spiritual medicine, diluted the liquid in the small bottle and sprayed it on the spiritual field, then took out the top-grade spiritual stones and began to make a spirit-gathering array and a formation to control the temperature of the cave so that the temperature in the cave could always be maintained at a certain level. For fear that he would not have time to come and manage the spiritual fields regularly, he created a water-gathering formation that automatically absorbed moisture from the air for irrigating the spiritual fields. After working for an entire afternoon, he finally finished. Looking at the seeds that had already sprouted small sprouts just after being planted, Yang Chen squatted beside the spiritual field and admired them quietly, his heart filled with a sense of accomplishment. When leaving, he did not forget to set up a psychedelic defense array at the entrance of the cave, so that when viewed from the outside, the original hole dug on the cliff would disappear. Moreover, the existence of a psychedelic defense array can also prevent small animals and insects from entering the cave because of the strange fragrance brought by the elixir. After returning home, Yang Chen lay leisurely in the yard, playing with his mobile phone and chatting with Sun Ningming and Lu Ruyan. However, because Lu Ruyan was still busy with company matters, it took her a long time to reply, while Sun Ningming, a college student, seemed to have endless topics to talk about. As soon as Yang Chen typed a sentence, 4 or 5 sentences popped up on the other side. Some were sharing what they had attended class today, some were sharing what they had eaten today, what they were wearing, etc. She was even bold enough to secretly take some seductive photos of herself during class to seduce him. Hello, are you the owner of this house? Just as I was chatting animatedly with Sun Ningming, a timid voice came from outside the door. When I looked up, I saw a little girl about 1.55 meters tall standing outside the door. She had twin ponytails, wore a Lolita outfit with white stockings, and was dragging a suitcase that was almost as tall as her. She was looking at me nervously. Looking at the little Lolita who looked like an underage girl, Yang Chen asked curiously, what can I do for you? Seeing that the handsome young man in front of her was the owner of the house, the little girl happily introduced herself quickly. Hello handsome guy, my name is Gu Xiangxue, and I'm a live streamer. It's like this, I came here for tourism, but Taohua Island is so popular that all the BBS and hotels are full. I was originally planning to stay at the BB near Qinming Pavilion for the live broadcast, but I didn't expect it to be so popular that not only are there no rooms, but now I can't even make reservations for food. The remaining places either have to share a room with others or live in those old, run-down houses, and I'm scared to be alone. So I've been wandering around, trying to find a suitable place to live and slowly wait for the appointment with Qinming Pavilion, then go there to have a meal and watch the live broadcast. I suddenly saw your beautiful house, so I plucked up the courage to come up and ask if I could live here for a while. After saying this, Gu Xiangxue was afraid that the other party would not agree, so she quickly added, "Don't worry, I will pay the rent for you." After hearing this, Yang Chen nodded secretly. He had not expected Peach Blossom Island to be so popular. He thought it would only be popular for half a month at most and then become less popular. Unexpectedly, because of the magical chicken, the popularity became more and more intense, and the island is basically packed with people every day. In addition, the original food stalls were replaced by homestays with better scenery and elegant environment, which attracted many anchors and self-media to check in and earn traffic. He even lived in this remote corner and never saw a single passerby passing by his door all day before. Now, many people pass by his door every day, and some even check in outside the wall. All this is thanks to the wealthy woman Lu Ruyan. In order to make Yang Chen live comfortably, she invited various craftsmen to renovate the house from inside to outside, and even planted many beautiful climbing flowers on the wall. Seeing the cute little lowly Gu Xiangxue looking at him expectantly, Yang Chen shook his head helplessly and said, "Sorry, I don't have enough room here." It was indeed that there were not enough rooms, and it was not the excuse he thought that he did not want to rent to the other party. After all, there were only 2 rooms on the second floor, one for himself and the other for Lu Ruyan. Although there was a room on the first floor, it was filled with a lot of sundries and tools. Looking at the thin Gu Xiangxue, it was obvious that she was not the kind of person who could tidy it up and clean it up by herself. Yang Chen was too lazy to move and could only refuse helplessly. There was nothing he could do since he didn't know her, and he was not the kind of person who would be unable to move when seeing a beautiful woman. After being rejected, Gu Xiangxue was a little anxious. After all, it was already late. If she couldn't find a place to stay, she would probably have to live on the streets tonight. So she hurriedly said, "It's okay if you don't have a room, handsome guy. I can live in a tent in the yard, and I will pay you the rent normally. Is that okay with you?" Forehead? Yang Chen was also a little confused, even though the climate on Peach Blossom Island was pleasant now and there were no typhoons or the like. But he also felt a little uncomfortable letting a girl live in a tent in the yard. Chapter 39 Chapter 41 A lowly tenant came to my house. Just as I was about to refuse the other party's request, I saw Gu Xiangxue looking at me with a pitiful expression. "Please let me stay." "Okay, I won't charge you rent. In return, you just need to clean the yard. And except for going to the second floor in the backyard, you can do whatever you want in other places." In the end, Yang Chen agreed with a soft heart and gave the other party some instructions to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings.
Yeah, thank you, handsome. I will treat this place like my own home and take care of it. After saying that, Gu Shangxue lifted the suitcase with difficulty and entered the yard to look for a place to set up his tent. Yang Chen felt something was wrong while sitting there playing with his phone. After seeing the other party struggling to hold up the tent keel, he finally understood. So he sighed, stood up and said, "Well, I'll do it." Seeing Yang Chen coming to help her, Gu Shangxue smiled happily with her eyes curved into crescents, then took out a candy from her pocket and handed it to him, saying, "Thank you, handsome, I'll treat you to some candy."
Are you of age?
Looking speechlessly at Gu Shangxue who handed him the candy, Yang Chen asked what he had been wanting to ask.
I just turned 18.
The lowly voice, coupled with the fact that the other party had just turned 18, made Yang Chen even more speechless. If the other party didn't really have that kind of voice, he would have thought that she was teasing him. The tent was set up in a short while. I watched Gu Shangxue open her suitcase like a treasure chest and take out a pink quilt, pink cushion, pink pillow, and even saw pink panties.
Ahem, go ahead and do your work. There's a fire in the kitchen. If you want to cook, go make it yourself. Just remember to wash the pots and dishes.
Feeling guilty, Yang Chen was afraid that the other party would find out that he had seen something he shouldn't have seen, so he coughed twice and hurriedly got on his bike to find dinner. Ever since the chef brought by Lu Ruyan has been cooking delicious food for him in various ways, Yang Chen no longer even likes to cook. After all, cooking by yourself is not as delicious as eating for free, especially since my cheap father-in-law Li Jun is a great cook. I drove to Qinming Pavilion and saw many luxury cars parked at the entrance. There were even many anchors who couldn't get in, so they set up their live broadcast equipment directly at the entrance. The scene was very lively.
"Hello, sir, do you have a reservation? If so, please show it to me.
Also, trains are not allowed to enter this BB." Just as Yang Chen was about to drive his own car in, he was stopped by the security guard. I didn't expect to be stopped from visiting the BB I bought. Looking at the very dedicated security guard, Yang Chen didn't make things difficult for him and said with a smile, "I don't have a reservation.
I'll call your boss later."
As he said that, Yang Chen picked up his phone and called Uncle Li. Unfortunately, after waiting for a long time, no one answered the call.
He was probably busy in the kitchen.
Looking at the security guard who was already a little impatient, Yang Chen smiled awkwardly and quickly called Aunt Li. As soon as I called, the call was answered immediately, and I heard Sun Chen's voice coming from the phone. "Hello, Xiaochen, what's wrong?" Aunt Li, I was stopped by the security guard at the door."
Yang Chen didn't waste any words and went straight to the point.
After all, there were many tourists and anchors at the door who were looking at him with glee and waiting for him to make a fool of himself. Haha, you see, I forgot to tell the security guard what you look like.
Wait for me, I'll be right out."
After hearing this, Aunt Li also laughed, then hung up the phone and hurried over. After hanging up the call, Yang Chen raised his eyebrows and boasted to the security guard, "See, I didn't lie to you, I said I knew him." The security guard was also stubborn. He did not answer Yang Chen's question, but just looked at him with distrust in his eyes. After all, there are many people who use the excuse of knowing the boss or knowing someone inside.
Some anchors have also used this method to try to get in. "Xiaochen, you haven't been here for a long time. Come in quickly."
Sun Chen hurried over and greeted Yang Chen warmly, then reminded the security guard beside him, "Uncle Li, this is our Meng Meng's boyfriend, don't stop him in the future."
"What? Xiao Meng Meng's boyfriend? Why didn't he tell me earlier?"
After hearing what Sun Chen said, the security guard looked at Yang Chen with a blaming look, as if to say, "You kid, you are our Li's son-in-law, why didn't you tell me?"
"If you told me, I would have let you in." Yang Chen was also a little speechless and thought, "Are you blaming me? I told you that I knew Uncle Li, but you didn't believe it." Pushing the trolley and chatting with Aunt Li all the way to the BB, Yang Chen had some experience seeing the BB had changed a lot since he hadn't been there for a long time. Sun Chen saw Yang Chen's experience and said with a proud smile, "I didn't disappoint you, Xiaochen. Now our BB is even more upscale than the 5-star hotel on the island." Well, I didn't expect that after such a short time, not only has the scale expanded a bit, but it also feels more upscale and classy. Yang Chen looked at the surroundings with appreciation, nodded and answered, seeing that the homestay and restaurant were originally together. Now it has been greatly transformed after being renovated by Uncle Li and his wife, but the style of the BB remains unchanged and it still has a warm, beautiful, and casual theme. The restaurant has not only expanded a lot and added many private rooms, but even the decoration has been changed, making it look noble, elegant, and grand everywhere. That's right. This is my idea.
separate the BB and the restaurant. This way, the wealthy and powerful diners who come for the spirit chicken can enjoy the food in peace without being disturbed. Tourists who want to relax and unwind can stroll on the beach or make some tea at the door of the homestay. After listening to Aunt Lee's words, Yang Chen also admired her business acumen, so he praised her generously and replied with a smile, "I didn't expect that, Aunt Lee, you have such a business acumen. Menger is about to become a rich second generation. I feel pressured. You kid is teasing your aunt. If it weren't for your magic chicken, we wouldn't be like this today." Sun Chen said without any courtesy and directly grabbed Yang Chen's ear, not showing him any courtesy as if he was an outsider. Yang Chen also enjoyed this family affection very much. Although being pulled by the ears did not hurt him at the moment, he still cooperated with Aunt Lee. "Oh, it hurts, Auntie, I was wrong. When Aunt Lee saw Yang Chen admitting his mistake with a grin, she was also startled and quickly let go of his hand, pretending to be angry and said angrily, "See if you dare to tease your aunt again." "Hee, Auntie, I haven't eaten anything this afternoon and I'm so hungry." "Is there anything to eat?" "I'm here to eat for free." "You are so old, why don't you come home for dinner? Have you forgotten that my family runs a restaurant?" Sun Xian spoke with some reproach, but his words were full of concern. After all, the couple had already chosen Yang Chen as their son-in-law, and since they had no son, Sun Chen had always treated Yang Chen as his own son. Chapter 42 discussing the renovation of the BB. Eat slowly. If you don't have enough, I'll ask your Uncle Lee to fry it for you. Looking at Yang Chen wolfing down his food, Sun Chen lovingly handed him a cup of tea. It's mainly because Uncle Lee's cooking is delicious. Yang Chen picked up the delicious food and stuffed it into his mouth while chatting with Aunt Lee. "If it's delicious, come here often, you know? This is your and Meng Ming's home." "Yes, I know. Although I always call you Aunt, I already regard you as my mother in my heart." Hearing this, Sun Chen was also very moved and his eyes were wet. He kept repeating, "Good child, good child." The meal ended in such a warm atmosphere. During the chat, Yang Chen heard Aunt Lee say that Uncle Lee had been busy cooking in the kitchen and teaching his nephew Li Jia how to cook. He was also curious as he had rarely seen Li Jia asking him to go fishing recently. It turned out that he had become a chef and was busy in the kitchen. "Aunt, please help me find a piece of vacant land around the BB, and then renovate it to make it into a hot spring. There will be single rooms and a large pool waiting for you to decide. I will give you a surprise then." Yang Chen thought about this for a long time. He planned to take the homestay to the next level and build a small spirit gathering array and put the spirit liquid into the outlet of the hot spring pool. This way he could not only make more money but also repay Li Jun and his wife for their kindness to him. Although he doesn't know what the future will be like, he wants to do this now so that even if something really happens in the future, he can take back everything at any time. Aunt Lee was also curious and asked, "What kind of hot spring is so mysterious?" Yang Chen also kept it a secret and replied, "Don't worry about it. Trust my aunt, you can build a hot spring pool first, and I will tell you when the time comes." Aunt Lee also trusted him very much and didn't ask any more questions. She just made the decision and said, "Okay, I'll arrange someone to do it later." After finishing this matter, Yang Chen also planned to go home, so he stood up and said with concern, "Aunt, I'm going home first, don't be too tired, you can invite people when the time comes." When I returned to the old house from Chunming Pavilion, as soon as I drove into the yard, I saw Gu Shangxue walking around the yard with her mobile phone, broadcasting a live broadcast. Seeing Yang Chen coming in, Gu Shangxue in the courtyard nodded and greeted him with a smile, then began to talk to herself in the live broadcast room. "Gu Shangxue, welcome everyone to Xue's live broadcast room. Gu Shangxue, let me show you if this place I rented on Peach Blossom Island is beautiful or not." Knowing that male voices are not allowed in the live broadcast room of the female anchor, Yang Chen just nodded in response without disturbing the other party. Then he sat in the yard with his mobile phone, turned down the volume, and played King of Glory with Sun Ningmeng. After a long time, Gu Shangxue, who had just finished broadcasting, saw the handsome landlord frantically operating his mobile phone, so she curiously went forward to check it out. The other player was playing King of Glory, and soon he saw triple kills, quad kills, and even penta kills on the screen. He was so surprised that he shouted with admiration, "Wow, handsome guy, you are so good, please teach me." Yang Chen continued to control the character without raising his head and responded, "Sorry, I'm playing duo with my girlfriend and can't take you with me." "Oh, alright." Gu Shangxue didn't expect that the handsome landlord actually had a girlfriend. Although she hadn't thought about anything happening, she couldn't help feeling a little disappointed when she was rejected.
The scene became quiet for a moment, and Yang Chen ignored Gu Shangxue, who was sitting next to him and craning her neck to watch him play games. Instead, he was immersed in helping Sun Ningming to get a high score, and he was very busy switching interfaces from time to time to reply to Lu Ruyan's WeChat messages.
Handsome guy, is this really okay for you?
Gu Shangxue looked at Yang Chen with strange eyes and complicated mood. She didn't expect that the handsome guy in front of her was quite handsome, but a bit of a scumbag. Because she was always looking at the other person's phone playing games, including chatting, and she didn't hide the fact that she was seeing everything. It was indeed a bit shocking for her that he played games with his girlfriend and then took the time to flirt with other girls.
What's good or bad? Am I bad at playing games?
Yang Chen, who hadn't yet realized that he had become a scumbag in the eyes of the little girl, was a little confused.
Could it be that his skills, which had achieved an 18-1 record, were not good enough? No. Not bad, as long as you are happy. Gu Shangxue smiled awkwardly.
After all, she was not familiar with the other party, and it was none of her business how bad the other party was.
So she stopped asking curiously and concentrated on watching the game. Yang Chen played until Sun Ningming turned off the lights in her dormitory and prepared to rest.
Then he quit the game and stretched. Seeing that it was getting late, he got up and prepared to wash up and rest. Looking at Gu Shangxue, who was a little dazed beside him, thinking that she might be scared in the yard tonight, he kindly reminded her, "Don't worry at night, I have a ferocious dog here to guard the house."
It's okay. Handsome guy, do you have a dog? Why don't I see it?
After saying that, Gu Shangxue looked around.
My dog likes to run around during the day, so I called him back.
Yang Chen walked to the gate of the compound and shouted into the darkness, "Egg yolk, get back here." After a few minutes, a black shadow appeared in the distance. Gu Shangxue looked closely and saw a big yellow dog, which was bigger than a Kangal dog, trying to please the man at the door by making a woo sound.
After a day of hanging out, it's time to go to work. This is your reward. Patting Egg Yolk's dog head, Yang Chen secretly took out a drop of spiritual liquid and put it into the other's mouth. It is not a luxury to feed egg yolks with spiritual liquid every day.
After all, this thing does not come from the wind.
Basically, you only feed one drop every half a month.
Moreover, the spiritual liquid in the small bottle seemed to increase with his own cultivation. In the beginning, when he used the spiritual liquid frequently, the spiritual liquid in the small bottle was decreasing rapidly and did not recover much. However, after entering the foundation building stage, the spiritual liquid in the small bottle was restored a little bit every day at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although it was not much, it was enough to match the current consumption. Then Yang Chen brought the egg yolk to Gu Shangxue and introduced her, saying, "This little sister will live in the yard from now on. Don't scare her if she finds out." Gu Shangxue looked at the egg yolk, which was almost as tall as herself, and greeted him timidly, "Hello, hello."
Woof woof.
Frightened by the egg yolk's loud voice greeting her, Gu Shangxue quickly ran behind Yang Chen and hid trembling. Yang Chen was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry at this little girl being so timid, so he pretended to be angry and slapped Egg Yolk's dog head hard and threatened her.
Why are you shouting so loudly? Speak more quietly. You're scaring me. Apologize to me now.
Seeing the egg yolk standing up on its two front legs and bowing towards him with an ah-woo-woo sound that was so humane, Gu Shangxue was not so scared anymore. Instead, he quickly ran to his big suitcase, took out a salt-baked chicken drumstick, and said to Egg Yolk, "Hello, Egg Yolk, this chicken drumstick is a greeting gift for you." Seeing that both parties were familiar with each other, Yang Chen also planned to go upstairs to practice, so he said to Gu Shangxue, "Okay, I guess you won't be so scared with the egg yolk accompanying you."
Chapter 41 Chapter 43 Hot Spring Renovation completed. After returning to the house, Yang Chen did not choose to go back to the room on the second floor.
Instead, he went out from the back door, turned invisible and flew into the air towards the cave that was open today. In the past, I had to practice at home as a last resort, but now I can fly and it only takes me 1 minute to get to the cave. Moreover, with the existence of the spirit gathering array, the concentration of spiritual energy in the cave is incomparable to other places, so he plans to practice and do other things here in the cave in the future. Arriving at the cave abode and looking at the dark and empty space, Yang Chen planned to decorate it with furniture once he got the money from the spiritual chicken at the end of the month.
Half a month passed in a flash. Yang Chen lived a very carefree and happy life. He would go back to his cave to practice at night, and during the day he would feed the chickens and ducks in the yard, play games, and chat and flirt with his two girlfriends. Occasionally I go out fishing, or ride my trolley to Taohua Island night market to eat some snacks and see beautiful women.
After half a month of getting along, he became familiar with Gu Xiangxue. During the chat, he learned from her that she had escaped because she hated the strict discipline at home. Although I was unable to learn from her what her family does specifically, 9 out of 10 lowly girls are rich, and judging from the material of the clothes they wear, it's clear that they are not cheap. But all this had nothing to do with him. After all, they were just landlord and tenant. So if the other party didn't say anything, he was too lazy to ask. Antley called Yang Chen yesterday to tell him when he could go there, and that the hot spring had been prepared according to his idea. So early in the morning he took Dan Yoke and drove his electric car to Chenmeng Pavilion to get the hot spring ready. Moreover, when Yang Chen called yesterday, he specifically instructed that the business should be closed for at least one day and no irrelevant personnel, including employees, should stay inside. After all, as someone working behind the scenes, he doesn't want to be seen by others, otherwise he will inevitably be disturbed. When I arrived at Chenmeng Pavilion, I found that everyone was still at work except the security guard at the door. All the employees inside had gone home for vacation or out to play, and only Li Jun and his wife were left in the entire homestay.
Xiao Chen is here. This is Egg Yolk, right? What kind of dog is so big? As soon as I parked the electric car, Li Jun, my cheap father-in-law, walked around the egg yolk and watched it curiously. Uncle, aunt, you two can help me lay the egg yolks if you have nothing to do. After all, there are some things you know. Yang Chen scratched his head embarrassedly and said, how can I explain these things? I definitely can't show them in front of others. After all, they are too shocking. This was also the reason why he brought egg yolk with him, mainly to find an excuse. If Yang Chen went out to play on weekdays, he seldom brought egg yolk with him. After all, his large size could easily scare people, and Egg Yolk extremely disliked holding hand ropes. Okay, we got it. Let's go, Lao Li. We haven't had a holiday in a long time. Let's take Dan Yolk to the beach today. Before Uncle Li could say anything, Aunt Li had already pulled him an egg yolk and the three of them left. Seeing that everyone had left, Yang Chen, who was still worried, scanned the BB with his spiritual sense. After finding that there were only some rats, he headed to the hot spring area. The decoration is quite nice, I don't know how much it cost. Looking at the blue brick walls built next to the homestay surrounding the luxuriously and beautifully decorated hot spring pool, there are even some exquisitely decorated private hot spring rooms, which avoids the embarrassing situation that many people do not like to share hot spring pools. According to Antley, Yang Chen went directly to the water room where the hot spring came out and looked at the empty room without any temperature heating equipment. This was also what he requested. After all, he now knew so many formations, so it was no problem to simply raise the temperature of the water outlet to a comfortable temperature for the human body. So Yang Chen started his work and first took out a few top-grade spirit stones from the storage ring. Looking at the spiritual stones that were emitting colorful light and as transparent as jade, he shook his head and said jokingly, if you take anyone out to sell, you don't know how much it will cost. It's simply a waste of natural resources to leave it here. Joking aside, Yang Chen did not slow down. He took out the azure blue and started to dig a deep pit at the water outlet. Then he began to arrange a formation to control the water temperature and a small spirit gathering formation. The function of this formation was to compress the spiritual power into liquid and then drip it into the water outlet. This will give all hot spring pools special effects, although they won't be as effective as the liquid in the small bottle. But for ordinary people, it is enough. It can strengthen the body, beautify the skin, etc. However, if you want to see the effect, you may need to soak it more often. Yang Chen even deliberately controlled the liquid in the small spirit gathering array to flow more to the private soup rooms. After all, you get what you pay for. After setting up the formation, Yang Chen restored the deep pit he had dug, and then set up a defensive formation in the water room. In this way, except for yourself, it will be extremely difficult for others to enter unless you bring a bomb. After doing all this, he called Li Jun and his wife to come over and try out the results. If the results were good, he could recustomize the price of the BB. Xiao Chen, is it really as you said? The two people who came in a hurry looked at the steaming hot spring, and heard what Yang Chen said about the effects and asked in shock. Of course Uncle Li and Auntie, if you two don't believe me, you can go to the private room and hang out for a while. But it will take a long time for you two to go there, Uncle, could you please make me something to eat? I'll eat outside and wait for you. Yang Chen felt a little embarrassed as he said this, feeling like a foodie. Li Jun looked at Yang Chen's embarrassed expression, patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Ha, Xiao Chen, why are you being so polite to us? Just wait." Then he said to his wife, "Wife, go and try the effect first. I'll get Xiaochen something to eat and then I'll come back. Seeing that her husband wanted to take a hot spring bath with her, she spat shyly, "Bah, you old shameless thing." Looking at the appearance of Li Jun and his wife, Yang Chen smiled and did not say anything. Instead, he found a place with a pleasant view and sat down to wait for the food. After a while, Li Jun hurriedly prepared a few seafood dishes and a plate of grouper sashimi, and then said as he ran, a little embarrassed, "Xiaochen, you eat first. I'll go and take a hot spring bath with your aunt to see if it works." Yang Chen was so happy that he kept shaking his head, while Egg Yolk stared at the delicacies on the table with shining eyes and drooled with his mouth wide open. "Yes, let me give you some grouper sashimi. It's very expensive." Seeing that Egg Yolk looked greedy, Yang Chen picked up a piece of sashimi and threw it over. The Egg Yolk opened its bloody mouth accurately and caught the food directly, swallowing it without even biting it. Then it wagged its tail wildly and pointed its claws at the table. "Without you, a foodie, I won't have enough to eat." Seeing the egg yolk and wanting to eat it, Yang Chen refused with a smile and scolded. After all, there was only a little bit in a plate and it was not enough for him to eat. Although he couldn't give her sashimi, he still felt sorry for other seafood and took a plate of blanched cuttlefish and put it on the ground for Egg Yolk to eat. Chapter 42 Chapter 44 Encounter with the Sexy Tram Owner. Although the scenery is beautiful, it's a pity that I'm the only one enjoying it. Because of the hot spring, it was closed today and all the guests originally staying in the BB were cleared out, so there was no one on the entire beach. 2 hours passed quickly. Hearing a noise behind him, Yang Chen turned his head to look. I saw Uncle Li walking in front, full of energy and vigor, while Adli behind him had a red face, not sure if it was because she had soaked in the hot spring for too long or because of something she had experienced. But since they were all elders, Yang Chen couldn't tease them. He could only pretend not to know and quickly asked the two about the effect. "Uncle Li, how is Auntie's effect?" Li Jun happily sat down on a leisure chair and said with admiration, "Xiao Chun, you always bring us many surprises, and the effect is really great." Aunt Li wiped her wet hair with a towel and agreed, "Yes, after taking a hot spring bath, I feel my skin is much tighter and I feel like I am a few years younger." Seeing the two of them look very satisfied, Yang Chen smiled and asked, "Uncle Li and Aunt Li, it's time for our Chenmeng Pavilion to move in a high-end direction. Should we renegotiate the pricing issue? And I plan to split the income of the BB 50-50 between us. Even brothers settle accounts clearly, but many people break up with their good friends and relatives because of money." So Yang Chen said it directly at the beginning. After all, he didn't want to see any unpleasantness in the future because of these things. After hearing this, Li Jun slammed the table and said angrily, "What are you talking about, Xiaochen? You have done a lot for us. How can we ask for your shares?" Sun Chen also said in a somewhat reproachful tone, "Yes, Xiaochen, we are not strangers. You are really being too polite." Seeing that the two of them had misunderstood him and thought that he had to make a clear distinction, he explained with a wry smile, "Uncle Li and Aunt Li, it's not like that. The main reason is that you are the ones who manage the store. I have other things to do and don't have time to manage it, so I thought of giving you half of the profits. After all, I don't want us to have any unpleasantness in the future just because of such a small profit. Not only do I not want to see such a scene, I guess Menger doesn't want to see it either. After all, you two elders are the closest people to me. With Menger's relationship, maybe we will become a family in the future. This is not a reason to separate us, but I have considered this matter for a long time before deciding." The two were very moved after hearing this and stared at each other in silence for a long time. Then Li Jun said in a deep voice, "I understand what you mean, Xiaochen, but we will not accept a 50-50 split. The best we can do is 20-80, 20 for us and 80 for you, Xiaochen." Seeing Yang Chen about to refuse, Li Jun said with a serious expression, "Don't refuse. We are already making a lot of money with a 20-80 split. Don't you know how much you can earn from your hot springs, chickens, vegetables, etc. in a month? The income from the spiritual chicken and spiritual vegetables alone is more than 3 million. If we promote the hot springs, we will get a 20% dividend every month. You know, this is more than we can earn in a year by working hard at the food stall." Aunt Li at the side also echoed and advised, "Yes, Xiaochen, this is the most we can accept. Your Uncle Li can't earn this much even if he cooks until the pot is broken. If you don't agree, we will go back to the food stall now and we will not be in charge of this place anymore." Seeing what Uncle Li and Aunt Li said, Yang Chen was deeply moved, so he sighed and smiled bitterly and agreed, "Well, okay, I will trouble you two from now on." After the shares were settled, the only thing left was the issue of hot spring pricing. After many discussions among the three, they finally came up with a price that all three thought was good. Pricing is based on room size. Single room, 28,888 per night. Double room, 38,888 per night. Family room, 68,888 per night. These room types can enjoy the public hot spring pool for free, but if you want a more private hot spring pool, you have to pay extra. Each private hot spring pool room will cost an additional 10,000 yuan. The BB has a total of 5 single rooms, 10 double rooms, only 3 family rooms, and 8 private hot spring rooms. If calculated based on full occupancy rate, a hot spring project alone can earn more than 6 million per month. If we add in the spiritual vegetables, spiritual chickens, spiritual geese, etc. that are in short supply every month, Chunmeng Pavilion's monthly income is at least tens of millions, and this does not include other dishes. The price has been decided and the shares have been allocated. Uncle Li and Aunt Li also asked Yang Chen for his bank card number. The money they earn every month will be directly transferred to his card. There was no problem. The only thing left was publicity, which the two experienced elders could handle easily. So Yang Chen decided not to get involved in it and just ride his electric scooter around. Hey, isn't that the boss lady of the electric car? While driving around on his electric bike, Yang Chen saw from a distance the charming lady boss of an electric bike shop chatting with another woman sitting on a chair outside a cafe. I missed her after not seeing her for a long time. Since I bought an electric car, I rarely pass by that street, so he drove up to her and said hello, boss lady, I haven't seen you for a long time. Do you recognize me? Hearing someone calling her, the proprietress turned sideways and looked over. When she saw Yang Chen, she was a little surprised and then smiled charmingly. Hey, isn't this the handsome boy who bought me the electric car? I thought you left the island. Long time no see. No, I've been on the island the whole time, but we weren't destined to meet. But today, our fate is fulfilled. I spotted the charming and beautiful lady boss from a distance in the crowd, so I came up to say hello. Yang Chen was also thick-skinned. He could speak flirtatious words effortlessly without blushing. He moved a chair over and sat next to her. Being teased for a while, when Man covered her mouth and laughed, the handsome boy is not only handsome, but also so sweet. He must have a lot of girlfriends. They are just friends who have kissed each other. It's not worth mentioning. Beautiful sister, who is the beauty next to you? Yang Chen said this very casually, and then asked the woman who was watching their conversation with interest. She is my good sister since childhood. She came to the island to play with me. Listening to the lady boss introduction, Yang Chen just said politely, hello, my name is Yang Chen, and I'm a friend of this beautiful sister. Puff. The boss lady's best friend couldn't help laughing when she heard the introduction, and then introduced herself jokingly, hello, my name is Su Ling, and I'm also a friend of that beautiful sister. Yang Chen was not angry at being teased. He scratched his head and asked the proprietress a little embarrassedly, hey, beautiful sister, what's your name? Chapter 43 Chapter 45 Throw it all out. Seeing that Yang Chen didn't even know her name, when Man rolled her eyes at him coquettishly, then pretended to be heartbroken and said, I'm so sad that you still don't know my name. My name is Wen Man. Remember it. If you can't remember it next time, I'll scratch you. After saying that, when Man stretched out her jade-like fingers to show off her beautiful manicure and shook them in front of Yang Chen threateningly. You must remember this. Even if I don't have a knife now, I would definitely carve your name into my heart if I had one. Watching Yang Chen talking nonsense in a serious and confident manner, when Man and her good friend Su Ling couldn't stop laughing. After laughing for a long time, when Man stopped and showed a seductive look. She poked Yang Chen's arm with her jade finger and said seductively and playfully, little handsome boy, if you tease me like this, you will be easily beaten if my husband hears it. Forehead? Yang Chen was also stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the other party actually had a husband. Then he quickly stood up and said to himself with a serious face and righteous words, I don't care who you are, but please get off my body, otherwise I will call the police. After saying that, he looked at Wen Man very apologetically and said, I'm sorry, Sister Man. I was possessed by a ghost just now and was talking nonsense. Now I have to leave and find someone to perform an exorcism. We can talk again when we have time. After saying that, he quickly got on his electric bike and left this troubled place without looking back under the stunned gaze of the two beauties. Although Yang Chen likes this kind of mature older sister, he still doesn't plan to touch married women. After all, although it's good to be a thief, there must be a bottom line, unless the other party's husband is dead. Su Ling looked at Yang Chen's back as he left, and was stunned as she quickly asked her best friend, Man, how did you know this funny handsome guy? I don't know him very well, But he came to buy an electric car from me last time and he looked quite handsome, so I remembered him right away. When Man answered her best friend's questions, but her beautiful eyes were always looking at the direction where Yang Chen left, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and no one knew what she was thinking. What a pity, why does she have a husband? Yang Chen kept muttering this sentence with great regret along the way. She had just flirted with the other party and was about to add him on WeChat, but she didn't expect such a thing as her husband would happen. When he thought that the woman who was elegant, plump, curvy, had a perky butt, long legs, smooth and soft had a husband, he couldn't help but feel pity and envy. Who are you? What are you doing in my yard? When he returned home, he saw several bodyguards in black and a young man in a suit with gold-rimmed glasses standing in his yard. Yang Chen, who was in a bad mood, questioned them directly in a blunt tone. Without answering him, the man with gold-rimmed glasses turned around with a hint of anger in his eyes and asked indifferently, "Who are you? How long has my sister lived with you? You're fucking in my house and you're asking who I am. I've got 3 seconds to get out of here, or I'll make you crawl out." He was even more pretentious than himself, which made Yang Chen very uncomfortable and he immediately ordered him to leave. "Ha, it seems you don't know how to speak properly." After the man with gold-rimmed glasses finished speaking, he signaled his bodyguards with his eyes, and then several bodyguards came over with their hands rubbed. "You are so good at pretending, you are pretending in front of me, get out of here." Yang Chen didn't waste any words. He was pretending to be so powerful that he took the initiative to attack and swung his fists at the bodyguards at an extremely fast speed. What a jerk. He can still be a bodyguard. After beating up the bodyguards and throwing them out of the compound, Yang Chen turned around and looked at the man with gold-rimmed glasses and said sarcastically, "Do you want to get out by yourself? Or do you want me to help you? How dare you? Don't think you are so great just because you know a little kung fu. Do you dare to touch me?" The man with gold-rimmed glasses still didn't understand the situation and continued to pretend to be tough in his tone. Of course, Yang Chen was happy to satisfy the other party's need to try it out, so he strode up to the other party, grabbed the man with gold-rimmed glasses by the neck like a chicken, and then threw him towards the door. After throwing it, he clapped his hands in disgust and said in a mocking tone, "Is it satisfying to you? If not, why don't you make some requests?" The man with gold-rimmed glasses who was thrown out of the door rolled a few times and suffered minor injuries. Seeing that the other party actually dared to attack him, he was so furious that he made a direct threat. "If you have the guts, you can kill me today, or you can wait for my revenge." The bodyguards nearby felt as if the sky had fallen when they heard this, and they couldn't help complaining in their hearts, "Damn it, you are pretending to be powerful at any time. You are still threatening when the other party has already taken action. Hee, I'll satisfy you." They actually dared to threaten him. This time Yang Chen really wanted to kill them. He walked directly towards them, intending to kill them first to silence them and then destroy the bodies. Seeing the young man walking towards him step by step with murderous intent in his eyes, the man with gold-rimmed glasses was extremely panicked. He did not doubt at all that the other party was really going to kill him, so he retreated desperately. Although the bodyguards on the side complained about their boss in their hearts, they still stood in front of him with professional ethics and solemnly guarded, and then shouted to their boss, "Master, you go first." "Leave? Can you leave? Bad guys die because they talk too much." Although Yang Chen is not a bad guy, he still took decisive action and intended to use his spiritual sense to shatter the opponent's consciousness. At the critical moment, Gu Xiangshue's anxious voice was heard from a distance, "Yang Chen, don't do it, he is my brother." Hearing this, he frowned and did not attack, looking at Gu Xiangxue who was running towards him very quickly and panting. Yang Chen said coldly without any mercy, "Just because I let you live with me doesn't mean you can cause me trouble. Please pack up your things and go with your brother." After that, he returned to the yard without looking back. The few people who had just been rescued from the brink of death all showed expressions of fear. Especially the bodyguards who had to face it directly could feel the oppression of death more clearly. If it weren't for the young lady's plea, they would definitely have died. The man with gold-rimmed glasses, Gu Xiangshue's brother Gu Jiamu, looked at his sister with an unpleasant expression. "If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have come to this place and almost lost my life without considering that the current situation was caused by my attitude." So he took out his anger on the other person and yelled at his sister, "It's all because of you. If it weren't for you, I would have almost lost my life here." Gu Xiangxue, who was bullied, felt very aggrieved. She looked at her brother with slightly red eyes, biting her lip and not giving any explanation. She had become accustomed to her brother's attitude towards her.
In fact, everyone in the family, except her mother, was very strict with her, so she fled that place and came to Peach Blossom Island.
Chapter 44 Chapter 46 Egg Yolk Help.
Seeing his sister looking at him aggrievedly without saying anything, Gujamu softened his attitude and said, "Go in, pack up all your things and come home with me." It's not that he didn't want his bodyguard to go in, but he was already scared. If he went in again, no one knew what would happen. Then Gujamu, who didn't want to stay here for a second, turned around and waved his hand and said, forget it, let's go."
"I'm not leaving. You guys go ahead. I'm very happy here."
"What did you say?"
Gujamu didn't expect Gu Shangxue to reject him.
This was the first time she rejected him, so he looked at her in surprise.
"I said, I won't go back. I don't want to go back to that home that doesn't have any warmth. I don't want to live an unhappy life every day because of your rules and regulations. I don't want to obey any of your orders anymore. Do you understand, brother? I, Gu Shangxue, don't want to go back."
Gu Shangxue was timid at the beginning, but her tone became increasingly firm later on. She looked her brother straight in the eyes and spoke every word without giving in.
"Ha, I think you have grown wings. You guys take her and let's go." After hearing this, Gujamu was so angry that he laughed.
He spoke directly to several bodyguards without any question and walked ahead alone, intending to take her away by force.
"Yellow, save me."
Looking at the bodyguard walking towards her, Gu Shangxue turned and walked towards the courtyard and asked Dan Huang for help, because she knew that Yang Chen would not help. When Egg Yolk heard the cry for help, he did not act on his own, but glanced at Yang Chen and waited for the other party's instructions. He could hear the conversation outside clearly in the yard. Seeing that Gu Shangxue really didn't want to go back, he said calmly while playing with his phone without even looking up, "Go ahead." After receiving the order, Egg Yolk rushed towards the gate at an extremely fast speed. In the past half-month, Gu Shangxue often fed it delicious food, so it was reasonable for it to repay her. I saw a black shadow rushing out of the yard, and in the blink of an eye, a bodyguard was pinned to the ground by Egg Yolk, who opened his bloody mouth, showing his sharp fangs, and growled in warning. "Help, help!" The bodyguard who was knocked down looked at the bloody mouth so close to him in horror, his body trembling uncontrollably and asking for help. The other bodyguards looked at the huge dog with its bloody mouth and were in trouble, and no one dared to step forward to rescue it.
"Don't bite me, Egg Yolk. Come here."
Gu Shangxue was afraid that Egg Yolk would really bite her, so she quickly beckoned him to come over to her side.
Seeing Egg Yolk coming back to him and looking at the bodyguards warily, Gu Shangxue smiled and said gently, "Thank you for saving me.
I'll treat you to a delicious meal later." Then he looked at his brother and warned him angrily, "Brother, go back.
If you stay here, I'm afraid I won't be able to stop the Egg Yolk from biting you."
When Egg Yolk heard this, he cooperated very well, showing his fangs, growling softly, and staring at the man with gold-rimmed glasses.
"Okay, very good. I will go back and tell my parents the truth.
It will be my dad who will come next time, and he is not as easy to talk to as I am." Being stared at by the ferocious Egg Yolk, Gujamu's legs became a little weak, so he left this place of trouble in a hurry after saying some harsh words. The matter was resolved. Gu Shangxue returned to the yard and stood beside Yang Chen, saying gratefully, "Thank you." Although it was Egg Yolk who saved her, she knew that Egg Yolk would never have come to rescue her if the man in front of her who was playing with his mobile phone had not agreed. After standing by and waiting for a long time without seeing Yang Chen's response, Gu Shangxue asked cautiously and anxiously, Yang
Chen, can I still live here?"
After living here for half a month, she felt a little reluctant to leave. Not only was the environment here good, but she had also moved into the room on the first floor after slowly moving all the sundries. And she has the Egg Yolk to keep her company, so she wants to continue living here if possible.
"This won't happen again. I'm going out to eat."
"You can take care of it yourself."
Thank you."
Seeing that Yang Chen did not drive her away, although his tone was a little cold, Gu Shangxue was still very happy and quickly agreed. On the other side, in a building on the Bund in Shanghai. In a luxurious office, Lu Ruyan, who had been busy all day, was sitting in a soft recliner, rubbing her brows and listening to her secretary's work summary report.
"Boss Lu, are you going to the Lu family's dinner tonight?"
The secretary at the side asked cautiously, fearing to anger the CEO who was known as an iceberg beauty.
"Decline it."
Lu Ruyan said this in a cold tone, then she thought of something, took out her phone, opened WeChat and sent a message.
"Lu Ruyan, I miss you. You said you came when I miss you. Yang Chen, wait for me, I'll be there in the evening."
Not long after waiting, she saw Yang Chen's reply message, which made Lu Ruyan, who had been expressionless, smile happily from the bottom of her heart. The secretary standing by was also a little shocked when he saw his CEO smile for the first time. After all, I have been working here for 3 years and have never seen the strong woman in front of me smile. Even her polite smiles were perfunctory, unlike the smile that comes from the heart like now. Lu Ruyan never doubted what Yang Chen said, so she said to the secretary beside her without even looking up, "Shall we go and make arrangements? All the meetings tonight and tomorrow will be postponed to the day after tomorrow. Please book me a seat at Hentang Palace. Remember to get a window seat and a quiet one." "Oh, okay, Mr. Lu, I'll arrange it right away." The dazed secretary was still wondering whether her president was in love. When she heard Lu Ruyan's words, she was shocked and instantly came back to reality and responded quickly. Then she quickly tiptoed out of the office to make arrangements. As for Yang Chen, after having dinner at Chunming Pavilion, he found a deserted place, used the invisibility spell, and flew towards the magic city to keep the appointment. The distance was thousands of kilometers, and it was his first time flying such a long distance, so he couldn't help but feel excited. After all, that boy had never fantasized about being able to fly. Soaring in the sky and looking down at the tiny ground, Yang Chen felt very refreshed. He controlled his body to move up and down rapidly and perform various thrilling movements. He even approached and flew side by side with an airplane when he encountered it. Fortunately, he was in invisible mode, otherwise if he was seen by others, it would probably make headlines. It took 2 hours to arrive at the magic city and float in the sky. Looking at the city where he had lived for several years, Yang Chen couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Then, after identifying the direction of Magic City University, he flew towards the university at a very fast speed. After finding an empty place to land, Yang Chen walked towards the university gate and took out his cell phone to give Sun Ningming a surprise. On the university campus, Zhou hugged Sun Ningming's arm and walked by the lake, chatting, "Meng, where are we going to play tonight?" "I don't know either." "Ying, where do you want to go?" "Why don't we go eat something?" "I haven't had hot pot for a long time." "Okay, I haven't eaten in a long time." The two were chatting when suddenly Sun Ningming's phone made a video call notification sound, so she took it out to check out of curiosity. She saw that it was Xiuchen's brother's name sending a video call, and she was so happy that she quickly picked up the video. "Hey, what's wrong, Xiuchen?" Zhou, who was standing by, curled her lips when she heard it was Yang Chen. She really had no good feelings for this scumbag, but she didn't say anything since her best friend liked her. Looking at the extremely pretty little face in the phone, Yang Chen smiled slightly, turned the camera towards the entrance of Magic City University and said, "Look where I am?" "Hey, brother Xiuchen, wait for me." Seeing that the screen of her mobile phone showed the entrance to her university, Sun Ningming jumped up happily, then hurriedly pulled her best friend towards the gate. Chapter 45 Chapter 47 Alarming the ex-boyfriend in college. "Wow, Xiuchen, I missed you so much." Jogging all the way to the university gate, Sun Ningming saw Yang Chen looking at her with a smile. She excitedly ran forward and jumped onto him, hanging on him like a koala. Yang Chen also hurriedly held the other person's hips with both hands to prevent him from falling, and then laughed exaggeratedly, "Wow, it's only been a short time since you became heavier, my arm is going to break." "Humph, no." Sun Ningming quickly retorted coquettishly, but even though she said that, she was still afraid that she would really hurt Yang Chen, so she wanted to get down. But how could Yang Chen let her down? He even hugged her tighter and said sweet words, "I won't mind no matter how heavy it is. Even if my hand breaks, I won't let go." Zhou, who was standing by, felt like she had eaten shit when she saw the two of them displaying affection, especially because she was particularly displeased with the man in front of her. So she planned to leave the scene and said to Sun Ningming, "Meng, since your boyfriend is here to see you, I won't be a light bulb for you anymore. Well, Ying, goodbye, we'll go eat hot pot some other day." Zhou looked at her best friend speechlessly. She had lost her humanity after having sex with the opposite sex. Even without any attempt to keep her, she had no choice but to look at Yang Chen deeply, sigh and leave. There were people coming and going at the university gate, and many people recognized Yang Chen. Some even took out their mobile phones to take pictures, pointed and talked in low voices. "That's Wolf Warrior Yang Chen, huh? I have to say he's really handsome. Alas, my freshman goddess was taken away just like that. Didn't they say they broke up? Why are they still together again? Wow, why doesn't Yang Chen chase me? I'm pretty too, okay?" Yang Chen, who had a keen sense of hearing, also heard the discussions and envious conversations of his classmates around him, so he hurriedly spoke to Sun Ningming.
Meng Meng, let's go. There are too many people here. Sun Ningmeng certainly had no objection. After all, she felt a little uncomfortable being watched by so many people, so the two of them hurriedly left the university gate. As soon as Yang Chen left, he saw several girls with different styles but all very beautiful rushing out of the university and asking questions to the classmates around them. Where's Yang Chen? He's not here. The freshman who was caught in question was very excited when he saw the extremely beautiful senior girl in front of him. He immediately turned into a fool and said, Senior, Yang Chen just led freshman Sun Ningmeng over there. Following the direction pointed by her junior, she could not see the other person except for the crowds of people and cars. Knowing that it would be difficult to find him, she could only grit her teeth and said fiercely, Damn Yang Chen, he ran away again. After asking the students around them, the three beautiful senior sisters gathered together. Among them, the senior sister who had just asked the junior brother stood up to discuss the matter. Yang Chen left with a freshman girl named Sun Ningmeng. If either of you has time, go investigate. I suspect that girl has Yang Chen's contact information and address. I'll go. I'm familiar with the student union. One of the senior students, who looked very cool in high heels and tight leather pants, took the initiative to step forward and take charge of the matter. Sun Ningmeng, who didn't know she was being investigated by her senior, happily hugged Yang Chen and asked curiously, Brother Xiaochen, have you reached the foundation building stage and can you fly? Yang Chen rubbed Sun Ningmeng's cute little head and responded with a smile, Of course, otherwise how could I come to see you so quickly? Standing on the side of the road, Sun Ningmeng, who was being rubbed on the head, did not resist at all. Instead, she said happily, Where are we going now? Where is Ruyan? She said she'd come pick us up. Oh. Sun Ningmeng was not unhappy, but looked at him with a meaningful smile. Before long, a black G-Class slowly drove over from a distance and stopped steadily in front of the two of them. Then Lu Ruyan got out of the driver's seat and quickly walked towards Yang Chen, opening her arms and hugging him. Yang Chen, I miss you so much. Seeing that Lu Ruyan ignored her, Sun Ningmeng pouted and rolled her eyes, saying sourly, Hey, I'm still here. Lu Ruyan looked at Sun Ningmeng with a smile and said, Long time no see, Sister Ningmeng. Ahem. Yang Chen quickly pretended to cough, then changed the subject and looked at the G-Class curiously and asked, Ruyan, why are you driving this car? It doesn't seem to suit you. This is for you. Lu Ruyan said as she stuffed the car keys into his hand. Wow, what should I do if I don't have a G-Class to give to Brother Xiaochen? Brother Xiaochen, you won't dislike me, will you? If you do, just tell me, and I'll feel bad for you and leave on my own initiative. Listening to Sun Ningmeng's chatter, Yang Chen pinched her nose speechlessly and said, Speak properly. Besides, you are my best gift. Nothing can compare to it. A bowl of water must be kept level. Then Yang Chen said to Lu Ruyan, You are also my best gift. With a bunch of sweet words and flattery, the two women were coaxed into disappearing into obscurity. Sitting in the driver's seat, Yang Chen, who was driving a G-Class for the first time, couldn't help but not understand these buttons. However, in order not to lose face in front of the girls, he quietly took out his mobile phone to learn more. Since I started practicing, I always feel my brain itching. Apart from other things, my brain works much better and my memory has been greatly improved in all aspects. So after just a quick look, Yang Chen instantly turned from a clueless newbie into an expert on cars. The feeling of driving a G-Class is just different. Driving on the bustling main road of Shanghai with upbeat music playing and two stunning beauties sitting in the back seat is an indescribable feeling. Yang Chen navigated to the place Lu Ruyan told him to, stopped the car at the door and threw the keys to the car boy. The three of them walked into the magnificent hall and instantly attracted everyone's attention. It was because Lu Ruyan and Sun Ningmeng were hugging Yang Chen's arms on the left and right, very intimately, plus one of them had a very royal sister demeanor, and the other one was young, beautiful, and had a different style of beauty. This made all the men present at the scene look envious and jealous, and they wished that the man in the middle could be replaced by themselves. Take the elevator to the top floor, Hentang Sky Palace, which, as the name suggests, is close to Hentang. After Lu Ruyan gave her phone number and name, the three were taken to a reserved seat near the floor-to-ceiling window. Looking down from a high vantage point, one could see the entire bund through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Although Yang Chen had already admired the magic city from above, he still felt an indescribable sense of superiority standing in this place. No wonder everyone tried so hard to climb up, the scenery up there is so beautiful. Ruyan, don't tell me this is for dinner tonight. Yang Chen looked at the appetizer in front of him in surprise. It was a super large plate of food that could be finished in one bite,
although the presentation was quite exquisite. But the price is also very exquisite. A serving of suckling pig stewed with huadiu wine, which only has a small piece of suckling pig and is topped with many delicate flowers as a backdrop, cost 688 yuan. After taking a look at the menu, Yang Chen suddenly felt that his spiritual chicken was sold too cheaply, and he should consider raising the price when he returned. He. Looking at Yang Chen's exaggerated expression, Sun Ningmeng, who was taking pictures of the food with her mobile phone, laughed so hard that she couldn't stop. Lu Ruyan was a little embarrassed and whispered, "If you're not full, keep ordering until you are full."
Hey, it doesn't matter. Eat? I'll take you to eat something delicious later. Yang Chen waved his hand indifferently.
Since he was already here, he might as well try it and it might taste good.
Chapter 46 Chapter 48 Eating. After 3 hours, we finally finished the Western meal. Yang Chen was not full, and didn't know whether the two girls were full or not, but seeing that they both seemed to be enjoying themselves so much, he felt that it was worth it. The meal cost more than 90,000 yuan, which made him more and more determined to raise the price of the spirit chicken when he got home. Fortunately, there was the wealthy woman Lu Ruyan who paid, otherwise with Yang Chen's current net worth, he wouldn't be able to pay even if he got a 50% discount. Sitting in the back seat, Lu Ruyan looked at Yang Chen driving and asked in confusion, "Yang Chen, where are we going now?"
"Take you to feel the atmosphere of fireworks."
Driving the G-Class all the way to the snack street behind Shanghai University, Yang Chen drove to a barbecue stall with ease, stopped the car, and shouted to the owner, "Lao Zhang, long time no see."
Hearing someone calling him "old son," the owner of the barbecue stall looked up and saw Yang Chen getting out of the G-Class. He was a little surprised and said, "Wow, I haven't seen you for a few months and you're already driving a luxury car." Before he finished speaking, when he saw two more beauties getting out of the car, old son was also a little stunned and said jokingly, "You kid, you must have gotten rich by sheer luck. With luxury cars and beauties, you are simply a winner in life now." Ha ha ha, of course. I haven't eaten your barbecue for a long time and I miss it. While chatting with Lao Sun, Yang Chen walked to an empty seat, took out a tissue and wiped the patinated table carefully. If it were any other time, he would definitely not bother to clean it.
After all, the environment is like this. As long as it tastes good and is affordable, that's enough.
However, when he saw Lu Ruyan sitting down, although she didn't say anything, he still noticed her frowning expression, so he wiped it carefully. While wiping, he introduced it to Lu Ruyan. "Ruyan, don't be fooled by the poor environment here, but the taste is quite good." Sun Ningmeng, who was standing by, didn't care about the environment.
She just started a conversation out of curiosity. "Brother Shaochen, did you often come here to eat? I see you and the boss seem to be very familiar with each other."
"That's right. The owner of this barbecue stall is not only a nice person, but his cooking skills are also amazing.
Let me tell you."
Yang Chen began to talk about how hard his school days were. Whenever he had no money, he would come here and buy a plate of fried noodles on credit. "If I get paid as a part-time worker, I will come here to spend money, not only because the boss is nice, but also because the craftsmanship is really good." The two girls listened with great interest, and even showed distressed expressions when Yang Chen talked about how he once was so hungry that his chests were sticking to his backs. Especially Lu Ruyan, who was a little disgusted just now, but after hearing these things, she had a much better impression of this barbecue stall.
After a while, Lao Zhang brought a large plate of grilled skewers to the table and said to Yang Chen with a smile, "It's been a long time since I saw you, kid. I'll give you 2 more skewers of your favorite kidneys." "Thanks, Lao Zhang. The smell of your barbecue makes me feel like a relative."
After thanking Lao Zhang, Yang Chen grabbed a handful of lamb skewers and handed them to the two girls.
"Menger, Ruyan, try this mutton kebab. It's absolutely authentic. I guarantee you'll want to eat more after you've had it."
Seeing Yang Chen's magical performance, Lu Ruyan became interested in the mutton skewers in front of her with her beautiful eyes, so she picked up a skewer and tasted it carefully. She had never eaten at a roadside stall before, but after just one bite, the aroma of the mutton skewers instantly filled her entire mouth, making her eyes light up. He didn't say anything, just looked up at Yang Chen who was gnawing on the roasted lamb kidneys, and then he imitated him and started eating the skewers.
"It's really good, Brother Shaochen, you really weren't bragging."
Sun Ningmeng was not so particular. She just grabbed a handful of lamb skewers and started eating them in big mouthfuls until her mouth was full of oil. Seeing Sun Ningmeng eating so happily, Yang Chen smiled and handed her a tissue and said, "Eat slowly, the corners of your mouth are covered with oil."
Then he asked Lu Ruyan, who was tasting the food carefully, "Ruyan, how is it? It tastes really good, right?"
Delicious.
Lu Ruyan simply answered and looked at the other skewers on the plate with interest. Now she just wanted to try each of them. Hey, don't be shy, take whatever you want to eat. If it's not enough, I'll ask Lao Zhang to grill it. Seeing the two of them eating with gusto, Yang Chen also had an appetite and asked Lao Zhang to bring over a few bottles of cold beer while eating the skewers. The weather in Shanghai in July is extremely hot even at night. Drinking cold beer and eating barbecue will make you feel comfortable. The three of them were happily eating skewers and chatting, especially Yang Chen, who had some beer and came in. His humor was so great that the two of them laughed out loud, especially Lu Ruyan, who had a smile on her face all night. Lao Zhang, I've already passed it by. The extra money is just for your care for me over the years. Yang Chen transferred the remaining 1,000 yuan he had on him. He ordered about 400 or 500 yuan tonight. The rest was just the other party's care for him over the past few years. Although it wasn't much, it was all the cash he had on him now. Back in the car, Yang Chen was a little troubled, not only because he had no money to get a room, but also because the two women in the car were looking at him expectantly. I didn't know what to do for a moment, and I was even more upset because I was so busy having fun together that I forgot I had to work overtime in the evening. Come to my house. I have many rooms. Lu Ruyan also saw that Yang Chen was in trouble, so she drove the car directly towards her home. As for why Yang Chen was not driving, it was because he had just drunk some alcohol. Although the beer was the same as not drinking it at all for him now, even the alcohol tester could not detect it. Coming out of the elevator in the villa garage, Yang Chen sat on the soft sofa and admired the European-style living room and praised, "Little rich woman, your home is nice." "It's okay. I rarely live here." "Yang Chen, I'll give it to you if you want it." Lu Ruyan said nonchalantly, she is indeed a rich woman, she is willing to give away the house as soon as they disagree with each other. This made Sun Ningmeng, who was standing by, feel a little inferior and sat stiffly on the sofa without saying a word. Yang Chen, who was very observant, also noticed this and very considerately moved over and held the other person's hand. Then he said to Lu Ruyan, I think we shouldn't keep sending gifts to each other. I like you, do you understand? When Lu Ruyan heard what Yang Chen said, she reacted instantly, then squatted down apologetically, held Sun Ningmeng's other hand and said, Sister Ningmeng, I'm sorry, I didn't notice these details. I just wanted to give Yang Chen what I could give. I didn't mean to compete with you. Sun Ningmeng, who was originally in a low mood, saw Lu Ruyan squatting down to comfort her. Her depressed mood disappeared completely and she responded with a smile on her face. It's okay, Sister Ruyan, I understand. If I had it, I would give it to Brother Shaochen. Well, let's go, Ningmeng sister, I'll take you to see your room. You can come here often if you want to live here in the future. The misunderstanding was resolved, and Lu Ruyan happily stood up, took the other person's hand and walked towards the second floor to choose a room. Yang Chen also followed behind with great interest, intending to check out the battlefield environment tonight. Chapter 47 Chapter 49 3 monks have no water to drink. After Sun Ningmeng finished choosing, she asked curiously, Brother Shaochen, which room did you choose? Does it matter whether I choose or not? Yang Chen responded with a wicked smile and said something with hidden meaning, which made the two girls blush with shyness and turned their heads away without daring to say anything. It was getting late, and after choosing a room, Sun Ningmeng and Lu Ruyan went to their respective bathrooms to wash up. The good thing about a big house is that it even has 3 bathrooms. Yang Chen watched the two people leaving with a wicked smile, and it was unknown what bad thing he was thinking in his heart. He tiptoed to the door of Sun Ningmeng's bathroom and gently turned the door lock, but found that it was locked from the inside. Then, not giving up, he hurried to Lu Ruyan's side, but it seemed as if the two of them had agreed that the bathroom door was tightly locked. Alas, the trust between people is gone just like that. He left with high hopes but returned disappointed. Yang Chen muttered something depressed, then ran off to wash up alone. When Yang Chen finished washing up and went downstairs, Sun Ningmeng looked at him cheerfully and asked, Brother Shaochen, did you want to open my bathroom door just now? Although Lu Ruyan next to him didn't say anything, she looked at him with a smile in her beautiful eyes. No, maybe you heard it wrong. I'm taking a shower too. Yang Chen lied without blushing or beating his heart. He sat between the two of them with a very thick skin and enjoyed being hugged by people on both sides. It's getting late. I'm going to rest. Perhaps because she felt there was another woman beside her, Sun Ningmeng stood up and ran away shyly when facing Yang Chen's clutches. Lu Ruyan also stood up with a blushing face, glared at him, and quickly got away from the sofa and went back upstairs. 1 monk has water to drink, 2 monks carry water to drink, and 3 monks have no water to drink.
Seeing that he was the only one left alone on the sofa, Yang Chen got up and followed him with lustful intent.
How come you two sleep together?
When he arrived at Sun Ningming's room, he saw Sun Ningming and Lu Ruyan lying on the bed chatting.
Yang Chen asked with a strange expression.
Hee, Sister Ruyan said she wants to sleep with me tonight, so why are you coming in, Brother Xiaochen? Sun Ningmeng tilted her head with an innocent look and asked the question even though she knew the answer.
This left him speechless.
However, this did not bother the thick-skinned Yang Chen, who lied with his eyes open. I'm afraid to sleep in a strange place, so I want to squeeze in with you guys. Then she took off her pajamas while walking, climbed onto the bed, and squeezed in between the two of them, grinning foolishly.
Poochie. Sun Ningming burst out laughing at Yang Chen's robe look.
It was simply nonsense that a cultivator was afraid of unfamiliar places.
What are you laughing at?
Go to sleep. Yang Chen pulled the two of them into bed, then controlled the light switch with his mind, and the whole room instantly became dark. Although the lights were turned off and the room was quiet, the three people on the bed had their eyes wide open in the darkness, and no one knew what they were thinking.
At this time, Yang Chen asked, Menger, Ruyan, can you two sleep? Lu Ruyan and Sun Ningming answered in unison, I can sleep.
Hey, how can you reply when you are asleep? When Yang Chen heard the two people's replies, he was also amused and then they started playing around. After all, there were two alluring beauties lying beside him, and due to his own martial arts skills, his resistance to these things was basically zero.
He was seen bullying Lu Ruyan.
This was also his strategy, because the little girl Sun Ningming was easier to talk to. As long as he could take down Lu Ruyan, everything else would not be a problem.
Unfortunately, not everyone can accept intimate actions when there are others around. Lu Ruyan just responded to the other party's request for a kiss.
Then she felt that Yang Chen was going too far, so she supported his chest with both hands, shook her head, looked at him pleadingly and said, Yang
Chen, Sister Ningmeng is still here.
I was impulsive. Go to sleep. Seeing Lu Ruyan's pleading eyes, Yang Chen calmed down instantly. He also felt that he was a little too hasty, so he kissed the other's forehead and lay down.
Sun Ningming next to her said with a look of regret, what a pity, I almost got to watch the live broadcast. Seeing Yang Chen getting off her, Lu Ruyan mistakenly thought that he was angry.
She pursed her lips and hugged him and said, I'm sorry, Yang Chen,
I'm not ready yet.
Yang Chen hurriedly comforted them, saying, oh, it's okay, let's go to bed quickly.
Let's not move, or I can't help myself.
As he said that, he hugged the two girls' shoulders tightly and moved them towards him. The dim room suddenly became quiet, with no other sound except for the steady breathing.
Good morning, Brother Xiaochen. Morning, Yang Chen. Lu Ruyan looked at Sun Ningmeng, who was yawning and greeting her in her pajamas.
Yang Chen also said unhappily, it's already 10 o'clock, it's still early, there's breakfast on the table, eat it quickly, it's probably getting cold. Last night was so torturous that he didn't sleep the whole night, so he got up early in the morning, went downstairs for a run to vent his hormones that had nowhere to be released, and bought breakfast. I originally wanted to cook at home, but when I walked around the kitchen, it was empty without any ingredients. I would cry if a mouse came in. I guess Lu Ruyan doesn't stay here often, so she didn't buy anything in.
Sun Ningming happily jumped to Yang Chen's side and kissed him. Xiaochen is so nice, I love you.
When there were other people around, Lu Ruyan was not so bold, but she also looked at him with love in her eyes, and then happily savored the breakfast bought for her by her beloved. After they finished breakfast, Yang Chen asked them where they wanted to go today. Sun Ningming said with a sad face and dejected expression, I have an important exam this afternoon and cannot take leave.
Yang Chen immediately comforted her, it's okay, it's not far anyway, I can come anytime when you miss me.
Oh, yes, I almost forgot that Brother Xiaochen would. Sun Ningmeng quickly stopped talking at the end.
What? Why doesn't Sister Ningming finish her story? Lu Ruyan asked nonchalantly on the surface, but she was very curious in her heart. She felt like there were many things she didn't know.
It's nothing, Sister Ruyan, don't ask me, ask Brother Xiaochen. After putting the blame on others, Sun Ningmeng stuck out her tongue at Yang Chen, feeling a little embarrassed.
Rolling his eyes at Sun Ningmeng, Yang Chen said helplessly, she wanted to say that I can fly. Clang. The teacup fell onto the coffee table. So, Yang Chen, you can fly, right?
Lu Ruyan was a little excited and stared at Yang Chen to know the answer. If someone else said this, she might think that person was crazy, but she had to believe what Yang Chen said because she suddenly said she missed him yesterday. Then at night, the other party appeared in Shanghai. The two places were more than 1,000 kilometers apart. Apart from a private plane that could come quickly, she really couldn't think of any other way to travel so quickly.
Chapter 48 Chapter 50 Tell Lu Ruyan the truth. Yang Chen smiled and nodded, saying, yes.
After getting the answer, Lu Ruyan rushed forward with wide eyes and looked at her man carefully, and said in an excited tone, "Are you Superman?" Seeing that Lu Ruyan's reaction was exactly the same as hers, Sun Ningming smiled and hurriedly explained.
Ha ha ha, Brother Xiaochen is not Superman. Sister Ruyan, do you know what a cultivator is? They are the kind in novels who can fly and do anything. Well, I've watched TV dramas. They're about gods and immortals, right? So, Yang Chen, are you a god? As Lu Ruyan spoke, she touched Yang Chen, intending to study the difference between him and herself.
Looking at Lu Ruyan, who was groping around on his body, Yang Chen said helplessly, "Not yet, I haven't reached that level yet, maybe I will in the future." They had originally planned to discuss where to go for fun, but this time Lu Ruyan had no intention of going out to play. She and Sun Ningmeng curiously asked him about things about cultivation. She watched Yang Chen cast various small spells in front of her, including invisibility, and even flew around the house with them in his arms.
Sun Ningmeng asked with some envy, "We really can't practice?" Not at the moment. My cultivation is still too low."
Looking at the expectant eyes of the two people, Yang Chen had no choice. After all, he was only at the foundation establishment stage now. When his cultivation level became higher in the future, perhaps he could create his own martial arts. Also, next time when that bastard system comes back, I'll ask it if it can give me 1 or 2 sets of skills. Moreover, after he had learned the technique, it had already turned into a ray of light and entered his sea of consciousness.
He could no longer move it or speak it out.
Seeing the two girls' disappointed expressions, Yang Chen then revealed some good news. "Although you can't practice now, but if you do that, it can also strengthen your bodies."
"I know this. I'm very strong now. I can easily carry hundreds of pounds of things. My skin has also become very good. My girlfriends all think I used some skincare products that are so effective."
Sun Ningming has the most say on this matter. After all, when she was on Peach Blossom Island, she would practice dual cultivation with Yang Chen whenever she had nothing to do. After hearing this, Lu Ruyan also showed an expression of interest, but now Sun Ningming was still there, so she forced herself to suppress the urge in her heart. After all, there is no girl who doesn't want to improve her skin. At first, she thought that Sun Ningming used some skincare products, and her skin was so smooth and white. It turned out to be the effect of dual cultivation. The three of them stayed in the villa until noon.
Sun Ningmeng stood up and said reluctantly, "Brother Xiaochen, I have to go back to school. Let me take you there."
Yang Chen said, and then he turned to Lu Ruyan, "Wait for me at home.
I'll take Menger to school first."
Lu Ruyan was eager to have some time alone with her so that she could conduct further research, so she nodded and said, "Well, it's okay.
I'll send Sister Ningming off first."
After driving the G-Class out of the garage and leaving the villa, Sun Ningmeng looked at Yang Chen charmingly, pointed at the forest path nearby and said, "Brother Xiaochen, let's drive there." Yang Chen, who had been holding it in for the whole night, was moved by the charming look of Sun Ningmeng sitting in the passenger seat. He turned the steering wheel sharply and drove towards an empty path on the side. After parking the car, the two of them came to the back seat.
Yang Chen kissed her and said, "Menger, wait a minute. I'll set up a concealment formation first."
He couldn't wait to get out of the car, broke off a few branches, and used his spiritual power to set up a formation around the G-Class, then hurried back to the back seat.
The big G-Class on the deserted and overgrown road disappeared as if it had hidden in another dimension. After a long time, Sun Ningmeng lazily lay on Yang Chen's chest and took out her phone to check.
Suddenly, she stood up and exclaimed, "Oh, I'm going to be late, Brother Xiaochen."
There was only half an hour left.
Although we could drive there, Yang Chen consoled her and said, "It's not a big deal. I'll fly you there directly."
"Well, let's go quickly. The exam is at 2:30.
After cleaning the car, Yang Chen waved his hand and the G-Class disappeared out of thin air and was put into the storage ring. Then he bent down and picked up Sun Ningmeng in his arms like a princess, cast an invisibility spell, and then considerately mobilized his spiritual power to create a protective shield.
After all, Sun Ningmeng is still immortal.
Flying at high altitude is not only cold but also windy.
The spiritual power shield can solve this problem very well.
As he soared into the air and flew towards Magic City University, Yang Chen always felt that he had forgotten something, but he couldn't figure it out. What he didn't know was that the simple shielding formation he created would scare many people to death in the future, and that they felt that this forest path was unclean and full of ghosts.
Wow, this is so exciting. Brother Xiaochun, please go faster and faster. Sun Ningming was flying at high speed in the sky, staring with wide eyes at the buildings that she used to think were so tall now. She was so excited that she shouted loudly. Yang Chen looked at the excited Sun Ningmeng in his arms lovingly and said softly, "This is already the fastest." Brother Xiaochun, you said we have tried sex in the car. What would it feel like if it was air sex? After saying this, Yang Chen, who was flying rapidly, shook his body for a moment, then looked at Sun Ningmeng in his arms speechlessly and said, "How about we try it now?" Fearing that Yang Chen would come for 2 more hours and miss the exam, Sun Ningmeng shrank her neck and hid in his arms, and said timidly, let's not do it. Let's do it another day. The two of them had not exchanged more than a few sentences when they arrived above Magic City University. The journey that would normally take half an hour by car took less than 2 minutes thanks to Yang Chen's high-speed flight. After landing in an empty place in the university and removing the invisibility, Sun Ningming said hesitantly, "That's fast. Brother Xiaochun, take me back to Peach Blossom Island when I have a holiday." Yang Chen patted the man's hips and said with a smirk, "That depends on how hard you work. My current level of cultivation can't take anyone flying that far." It is indeed a bit difficult to fly a person over a distance of thousands of kilometers with his current cultivation level in the early stage of foundation building. However, he can land in the middle of the journey to replenish his spiritual power. The main reason for saying this is to tease Sun Ningmeng. After several developments, Sun Ningmeng was no longer shy and said boldly, "Then come find me when you are free, and we will work hard together." Then she stood on tiptoe and kissed Yang Chen on the lips and said happily, "Brother Xiaochun, I'm going back to the dormitory to prepare materials first." "I love you. I love you too." After seeing Sun Ningmeng off and waiting for her figure to completely disappear around the corner, Yang Chen turned invisible and flew towards the villa. Chapter 49 Chapter 51 Lu Ruyan's Past. As soon as he returned to the villa, Lu Ruyan stood up and came over to greet him, hugged his arm and said, "Is Sister Ningming back home?" "Well, I flew her back." Seeing that there were only 2 of them left, Lu Ruyan happily hugged Yang Chen and gave him a passionate French kiss. After the passionate kiss, Lu Ruyan's body softened and she said lovingly, Yang Chen, carry me upstairs." Yang Chen also nodded with a fiery look in his eyes, hugged the other person's light and delicate body and flew directly to the 2nd floor. Fortunately, he practiced the chaos-controlling girl's art, which not only could quickly increase his cultivation, but also made him extremely strong in that aspect. Another 2.5 hours passed. Looking at Lu Ruyan, who was exhausted and fell asleep happily in his arms, Yang Chen recalled the battle just now with a happy mood and felt a little amused. His performance in bed last night and today was completely different. When there were other people around, he was very reserved and even resistant, but when it was just the 2 of them, he was very crazy, and most of the time it was the other person who took the initiative. Lu Ruyan stayed in bed until the evening. When she woke up, she opened her eyes and saw that the sky outside the window had darkened. She felt a little scared and stood up and shouted loudly, "Yang Chen, Yang Chen." Yang Chen, who was standing by, also hurriedly hugged her and gently stroked her back and said softly, "I'm here, what's wrong?" Lu Ruyan also hurriedly hugged him tightly and cried, "Wow, when I opened my eyes and saw the dim dusk, I felt all alone, as if I had been abandoned by the whole world, so I was afraid." "It's okay, I've always been here." It took a long time to coax Lu Ruyan, who looked strong on the outside but was very fragile on the inside. He had had this feeling before. One time, he suddenly woke up from a nap in the evening. As the sky darkened, he felt as if he had been abandoned by the whole world and was in an extremely depressed mood. In the living room, Yang Chen asked Lu Ruyan in his arms, "Let's go out and buy some groceries and cook here." When he flew back just now, he saw a supermarket nearby, so he planned to cook for himself. "Well, I'll do as you say." Lu Ruyan doesn't care. She'll do anything as long as she can be with Yang Chen. Instead of driving, the 2 of them walked hand in hand from the villa area towards the supermarket. The scene at that moment when their shadows were stretched out long under the reflection of the setting sun was very beautiful. Holding Lu Ruyan's hand and pushing the shopping cart, they were choosing things in the supermarket. The combination of handsome guy and beautiful girl attracted many people's attention. "I remember you don't like pork, don't take this." Yang Chen remembered the likes and dislikes of his partner, even all his exes, so when he checked that the freshly made dumplings were filled with pork, he gave up immediately. After buying a lot of food, most of which were snacks, Yang Chen shrugged at Lu Ruyan when paying the bill and said, "Ruyan, I have no money, so you pay the bill." As soon as he said this, the male compatriots around him who were waiting to pay looked at him with contempt. The fact that the 2 of them had been holding hands together just now was already extremely enviable. After all, Lu Ruyan, who was both stunningly elegant and extremely beautiful, would always attract attention wherever she went.
Although Yang Chen was dressed casually, his ethereal and elegant temperament made people feel that he was either rich or noble. But when he said pay the bill just now, everyone thought he was a gigolo. The conversation that followed was so intense that all the men and women present looked jealous and wished they could take his place. Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes at Yang Chen charmingly and said, I gave you this black card but you don't want it.
There is 100 million in it. If it's not enough, tell me. Hey, no, I'm thick-skinned, I'll just rub yours. After the two of them paid the bill and left, the people in the queue behind them suddenly went into an uproar. Some said in disbelief that the customer was just bragging, while others murmured to themselves that it would be great if it were them. All kinds of emotions were fully displayed at this moment. Back in the villa, Yang Chen tied on an apron and began to cut vegetables and cook skillfully. Lu Ruyan was responsible for helping him and watched him cook with a happy look on her face. It is not tiring for men and women to work together. Soon several home-cooked dishes are ready and placed on the table. Yang Chen picked up a piece of kung pao chicken and put it next to the other person's mouth and said, Ruyan, try it and see how it tastes. Lu Ruyan looked at the diced chicken handed to her, a happy smile on her face. She slowly opened her cherry lips and tasted it. Then he praised, Yang Chen, you cook very deliciously. Yang Chen also smiled slightly and said sweet words, hee, it's mainly because you are here that it feels this way. It was a simple home-cooked meal consisting of only kung pao chicken, stir-fried vegetables, mapo tofu and chicken noodle soup, but Lu Ruyan couldn't help but shed tears while eating. What's wrong, Ruyan? Why are you crying? Is the food I cooked not tasty? Yang Chen was also anxious, so he quickly stood up, walked to her side, hugged her, took out a tissue and wiped the tears from her face. Lu Ruyan shook her head and said in a low voice, It's okay, I haven't had home-cooked food for a long time, I miss my mother. Lying in Yang Chen's arms, Lu Ruyan sobbed and for the first time took the initiative to talk about her past. After hearing this, Yang Chen was extremely distressed and hugged her tightly to comfort her. It's okay, even if your uncle and aunt are still alive, they wouldn't want you to be so sad. I will always be with you in the future. After listening to what Lu Ruyan said, he realized that she was not so cold before. At that time, she was a carefree college girl, but things happen unexpectedly. Lu Ruyan's parents flew abroad to inspect projects. As a result, a once-in-a-century air crash caused the unfortunate death of both of them. Upon hearing the news, the old man in the family fainted, fell down the stairs, broke both legs and remained unconscious. The double blow of his parents and grandfather getting into trouble, coupled with the panic in the company caused by the accident of Lu Ruyan's parents, caused him to suffer a great loss. However, those relatives who seemed kind and benevolent did not help after the incident, but instead took advantage of the situation and tried to divide up the company. This forced her, a college student who was still in the ivory tower, to step up and take charge of the situation. You can imagine how difficult the situation was at the time. How many people would be dissatisfied and have ulterior motives when a college student who knew nothing was in control of a Fortune 500 group? In that business world full of intrigue and cannibalism, Yang Chen could imagine how desperate Lu Ruyan was at that time. Fortunately, thanks to her swift and decisive operation, she was able to turn the tide and slowly right the group that was on the verge of collapse. But it is difficult for her to shake everyone up with her personal strength alone. There are even some opposing voices within the group from those so-called relatives. Although she also wanted to drive those relatives away, she had no choice. After all, those relatives also had shares, and the combined share was not small. So Lu Ruyan became as cold as she is now not because she wanted to, but because the environment forced her to be like this, and she had to restrain her naivety. He always looks extremely cold and keeps outsiders away. After all, this is the only way to better protect himself from being defeated by the enemy. Chapter 50 Chapter 52 Sun Ningming takes the blame. Yang Chen, when you said this morning that you were a cultivator, I was super happy because you brought me hope. Although I don't know as much as Sister Ningming, I know that gods can regrow flesh and blood and bring the dead back to life, so when you become a god in the future, can you save my parents? After saying this, Lu Ruyan, with tears in her eyes, raised her head and looked at him with hope in her beautiful eyes. Well, if possible, I will do everything I can to rescue my uncle and aunt. He originally wanted to refuse politely. After all, Yang Chen was not sure about the resurrection of the dead. However, seeing Lu Ruyan's pitiful look, he chose an ambiguous answer. How could the clever Lu Ruyan not hear it? Not wanting Yang Chen to feel pressured, she said with a forced smile. Thank you, Yang Chen, but you just need to do your best. After all, coming back to life is too fantastic. I am just leaving myself some hope. Silly girl, I believe I can do it in the future. Yang Chen hugged Lu Ruyan tightly and planned to wait for the dog system to come back and ask it if there was any solution. They hugged each other in silence for a long time. After adjusting her mood, Lu Ruyan suddenly said, "My husband is so lucky to have you." What? What did you call me? Call me again so I can hear it. Seeing Yang Chen looking at her with a shocked expression, Lu Ruyan blushed and shook her head. Forget it if you didn't hear it, let's eat quickly. She was shouting out of impulse just now, but now she has calmed down. It would be embarrassing to let her shout again. Call me hubby again, I love it. Seeing Yang Chen's stubborn look of not wanting to eat unless he called her, Lu Ruyan was defeated by him, so she whispered shyly in his ear, "Hubby, come and eat." Hey, good wife. Lu Ruyan blushed when she was called wife and she was so embarrassed that she almost buried her head in the bowl. The two of them were being affectionate in the villa, but at this time in Magic City University, Sun Ningming had cursed Yang Chen in her heart countless times. It was because there were 3 beautiful schoolgirls standing in front of her, each with a different style, but all of them were top-notch beauties, blocking her way. There were 3 senior schoolmates. One of them, who had a hot body, was wearing leather pants and a leather jacket and holding a helmet and was obviously a motorcycle rider, stood up and asked directly, "Junior Sun Ningming, right? Where is Yang Chen?" Sun Ningming looked at the senior students who questioned her with strange eyes and did not answer, even though she knew that these senior students were all ex-girlfriends dumped by Yang Chen. But after meeting for the first time, I admired this scumbag very much, but he could even win over the legendary motorcycle senior who didn't like anyone. At this time, another senior sister who was wearing a white dress, long straight black hair, a delicate and beautiful face and gold-rimmed glasses also stepped forward and said, "Junior Sister Ningmeng, can you just tell me where Yang Chen is?" Sun Ningmeng looked at the senior in white in front of her, and was shocked and shouted madly, "This bastard is really awesome. It's because the senior girl in front of me is the truly recognized school belle. If other people are named school belle just because they are beautiful, then the senior girl in white in front of me is the school belle who truly convinces everyone. It's because the other person is not only beautiful, but also has excellent academic performance and has won many awards." Although the last senior student didn't say anything, she was staring at him closely and she was not simple either. Sun Ningming didn't expect that the other party would also come. She looked at her in a hip skirt, black stockings, high heels, and seductive flaming red lips. No wonder the senior student has a bad reputation in school and is constantly involved in various scandals. Anyone who sees her wearing this sexy outfit will be confused. But she never expected that the sexy senior sister who enjoyed playing with men would be taken down by the scumbag Yang Chen and dumped by him. Don't ask me, I don't know. If Yang Chen wants to find me, he will come. If he doesn't want to find me, I don't know either. The 3 of them looked at Sun Ningming and saw that she was obviously lying with evasive eyes. The motorcycle senior who had a hot temper was about to question her. The sexy senior student at the side stretched out her fair arms to stop him, and then said with a charming smile, "Since you don't know, we won't waste your time." "Sorry." "Yeah, it's okay. It's okay, I'm leaving now." Looking at Sun Ningming's back as she left, the motorcycle riding senior student angrily said to the sexy senior student, "Liang Yunqing, why did you stop me?" She is obviously lying. Zhao Lingzhu, the senior schoolmate in white, held her eyes and looked at him in confusion without saying a word. Seeing that his 2 allies were getting anxious, Liang Yunqing crossed his arms over his chest and looked meaningfully in the direction where Sun Ningmeng left, and said calmly with confidence, "Why are you in such a hurry? If she doesn't want to talk, can you just beat her up and force her? Leave the rest to me and see how I can trick her into talking." Jiang Yuqing, the motorcycle senior, looked at Liang Yunqing's confident look and said helplessly, "Okay, you decide. Remember to tell me when the time comes. When it comes to playing tricks, 10 of me probably can't compare to Liang Yunqing. After all, the other party has been very successful in school thanks to his ability to handle things in a smooth manner." Zhao Lingzhu on the side also hurriedly said, "And me, don't forget me if you know any news." On the other side, Sun Ningmeng returned to the dormitory and saw that her roommates and best friend had not returned yet. She was so angry that she picked up the phone and called Yang Chen. As soon as the call was connected, Sun Ningming said angrily, "Brother Xiaochen, your ex-girlfriend is here to block me." "Ah? Are they looking for you to ask for my address? I knew that if you and I showed up at Magic City University, I would definitely look for you. I didn't expect it to be so soon. Are you okay? Did they give you any trouble?" Hearing Yang Chen's caring voice coming from the other end of the phone, Sun Ningmeng, who was originally quite resentful, also dissipated a lot. It's okay. They just asked me for your address, which of course I couldn't give to them, so I lied and said I didn't know. He. Next time they come looking for you, just tell them directly that I don't want you to be wronged or hurt because of this matter. Do you understand? I know, what are you doing? I'm chatting with Ruyan. The voice coming from the other end of the phone made Sun Ningming realize that Yang Chen was lying with his eyes open, so she was so angry that she bit her teeth and threatened. You're done, brother Xiaochen. I'm here to take the blame for you. You're doing bad things behind me. If you don't come to me to compensate me later, I will definitely bite you to death next time I see you. Got it. I'll find you later. After hanging up the phone, Sun Ningming stomped her feet in anger. Then, thinking that Yang Chen would come to see her later, she hurriedly put on makeup and started choosing clothes. Chapter 51. Chapter 53. Is this such a big deal? Menger, you are so beautiful. When they met at school, Yang Chen's eyes lit up. He saw Sun Ningmeng wearing his favorite JK outfit with twin ponytails and white stockings wrapped around her slender thighs. Just now, after fighting with Lu Ruyan and coaxing her to sleep, he flew over without stopping. Fortunately, he can fly now, otherwise he would be too busy to do anything. Sun Ningmeng, who was still angry, did not run over to Yang Chen as she did before. Instead, she stood there with her arms open and pouted, saying coquettishly, "Humph, take me flying." "Okay, my little princess, wherever you want to go, Didi Flyer will serve you all the way." Facing Sun Ningmeng, who is so adorable even when angry, Yang Chen is very doting and goes up to her to hug her like a princess. Flying in the air invisibly, Yang Chen looked at Sun Ningmeng, who had her arms around his neck, and asked, "Menger, where do you want to go?" Sun Ningmeng blushed and whispered in his ear, "Brother Xiaochen, I want to try high-altitude flying." "Is this a big deal?" Yang Chen looked at Sun Ningmeng, who had buried her face in his arms, in shock. When he thought of a famous work performed by the aerial acrobat Mr. Su that he had seen before, he was also somewhat moved. So Yang Chen took Sun Ningmeng to fly up and down in the sky quickly, which was more exciting than a roller coaster. Sun Ningmeng couldn't stand such excitement and her heart couldn't take it, and she fainted again. After returning to the villa and entering the room, Yang Chen carefully put the other person on the bed and covered him with a quilt. Then he stood on the balcony, smoking a cigarette with a frown on his face, thinking about what would happen in the evening. He really couldn't figure out why those exes suddenly came to him. After all, he had never seen them take the initiative to contact him when they were in school. Even if we broke up and met by chance on campus, we were just strangers. Even if he had emotional fluctuations, he would just look at me with contempt. Of course, Yang Chen didn't care about these things. It was better to just treat them as strangers, so that it wouldn't affect him from chasing the next one and continuing the task. He really couldn't think of anything and was too lazy to think about it anymore. He turned his head to look at Sun Ningmeng and Lu Ruyan, who were sleeping soundly on the bed. Yang Chen also smiled, then crushed the cigarette but then used a small cleaning spell on his mouth to make sure there was no smell of smoke. Then he returned to bed and hugged the two of them to sleep. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Yang Chen drove a G-class to send Lu Ruyan and Sun Ningmeng back to the company and school. After they were reluctant to leave and he repeatedly promised to come once every 2 weeks, Yang Chen finally let him go. He happily accepted the big G and put it into the storage space. In Lu Ruyan's words, "The big G is perfect for a scumbag like you." "Yang Chen, you're back." As soon as he entered the yard, Gu Shangxue stepped forward and greeted him warmly. "What are you going to do?" Yang Chen looked at Gu Shangxue's enthusiasm towards him with some caution. If someone is too nice to him for no reason, he must be a traitor or a thief. The fact was just as he thought, the other party needed something from him. Gu Shangxue hesitated for a long time and said awkwardly, do you know the owner of Chenmeng Pavilion?" "Yes, what's the matter?" Yang Chen admitted it generously. After all, the bosses now in public were Li Jun and his wife, and many people knew that he was their future son-in-law. Gu Shangxue heard that he really knew her, so she said happily, "Yang Chen, can you take me to Chenmeng Pavilion for a look so that I can start a live broadcast?" "You wanted to go and make a reservation directly. Did they blacklist you because they jumped over the firewall to get you in?" Lying on the rocking chair, Yang Chen crossed his legs and talked like a master, while Gu Shangxue stood beside him like a maid in Lolita dress. "That's not true. You don't know how popular Chenmeng Pavilion is right now. Ever since the Spirit Pool Hot Spring was launched the day before yesterday, reservations have been booked until next year. Even the price of a BB room has been nearly doubled. The internet is flooded with news about Peach Blossom Island and Chenmeng Pavilion Hot Springs. Don't you know about that?"
After saying that, Gu Shangxue took out her mobile phone and operated it quickly, then handed it over. Looking at the comments section of Douyin about Taohua Island, anchors, media, vendors, and all kinds of people gathered at the door, some doing business, some broadcasting live. Even the police were dispatched to maintain order at the scene. He suddenly felt that he had underestimated the influence of Ling Hot Spring. There were a few more security guards at the door. Fortunately, the old man from last time was still there and had become the security team leader.
So Yang Chen brought Gu Shangxue in without any hindrance, otherwise some troubles would be inevitable. When the anchors outside saw that Yang Chen went there without checking the message, they started talking about it. A host who had just arrived on the island and wanted to take advantage of the popularity said with envy, "Fuck, this guy is not the son of the boss of Chenming Pavilion, right?" The old anchor who had been broadcasting live on the island for a long time had learned some news from various channels, so he said sourly, "What a bullshit boss son, just a live-in son-in-law. The boss of Chenming Pavilion only has one daughter."
The anchor who heard this and had his own gossip refuted it disdainfully.
"Hey, you have to be able to marry into the family.
I heard from the natives on the island that this BB was bought by the son-in-law and given to the daughter of the owner of Chenming Pavilion."
As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately aroused everyone's curiosity.
Since he was young, rich, and very handsome, everyone speculated about his background. Some smart anchors are even planning to investigate this young man and then broadcast him live, perhaps to get some good traffic.
Chapter 52 Chapter 54 The price of BB has increased again. At this time, someone said, "Could it be the woman who was sitting on the back of the electric bike just now? I think that's it. She's hugging me so intimately. She must be the daughter of the boss of Chenming Pavilion."
At this time, a host who was also a resident of the island and was broadcasting live on his mobile phone explained,
"Everyone, stop making wild guesses.
The man just now is indeed the boss's son-in-law, but the one in the back row is not the boss's daughter.
The boss's daughter is still studying in Shanghai."
As soon as these words were spoken, the scene became a commotion.
Since the son-in-law brought someone with him was not his girlfriend, then who was he bringing?
Some anchors who would do anything to gain traffic just turned their eyes away, quickly ended the broadcast and ran to the side to edit the replay of the live broadcast. They even made an eye-catching title, "The daughter of Chenming Pavilion is studying abroad, but the son-in-law is hooking up with other girls on the island." The same was true for the hundreds of thousands of viewers in all the live broadcast rooms. After hearing what other anchors said, some fans who knew that Sun Ningmeng used to live broadcast on her Douyin account at food stalls rushed to leave comments and watch the show. Yang Chen, who didn't know that his sudden appearance was about to become a hot topic outside, parked his electric bike and then told Gu Shangxue beside him, "Go shopping by yourself, remember not to run around." Then he left to find Aunt Li to discuss the price increase of the homestay and spiritual meals. Gu Shangxue, who was strolling alone, also picked up her phone and started a live broadcast to film everything. Perhaps because of the title Chenming Pavilion on Peach Blossom Island, the popularity of the live broadcast room has been rising and the number of people has increased rapidly. Seeing that her small live broadcast room, which originally had only a few hundred people watching, was suddenly flooded with tens of thousands of people, Gu Shangxue happily greeted the audience in the room.
"Hello, everyone. I'm in the Morning Dream Pavilion now. Let me show you the environment."
Then he interacted with the audience while walking around with his phone in hand to show everyone the interior of Chenming Pavilion.
Reservations at Chenming Pavilion are no longer as casual as before. After the reform and the addition of hot springs, the entire homestay has become even more popular.
When the magic chickens, magic ducks, and other magic foods were first introduced, many people still held an attitude of disbelief. However, as more and more people who made appointments tried it and found that it was really effective, they began to spread the word among their circles. After all, those who can eat a dish worth hundreds of thousands are not ordinary people, so the brand of Chenming Pavilion is becoming more and more high-end in the circle. Basically, if you don't have some connections, it's extremely difficult to live in Chenming Pavilion. So Li Jun has been in high spirits these 2 days. He is now sitting in the office drinking tea and humming a song happily.
When Yang Chen arrived at the office, he sat down at the coffee table without any hesitation and said with a smile, "Uncle Li, you are in such a good mood today."
"Xiao Chen is here, come and have tea with Uncle." Li Jun skillfully scalded the cup and poured tea into it before explaining why he was in a good mood.
It's impossible not to be in a good mood.
Ever since the store added the hot spring project and promoted it, various leaders and wealthy and powerful people have called to ask about my well-being and to get closer to me and treat me as a brother. After hearing this, Yang Chen was not happy. Instead, he frowned and reminded him earnestly, "Uncle Li, don't get too close to those people.
Nothing good will happen. Oh, I know your Uncle Lee very well, but there's nothing I can do. Some people are in charge of our food. If we don't maintain the relationship, they will find an excuse to either reorganize or close the business. Lee Jun took a sip of tea and said disdainfully that he knew everything about what those people were thinking when they came to him on their own initiative. It's just that sometimes you have no choice but to deal with things in the world. If you run a catering business or something like that, you always have to deal with these kinds of things. Unless you have a powerful background or ability, you can ignore others and not consider their feelings. Seeing that Uncle Lee was not corrupted by the other party's sugar-coated bullets, Yang Chen nodded and said, "Since Uncle Lee understands everything, I won't say much." Then he looked around the office and continued, "Where's Aunt Lee? Why can't I see her?" "Your aunt is busy in the hall. There are more employees now, but they are not familiar with her yet. She is teaching them." Since the hot spring was completed, the store has recruited many new employees, including several chefs in Lee Jun's kitchen. Now, apart from the spiritual dishes which he would prepare himself, other dishes were basically prepared by other chefs, so he had time to drink tea in the office. "Then I'll call Aunt Lee and ask her to come over. I think our price is still too low. Let's raise it a bit." Having said that, Yang Chen picked up the phone and called Aunt Lee to explain the situation. After a while, when Aunt Lee arrived, he began to talk about his consumption experience in Shanghai. He felt that the price of the spiritual food he was selling was too low. In the past, the price didn't matter for the sake of publicity, but now that Chenming Pavilion has become established, we have to move towards the high-end direction. Now the store basically no longer accepts individual customers. All guests must make reservations in advance, including homestays. Some people even plan to subscribe to a monthly or annual package just to soak in the hot springs all day long. All this is because the price is too low. If the price continues at this level, this place will probably become a nursing home. So Yang Chen directly gave the latest price, and the prices of homestays and spirit chickens doubled. Hearing about doubling the price, Sun Chen asked with some concern, "Isn't this price too high, Xiaochen? After all, a room costs almost 50,000 yuan a night, and spiritual chickens cost more than 200,000 yuan. This is simply unimaginable." Yang Chen smiled and explained nonchalantly, "No, Aunt Lee, those rich people only care about their own health. As for money, it's just a bunch of numbers to them. After all, our hot springs and magical chickens are effective for any disease. Even some minor diseases can be cured directly by soaking in the hot springs for a night. Isn't this better than going to the hospital and suffering?" Aunt Lee thought about it and agreed immediately, "Okay, your uncle and I will listen to you. Since you think this price is good, let's do it this way. After all, we are old and our horizons are not as good as you young people." After solving the problem of repricing, Yang Chen left the office and wandered around the BB. Although he seemed to be wandering around, he was actually setting up a defensive formation. After all, a man is innocent until he is found guilty of possessing a treasure. The effects of the hot springs and the magical chickens must have made many people jealous. In order to avoid any accidents, he made preparations. As for whether any of the new recruits or even old employees were undercover agents sent by others, he was too lazy to check. After all, he knew all the secrets. The hot springs water room is covered by its own defensive formation. No one can get in unless they blow it up with explosives. The spirit chicken is even simpler. Yang Chen just brings it casually every time he comes to eat. After all, who would doubt a son-in-law who comes to eat every day? Therefore, even if there were spies in the store to investigate for them, they would not be able to find any useful information unless Lee Jun's family or Yang Chen told them themselves. Chapter 53 Chapter 55 is on the hot search. All the problems were solved and it was time for lunch. Sitting in the restaurant, Yang Chen asked the waiter to call Gu Shangxue, who was live streaming outside, to come in for dinner. Just now, Aunt Lee asked him intentionally or unintentionally who the girl he brought in was, which made him laugh and cry, and he quickly explained that he and the girl were just staying together. "Wow, thank you Yang Chen for letting me eat for free." Gu Shangxue thanked him loudly as she entered the room, then took out her phone and started taking pictures of the food on the table and said, "Dear family members, look, I am eating for free in Chenming Pavilion now." Seeing that the other party was still chatting with the audience in the live broadcast room, Yang Chen picked up the bowl and chopsticks and urged, "Okay, stop the live broadcast and eat quickly. We will go back after eating." When the people in the live broadcast room heard the man's voice, they all started to urge Gu Shangxue to turn the camera to see who the man was who invited her to dinner. Seeing that many viewers wanted to watch, Gu Shangxue had no choice but to ask Yang Chen, "Yang Chen, the audience in the live broadcast room wants to watch you, is that okay?" No, if you don't eat, I'll leave after I finish eating. Yang Chen refused without a second thought and quickly ate his food. Oh, don't eat so fast, leave some for me. Seeing the dishes on the table visibly decreasing, Gu Shangxue swallowed her saliva and then hurriedly said to the audience in the live broadcast room, "My dear family members, I will eat first, otherwise there will be no more dishes later." As she said that, she put her phone on the table, looked at the food, quickly picked up the bowl and chopsticks, and started to wolf it down without any ladylike manners. Although it was just a simple home-cooked meal of 3 dishes and a soup, Gu Shangxue had never thought it was so delicious. In a short while, the food on the table was eaten up by the two of them. While she was still savoring the taste of the food, Yang Chen stood up and said, "Let's go, it's time to go back." Watching Yang Chen get up and leave, Gu Shangxue hurriedly said hello to the audience in the live broadcast room and quickly ended the broadcast to follow him. "Yang Chen, can I eat with you in the future? I'll pay for it, okay?" Gu Shangxue, who was still not satisfied after the meal, returned home and asked expectantly. She now finally understood why the other party went out to eat every day. It turned out that he went to Qinming Pavilion to eat. No. Yang Chen shook his head and refused decisively. Just kidding, he felt a little uncomfortable when his future mother-in-law, Aunt Li, looked at him from time to time while he was having dinner with her. "If I bring it there every day, I will be questioned to death by the 2 elders, so I decisively refused." Moreover, the meals he ate were all cooked with the broth from magical chickens, while most people ate ordinary home-cooked meals. If other people want to eat the same thing, they can only spend money to buy magic chickens to make soup and then cook other foods. Gu Shangxue, who was rejected, still asked unwillingly, "Then can you help me pack it up and bring it back? Let's talk about it later. I'll bring you some when I have time." This time he did not refuse the other party. Yang Chen said ambiguously that it was no big deal for him to help take care of the child when he was free and in a good mood. If he had to take care of the child every day, he would not have the time to be a nanny. There was nothing to do in the afternoon, so he planned to go back to the cave to practice and consolidate the results of his hard work in dual cultivation yesterday. After returning to the cave and looking at the spiritual herbs growing well in the spiritual field, Yang Chen added some spiritual liquid and began to sit cross-legged in practice. Just after practicing the chaos-controlling girl technique for a few cycles, the phone suddenly rang. Yang Chen stopped practicing and just answered the phone when he heard Sun Ningming's playful and teasing voice from the other end. "Brother Xiaochen, you can do that. I'm not at home and I've hooked up with some other little loli. It also said that I was studying abroad, and you, Xiaochen, were having an affair on the island. It's so pitiful." Hearing this, Yang Chen stretched and explained helplessly, "What are you talking about? What do you mean by hooking up?" Then he patiently told Sun Ningmeng the whole story of Gu Xiangxue's coming here. "I didn't expect this little loli's family is so strict. No wonder she ran away." Sun Ningmeng also spoke with some sympathy after hearing this, and then said with a sly smile, "But brother Xiaochen, do you really not like it? Loli has 3 good points. She is delicate and small and easy to push down. Unlike me, I only make my brother angry." Yang Chen. Sun Ningmeng was a little speechless, but it was also good this way. She felt much happier when chatting. Afterwards, the two of them chatted on the phone for a long time and even drove at high speed with the car door locked, which made him so excited that he wanted to fly over and work overtime. After the call ended, Yang Chen quickly opened Douyin to check what Sun Ningmeng had just said to him. As expected, it became a hit. In the video, he was driving an electric car with Gu Xiangxue. The other person had his hands on his waist, and because of the angle, his head was resting on his back, making it seem particularly intimate. Seeing that the number of likes has reached 300,000 or 400,000, the comments section is full of insults, calling him a scumbag or insulting his son-in-law for being restless or something like that. Yang Chen, who originally didn't want to be exposed to the public eye, frowned and turned on the anchor named Peach Blossom Island Master. Then he revealed his identity and sent a private message warning the other party to delete the video. After doing all this, he ignored the other party and continued to practice. At this time, the host of Taohua Island was eating skewers and drinking with friends at a food stall. The eye-catching video, the daughter of Qinming Pavilion is studying abroad, but the son-in-law is hooking up with other girls on the island, released today became popular and made him a lot of money. At this time, I was bragging to other friends who were also anchors and teaching them how to create hotspots and other things that could make people go viral. Others also listened with great interest, and they kept toasting and flattering him in admiration, which made him feel a little flattered. Suddenly, the anchor named Peach Blossom Island Master burst into laughter, then turned his phone over to show everyone and said with disdain, "Let me show you all, This guy said he was the boyfriend of the daughter of the boss of Chenming Pavilion, and he sent me a private message asking me to delete the video. Isn't this just a dream? Go eat shit, haha. The anchor next to him said with some concern, if Brother Ming doesn't delete it, won't it infringe on his portrait rights? Will there be any problem? Yu Ming glanced at the young anchor beside him with dissatisfaction, looking down on her in his heart. No wonder she was so timid and was just a young anchor. Although he looked down on her in his heart, he still responded in order to maintain his image. What can happen? What I posted are all facts, and the other party said that he is the one who said it? There is no proof. What if the other party is lying? After Yu Ming finished speaking, he looked at the male and female anchors around him, among whom was his target for tonight, so he operated his phone in a domineering manner and typed roll in reply to Yang Chen. Then he said to everyone in a haughty manner, see? For those who haven't proven themselves to be real, just ignore them, or do what I did. Chapter 54 Chapter 56 The middle stage of foundation building, Gu Xianshua's parents arrive. This operation was indeed effective, and several anchors were seen fawning and flattering. Wow, Brother Ming knows a lot. That's right, no wonder he can become a big anchor. I have to learn from Brother Ming. I'll just hang out with Brother Ming from now on. I won't say anything else, it's all in the wine. I don't know if he was drunk or just happy about the flattery, but Yu Ming smiled with a red face and said, haha, it's just friends talking about who is hanging out with whom, and we're all going to get rich together. The food stall was bustling with people drinking and chatting, while Yang Chen in the cave was sitting cross-legged on the stone platform with his eyes closed, madly absorbing the spiritual energy in the cave. This was the most critical time for cultivation. His whole body was glowing with a faint inexplicable halo that illuminated the dim environment around him. The rich spiritual energy in his dantian was slowly transformed into liquid and flowed through the 8 extraordinary meridians and internal organs. 3 days passed in a flash. During this period, Yang Chen stayed in the cave and madly absorbed the rich spiritual energy gathered by the spirit gathering array. His cultivation finally reached the middle stage of the foundation building period. After finishing his training, Yang Chen stood up and stretched his body. He felt a strong force flowing through his body, which filled him with confidence and made him feel that he was one step closer to not eating beef. I haven't checked my phone for 3 days. When I opened it, there weren't many messages, except for the text messages about the millions of dividends transferred from the sale of the magic chickens, and the concerned words from Mr. and Mrs. Li Jun, asking where I had been since they hadn't seen me for a few days. The rest were the messages sent to him by Sun Ningmeng, Lu Ruyan, and Gu Shangxue. Fortunately, he had specifically told Lu Ruyan and Sun Ningmeng that he was going to go into seclusion before. So they would just send him messages saying they missed him when they had time, but what Yang Chen didn't expect was that Gu Shangxue also sent him messages. And he sent messages every day. He felt a little confused when he saw the other party in the dialogue box asking him anxiously where he was and when he would reply. After all, they were just tenants and had never had in-depth communication. Besides, judging from the other party's appearance, he must be very anxious, so he just happened to be going home to check on him. However, what happened next made Yang Chan's aura suddenly dissipate, and the spiritual medicine seedling he was chasing beside him swayed left and right. Yang Chen looked at the message on his phone with cold eyes. It turned out that the person called the owner of Peach Blossom Island had replied to him and told him to get lost. Moreover, the video has not been deleted, and the number of likes has almost exceeded 1 million. I gave you a chance. Yang Chen muttered to himself, his anger rising rapidly, and he looked at his phone with an indifferent and extremely cold look. Since the other party doesn't want to be decent, then use your own way to make him her decent. He walked out of the cave with his cell phone in hand. He had been in darkness for several days, but suddenly he walked under the bright sunshine. The dazzling sunlight did not make him feel uncomfortable at all. Then he hurriedly flew back home. Sensing that there was someone at home, Yang Chen did not choose to land directly at home, but appeared in the woods nearby and walked towards home. Yang Chen, you're back. As soon as I entered the yard, I saw Gu Shangxue coming forward and greeting me warmly. There was a couple sitting in the yard. The square-faced man was sitting in the yard with a stern look on his face, looking at him with scrutiny, while the woman, dressed elegantly, was also looking at him happily. Gu Shangxue was wearing a pink dress with exquisite flowers embroidered on the hem, which made her look very delicate. She had a white belt tied around her waist, which made her waist look even slimmer. She was wearing a pair of white leather shoes inlaid with sparkling diamonds, which made her look very dazzling. This outfit was not like her usual Lolita style and made her look more ladylike. This made Yang Chen realize that the two people sitting in the yard were her parents. No wonder Lian sent him so many messages.
It turned out that her parents came.
So Yang Chen asked curiously, "Are these your parents?"
Seeing Yang Chen speak, Gu Shangxue hurriedly stepped forward and said with an embarrassed look in her eyes, "Well, my brother went back and told my parents last time.
My parents were worried about me, so they came to see me. Since I couldn't contact you, I took the initiative to let them in. You won't be angry, right?"
Fearing that Yang Chen would be angry, Gu Shangxue hastened to assure him that they had not barged in and said, "I have not allowed them to visit the backyard and the second floor you mentioned.
They were only in the yard and my room on the first floor."
Seeing the other party being so cautious, Yang Chen smiled and said, "It's okay, just don't go to the two places I mentioned and you can stay wherever you want." Last time, he was in a bad mood, and Gu Xiangshue's brother looked down on her, so he wanted to throw her out of the house. This leads the other party to think that I don't like strangers coming to my home, but I really do not like strangers coming. But after spending so much time together, Yang Chen is still very generous to his friends as long as they don't touch his bottom line. Besides, he had things to do now and had no time to care about these.
After saying this, Yang Chen nodded and greeted Gu Xiangshue's parents in the yard, then went upstairs to change clothes.
After all, I haven't changed it for a few days. Although there are no sweater stains now, I always feel a little awkward if I don't change it.
"Is this your friend? Is he so rude?
He didn't even come over to say hello when he saw his elders.
What does it mean to just nod his head?"
Seeing that Yang Chen just nodded at him and left, Gu Taiyu, who was in a high position, looked displeased and scolded his daughter in a not very nice tone.
Xia Wenhua, Gu Xiangshue's mother, was also a little unhappy.
After all, she was the elder, but the other party ignored her and her husband and went straight upstairs. Seeing her parents angry, Gu Shangxue shrank her neck and became the timid little girl again at home. He forced a smile and timidly explained, "This
Yang Chen is not like this usually. Maybe something is wrong with him."
Yang Chen, who was changing clothes on the second floor, heard their conversation clearly, but he ignored it, not that he was impolite. After all, sometimes the first impression is very important. The last time he heard Gu Shangxue talk about how strict and biased her parents were, he didn't have a good impression of the two of them. So when they met, he didn't chase the other person out and even nodded as a greeting.
This was all out of consideration for Gu Xiangshue's face.
So as long as he didn't make excessive personal attacks or insults on me or break into my backyard and second floor, I would leave the rest to Gu Shangxue. If you still can't handle it, don't blame yourself for being ruthless. After all, you have already given face.
While explaining to her parents, Gu Shangxue saw Yang Chen coming downstairs, so she asked nervously, "Yang Chen, are you going out again?" "Well, I'm going to go fishing."
In response to the other party's words, Yang Chen picked up his fishing gear from the tool shed and rode his electric bike towards the door, not even bothering to look at Gu Tai and his wife in the yard.
Chapter 55 Chapter 57 Egg Yolk Attack.
Fishing was just an excuse, he still had to deal with the matter of the Peach Blossom Island owner and anchor, even though he could easily kill the other party with just one sword. But there are some things that you have to avoid doing yourself, so Yang Chen went out and scanned Peach Blossom Island with his spiritual sense to find out where Egg Yolk was and then called him back. He planned to let Egg Yolk handle this matter.
He didn't even need Egg Yolk to take action.
He just needed to let his minions take action. After searching for a while, we found that Egg Yolk was playing with 20 or 30 dogs from the island on a remote beach. So Yang Chen parked the car in a cool place, took out a cigarette, lit a cigarette, and sent a message to ask Egg Yolk and its dog brother to come to him quickly. On the other side, Gu Tai slammed the table hard, his face getting darker and darker as he yelled at his daughter who was standing in front of him.
"Is this what you call a problem? Going fishing is also a problem? And does he have no eyes?
Your mom and I are just sitting here, and he came in and went out without even saying hello.
How disrespectful."
Xia Wenhua, who was standing by, was also very dissatisfied and said with disdain, "Daughter, please come back with us.
This kind of uneducated person will only lead you astray. Look, he doesn't even know how to be polite. What's so good about these uneducated and poor little fishermen?"
Being scolded by her own father, Gu Xiangshue's eyes became moist and her face flushed as she stood there at a loss. But when she heard her mother belittling Yang Chen, she didn't know where she got the courage from, she just raised her head and loudly refuted.
"That's enough, isn't it enough for you to control me at home? I've already escaped and you still want to control me. And Yang Chen is not some uneducated and poor fisherman. You guys know about Chunming Pavilion, right? It's the place you've been dreaming about for a long time and couldn't get in even with your connections.
Yang Chen is the son-in-law of the owner of Chunming Pavilion, and he also has a stake in the store. She saw this incident on TikTok. Not only did she see it, but she was also involved in it. Because of this incident, her TikTok fans even increased by more than 100,000. Seeing that her parents were so frightened by her roar that they were speechless, she suddenly felt a sense of relief in her heart. So with tears in his eyes, he continued to loudly complain about the emotions that had been suppressed in his heart for many years. I have been controlled since I was a child and have never had real freedom. Even when I was in school, I was repeatedly blocked from making friends by them, and they even threatened people to stay away from me. As a result, I haven't had any real friends since I was a child, and the ones my parents allowed me to play with were either the children of a high-ranking official or the children of a high-ranking official. Anyway, only those with vested interests are allowed to get along with each other, and as for ordinary friends that one likes, either their parents threaten them to stay away from them, or they change schools for them to stay away from them. After saying that, Gu Shangxue ran back to her room with tears in her eyes without looking back, locked the door with a bang, and started crying loudly inside. Gu Tai's face flushed and he covered his chest. He was speechless because of his own daughter's bullying. He just kept muttering, "How shameful, how shameful." Jia Wenhua, who was standing aside, also fell into deep thought, feeling aggrieved. Wasn't everything she did for the other person's good? On Yang Chen's side, after waiting for a while, he saw Egg Yolk and a group of dogs running towards him from a distance. Even when he came in front of him, Egg Yolk shouted Wang to Yang Chen with the temperament of a gangster boss, then turned around and growled at the dogs behind him. The group of dogs seemed to have received an order. They sat down collectively and barked towards Yang Chen to show their goodwill. Seeing such a funny scene, Yang Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He hurriedly stopped Egg Yolk from continuing to brush treasures, then touched the other dog's head, took out his mobile phone and said to it, "Recognize this man. He is broadcasting live at Chunming Pavilion. Bring your brothers to bite him. Remember to bite him as badly as possible, but don't bite him to death. Also, you are not allowed to show up. Let your dog brothers do the biting." If Egg Yolk came forward, it would be easy for him to find himself. After all, there was no one else on Peach Blossom Island who had a yellow dog of that size except him. But its little brothers are different. They are all pastoral dogs and some tourists lost pet dogs, so it is best to let those little brothers do it. Staring at the portrait of the man on the phone, Dan Yolk nodded humanely and accepted the kill order, then gave orders to the dogs with a sharp look. Then I saw Egg Yolk rushing in front and running towards Chunming Pavilion, and a large group of dog brothers also stood up and followed with murderous intent. They even passed by Yang Chen. Even when they passed by Yang Chen, they were very sensible and did not bump into him. Instead, they avoided following Egg Yolk's footsteps and headed towards their destination. Watching the dogs moving farther and farther away, Yang Chen sneered and said, "Since you don't want to delete it, I'll treat that video as your medical expenses." Then, I happily rode my electric scooter to the pier to go fishing for fun. After all, I hadn't fished for a long time. Yang Chen still trusted Egg Yolk to do the job. After all, except for the inability to speak, the other party was almost like a human being and understood everything. Look, Egg Yolk is accompanied by a large group of younger brothers, and wherever they pass by, they will cause panic to everyone. After all, seeing so many dogs gathered together would make anyone feel scared, and they would also look murderous. Seeing that he was too big a target and caused unnecessary panic, Egg Yolk Dog actually showed a thoughtful expression on his face, and then yelled a few times at the younger brother beside him. Then a miracle happened. All the dogs instantly scattered and moved towards Chunming Pavilion. Thanks to this big brother called Abolition of the Son-in-Law for sending me this carnival. Let's pay some attention to him. At this time, the anchor Yu Ming didn't know that he was in great trouble. Seeing that someone had brought him a carnival, he was so happy that he shouted loudly at the screen, licking his big brother. This made the other anchors nearby immediately show envious expressions, and they all tried their best to coax the big brother in their live broadcast room to send gifts. At this time, Egg Yolk had also arrived at his destination. He was standing majestically on the hill, and behind him was a large group of younger brothers who were waiting for orders to charge. He glanced at the crowd not far away and immediately found that the man with a pointed chin and monkey face was the target of this trip. After confirming the target, all that was left was to take action. In order to avoid accidentally hurting other people, Egg Yolk also specifically instructed a smaller dog to go forward and take away items with the other party's scent. Fuck, whose dog is this? It took my power bank away. Yu Ming tried frantically to catch up, but unfortunately there were too many people at the scene, and the puppy had already nimbly cut through the crowd with the power bank in its mouth and ran out. Woof woof. Egg Yolk stretched out his dog paw and patted the little brother who brought back the power bank as a reward, then shouted twice to let the other little brothers come over and smell it to confirm the smell. After all the younger brothers had smelled it, Egg Yolk looked at the target who was still cursing and gave an order. A large group of dogs were seen rushing down the hill towards their target, which immediately attracted the attention of everyone present.
Oh my god, are these dogs crazy? There are so many of them, run away quickly. Fuck, don't bite me, I've been afraid of dogs since I was a child.
Seeing the pack of dogs rushing towards them, the scene suddenly became chaotic, and everyone was packing up their live broadcast equipment and trying to hide. But there were indeed too many people, and the scene was so chaotic that some people even fell to the ground and were trampled. The police who were maintaining order were a little scared when they saw so many dogs, but in order to protect the people at the scene, they still bravely took out their batons and prepared to fight hard.
Chapter 56 Chapter 58 Dogs Biting. What happened next stunned everyone present.
The pack of dogs that rushed over did not bite anyone, nor did they even bump into anyone. Some of the people who fell to the ground were already in despair as they looked at the pack of dogs rushing towards them, but when they saw that the dogs all bypassed them and rushed towards others, they all showed an expression of having survived a disaster.
Ah! Help! These dogs are crazy. Who can save me? But Yu Ming was not so lucky. He was knocked to the ground by the dogs and was being bitten madly, howling in pain for help. The scene was extremely bloody. Seeing the mad dogs biting each other, everyone wanted to stay away and no one dared to get close. The police officers who were there to maintain order wanted to go up and rescue them, but they were outnumbered. There were only 4 of them, and there were at least 20 or 30 dogs in the pack. They could only stand aside and smash things to try to disperse the dogs. Egg Yolk, who was standing on the hillside and witnessing all this, howled when he saw that it was almost done. Hearing the barking, the dogs retreated quickly, and each dog's mouth was stained with blood, so everyone stepped back and dared not stop them. Looking at the anchor lying on the ground with his last breath left after being bitten, the police quickly called the emergency number and went forward to check. Yu Ming was seen wailing as he exhaled more than inhaled, his entire body except for his neck which was intact, the rest of his body was basically a mess of blood and flesh. If it weren't for the slight wailing sounds and trembling body from time to time, everyone would have thought that this man had been bitten to death. It was because Egg Yolk specifically told them not to kill the dog and not to bite its neck, otherwise, with the brutality of the dogs, the dog would have died long ago. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Dan Huang quickly told the dogs to disperse and wash bloody Hulala's mouth, and then he leisurely walked towards the dock. After all, my body was clean without any blood, so no one could suspect me. What a heinous thing to do.
Yeah, those dogs had a clear target, they didn't bite any of us, they just bit him.
Look, there's nothing wrong with this guy's neck. Could it be that he really offended some supernatural creature? Logically speaking, dogs tend to bite the neck first.
Soon the ambulance arrived and everyone started talking as they saw the host being carried on a stretcher. The same thing happened in the live broadcast room, it was completely blown up, and everyone felt that it was impossible for them to die.
Yu Ming had already fallen into a coma at this time.
What he didn't know was that he had been drinking with the little anchorman last night, whom he looked down upon and thought was timid. At this time, he had already recorded the video of the dogs biting him crazily and posted it to his account, and added a title based on what the other party taught him last night.
Is this anchor morally corrupt or has his humanity corrupted?
He actually did such a thing to a bitch, causing the Dog King to send his men to retaliate crazily. Seeing their companion's cool move, other people who were drinking with him last night also followed suit and published many explosive and eye-catching headlines.
It's a pity that Yu Ming couldn't see it.
If he had seen what he taught last night being used on himself, he would have died without any rescue efforts.
You did a good job. You even asked your younger brother to clean up the bloodstains. Go and play with this reward for you. Although Yang Chen was fishing at the dock, he was watching the whole process with his spiritual sense. He was happy to see the anchor being treated so badly. He patted the Egg Yolk's head and praised him, then took out a drop of spiritual liquid from the storage ring and threw it over to the other party as a reward. Seeing Egg Yolk happily walking away, Yang Chen smiled and turned around to continue casting his fishing rod as if nothing had happened. What a coincidence, handsome boy, you are fishing here. Hearing a familiar voice coming from behind him, Yang Chen turned around to look. I saw one man, a charming young woman with peach-like beauty, walking towards me with an umbrella and a smile on her face. She even touched her hair, and her every move was full of temptation. It is true that a young woman is as wild as a young man. The ancients were right.
Yang Chen admired her in his heart, and then said with a somewhat resentful tone, Sister Man, why did you come alone? Where is your husband? He was still somewhat upset about what happened last time. Seeing Yang Chen like this, when Man came over and laughed like a silver bell, handsome brother, are you jealous? Being so close, Yang Chen couldn't help but smell the fragrance coming from her body. Then he said seriously, Sister Man, don't get too close to me. I'm afraid your husband will beat me up. Seeing Yang Chen say this, when Man was even more certain. She stretched out her smooth and delicate jade fingers and poked his chest, smiling charmingly and explaining, handsome brother is really jealous. It was my sister who lied to you last time. Really? Yang Chen looked at the other person suspiciously, with disbelief in his eyes. Oh, I should have known not to tease you then. When Man said helplessly, not understanding why she cared so much whether the other party believed it or not. Yang Chen didn't seem to be lying, so he began to believe it. So he changed his attitude and asked curiously with a smile, I definitely believe you, Sister Man, but how come you have time to come to the dock today? I'm sending my bestie home, and I wanted to come over and see if any fishermen have caught any fish so I can buy some to eat. Taohua Island was still extremely hot in July. When Man was holding a parasol but her cheeks were still red and she was sweating. Yang Chen pretended to take out a tissue from his pocket, but he actually took it out from his storage ring and handed it over, saying, Sister Man, I have a dienture jiugong and some miscellaneous fish and cuttlefish here, do you want some? When Man took a look at the fish in the live fish bucket, then smiled and invited, that's perfect, bring the fish to my house and let you taste my cooking skills. How can you not agree when a beautiful woman invites you, especially when the beautiful young woman in front of you invites you? So Yang Chen quickly put away his fishing rod, pointed to the electric bike next to him and said, Sister Man, please take my bike, and you will show me the way. I'll sit in the back and hug your waist. Your girlfriend won't be angry, huh? Although when Man was speaking jokingly, she always had an inexplicable expectation in her heart, waiting for the other person to say something she wanted to hear. As a businessman on the island, how could she not know that the handsome boy in front of her was Li Jun's future son-in-law, but she didn't know why she always wanted to get close to him. Seeing this, Yang Chen immediately said righteously, what are you talking about, Sister Man? We have a pure friendship. A person with a clear conscience has nothing to fear. Yes, pure friendship. When Man said with a hint of meaning while hugging her waist. The fishermen nearby were all envious when they saw such a beautiful young woman being taken away by the young man with whom he had just fished. Chapter 57 Chapter 59 Awkward, Rejected. Back to when Man's home, the house is not big, with only 3 bedrooms and a living room, but the decoration is very warm. I didn't expect that the other party actually likes rag dolls. His house is filled with a bunch of different kinds of rag dolls, but the house is indeed quite messy. Yang Chen was seen sitting on the sofa. He picked up a black one-piece stocking next to him without any disgust and said jokingly, Sister Man, I didn't expect that a beautiful woman would leave things lying around at home. Don't touch that. I wore it. I'm used to living alone, so I didn't clean it up. As she spoke, when Man's face turned as rosy as a ripe peach as she hurried over to snatch it away, and she also took away the underwear on the sofa and other places. Yang Chen lay lazily on the sofa, watching the graceful when Man squatting down and throwing her clothes into the washing machine while chatting with a smile. Ha, it's only valuable after it's been worn. Sister Man, if you put it up for sale, some people with special hobbies will pay a high price for it. After all, you're so beautiful. While stuffing clothes into the washing machine, when Man responded, hey, there are still such disgusting people? They actually like clothes that others have worn. Then she suddenly thought of something, and turned around and glanced at Yang Chen on the sofa charmingly, and said teasingly, Xiaochen, do you like it? How about I give you a few? Cough, cough, cough. Yang Chen, who was drinking water, choked when he was suddenly asked this question. So, not wanting to be outdone, he raised his eyebrows, glanced at the other person, and said with a smirk, for things that have been worn, I prefer the ones that are being worn. Doesn't it feel better this way? Little pervert, I'm not going to chat with you anymore. I'm going to cook first. Being stared at and spoken so bluntly by the other party, when Man felt as if she was naked and had been seen through. Her whole body tensed up, and she found an excuse to flee back to the kitchen in a panic. When Man, what are you doing? The other person has a girlfriend, and she is your junior. Hiding in the kitchen, when Man leaned against the wall, her face flushed and she cursed herself inwardly for thinking too much. But she couldn't help but think of Yang Chen's handsome face, with a wicked smile and eyes full of desire looking at her.
That feeling was very exciting. Hey, hey. Looking at one man who was seduced by him, Yang Chen rubbed his nose and laughed complacently. Then he took out his mobile phone and lay on the sofa, playing with his mobile phone leisurely while waiting for dinner. After waiting for a long time, several exquisite home-cooked seafood dishes were served on the table. When Man looked at Yang Chen, who was still lying on the sofa playing with his mobile phone. She walked up to him, took his phone and put it on the coffee table, as if a wife was complaining about her husband, and said coquettishly, "Still looking at your phone? Go wash your hands and eat." Yes, wash your hands immediately. Just like a real young couple, Yang Chen happily stood up, saluted in a funny way, and then hurried to wash his hands. Chuck, virtue. When the other party suddenly saluted her, when Man couldn't stop smiling, the corners of her mouth rose unconsciously, and a feeling of happiness spread in her heart. Would you like to drink, Xiaochen? At the table, when Man picked up the food and went over like a wife, then asked, "Would you like to drink, Xiaochen?" Yang Chen knew how to flatter people very well. He picked up a piece of fish and put it in his mouth, saying with an expression of enjoying it, "You have to drink it. Sister Man, the seafood you cook tastes so good. You have to drink some beer with it." Hee, it's not as delicious as you said. Being praised for one's cooking skills would make anyone feel better, when Man said modestly, and then happily went to the refrigerator to get a dozen cold beers. Sister Man, do you usually drink by yourself? Yang Chen opened the beer and asked them curiously. After all, if a woman has beer at home, she either often holds parties or drinks it occasionally. Well, I usually drink a little at night, but I drink more red wine. Yang Chen nodded and raised his glass and said, "No wonder, come on, Sister Man, you've worked hard to cook, let's drink this glass." When Man also raised her glass and said, "Just eat it if you like." Eating stir-fried seafood, drinking cold beer and chatting, the two of them soon became more familiar with each other. When Man, who was a little tipsy, supported her chin with one hand and stared at Yang Chen, who was eating his meal opposite her with relish. "Xiaochen, my cooking is better than your father-in-law Li Jun's." When asked this question, Yang Chen stopped the chopsticks in his hand in mid-air, and his mind started to work frantically on how to answer. But the cultivator's brain worked very well. He only paused for a second and then replied solemnly, "They each have their merits. Uncle Li's cooking is also very good, but when I eat here, Sister Man, I feel happy and I like the taste of the dishes." When Man was very satisfied with this answer. She was a little drunk and said affectionately, "You have such a sweet mouth. How many girls' hearts have you deceived? How can you lie to a girl? We are just friends who have kissed each other." After hearing this, when Man didn't know where she got the courage from. She stood up, put her hands on the table, leaned close to the other person's face and said, "Then since we haven't kissed, does that mean we're not even friends?" But she regretted it as soon as she said it, feeling annoyed at herself for being so unrestrained. Just as she was about to step back, she felt a black screen in front of her eyes. Then she felt an unusual warmth coming from her lips. Her eyes widened and her body stiffened. She held the dining table tightly with both hands and dared not retreat. After taking a sip, Yang Chen licked his lips and looked at Wen Man provocatively and said, "Are we kissing friends now, Sister Man?" There was no way he couldn't help but be moved. Just now, when he saw Wen Man's seductive face so close to him, he couldn't help but kiss her directly. "Oh, okay." When Man slumped in her seat with a flushed face, her heart pounding as she answered incoherently. She felt a little reluctant that the kiss ended too quickly and it was gone before she could even feel it properly. Since it has come to this, Yang Chen let go and stood up, walked around the table, came to the other side, put his arm around her shoulders, and said with a smirk, "What's wrong, Sister Man, isn't it enough?" After being hugged, when Man instantly woke up. Her whole body stiffened and she quickly pushed him away, shaking her head and stammering in refusal, Enough, Xiaochen, it's not good for us to do this." Sorry, Sister Man. Yang Chen quickly retracted his hand and stood there feeling awkward and at a loss as to what to do. Afterwards, neither of them spoke, and the situation suddenly became awkward. Sister Man, please sit down. I'll go clean these up." Unable to stand this awkward atmosphere, Yang Chen found an excuse and diligently took the tableware on the table and planned to hide in the kitchen. You're the guest, how can I let you come? Let me do it." When Man also got up in a panic to help clean up. While scrambling for work, their hands inevitably touched each other again. When Man was so scared as if she had been electrocuted that she quickly retracted her hand. "Are you serious about taking a half step back?
Seeing this, Yang Chen smiled awkwardly and made an excuse, saying, "You're a little drunk, so you should sit here and take a rest." Sitting in the chair and watching the other person busy, when Man Man didn't know what she was thinking, her eyes were full of entanglement and sadness.
Chapter 58 Chapter 60 Making an Excuse and Running Away.
After cleaning up, Yang Chen immediately went to the entrance, put on his shoes and said, Sister Man Man, I'm going to go back first, you have a good rest."
He didn't want to stay here for even a minute now.
It was too embarrassing and humiliating.
Perhaps he was just being self-righteous from the beginning.
Seeing Yang Chen was about to leave, when Man Man hurriedly stood up and tried to persuade him to stay, "Xiao Chun, you're going back so early, please sit for a while." Although he didn't know why she refused him and insisted that he stay for a while, Yang Chen still said with a firm attitude and a polite smile, "Let's talk about it later when we have time, Sister Man Man.
I have something urgent to do and I'm leaving first."
After leaving the other person's house, Yang Chen turned around and took a look and let out a long sigh of relief. He would never do such self-righteous things again. He was so embarrassed that he almost dug a hole in the 5-bedroom apartment with his toes.
When Man Man leaned against the window and watched Yang Chen riding away,
she murmured with a sad tone, "It would be great if you were not Xiaomeng's boyfriend."
"Hey, isn't this Xiaochen? Long time no see."
"Uncle Li, long time no see, business is good." Driving the tram around Taohua Island, local residents who knew Yang Chen greeted him along the way, and Yang Chen responded with a smile.
Uncle Li responded cheerfully,
Fortunately, thanks to your father-in-law Li Jun, more and more people come to our island to travel, and business is getting better and better." After staying on the island for more than 2 months, Yang Chen has gotten to know some people, especially since he bought the homestay for Ning Meng. After the previous owner of the BB, Li Erman, exaggerated in the family group how good and handsome Li Jun's son-in-law was, most of the islanders knew him. After chatting with Uncle Li for a while, Yang Chen ordered a cold drink and found a cool and breezy place to sit down and quietly admire the bikini beauties on the beach. It is the peak tourist season now.
Many tourists are playing in the water on the beach.
Some young and beautiful girls are taking photos on the beach wearing very little clothing. Those who came with their boyfriends walked and chatted on the beach holding hands. Yang Chen found a comfortable position and quietly appreciated the beautiful scenery before him, feeling very comfortable. He was leisurely drinking a cold drink and looking at the girls in bikinis, when suddenly he saw a crowd running quickly towards the beach. It was estimated that something had happened, which was why so many people were crowding over there.
Yang Chen quickly got up and walked over to check out the situation curiously.
"I saw an unmanned motorboat on the sea in the distance surging up and down with the waves, and not far away there was a girl wearing a life jacket struggling frantically and shouting for help. Fortunately, this beach is a popular tourist attraction, so there are many beach lifeguards on standby at all times. I saw several beach lifeguards swiftly riding on the motorboat and heading towards the girl quickly. After a short while, the girl who fell into the water was rescued." Seeing that the people had been safely rescued on the motorboat, Yang Chen turned around and left without watching any further events.
Suddenly he remembered that he hadn't seen Sun Ningmeng and Lu Ruyan for several days, and Gu Shangxue was still dealing with her and her parents' affairs at home, so he didn't want to go back. So Yang Chen planned to go to the Magic City to play, and then quickly drank the cold drink in his hand in one breath. Then he made a handsome throw and accurately threw the ball into a trash can not far away.
Then he stood up, found a deserted place, and flew towards the Magic City in stealth. I didn't tell them in advance, with the intention of giving them a surprise when I got there.
At this time, in the cafeteria of Magic City University,
Sun Ningming helplessly looked at Zhao Lingzhu, who was sitting opposite her and was very enthusiastic towards her, and sighed and said, "Senior Yunqing, I really don't know where Yang Chen is, so don't waste your time."
"Yang Chen? What Yang Chen? Junior sister Ning Meng and I hit it off right away. I just want to be friends with you. You wouldn't dislike me, would you?" Lian Yunqing pretended to be innocent with her eyes wide open and didn't say anything about Yang Chen.
She slightly opened her sexy lips to reveal her pearly teeth and bit the chopsticks lightly, speaking aggressively. Two school beauties sitting at the same table will definitely attract the attention of everyone in the cafeteria. The students who were eating in the cafeteria felt so distressed when they saw the senior sister with such a wronged expression that they couldn't wait to come forward and help her solve her problems.
Sun Ningmeng was speechless and looked at the sexy senior schoolmate in front of her.
She immediately felt deflated and fiddled with the food on her plate with a look of despair. "Ever since I came back from Lu Ruyan's villa, my senior Lian Yunqing has been trying every means to meet me by chance.
Once or twice is normal.
But no matter where I appear in school, the other person will always happen to show up, and then try to get close to me and want to be friends with me. Sun Ningming knew exactly what the other person was thinking, so she kept refusing, but she couldn't resist Liang Yunqing's enthusiasm.
As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person.
Looking at Zhao Lingzhu in front of him, who kept picking up food for him and saying this food was delicious, that food was delicious, and asked him to try it. Sun Ningmeng was so miserable that she wanted to cry but had no tears. Now she had no other choice but to secretly curse Yang Chen in her heart for always making her take the blame. Even her best friend Zhou looked at Liang Yunqing with a strange expression, although she also wanted to speak up for her best friend and drive the other party away. But the other party was indeed impeccable. He never insulted or pestered her best friend. Every time, it was just a moderate encounter. She is also extremely nice to her best friend, giving her small gifts every time, and Sun Ningming doesn't dislike her very much.
So Zhou just ate the melon with a strange look on her face and didn't say anything. After all, the person involved had already spoken, so why should she worry about it? The cafeteria was noisy, but Sun Ningming and Liang Yunqing were extremely quiet. They both lowered their heads to eat the food on their plates, but they were thinking about their own things. Suddenly, Sun Ningming's cell phone, which was placed on the dining table, rang.
She picked up the phone, checked it, looked up at Liang Yunqing, and quickly refused.
Junior Ningming, why don't you answer it? What if there is something urgent? Although Liang Yunqing asked casually, she was very excited inside. Because when the phone rang just now, she looked up and saw the note on it was Brother Xiaochen, so she guessed it was Yang Chen calling.
It was a scam call, that Ying, Senior Yunqing, I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do, so I'll leave first.
I can't have dinner with you guys.
Sun Ningming pretended to be calm as she stood up and prepared to leave, but she couldn't hide the happiness in her eyes.
Liang Yunqing also caught this scene. She stood up and skillfully put her arm around Sun Ningming's arm, pretending to be concerned, and said, Ningmeng, is there anything urgent? I'll accompany you. Maybe I can help you.
It's nothing serious, I just need to go to the bathroom. Sun Ningming said helplessly, and tried to pull her arms free but found that they were tightly wrapped.
That's great. I want to go too. Let's go together.
Liang Yunqing spoke with a smile as if nothing had happened, but her body was pressed tightly against him. She had finally got the chance, so how could she let go so easily? Sun Ningmeng was speechless when she saw the other party's shameless appearance. She could only walk out of the cafeteria with no hope in her heart and try to find a way to get rid of the other party. At this time, Yang Chen was standing in Shanghai University and watched his phone being hung up by Sun Ningmeng. He was a little confused as to what this girl was doing. Normally, she answered his calls very quickly. Fearing that something might have happened to the other party, Yang Chen directly scanned the Magic City University with his spiritual sense to find out where the other party was now.
When did they become so close? Menger never told me.
After reading it, he stood there in a daze with a strange look on his face. What he saw in his spiritual consciousness was that Sun Ningmeng and Liang Yunqing, her sexy former senior schoolmate, were walking arm in arm in the Magic City University, looking very intimate.
Chapter 59, Chapter 61, Buying Gifts for Two Girls.
However, when Yang Chen carefully observed Sun Ningmeng's desperate look, he instantly understood something. He just sent a message to the other party with a smirk.
Yang Chen, I saw you, but it seems like you are in trouble now. I will go to Ruyan first. I love you.
After sending the message, Yang Chen turned around and dived into the woods, then flew towards the mall in stealth. He said he was going to see Lu Ruyan, but in fact he planned to go to the mall to buy some gifts for them. After all, he had never given them any gifts before. Although the two of them have never mentioned it, now that they have money on hand, buying some small gifts can appropriately promote their relationship. As for Sun Ningmeng, she just glanced at her mobile phone, then sat down on a lounge chair beside her in a frustrated manner, looking helplessly at the senior schoolmate next to her, and said with gritted teeth, Senior Yunqing, you don't have to follow me. Yang Chen won't come. He's gone to find another woman. After saying that, looking at the other party's expression that said, don't even think about lying to me, Sun Ningmeng weakly handed over her phone and said, here, if you don't believe me, check it out for yourself. Liang Yunqing took the phone doubtfully and checked it, which showed a message from Brother Xiaochen. After reading it, she gritted her teeth and cursed angrily, this scumbag, junior sister Ningmeng, where is he?
Let's go and talk to him. Upon hearing this, Sun Ningmeng rolled her eyes at her senior Liang Yunqing. How could she not know what the other person was thinking?
She took back her phone, stood up and said, I'm not going anymore.
I'm tired. Senior Yunqing, I'm going back to the dormitory. Do you want to come?
Liang Yunqing hesitated for a moment, then politely refused. Junior Ningming, I have something else to do.
I'll come find you later.
Watching Liang Yunqing leave without following her speechlessly, Sun Ningmeng quickly picked up the phone and called Yang Chen.
At this time, Yang Chen was listening to the shopping guide at Hermes recommending bags suitable for the two women.
He motioned to the salesperson to stop talking, then immediately picked up the phone and asked with a smile, Menger, what's the matter?
Is the problem solved?
Xiao, Chen, brother, I give you 5 minutes now, immediately, to come to me, otherwise you will bear the consequences yourself, hee. Hearing the teasing tone coming from the phone, Sun Ningmeng became even more angry and said with gritted teeth that if Yang Chen was in front of her now, she would probably bite him directly.
Ha, I'm not there right now. I'll come over and give you a surprise later. That's all for now.
After saying that, Yang Chen quickly hung up the phone.
After all, he was not the only one in the store. If someone heard it, there would be no surprise.
After the call was hung up, Sun Ningmeng was so angry that she stamped her feet and cursed, Stinky Xiaochen brother, bad Xiaochen brother, if there is no surprise later, I will make you pay. After ending the call, Yang Chen took out his bank card and pointed at the bags in front of him and said, I want all of these.
Pack them up. Remember to distinguish them. Don't mix them up when I'm giving them away. He really couldn't understand what the difference was with bags. Aren't they all used to carry things?
Moreover, a palm-sized bag could cost an outrageous $200,000. It cost him more than $1.4 million to buy 4 bags, but it was not a problem for him now that he was wealthy.
He paid and signed the check in a cool manner.
When the female shopping guide tried to ask for his contact information, Yang Chen refused by saying that his friend list was full.
It's not that the female shopping guide is not pretty.
After all, there are very few ugly people working in luxury stores. It's just that he really doesn't have time right now. I was thinking of going to a watch or clothing store to buy some more, but the time I agreed with Sun Ningming was approaching. So he changed his mind and decided to give them bags as gifts first, and then bring them here to shop and buy them later.
It only took 2 minutes to fly back to Magic City University, and after emerging from the woods, Yang Chen immediately called Sun Ningming to come over. After receiving the call, Sun Ningmeng trotted over in a short while.
The first thing she did was to reach out and show her little tiger teeth, threatening, Brother Xiaochen, this is my gift.
If you don't have it, you'll be done for if I bite you. How could I forget the gift for my darling Menger? I just picked it out specially. See if you like it.
Yang Chen said this with a doting smile, and then 2 bags suddenly appeared in his hands like magic.
Wow, it's Hermes. It's expensive, right? No girl can refuse a luxury bag. Sun Ningming happily took the bag and examined it.
She couldn't put down a small shoulder bag and a large women's handbag, especially since this one was given to her by her beloved brother Xiaochen, so she liked it very much. Yang Chen walked up to her, hugged her, and coaxed her, how about this gift?
Can it make up for your anger just now?
Sun Ningmeng stood on tiptoe and kissed Yang Chen on the face and said happily, I forgive you, brother Xiaochen.
Then he thought of something and asked, Brother Xiaochen, how did you get the bag just now? Do you have a storage space?
As a bookworm who likes to read fantasy novels, Sun Ningmeng still knows some common sense.
Yes.
Yang Chen nodded and said, then stretched out his hand and showed the storage ring to Sun Ningmeng. Looking at the storage ring on Yang Chen's finger that was engraved with a dragon pattern and emitted a faint golden light, Sun Ningmeng said coquettishly, wow, Brother Xiaochen, I want one too, is that okay? Seeing the other party looking up at him expectantly, Yang Chen said helplessly, not yet, I don't have the materials.
When I get the materials in the future, I will definitely give them to you first.
After all, he himself doesn't understand the materials needed for the storage ring, so how can he make it?
He can only make a plan and think about it later. But Sun Ningming was easily satisfied. She was very happy with just a simple promise.
She said tenderly, I love you, Brother Xiaochen.
You are so good to me.
Next, the two of them strolled for a while by the lake next to the grove, taking pictures and carrying each other around. In short, as long as Sun Ningmeng proposed, Yang Chen met her requests one by one. After the last incident of the 3 monks having no water to drink, Yang Chen deeply understood this point.
So he planned to accompany Sun Ningmeng today and then accompany Lu Ruyan tomorrow.
He is definitely a master of time management.
But if you walk by the river, your feet will get wet. A freshman campus beauty and a legendary wolf warrior showing their affection on campus will definitely be seen by many people.
Liang Yunqing, who was not in the classroom, was also very anxious after receiving the news, but she really couldn't leave early in this class. After all, the professor speaking on the stage was known as the strictest professor at Shanghai University, and no one dared to leave early when he was giving a lecture. So he could only helplessly let his dog keep an eye on Yang Chen's movements and report to him. Yang Chen, who had been playing on campus for an afternoon, had already brought Sun Ningming to the food street to taste various snacks.
It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Many stalls had already been set up in the food street, and many students were already wandering around choosing what they liked.
Brother Xiaochen, I feel hot, please give me some water.
Seeing Sun Ningming's face turned red and she was sticking out her tongue wildly because of the spicy food, fanning herself with her hands, Yang Chen quickly turned on the bottle of mineral water and fed it to her. While feeding him, he helplessly reminded him, if you can't eat spicy food, eat less.
Hee hee, this squid skewer tastes better with spicy sauce, Brother Xiaochen, you can try it too. Sun Ningming took one out of the bag and handed it over. Chapter 60 Chapter 62 The Pursuer Who Tricked Sun Ningming. Sun Ningming was walking around and eating skewers with Yang Chen when suddenly someone greeted her from the side. Classmate Ningming, what a coincidence that we meet here.
They both turned their heads and saw a handsome young man dressed neatly in designer clothes walking towards them and greeting them with a smile.
Who are you? Sun Ningming was a little confused. She didn't seem to know this man. It's me, Yu Jianghao. Have you forgotten the party between our dormitory and yours last time?
Yu Jianghao seemed not to see Yang Chen walk around him and stand next to Sun Ningming. He had a smile on his face and spoke naturally without any embarrassment on his face. However, no matter how well the other person hid his facial expression, Yang Chen could see clearly the jealousy and anger in his eyes when he glanced at him just now.
Oh, sorry I don't know you, is there anything I can do for you? Sun Ningming spoke bluntly without giving the other party any face.
In her eyes, there was no need to get to know anyone except Yang Chen.
But Yang Chen couldn't help laughing after hearing this.
Then he felt something was wrong and pointed at a stray dog not far away and explained, sorry, the dog just fell down while walking and I couldn't help laughing. When Sun Ningming bluntly told him that she didn't know him, Yu Jianghao didn't get angry at first and continued to pretend to be a gentleman and wanted to say something. But when she saw that the young man next to her, who was more handsome than her, dared to laugh at her, her defense was instantly broken. So he suppressed his anger and looked at Yang Chen curiously and asked, who is this classmate?
He's my boyfriend. By the way, classmates, is there anything else? No problem, we're going shopping.
Before Yang Chen could speak, Sun Ningming spoke first, and her tone was somewhat disgusted. After all, I finally got to go shopping with Yang Chen, and suddenly a fly popped out to disturb me.
No one would be happy.
Being rejected again, Yu Jianghao was a little angry, but when he saw Sun Ningming's pretty little face, he quickly calmed down and said apologetically, I'm sorry for disturbing you guys.
To make up for my mistake, can I invite you to eat hot pot at my restaurant? My restaurant is right over there, just a few steps away.
As he spoke, Yu Jianghao pointed to a restaurant not far away with the words Chongqing Hot Pot written on it.
The invitation to hot pot was fake.
The main reason was that he saw that although Yang Chen had the temperament of a rich young man, the clothes he was wearing were not of any brand he knew, so he must be a poor man. So Yu Jianghao planned to show off his wealth in front of Sun Ningming. After all, thanks to this hot pot restaurant, he had already won over many girls.
Sun Ningming was about to refuse when Yang Chen stood up and pretended to be very happy and said, okay, Menger, let's go eat.
It's great that this classmate is treating us. After saying that, he turned his head and winked at Sun Ningming.
Okay, this one. This one. Seeing that the other party couldn't call out his name, Yu Jianghao quickly said, my name is Yu Jianghao. After listening to this, Sun Ningming smiled gratefully and said, well, classmate Yu Jianghao, thank you for your treat. Let's go.
When Yang Chen winked at her, she instantly understood what he wanted to do. Last time, during a live broadcast, she cheated a big brother out of 10 carnivals.
Thank you, classmate Ningming, and this classmate for coming. Let's go.
Seeing that Sun Ningming agreed to go and thanked him with a smile, Yu Jianghao finally felt much better and hurried to lead the way. After a few steps, they arrived at the hot pot restaurant. Sun Ningming pretended to exclaim in envy and said, wow, classmate Yu Jianghao is great. It must have taken a lot of money to open such a big restaurant here.
This is exactly the effect he wanted.
Hearing Sun Ningming's exclamation, Yu Jianghao was very excited inside, but on the surface he pretended to be calm and smiled, it's not worth mentioning, it's all thanks to my family's help.
Come on, I'll find a place for you.
Yang Chen on the side tried hard to hold back his laughter.
He didn't expect Sun Ningming's performance to be so good. It seems that he can order whatever the price is tonight. Then, under the guidance of Yu Zhanghao, they came to a 4-seater seat, and Yang Chen started to order food without any hesitation to the waitress next to him. Give me 10 servings of tripe. No, give me 20 servings of tripe, 20 servings of freshly cut lamb rolls, beef rolls, 10 plates of shrimp balls, 5 servings of duck intestines, and 3 servings of duck blood. After that, Yang Chen handed the menu to Sun Ningmeng beside him and said, Menger, I finished my order. Take a look and see what you need. Taking the menu, Sun Ningmeng pretended to be a little disgusted and said, Brother Xiaochun, although it is classmate Yu Zhanghao who is treating us, we can't offend the rich. I'll see what you will do if I ask you to pay later. You have to act your best. It won't be fun if the other person finds out. Well, seeing that Yang Chen ordered so much, Yu Zhanghao felt a little regretful and planned to find an excuse to run away and be the one who was taken advantage of. But when she heard that Sun Ningmeng disliked her boyfriend, she instantly felt that she had a chance, so she waved her hand and pretended to be generous and said, Hey, classmate Ningmeng, don't say that. I guess this classmate really likes to eat hot pot. It's okay, I can still afford it. Hee, classmate Yu Zhanghao is still very generous. As she said this, Sun Ningmeng deliberately rolled her eyes at Yang Chen to show her disdain. Haha, Ningmeng, hurry up and order the food. Let's see what you like to eat. Looking at Yu Zhanghao, who was hooked into a cockroach, Yang Chen couldn't help but lie on the table and pretend to play with his mobile phone to show his shame, but in fact he was about to laugh out loud. I saw him touching Sun Ningmeng with his other hand under the table and shaking her hard, asking her not to go too far. I couldn't help laughing out loud. After a while, the waiter pushed a cart full of side dishes over. Looking at the boiling red oil in the pot, Yang Chen and Sun Ningmeng began to eat with relish. Meanwhile, Yu Zhanghao, who had a raised mouth, sat alone and greeted the two of them warmly. When he said two of them, he actually just greeted Sun Ningmeng warmly. I saw him putting meat into the pot while introducing how fresh and delicious his dishes were. However, Yang Chen and Sun Ningmeng had no time to pay attention to him. They just paid him a perfunctory nod from time to time and continued eating. You know what, the food that was cheated from others tastes delicious. Even Sun Ningmeng, who has a small appetite, ate a lot for the first time this time. Especially every time she exclaimed, Wow, this dish is so delicious. And so on, it would cause Yu Zhanghao to smile from ear to ear and ask them more enthusiastically if they wanted more dishes. The meal lasted for 2 hours, and Yu Zhanghao also stayed by the side for 2 hours like a waiter. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Yang Chen wiped his mouth with a tissue and stood up and said, Thank you for the treat, classmate. I enjoyed the hot pot tonight. He showed no mercy to those who spied on his girlfriend. Even if he couldn't eat tonight, he would use his spiritual power to quickly digest the food in his stomach and then continue to feast. Yu Zhanghao pulled the corners of his mouth and forced a smile, saying, As long as you like it. Then he asked Sun Ningmeng beside him with a pleasant face, Did classmate Ningmeng have enough to eat? Well, I'm full. Thank you, classmate Yu Zhanghao, for letting you spend money tonight. Oh, it's not a big deal. You can come here every day and eat there. After Yu Zhanghao finished speaking, he rolled up his sleeves to show off his Patek Philippe 5396 worth more than 200,000 yuan to show off his wealth. But unfortunately, the two people who were full and satisfied no longer cooperated with him in the performance. Sun Ningmeng hugged Yang Chen's arm and pretended not to see him, saying, Then let's go first.